Chapter 1, Power of Defense, F Class. Power of Control, F Rank. Looking at the 5 dazzling words on the awakening pillar, Xiao Zhan was stunned and incredulous. His resolute face instantly turned pale and bloodless. He bit his lips so hard that he didn't even notice the blood flowing from his lips. Xiao Zhan, Power of Control, F Rank. Level, Low. Bloodline talent skills, None. As the awakening teacher next to the awakening pillar said this in a slightly skeptical and disappointed tone, the awakening field, which was crowded with people, suddenly became noisy. F rank? This is really surprising. I thought he was a genius, but he turned out to be a loser. Xiao Zhan has truly brought shame upon the Special Excellence class. He dominated Changchi Yuling Academy for 6 years, taking first place in all exams and training for 6 consecutive years, breaking all school records. He was hailed as the greatest genius since the founding of Changchi Yuling Academy. He was highly expected to awaken an S-level Yuling talent, but he was only able to achieve the lowest level, F level. Among the 24 students in the special class, the worst have B-level spirit control talents, and everyone possesses bloodline talents and skills. Why is he so disappointing? Who knows? Maybe he's the illegitimate son of a certain college leader, and all those previous data are fake. There were discussions of all sizes around, mocking and disdainful sneers, as well as pitiful sighs for the fall of the so-called genius. The words fell into the ears of Xiao Zhan, who was standing there like a statue, but they were like slaps in the face, burning with pain. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but raise his head and look at the awakening pillar again. Those 5 words still remained, and the last glimmer of hope in his eyes was completely extinguished at this moment. He just felt as if his whole body was pulled out and he couldn't even stand steadily. From genius to waste, it only takes a moment. The originally dazzling halo now turned into a heavy shackle, making it hard for him to breathe. Get off now, stop embarrassing yourself up there. Using the best resources, you awakened the worst talent. What a waste. If you give me those resources, maybe I can even awaken S-level. There are no useless weapon spirits, only useless spirit masters. If you kneel down and kowtow on the street, maybe someone will be willing to become your weapon spirit. Ha 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 ha. A harsh voice came from the crowd. These people were the ones who usually disliked Xiao Zhan. Jealousy made people unrecognizable. Xiao Zhan felt gloomy and bitter in his heart, and couldn't help but look at this group of people. Are these people so sarcastic and mean, taking advantage of others' misfortunes? Have they forgotten all the times I've taught them and guided them over the past 6 years, and how they've smiled humbly at me? No, they remember. And precisely because they remember, they want to regain their lost face. Xiao Zhanqing walked off the stage like a zombie. The crowded awakening square made way for him like water flowing over rocks, for fear of being contaminated by this unlucky thing. At this moment, although Xiao Zhan was among the crowd, he was alone and abandoned by the world. Next. Jiang Xianer. Upon hearing this name, all the attention that was originally focused on Xiao Zhan fell on a slim girl. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old, and was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a white dress, had bright eyes, white teeth, and shiny white skin. The combination of purity and elegance, the temperament of being ethereal and otherworldly, is like a Tianshan lotus that drives away filth, making people feel no desire to blaspheme. Jiang Xianer took small steps forward and walked onto the awakening pillar. She stretched out her jade-like hand, placed it on him, and slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, the awakening pillar emitted a ray of light that enveloped Jiang Xianer. The light changed color, red, orange, yellow, green, changing irregularly. Finally, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. Oh my god, it's actually an S-level spirit weapon. The first S-level weapon spirit since the founding of Changchi Yuling Academy has been born. I have witnessed history. Jiang Xianer is a true genius. According to the academy teachers, she could only awaken an A-level spirit weapon at most, but unexpectedly, she broke the limit and awakened an S-level weapon. How terrifying. Sure enough, true geniuses are all low-key, unlike that loser. Stop arguing, look at what her weapon spirit incarnation is. I've never seen an S-level weapon spirit before. As everyone stopped and concentrated their breath, Jiang Xianer's body gradually became illusory in the golden light, and at the same time a white light appeared. As her body completely turned into nothingness, a white, exquisite sword appeared in her place. The sword was approximately 3 feet and 3 inches long, its blade slender and sharp, its blade gleaming with a cold gleam and emanating a faint chill. A Tianshan lotus was engraved on the hilt, and a cluster of white tassels hung from it. Overall, it gives people a sense of pure whiteness and transparency, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Xianer, S-level spirit weapon, Snow Lotus Sword. As the Awakener's heavy breathing fell, the Awakening Square erupted into a crowd of people again. Too strong. This is a true genius. If she signs a contract with a suitable spirit master, she will probably become a true spirit master in less than half a year. I really don't know who would be so lucky to win her favor. She's the only one in the entire academy with S-level talent. No one else is worthy of her. I think she should sign a contract outside of school. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely sign a contract with Xiao Zhan. After all, the two of them are a recognized couple. However, Xiao Zhan has become a waste, so he is naturally not qualified. I'm so envious. Signing the contract is like marrying her. Not only will I have a powerful spirit, but I'll also have a gorgeous wife. Jiang Xianer returned to her human form. There was a smile on her lips as she enjoyed everyone's envious looks and enthusiastic praise. At this moment, she felt unprecedented attention. Suddenly, her gaze passed through the crowd and stopped on a lonely figure walking away at the far end. After thinking for a moment, she gave up the idea of the past. Now she is no longer from the same class as Xiao Zhan. She is an S-level spirit weapon, and her future is destined to be limitless. Xiao Zhan is only at the lowest level, F. The gap between the two is already huge, and this difference will only get bigger and bigger as time goes by. They can't go back to the way they were before. Are also destined not to reach the future. Xiao Zhan, let's end it this way. It's also good. Jiang Xianer muttered silently to Xiao Zhan's back. At the same time, the lonely Xiao Zhan returned to his home, confused about his future path. Suddenly, he frowned. Why are you still here? Chapter 2 Waste? No, an absolute genius. I'm waiting for you. The person who answered him was a woman shrouded in darkness. Black hair, black dress, and pupils that were a bit too black. Except for her slightly sickly white face and lips that were so red that they were terrifying, she looked like a night elf walking in the darkness. Why are you waiting for me? Xiao Zhan frowned. Yi Yulong smiled evilly, raised his long legs slightly, crossed his legs, and his round and white thighs were suddenly exposed to the air. But she didn't care. Tasted a sip of strong coffee. Your awakening is finished, right? How is it? Is it F rank? How do you know? Your face tells me the answer. Xiao Zhan said coldly, this has nothing to do with you. Please leave now. Ah, cough cough. Yi Yulong laughed charmingly and contemptuously, but perhaps it was too intense and she couldn't help coughing twice. Her face turned even paler. Of course it has something to do with me. What's the relationship? Hearing this, Xiao Zhan frowned deeply and stared at her. Yi Yulong stood up, walked slowly to Xiao Zhan, and stared into his eyes. She wanted to look down on him, but unfortunately she was not as tall as Xiao Zhan, so she gave up. You were injured by my sickle energy. Do you think it has anything to do with me? You are the scythe. Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank violently, revealing a look of disbelief. Just a while ago, when he and Jiang Xianer were out playing, they accidentally encountered a battle between a black scythe and a monster. The scythe was dark black in color, nearly 3 meters long, and its attack was very sharp, and it emitted the power to devour people's souls. Xiao Zhan felt it was dangerous, so he pulled Jiang Xianer to leave, but Jiang Xianer ignored his advice and moved closer. As a result, the long sickle sent out a sickle-like energy towards Jiang Xianer. Jiang Xianer was about to be beheaded. In order to protect Jiang Xianer, Xiao Zhan used his own body to block the knife. He thought he was going to die, but luckily, he did not die. However, the sickle energy didn't make him feel good either, and it took him a long time to recover. But after recovering, he found that his learning and thinking abilities had declined, and his physical fitness had also deteriorated. He suspected that today's talent awakening, with such a poor talent level, was related to this injury. I didn't expect it to be verified so quickly. Why did you do this to me? Xiao Zhan asked. A person's talent determines his future. Yi Yulong seriously injured him and damaged his talent. This was more painful than taking his life. Xiao Zhan was like an angry lion. But facing his roar, Yi Yulong was like a calm kitten. The reason is very simple, that is, I want to occupy you. Occupy me? Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this meant. Yi Yulong sat back down, crossed his legs again, and said lazily, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yi Yulong, and I'm a student at Baidi Yuling Academy. I'm also an SSS-level weapon spirit, with a bloodline talent skill, perception. Finding you was also an accident, but this accident makes me very satisfied. Because my goal is to find an SSS-level gifted spirit master and sign a contract with him. And you are the one I'm looking for. Me? Xiaozhan was shocked and amused. What is shocking is that Yi Yulong is actually an SSS-level weapon spirit. What is funny is that she actually said that she is also an SSS-level spirit master. My current talent is F level, and I just took the test. Why do you say I am SSS level? Xiaozhan asked this question. Yi Yulong smiled faintly, his black and white eyes flashing with wisdom. It's very simple, because my bloodline talent skill is perception. I can sense your mental strength and physical fitness, and thus judge your talent, which is SSS level. I've sensed many people, and you definitely have SSS level talent. As for why you are F rank, the reason is very simple. My spirit form has damaged your body, affecting all aspects of your body, causing you to awaken an F rank talent. As long as you sign a contract with me, that damage will disappear, and your SSS level talent will be restored. Hearing this, Xiaozhan felt a little breathless. The face that was originally dejected due to awakening a low-level talent, became radiant at this moment. Regardless of whether what Yi Yulong said was true or not, just based on her SSS level spirit form, the fact that she wanted to sign a contract with herself was a great opportunity. Just imagine. What SSS level spirit would choose to sign a contract with a waste? In his heart, Yi Yulong's words were 90% credible. You are an SSS level spirit weapon, and a top student at Baidi Yuling Academy. Why do you have to look for me? Xiaozhan asked the question that was in his mind. Baidi Yuling Academy is one of the 4 strongest academies in their federal government. We implement the elite program and only recruit students with B grade or above. With such a great talent, Yi Yulong could easily contract an excellent spirit master at the Baidi Spirit Master Academy. Why would he have to come all the way here? Do you think there are many spirit masters with SSS level talent? Yi Yulong rolled his eyes at Xiaozhan. Whether it's an SSS level gifted spirit master or an SSS level weapon spirit, they are something you can only encounter by chance. Among the new students awakening every year in the federal government, there may not be many of them in total, and sometimes there may not even be one. This young lady is very unlucky. I am the only SSS level weapon spirit incarnation in our academy this year. And there is not a single SSS level gifted spirit controller. So how do you want me to make a contract? It's impossible to be backwards compatible and make a contract with those SS level trash, right? My goodness, in her mouth, SS level has become trash. Then you can look for it in other colleges. Xiaozhan said. Yi Yulong was right. I just went out to look for him in other colleges, but after searching through the other 3 colleges, there was only one SSS level spirit master. The key point is that he was contracted with another woman. I'm a germaphobe. I don't want to touch a man who has been contracted to another woman. I had no choice but to come out and look for it, hoping I could get lucky. Unexpectedly, I got lucky and actually found it. I thought I would have to wait until the next group of people awakened. After hearing her words, Xiaozhan understood a little. To put it simply, it's about a talented girl who doesn't want to be drowned out, so she looks for an equally talented boy to build a brilliant life together. But Xiaozhan still didn't understand one thing: if you want to talk to me, you can just discuss it directly. Why do you want to use sickle energy to hurt people? Chapter 3, Signing a Life and Death Contract with the SSS Level School Beauty Spirit. Yi Yulong didn't want to think about this either. At that time, I encountered a demon beast. After the battle, my spirit was tense, and I subconsciously released sickle energy. You know, for a weapon spirit like me who's still in a free state, without the cooperation of a spirit master, it's very easy to make mistakes in battle. Who knew you were going to protect that woman? You deserve it. Speaking of this, Yi Yulong felt a little jealous. Maybe it was just like she said, she had a mental obsession with misophobia and couldn't stand seeing her spirit master in contact with other women. Even if the contract has not been signed yet. I want to apologize to you. I was planning to tell you directly. Of course Xiaozhan knew all this and was still angry, but when he heard her say that, he nodded, accepting her apology. The weapon spirit and the spirit master are the same. The spirit of the weapon can practice independently and choose not to sign a contract with the spirit master. However, by doing so they will be greatly restricted and their cultivation speed will be very slow. It's completely incomparable to those who have signed a contract. And when fighting, its strength can only be exerted to half of its original strength at most. Therefore, no matter what kind of spirit weapon it is, people generally choose a contract. The same is true for spirit masters. Before they contract with the spirit of an artifact, their cultivation speed and strength are very weak. In most cases, contracts will be executed as quickly as possible. Okay, just as you said, I have SSS-level talent. But I don't have bloodline talent skills. Will you still choose to sign with me? Xiao Zhan asked. That's not a problem. After you make a contract with me, your bloodline innate soul skills will appear. This is entirely due to the special properties of my spirit incarnation. Okay, last question. First, let me see your weapon spirit incarnation. Yi Yulong was slightly angry, so after I said so much, do you think I'm lying to you? Whether it's a lie or not is not up to you to decide. I have to confirm it myself. Xiao Zhan actually had no choice. No matter whether what Yi Yulong said was true or false, he could only sign a contract with Yi Yulong. Or in other words, only Yi Yulong is willing to sign a contract with him. If he doesn't sign it, he won't be able to find the spirit of the weapon at all. The spirit of the weapon is upward compatible, and the spirit master is downward compatible, just like a blind date between a man and a woman. There is no need to worry about F-level weapon spirits, but F-level spirit masters will worry so much that their hair will turn white. The reason why he wanted to take a look was very simple, that is, he was mentally prepared. If Yi Yulong was really the scythe that hurt him, he would be very happy. But if not, he can accept it. He just wanted to be mentally prepared. It's that simple. Yi Yulong snorted coldly, agreeing to his request. Her body suddenly became ethereal, and a ball of black light appeared. Within the black light were shadows, carrying a chilling, bone-chilling aura. In the black light, a nearly 3-meter-long black sickle appeared, and its shape resembled the sickle of the god of death. The whole body is black, except for the sickle blade, which is a line of bright red. Like blood that wasn't wiped clean. Weird and scary. This is the knife that hurt Xiao Zhan. Undoubtedly an SSS-level spirit weapon. Can we sign the contract now? Yi Yulong's voice came from the spiritual sea of consciousness. Okay. Then let's sign an equal contract. There are 3 modes of signing contracts: master-servant contract, equal contract, and life and death contract. The master-servant contract means just what it seems on the surface. One is the master and the other is the servant. The master can be a spirit master or an instrument spirit, but generally speaking, the spirit master is the master. However, few people sign master-servant contracts because the contract is completely unequal. The master can abandon or even kill the servant at will without suffering any backlash from the contract. This is extremely unfair. Only in extremely special circumstances would someone choose a master-servant contract. This is usually mandatory. The second type of equal contract is the most widely used contract. After both parties sign the agreement, their status is equal and there is no possibility that either party can bully the other. We make decisions together on all matters, and if we disagree, we can resist without being retaliated by the contract. Moreover, if you want to terminate the contract, you only need the consent of one party to do so. It is an absolutely equal relationship. The third type of contract can be understood literally or as a marriage contract. Because of the special gender relationship between the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon, those who choose to sign this kind of life and death contract are generally loving couples. This kind of contract has extremely strong constraints, that is, once signed, it cannot be terminated by any means. And as long as one of them dies, the other will die as well. It's so domineering. That's why it's called a life and death contract. Generally, few people sign this kind of contract, and even many couples will not choose to sign this kind of contract. After all, who can bear to die together? But this kind of contract also has the biggest advantage, which is that it can make the compatibility between two people reach perfect. A spirit master and weapon spirit in perfect condition can exert power beyond their own limits when fighting against opponents of the same level. It can be killed in seconds, no problem. Therefore, although the number of people who sign this type of contract is small, it is actually not particularly small. It just accounts for a low proportion, which is much higher than the master-servant contract. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Yi Yulong immediately returned to her human form, but said with a domineering expression, "I've already said that I'm a germaphobe. The person who signs a contract with me can only sign with me in this life. Therefore, the contract between us must be a life and death contract. The tone is unquestionable and there is no room for negotiation. Xiao Zhan was a little confused. But after thinking about it, he didn't care. He was in a desperate situation now, and he was happy to have someone to contract him. It would be even better if I could find a wife. Anyway, Yi Yulong is quite pretty, even prettier than Jiang Xianer. Being a wife is not a loss. Are you sure? Once this is signed, it cannot be changed. Xiao Zhan reminded. After all, she is a girl and it is easy for her brain to get hot-headed. I never regret my decision. Well, then come with me to sign the contract. The contract needs to be signed in a special place. First, there is someone to protect you when signing the contract to prevent accidents. The second is to record it and upload it to the federal government database to facilitate subsequent management by the federal government. So, the two of them came to Changchi Yuling Academy. Now this is the only place where contracts can be signed. The signing agency cannot be set up privately. With the arrival of the two, they naturally attracted the attention of many students. There is no need to say much about Xiao Zhan. He was once a super genius, but now he is a top waste. Who in the entire Changchi Yuling Academy doesn't know him? As for Yi Yulong, with her beautiful figure, cold and dark temperament, and appearance that surpasses Jiang Xianer, it is impossible not to notice her. Chapter 4 Xiao Zhan, you are really childish. This Xiao Zhan is really lucky. 1 minute he was with Jiang Xianer, and now he's found another girl. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Xianer isn't Xiao Zhan's anymore. Lin Dong from the Liang Imperial Spirit Academy next door has also awakened an S-level talent for Imperial Spirits and is now rushing towards our academy to sign a contract with Jiang Xianer. Be careful if he hears what you're saying, or he'll whip you. Lin Dong is really fast. Even chasing ducks is not as fast as him. But Xiao Zhan is also fast. He immediately changed to another one. Being handsome is awesome. It's easy to pick up girls. This girl doesn't look like an ordinary person. Where are they going? Isn't that the direction of the contract room? Are they going to make a contract? No way, doesn't that girl know that Xiao Zhan is a loser? How dare she sign a contract with him? Could she have been tricked? Can talent be faked? When the contract is signed, both parties exchange information, and the truth will be revealed immediately. I guess that girl is also F-level, and she was attracted by Xiao Zhan's appearance and asked for a contract with him. But since she's so beautiful, she can definitely find an E-level spirit master. There will definitely be a lot of people vying for her. Who knows? I think this might be more complicated than that. Let's go and see what's going on. Xiao Zhan ignored what these people said and walked forward with Yi Yulong, and soon they arrived at the contract room. Because it was Awakening Day, many people had signed contracts, and the contract room was packed. But surprisingly, when Xiao Zhan arrived, everyone who saw him subconsciously made way for him. Everyone's expression was weird. It seems like he is curious, but also seems like he is afraid of bringing bad luck. Xiao Zhan was not polite either. After experiencing many ups and downs, his state of mind had changed a lot. If someone gives way, then go ahead. Not caring at all about what people around him think. As for Yi Yulong, he was even more accustomed to this kind of gaze. From childhood to adulthood, he had been the focus of attention wherever he went. Hey, Xianer, isn't that Xiao Zhan? Why is he in the contract room too? Could he be looking for you? And why is there a girl next to him? In the crowd, a pretty girl said to Jiang Xianer beside her. Hearing this, Jiang Xianer also raised her eyes and saw Xiao Zhan in the crowd. Compared to before, he no longer had the loneliness of the failed awakening, but he also no longer had the confidence and arrogance he had before awakening. Instead, he had a kind of indifference and calmness that made him remain calm in the face of any emergency. Such changes happened in just a few hours. She was very curious about what Xiao Zhan had experienced. But then, when she saw Xiao Zhan accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman, she seemed to understand everything. A glint of pity flashed in his eyes. Shook his head. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were going to make a contract, which happened to be the direction where Jiang Xianer was. Inevitably, the two met. When we met again, the atmosphere was inevitably a little weird. In just a few hours, the two of them actually said nothing, did nothing, and didn't even see each other. But both of them understood it tacitly. Xiao Zhan, there's no need for you to do this. We are from two different worlds now. Why would you do this? There was a cold expression on Jiang Xian'er's pure face. In this world, talent determines almost everything. He was S-level and Xiao Zhan was F-level. From the moment he awakened, he should have understood that they should go their separate ways. Not taking the initiative and not responding is a form of rejection for an adult, and Xiao Zhan should understand this. What's wrong with me doing that? When Xiao Zhan heard this, he felt inexplicably strange. Is there anything wrong with making a contract with Yi Yulong myself? Jiang Xian'er, are you still planning to continue the contract with me? Xiao Zhan doesn't think he has that much charm. We are adults now, and we will understand what they understand. In this world, in order to avoid unnecessary involvement in trouble, almost everyone will not fall in love before men and women reach adulthood, and will consciously keep their distance. Even if they can't help themselves because of the budding of youth, they will not make their relationship public and will only engage in daily ambiguity. Because reality is cruel, you can't be sure what kind of talent the person you like will awaken. If the gap is too big, then the early emotional investment will be a very painful thing. It hurts to break up a relationship. And after signing a contract with other people, if your mind cannot be clear, there will be a gap between the two parties to the contract, the degree of fit cannot be improved, and your strength will be greatly reduced. The influence of strength is the most fatal. Therefore, before awakening, both men and women wisely kept their distance. The reason why Xiao Zhan and Jiang Xian'er are so close is because they have been childhood sweethearts. Of course, it is also because they are both very outstanding. They felt that even if they were unlucky, the awakening results would be a little different, but it wouldn't be that bad. It is still possible to contract. But I didn't expect the gap to be so big. However, even though they had a good relationship before, they did not reveal that relationship, they just walked together often. Of course, there is no shortage of love-brained people in this world. There are also some very few people who, after awakening, find that the gap is too big, but still choose to sign a contract with the other party regardless of everything, just for true love. Will such a person be miserable? Not necessarily. As I said before, in this world, talent determines almost everything. The uncertainty lies in this almost. In addition to almost, there is another point, which is that it gives those with less talent a chance to turn their lives around. That's the fit. The perfect fit can unleash a power several times greater than its own. For example, if an F-level and an A-level form a contract, under normal circumstances, they may be limited to the strength level of a second-grade spirit master for their entire lives. But when their compatibility reaches perfection, they can unleash strength comparable to or even surpassing that of a third-grade spirit master. However, that's all he can do. No matter how strong he is, he can never surpass a fourth-grade spirit master. Talent is the foundation after all. No matter how strong an ant is, it is just an ant and can never shake an elephant. Compatibility is what everyone pursues. But for those with low talent, it is just a desperate consolation. For people with high talents, its role of adding icing on the cake is far more effective than providing timely assistance. Seeing that Xiao Zhan asked the question even though he already knew the answer, Jiang Xian'er's impression of Xiao Zhan was greatly reduced, and her expression gradually turned cold. Wouldn't it be better to just part ways in silence? Why do you have to choose this way to retaliate? Jiang Xian'er said, Xiao Zhan, I know this incident is a big blow to you, but you are a smart person, you should know that it is impossible for us to succeed. You brought her here simply to provoke me. But will it work? Will I sign a contract with you? I'm sorry, but my reason is stronger than you think. Beauty and talent are nothing compared to it. You doing something like this is really childish in my opinion. Chapter 5. Come over here and apologize to Xian'er. Xiao Zhan understood the series of words. It turned out that Jiang Xian'er felt that her awakening had failed and she felt unwilling to accept it. So he turned into a shameless snake, pestering her to sign a contract, and then in order to succeed, he deliberately found a beautiful girl to provoke her. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt it was really ironic, and it was he himself who was being ironic. After all these years of sincere dedication, in her eyes, I am considered to have such a poor character? If Yi Yulong had not shown up tonight, Xiao Zhan would never have come to the contract room, and would never have disturbed Jiang Xian'er again. From then on, the two became strangers. Letting go is a fulfillment of love. Xiao Zhan would not be so selfish as to use so-called feelings to threaten and bind her. His dignity would not allow him to do so. But now, there was bitterness on Xiao Zhan's lips. He really felt that his sincerity had been wasted. Take a deep breath and exhale the foul air. Xiao Zhan felt relaxed all over. He had previously held a glimmer of hope, which was what to do if Jiang Xian'er really wanted to make a contract with him. But now, he understood that fantasy was fantasy and was unrealistic. But it's better this way, it won't be considered as betraying this relationship. Although agreeing to marry Yi Yulong was a helpless act, it also made him feel uncomfortable. But now, this discomfort has disappeared. Jiang Xian'er, you may have misunderstood. I didn't mean to provoke you. Yi Yulong and I came here simply to sign a contract. If this caused you to have any emotions, I apologize. Xiao Zhan's tone was colder than ever before, like he was saying goodbye to a stranger. In the relationships between adults, there is no need to argue or curse each other. When fate comes, we gather. When fate is gone, it will disperse. When Jiang Xian'er heard this, her heart trembled, her face changed a little, and she felt an inexplicable stuffiness in her chest. This was the first time she heard Xiao Zhan speak in such a tone. His brows were slightly wrinkled. A little bit unaccustomed, a little bit uncomfortable. She didn't know how to respond to this. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's tone suddenly fluctuated again. Also, you really disappoint me. I originally thought we had some feelings for each other before, but reality has separated us, and I accept it calmly. But now, I realize that I am nothing in your eyes. You make me feel sick. After saying that, Xiao Zhan turned and left. Jiang Xian'er stood there in a daze for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. She seemed to have lost completely and miserably. But think about it in a flash. Lose? Why did I lose? He should be the one who loses. I am an S level and he is an F level. What qualifications does he have to criticize me? She finally understood that Xiao Zhan's behavior was caused by his self-esteem. He wanted to redeem the dignity he lost due to his rubbish talent by criticizing emotions. Otherwise, he could have just come to me and explained it privately. Why did he have to say it in public in front of so many people? It's just for the sake of existence. Now, almost all eyes are on her. Mocking, despising, pointing fingers. Jiang Xian'er's face flushed. Xiao Zhan, since you stepped on me, don't blame me for being ruthless. She was about to call out to Xiao Zhan, but at this moment, a person appeared at the door of the contract room. The crowd once again made way. Lin Dong ran to Jiang Xian'er with enthusiasm and excitement. Xian'er, I've been waiting for a long time. Sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road. Let's make the contract now. Lin Dong, a genius from the neighboring Liehua Yuling Academy, has awakened his S-level talent for controlling spirits. His current identity is Jiang Xian'er's equal contract partner. As for why he appeared here and became Jiang Xian'er's contract object, it was of course because of Xiao Zhan's misfortune and his family background. During an academic exchange, Lin Dong met Jiang Xian'er and fell in love with her at first sight. But at that time they had not awakened, and Jiang Xian'er was close to Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Zhan was also a well-known excellent student, so Lin Dong just kept waiting and watching. But this wait-and-see attitude is painful. He had originally thought that he would never be able to meet Jiang Xian'er in this life, but Xiao Zhan's accident today really gave him a big surprise. After learning that Xiao Zhan was a waste and Jiang Xian'er had awakened to the S-level spirit form, he immediately used his family's influence to negotiate with the leaders of Changqi Yuling Academy, stating that he wanted to sign a contract with Jiang Xian'er. Moreover, for this reason, he was willing to drop out of Liehua Academy and join Changqi Yuling Academy. He is also willing to donate a sum of money every year to support Changqi Yuling Academy. When the school leaders heard about this good news, they immediately called Jiang Xian'er over. Jiang Xian'er and Xiao Zhan were both orphans with no family ties. When she heard that Lin Dong, who had an S-level talent, wanted to sign a contract with her, her first reaction was hesitation. Because there is a chance that an S-level spirit can find an SS-level talented spirit master. The spirit of the weapon is upward compatible. The school leaders also knew her idea, but she wanted to be compatible with the higher-ups. However, the SS-level spirit masters also had the same idea and might not consider her. In addition, there are not many geniuses who have awakened nearby this year, so it is very difficult for Jiang Xian'er to successfully find an SS-level spirit master. There is a high probability that you will eventually meet someone of the same level as you. In addition, the school leaders were very good at persuasion and told her that she could sign a contract first and then change it when she met a better one in the future. Furthermore, Lin Dong's family is rich and powerful, so Jiang Xian'er will have plenty of resources for cultivation. You can take big shortcuts. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian'er agreed. When Lin Dong knew that she agreed, he rushed over without stopping. When Lin Dong saw Jiang Xianer, who was as pure as a fairy, standing there, he felt an incomparable sense of pride. However, he found that Jiang Xianer seemed to be in a bad mood. "Xianer, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Xianer didn't say anything. Lin Dong couldn't help but frown, and following Jiang Xianer's gaze, he immediately understood the reason. Xiao Zhan. Lin Dong knew Xiao Zhan, and he also knew the relationship between Xiao Zhan and Jiang Xianer, and he also knew that Xiao Zhan was a waste now. Seeing him appear here, he knew that Xiao Zhan must have been unable to bear the provocation and came to vent his anger on Jiang Xianer. "Humph, a loser dares to bully my Xianer, he really doesn't know how to live or die." Lin Dong is a man with a hot temper. His family is rich and powerful, and he himself is very talented. Before he awakened, he could still endure it. But now, the facts have been determined. How can he continue to endure it, and how can he watch Jiang Xianer, whom he likes, being bullied? Still being bullied by a loser. So, he shouted directly at Xiao Zhan. "Xiao Zhan, come here and apologize to Xianer." Chapter 6. I told you to get out. The loud sound attracted everyone's attention. The contract room, which was originally a little noisy, became extremely quiet at this moment. Xiao Zhan stopped and turned to look at the two of them. He also knew Lin Dong, and from the words of those people on the road, Xiao Zhan also learned that Lin Dong was Jiang Xianer's current contract partner. He said lightly, "Why should I apologize? You made Xianer unhappy, so you should apologize." Lin Dong stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Xianer in a very domineering manner. He felt that he had protected Jiang Xianer well and would give her a sense of security. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan just found it funny. What kind of twisted logic is this? Just because she is unhappy, he has to apologize? It's simply unreasonable. He no longer wanted to have anything to do with Jiang Xianer. The more he tried to pull her, the more disgusted he felt. Without saying anything, he turned around and was about to leave. Lin Dong frowned. He was actually being ignored? Or by a low-level piece of trash? How can this be tolerated? "Xiao Zhan, stop right there. Did I let you go?" Xiao Zhan didn't want to pay attention to him. His barking was meaningless. Only the strength to fight to the end can give you the absolute right to speak. Now the contract room in front of him happened to be empty, so he had to go and sign the contract quickly. After signing the contract, he could start practicing and become a true spirit master. Only in this way can he have the capital to walk in this world. But his lack of response made Lin Dong feel humiliated, especially in front of so many people. "I just feel extremely ashamed." Anger suddenly rushed into his head. "Xiao Zhan, I told you to stop right there. You worthless thing, if you dare not apologize to Xianer today, I will make sure you, a worthless piece of shit, will never be able to contract a weapon spirit for the rest of your life." Lin Dong was not bragging when he said this. An F-level waste, relying on his family background, he can completely ban Xiao Zhan. After all, the contract is voluntary, and Xiao Zhan is an orphan. It would be too easy for him to prevent Xiao Zhan from contracting with the weapon spirit. Money plus threats, it's easy to do. If Xiao Zhan wanted a contract at that time, he could either ask Lin Dong for help or use the method of forced contract, but that kind of forced contract method was exclusive to powerful people. Xiao Zhan, who is not even a spirit master, has no way to force anything. After saying this, Lin Dong thought he could control Xiao Zhan. After all, even if F-class is trash, it is still better than ordinary people. If a contract can be made, then it must be made. I won't choose to give up. Just when he thought Xiao Zhan would come over, kneel down obediently, and then apologize in a frustrated manner, Xiao Zhan still ignored him and continued to walk towards the contract room. This can't threaten Xiao Zhan? Lin Dong once again felt his face being trampled on. Just now, it was torn apart, and now it was being thrown to the ground and stepped on. Especially the gazes of the people around him, like handfuls of coarse salt, sprinkled on his bloody face, making him feel a burning pain. Gnashing of teeth. Angry. It was only his first day at Changqi Yuling Academy and he had already lost face like this. How can he establish his authority in this academy in the future? Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly noticed Yi Yulong. His eyes lit up. He quickly ran to Yi Yulong. "Stop. I'll give you 10,000 federal coins, and you refuse to sign a contract with him." Roll. Yi Yulong's tone was indifferent, and he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. "You." Lin Dong was immediately furious. Xiao Zhan ignored him, and you, a woman, dare to ignore him too? 100,000. 100,000 federal coins. That should be enough now. I told you to get out. Yi Yulong slowly raised his eyelids, and his eyes, as deep as black holes, shot out a cold light. Lin Dong suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by death. My hair stands on end. But when he looked carefully again, the feeling disappeared again. He calmed himself down and thought it was just an illusion. Don't push your luck. 100,000 federal coins is already a sky-high price. With that money, you can definitely find an E-level or even D-level spirit master. This is a great gift to you, and you should be grateful to me. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Lin Dong looked at Yi Yulong's face. I have to say that Yi Yulong is really good looking, extremely cool and dark. If Yi Yulong wasn't a low-level waste, he would even want to sign a contract with her. As for why he was so sure that Yi Yulong was a low-level waste, there was no need to guess. Anyone who signed a contract with a waste could only be a waste. Hearing this, Yi Yulong's brows turned cold and he kicked out directly. It hit Lin Dong right in the abdomen, knocking him over. The awakening of the spirit of the weapon is different from that of the spirit master. The weapon spirits had just awakened and were already capable of fighting, but the spirit masters hadn't yet. They needed to sign a contract before they could have combat power. In other words, most of the fighting power of the spirit master actually comes from the spirit of the weapon. Therefore, Yi Yulong's kick was very powerful and it was no longer something that an ordinary person could do. After one kick, Lin Dong knelt on the ground, hugged his abdomen, and curled up. His face was pale and cold sweat was pouring out. He was shaking all over and wanted to speak, but no words came out. You piece of trash. If it weren't for federal law prohibiting killing, I would have taken your life just now. Yi Yulong said coldly. Because monsters are rampant in this world and humans are in decline, federal law prohibits spirit masters from killing each other. Violators will be stripped of their spirit master qualifications and exiled to the frontier. Of course, this is the explicit law, and there are also many people who kill people in secret. After saying that, Yi Yulong pulled Xiao Zhan and stepped into the contract room. Upon entering the room, the door automatically closed, blocking out any outside interference. A moment of peace and quiet filled Xiao Zhan, who marveled at the excellent soundproofing. And outside the door, Jiang Xianer looked at Lin Dong, who was so embarrassed, and shook her head with disdain. Putting aside their talents, the difference in personality between Lin Dong and Xiao Zhan is really too huge. They are not even on the same level. But no matter what, Lin Dong is now her contract partner, so she still has to show due concern. Are you okay? Lin Dong's face was distorted with pain and he had difficulty breathing, but when he heard Jiang Xianer's concern, he felt much better. I'm fine. Then he continued, Xiao Zhan is simply too arrogant. How could an F-rank loser like him have such courage? I must get back at him. Once their contract comes out, I will make them pay for their arrogance. Xianer, let's go make the contract now. When they come out, we'll both teach them a lesson. Let Xiao Zhan kneel before you and apologize. With our S-level talents and weapon spirits, we can definitely beat them to their knees and beg for mercy. Jiang Xianer nodded. Even if they didn't want to get back at him, they still wanted a contract. So, the two of them walked into another contract room. Chapter 7, Life and Death Contract, SSS-level Spirit Weapon Death Sieve. In Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong's room. A deep voice came, have you two decided to sign the contract? If you regret it now, there's still time. Don't waste the contract resources. He is the teacher in charge of contract protection, a middle-aged man. It's decided. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong looked at each other and said in unison. Okay, then choose your contract method. We choose a life and death contract. Life and death contract? The middle-aged man was a little surprised. It was rare to see someone who chose a life and death contract for the first time. Are you sure this is a life and death contract? Once signed, it cannot be terminated, and you share life and death. My suggestion is that you choose an equal contract first, so that it will be easier to terminate if there are any problems later. The middle-aged man is a teacher after all, and he doesn't want his students to make wrong decisions. However, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were both very determined. Xiao Zhan had no choice but to sign a contract with Yi Yulong. If he wanted to restore his talent, he had to listen to her. Yi Yulong has a strange personality and insists on signing a life and death contract, so Xiao Zhan has no choice. Seeing this, the middle-aged teacher didn't say much. Students have their own choices, he is just giving them a reminder. Okay, let's get started now. After saying that, the middle-aged teacher activated a formation, and strange light patterns flashed in the formation. These lines contain the power of the law of contract, and a strand of them moves towards Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong also closed their eyes at this moment. Xiao Zhan mobilized the power of the contract space that would only be activated upon awakening, as well as the power of his spiritual sea of consciousness. Then, a space similar to that of another world appeared in his mind. The space was not large, only the size of a marble. But it gives people a feeling that every grain of sand is a world. However, this world gives people a gray and lifeless feeling. Like a candle that could go out at any time. At the same time, a black light appeared on Yi Yulong's body. The light lingered around her, and she gradually turned into her own spirit form. A black sickle that is nearly 3 meters long. The long sickle was shrouded in black light, shrouded in deathly aura, revealing an incomparably gloomy and heavy aura. The streak of bright red at the sickle's blade in particular infused this gloomy atmosphere with a touch of soul-penetrating weirdness. Just one look at it makes you feel as if your life is being taken away. This is an SSS-level spirit weapon. The middle-aged teacher was shocked. He thought it was just an F-level weapon spirit and a contract with Xiao Zhan. But I didn't expect it to be SSS level. His tone was shocked, his expression was exaggerated, and his eyes, which were as big as bells, were full of disbelief. SSS-level spirit weapon. Oh my god. This is the most top-notch spirit weapon, and not even one will appear every year when it awakens across the country. How did you appear here? He remembered very clearly that there was only one genius in Changqi Yuling Academy this year, the S-level Jiang Xiener. There is not even SS level, let alone SSS level. This girl is definitely not from our college, so where did she come from? He was shocked beyond words. However, these were not the most shocking things to him. What made his face turn pale and his worldview shattered was that at this moment, this SSS-level spirit weapon was actually going to sign a contract with an F-level loser. Or a life and death contract. Oh my god. This girl is crazy. There's no way she doesn't know what this means. This is a complete waste of one's talent. He subconsciously wanted to stop it, but Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong's mental powers had already begun to merge. In this situation, if he used forceful action, it would cost the lives of both students. But if we don't stop it, are we just going to watch a peerless genius fall? This girl is not from their academy. After signing the contract, if she lets her parents and her academy know that she has signed a contract with a loser in their academy, then their academy might not be able to withstand this anger. To be able to produce an SSS-level student, his family background and the college he attends must be very impressive. It's over, it's over. This is a big deal. The middle-aged teacher had a numb expression and dull eyes. Everything was over. Now he just hopes that Yi Yulong can take the initiative to break away from the contract. After all, when the contract was signed, Yi Yulong was able to feel Xiao Zhan's spiritual space that was poor in spiritual energy. The higher the talent, the more abundant the spiritual energy in the weapon spirit space will be, and the more suitable it will be for weapon spirit cultivation. If she voluntarily gave up the contract at this moment, then everything would still be in time. However, he found that Yi Yulong had no intention of giving up and was even very cooperative. The spiritual fusion of the two was very rapid, and in a short while, more than half of the task was completed. Now, the middle-aged teacher was completely desperate. This girl must be a fool, and she was deceived by Xiao Zhan. What should we do now? What if her family comes looking for us? The spiritual powers of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong began to blend and imprint each other. The whole process was not long and went smoothly, just 1 minute. The contract was completely completed and everything returned to peace. Xiao Zhan's eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time, a black sickle suddenly appeared in his hand. The scythe was filled with the aura of death, and it was eerie and strange. With a casual wave of it, it emitted a sinister ghost laugh that sounded like coming from the underworld of death. It's like asking for life. Death Scythe, that's your name. Xiao Zhan looked at the weapon spirit in his hand with a very satisfied expression. Let us not talk about other attributes for now. Just this name alone is so damn domineering. As soon as the words fell, the death demon's scythe flashed with black light and disappeared from Xiao Zhan's hand, then turned into Yi Yulong, standing in front of Xiao Zhan in a pretty manner. At this time, a black pattern appeared above the eyebrows of the two people. The pattern was somewhat similar to Yi Yulong's sickle. It looks like a tiny tattoo. This is a unique symbol that only appears when a life and death contract is signed. It will never disappear, even after death. This is equivalent to conveying to outsiders that the two are husband and wife for life and death. Just like love, it belongs exclusively to two people and is shown to the world. It cannot be taken away by outsiders. At the same time, after the two signed the contract, there was a hint of tenderness in their eyes when they looked at each other. This is also a unique effect that only occurs when signing a life and death contract. After signing the other two contracts, there will be no emotional changes between the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon. The relationship will remain the same as it was before. The compatibility between two people needs to be cultivated slowly on a daily basis. But the life and death contract is different. As soon as it is signed, you will feel like a most familiar stranger. Very natural and harmonious. This is a reward for those spirit masters and weapon spirits who remain loyal until death. Chapter 8, Bloodline Talent Skills, Contract Expansion. After the contract is successful, Xiao Zhan didn't have time to sort out the extra information in his mind. The first thing he did was to check his body. This inspection made me ecstatic. I simply felt that the painful and cold feeling at the wound disappeared, and my whole body felt extremely relaxed, as if a mountain that had been pressing on me for hundreds of years had finally been moved away. At the same time, the confused feeling in his head disappeared, and the previous clear mind returned. His thoughts were clear, and his perception was sharp. Even stronger than his peak state. Moreover, the originally dim and weak vitality in his spirit space now became full of vitality and vigor. This is exactly what talent level SSS means. These intuitive changes made his blood boil and his breathing quicken. He really regained his talent. Very good. He, Xiao Zhan, is not a waste. At this moment, he wanted to shout. However, having experienced the fickleness of the world once, he still resisted the urge. Then, he felt the awakening of his bloodline talent skills. Every spirit master and weapon spirit has his or her own bloodline talents and skills. These bloodline talents and skills are of various kinds. There are tens of thousands of them recorded in the books, and there are countless others that have not been recorded for various reasons. There is no distinction between strong and weak bloodline talent skills. It all depends on the degree of compatibility between the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon. Some spirit masters have a sword as their weapon spirit, but their bloodline talent skill is to soften it. How do you fight them then? Turn the sword into a soft sword? This kind of spirit master is the most miserable. It is better not to awaken his bloodline talent skills. Some are just icing on the cake, with a weapon spirit sword and a bloodline talent skill of breaking edge, which greatly enhances their strength. Therefore, there is not such a big difference in the strength of bloodline talent skills. Yi Yolong's innate bloodline skill is perception, which allows him to perceive things that the eyes, ears, and skin cannot perceive. This is considered a top-level bloodline innate skill. In battle, it can play a very powerful offensive and defensive role. Now, Xiao Zhan hopes that he will not awaken a rubbish talent, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Soon, Xiao Zhan knew what his bloodline talent was. After knowing this, he was a little dumbfounded. At the same time, a cold light suddenly shot towards him, like a sharp sword, piercing his eyes. It's Yi Yulong. It was obvious that she also knew about her bloodline talents and skills. After the contract, the two people will exchange information and some abilities can be used together. Xiao Zhan was feeling embarrassed. Suddenly, Yi Yulong rushed straight towards him, grabbed his neck, and pushed him against the wall, warning him fiercely, "If you dare to use your bloodline talent skills, I will be the first to kill you." If he kills Xiao Zhan, Yi Yulong will also die. But she did it without hesitation. It can be imagined how hateful Yi Yulong was to Xiao Zhan because of his bloodline talent skills. Being held tightly by Yi Yulong, Xiao Zhan felt his breathing freeze and his neck was about to be broken, causing him extreme pain. This woman is really cruel. The key is that his current strength is completely unable to resist. Yi Yulong is a weapon spirit, and she is SSS level. In the early stage of awakening, as a spirit master, I am no match for her at all. He slapped Yi Yulong's arm 3 times in a row. This was the surrender gesture according to the boxing rules of his previous life. Now he couldn't even say a word. This woman is exactly the same as her spirit form, with a strong aura of death. She is completely the incarnation of the god of death. Yi Yulong relaxed a little. Xiao Zhan gasped, "You're trying to murder your husband? We just got married and haven't even entered the bridal chamber yet." Xiao Zhan's words were neither rude nor frivolous. The life and death contract is more useful than the marriage certificate before the world changed. Without exception, all men and women who signed this contract were husband and wife. Yi Yulong didn't care about what he said. She just completely let go of his hand and said coldly, "I'll only say this once. If you dare to secretly use your bloodline talent skills behind my back, I will definitely die with you." These cold words did not make Xiaozhen feel that they were a joke at all. Yi Yulong has a very strange temper. Although the two of them signed a contract, they only have a good impression of each other. Personality and other things still need to be explored and adjusted. Well, it's just a pity about my bloodline talent and skills. Why did Yi Yulong have such a big reaction? That's because Xiaozhen's bloodline talent skill is contract expansion. What is contract expansion? Xiaozhen went from being able to contract with only one weapon spirit to being able to contract with multiple weapon spirits. What is the concept? This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. You must know that in this world, due to the law of contract, each spirit master can only contract with one spirit. They will grow together, face difficulties, solve them, and then grow into strong people step by step. Every weapon spirit is the most loyal partner of the spirit master. No, it should be said that he is the most loyal lover. But now, Xiaozhen can contract with several weapon spirits. In other words, he has several wives. How could this not make Yi Yulong go crazy? The most important reason why she chose to sign a life and death contract with Xiaozhen was because she had obsessive-compulsive disorder. She was unwilling to contract a contract that had already been signed by someone else, nor was she willing to contract a second person in the future. Therefore, it is even more forbidden for one to have multiple contract partners. The bloodline talent skill that Xiaozhen has awakened now is completely against Yi Yulong's will. That's why she spoke so sharply and warned Xiaozhen not to use this bloodline talent skill. Otherwise, we will die together. This attitude that could not be refused made Xiaozhen feel helpless and deep regret. You know, once he contracts multiple weapon spirits, it means that his strength will increase exponentially, and he can achieve absolute crushing. This will completely surpass the opponent in future battles. It's a pity that now, because of Yi Yulong's existence, he can no longer use this bloodline talent skill. Well, another sigh. Family members, who understands? This feeling is like you have been pursuing a woman for several years and finally married her, but she doesn't let you touch her. Don't you think it's sad? However, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Xiaozhen also knew this truth. Now he can sign a contract with Yi Yulong, an SSS-level spirit weapon, and has also restored his talent. This result has made him very satisfied. Although the root of all this was caused by Yi Yulong, perhaps his life would be better without her. But the injury at that time could not be blamed entirely on Yi Yulong, because he was the one who wanted to save Jiang Xian'er. There are gains and losses, and life is full of regrets and fulfillment. Student, which college are you from? With such a strong talent, why did you choose to sign a contract with Xiaozhen? At this time, the middle-aged teacher couldn't help but ask. Judging from the way the two of them looked just now, it should have been voluntary. However, the more voluntary it was, the more curious he became. The combination of the strongest and the weakest is too shattering. Chapter 9. Stop talking nonsense, fight how you want. None of your business. Yi Yulong glared at him coldly. She was very angry at the moment and would scold anyone who came over. She was very upset that Xiaozhen awakened such a ridiculous bloodline talent skill. Although she threatened Xiaozhen with death, and Xiaozhen would not dare to sign the contract, but misophobia is misophobia. Even if she didn't do anything and just awaken such a talent skill, she still felt disgusted. Like a cold blade drawn from its sheath, it walked out of the contract room. Xiaozhen followed behind as quietly as possible. This woman has a bad temper, and to be honest, Xiaozhen is a bit timid. Certainly. The key is that we can't win now. Xiaozhen, I've been waiting for you for so long. I thought you were going to stay in there forever. As soon as I came out, I heard a familiar voice. It's Lin Dong and Jiang Xian'er. The two of them completed the contract first, and after knowing that Xiaozhen had not completed the contract yet, they waited at the door, waiting for Xiaozhen to come out. They want to regain the face they just lost. Xiaozhen rubbed his head. This Lin Dong was really endless. It's okay to be a bootlicker, but if you use me as a stepping stone, that's wrong. Xiaozhen could tolerate not having the strength just now. But now, enduring is not his character. Unless that person is his wife. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson he would never forget, Yi Yulong took the lead and shouted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, how do you want to fight?" Xiao Zhan. This girl has a really bad temper. Lin Dong was stunned. Xiao Zhan, this loser, actually asked his sister to stand up for him. He really despised him in his heart. He was about to make a sarcastic remark when he suddenly saw the pattern on the girl's forehead. His disdainful face was immediately filled with astonishment. "You actually signed a life and death contract?" As soon as these words were spoken, the students around couldn't help but look over and exclaimed. "It really is a life and death contract. Oh my god, aren't these two people too bold? Did they decide they were meant for each other so quickly? It seems like no two people in the academy have signed this contract this year. They're the first couple, so courageous. What's the point of being courageous? Two F-rank losers, even if they sign this contract, they're still losers." Jiang Xianer, who was standing by, also felt it was unbelievable. In just a few hours, Xiao Zhan had actually signed a life and death contract with another woman. So, his feelings towards me were all fake? Yes, it's fake. He had come here on purpose to mock me. And he pretends to be righteous. What a disgusting man. Jiang Xianer really saw through Xiao Zhan's true face. "Stop talking nonsense. How do you want to fight?" Xiao Zhan also stood up at this moment. He and Yi Yulong are now on a life and death battle, and Yi Yulong's decision is his decision. He also deeply understands that if two people want to have a perfect fit, they must unconditionally trust and support each other. This is similar to a development game. At least that's what he thought. Faced with the provocation of the two losers, Lin Dong just felt funny. They were really trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, not knowing whether they lived or died. Although both of them had just signed the contract, the advantages of talent level and weapon spirit level made him and Jiang Xianer much stronger than others once they signed the contract. Therefore, if a fight started at this moment, in Lin Dong's opinion, Xiao Zhan would be no match for them at all. Then let's have a direct duel. If you lose, kneel down and apologize to me and Xianer. Tisk, if you have the guts to leave the academy, let's fight to the death. Yi Yulong said disdainfully. A life and death battle? Yi Yulong's arrogant words left everyone stunned. It's just a small conflict, there's no need for a life and death battle, right? You know, because monsters are rampant and humans are weak, the federal government prohibits killing. However, this is a world where strength is respected after all, and all restrictions are not very realistic. Therefore, in order to resolve conflicts and vent anger, a life and death battle rule is set. If both parties voluntarily engage in a life and death duel, they will not bear any legal responsibility. However, in the academy, adhering to the purpose of traditional teaching and injecting strength into the federation, there is no such rule, and only ordinary duels are set up. Therefore, if you want to fight to the death, you have to leave the academy. As soon as these words came out, Lin Dong's expression changed instantly and he was a little surprised. What the hell is this woman? She starts a life and death fight over a disagreement? Don't you take your life seriously? Xiao Zhan's mouth twitched as well. This Yi Yulong was too bloody and violent. He would fight to the death if they disagreed with him. Is it really the attribute of the death scythe? Don't mess around. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in from the door. Headmaster. Hello, Principal? Qin Mingyue nodded, then walked between the two sides and said, "If you have a conflict, you can duel, and the academy encourages duels. But life or death duels are absolutely not allowed." As the principal, Qin Mingyue naturally has to stop this unreasonable behavior. The ultimate enemy of mankind is monsters, how can we kill each other? What's more, both parties are outstanding students. He absolutely cannot let this happen. Qin Mingyue focused her gaze on Yi Yulong. "My dear classmate, it's a good thing to be full of murderous aura. But you can't let it cloud your mind. You must use your mind to control the murderous aura." From what he said, it was obvious that he knew about Yi Yulong's spirit form. The reason why he appeared here was because the teacher in the contract room reported Yi Yulong's situation. When he heard that a student from another academy appeared in his academy, and was an SSS-level weapon spirit, he rushed over immediately. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing as soon as I arrived. At the same time, he also glanced at Xiao Zhan, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Xiao Zhan was originally a genius that the academy focused on training. Everyone expected him to break the academy record, but they didn't expect. What a cruel twist of fate. However, what is even more regrettable is that this female classmate in front of him, who has the strongest talent, chose the Xiao Zhan contract. I really don't know what she is thinking. Is there something special about Xiao Zhan? The spirit control system has been developed for more than 100 years. During this period, there have been people who were not talented but changed their lives through hard work. However, these people are pitifully few and rare, and a large part of them rely on their bloodline talents and skills to achieve a counterattack. But Xiao Zhan doesn't have any bloodline innate skills. There aren't even the conditions for a comeback. But this little girl still chose Xiao Zhan, which is really confusing. He would never think that this little girl was really a fool. Let's duel, and count yourselves lucky. Yi Yulong uttered a harsh remark, seeming very unhappy. Xiao Zhan frowned. Where did this guy get so much anger from? Chapter 10 Duel. Suddenly I thought of the first time I saw her. She was still in free form and dared to fight a monster. This kind of strength and courage must have been acquired through very strict and special training since childhood. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but feel a little curious about her life experience. Humph, you are so arrogant. If we really have to fight to the death, you will be the ones who die. You should be glad that Principal Qin is here. Lin Dong did not give in at all. Do you have the ability to talk big? Yi Yulong and Xiao Zhan were both people who tried not to talk too much when they could take action, so they walked directly to the dueling stage in the next area. The students who were watching the fun didn't even sign the contract at this moment, and they all surrounded them. The battle between S-level geniuses, this cannot be missed. Even if their opponent is F-level trash. Xiener, he will have to kneel down and apologize to you later. Lin Dong looked at Xiao Zhan with contempt, still thinking that he was the arrogant genius before. Zhang Xiener also nodded in agreement. Her pure and flawless face was tinged with a narrow-mindedness that did not suit her temperament. Soon, both sides came to the duel stage. The duel arena is not big, about the size of 2 basketball courts. Being knocked off the stage is a loss, being beaten to the point of being unable to get up is a loss, and surrendering is a loss. There are no rules. Winning is the rule. A teacher is responsible for acting as a referee and also for preventing the two sides from getting really angry and then resorting to fatal attacks. Principal Qin and a dean of studies stood in the audience and watched silently. Principal, which side do you think will win? Asked the dean of studies. He also rushed here immediately after receiving the news from the contract room, but his speed was a little slower. Principal Qin was silent for a moment after hearing this. I'm not sure either. I haven't encountered this situation before. The powerful combination of S-level and S-level is certainly powerful. But after all, both parties have just signed the contract and haven't had time to adjust to each other yet. In this battle, the role of weapon spirits plays an important role. I prefer this SSS-level girl. The dean smiled and shook his head. I disagree with you, Principal. SSS-level weapons are indeed rare and surpass S-level weapons in every aspect, but combat is not a one-man show. Xiao Zhan's F-level weapon spirit space is simply incapable of controlling an SSS-level weapon spirit. Instead, the weapon spirit would be suppressed. Lin Dong and Zhang Xiener, a powerful combination, can fully unleash the power of weapon spirits. Even if they haven't yet gotten used to each other, their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Principal Qin said, but don't forget, Xiao Zhan is entering into a life and death contract. They already have a preliminary understanding. It seems like neither of us can convince the other. But it doesn't matter, the results will be out soon. After the dean finished speaking, he turned his attention to the duel arena. Principal Qin also remained silent and watched quietly. On the field, there was no nonsense on either side of the battle. Lin Dong waved his hand, and Zhang Xiener turned into a pure white snow lotus sword and appeared in his hand. The snow lotus sword has a light aura, a graceful sword body, and emits a faint and subtle white light, giving off a feeling of a lady from a noble family. But when held in Lin Dong's hand, it looked a bit like a grown man wearing blush, which looked particularly awkward. Xiao Zhan also took action. Driven by the power of the spirit, Yi Yulong cooperated very well and turned into the demonic scythe of death. A nearly 3-meter-long black sickle emitting a strong aura of death appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Zhan held the sickle in one hand and pointed it at Lin Dong with an extremely domineering posture. With his calm temperament and stern face, at this moment, he seemed to have merged with the death scythe, a perfect match made in heaven. As soon as the death scythe appeared, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What kind of weapon spirit is this? It's so domineering. Looking at its aura, it feels like this weapon spirit is even stronger than Jiang Xian'er's Snow Lotus sword. Is it really F rank? The aura of this sickle is so strange, I dare not look directly at it. I feel like my mental power is being pulled in by it. What's going on? I feel so sleepy and tired. Principal Qin's expression changed slightly, and a wave of emotion surged in his eyes. This weapon spirit exudes such a powerful aura of death. Just standing here, I feel like my life force is being stolen. This is truly the attribute of an SSS-level weapon spirit. Quickly tell the students to keep their distance. If they get too close, they'll be harmed. Yes. With such talent, he signed a contract with Xiao Zhan. If it were with someone else, even an S-level spirit master, his future achievements would definitely be that of a spirit master. The head teacher also sighed. The monsters are powerful, and what humans lack most is a strong person who can stand alone. Every student who awakens SSS-level talent will receive special treatment and care to ensure that they can grow smoothly. But in the end, such a talented student was paired with the most useless spirit master. What the hell is this? Well, the more they looked at it, the more they felt it was a pity for the little girl Yi Yulong. If the two had not signed a life and death contract, they would definitely forcibly separate Yi Yulong and Xiao Zhan. It really hurts my heart. On the field, Lin Dong saw the weapon spirit in Xiao Zhan's hand and was shocked by its enormous size and chilling aura. His face, which had originally been full of disdain and pride, now became uncontrollably stiff. What's going on? Didn't Xiao Zhan contract with a useless F-level spirit? Such a powerful aura, such a suffocating feeling, this is definitely not something a useless spirit can possess. These are at least S-level. Even SS grade. No, what the hell is this? Xiao Zhan is just a waste, why choose him? He looked at the Snow Lotus sword in his hand, then at the exaggeratedly large sickle in Xiao Zhan's hand. He could not accept this reality. At this moment, the Snow Lotus sword in his hand suddenly trembled, and at the same time, the Snow Lotus sword began to become illusory, but it was not completely illusory, but was moving back and forth between illusion and reality. This is a sign that the spirit's form is unstable. Principal Qin frowned at this scene. This Lin Dong has a terrible character. With his S-level talent, he could definitely control the weapon spirit right after the contract is signed. But now the weapon spirit has become illusory, which shows that there is something wrong with his character, and it has affected the weapon spirit. There is a gap in the harmony between the spirit master and the weapon spirit, which is a big taboo. With just one comment, he sharply saw through Lin Dong's current problem. The Dean of Education beside him couldn't help but shake his head. Sincerity is the most important thing between a spirit master and an artifact spirit. He's only just signed the contract, and he's already showing such disdain. I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiang Xian'er chooses to leave him. Chapter 11 Absolute Crushing, One Strike Decides the Outcome. Then, he looked at Xiao Zhan again, with a hint of regret. A genius is called a genius not only because of his talent, but also because of his extraordinary character. In this respect, Xiao Zhan is far ahead of Lin Dong. But the more I feel sad, the more regretful I feel. In this world, talent ultimately determines everything. Working hard can make you stronger, but it will never make you the strongest. The result of this battle is already out. In the field, Xiao Zhan closed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he seriously felt the death scythe. In his hands, the death scythe is not a cold weapon, but a warm person. Our hearts are connected, and I can clearly feel her thoughts. The world's glorious journey begins from this moment. Xiao Zhan's eyes flashed with a stern look of incomparable determination. Taking a step forward, the death scythe left a black afterimage in the air, which was like black mist, slowly dissipating along its trajectory. As if sensing Xiao Zhan's emotions, the aura of death rose from the magic sickle, as if the gates of hell had opened. As it was swung, the shrill cries of evil spirits lingered, penetrating the soul and making it cold and frightening. Lin Dong's scalp felt numb. Xiao Zhan was majestic, his body covered with black air, and he rushed towards him with a huge death sickle in his hand. It made him feel that he was not facing a human being, but the god of death from hell. Especially the bloody red line on the death scythe, it was like a pair of eyes, staring at his life. He was afraid. My whole body is stiff and I don't know what to do. He just subconsciously raised the Snow Lotus sword in his hand to block. Bang! Xiao Zhan swung his magic sickle onto the Snow Lotus sword without hesitation. The aura of death immediately climbed up like a flame on the tarsal bone, quickly infecting the sword body and wrapping around Lin Dong's hand. The huge force directly knocked Lin Dong out of the field and he fell heavily to the ground. He let out a groan of pain, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. But the first thing he did was to quickly throw away the Snow Lotus sword in his hand and avoid it, fearing that the aura of death would entangle him. The moment he threw away the Snow Lotus sword, Jiang Xianer's true body appeared. Her pure face was also extremely pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. However, the anger in her eyes was even greater at this moment. Lin Dong's behavior made her extremely angry. She was afraid before the battle and even despised herself for being inferior to the other party. He was timid and lacked ambition during the fight, and in the end, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to fight back. After being knocked away, he only cared about his own safety, abandoned himself, and did not help himself dispel the aura of death. Disdain for the poor and love for the rich, cowardly and incompetent, timid as a mouse, selfish. Such people simply embody all the bad qualities of human nature. How could such a person be worthy of signing a contract with her, Jiang Xianer? She resisted the urge to terminate the contract immediately. Lin Dong still has value, and his family's cultivation resources are a luxury to her. She couldn't remove it unless it was absolutely necessary. She has a tolerant character, just like how she treated Xiao Zhan back then. He stood up, endured the pain in his body, and looked at Xiao Zhan. More of it lingered on the magic sickle in his hand. You won this time, but that doesn't mean you can win again in the future. You're just relying on her natural advantage. How long can you keep showing off? Xiao Zhan said calmly, you don't need to worry about this matter. If you have the time, you should take care of yourself. The death scythe in his hand flashed, and then turned into Yi Yulong. With a tall and arrogant figure and a gothic Lolita-style dark skirt, standing next to Xiao Zhan, judging from their temperament alone, the two are extremely mismatched. One is calm and handsome, while the other looks a little dark and cold. But in terms of appearance, they are still a handsome man and beautiful woman. Yi Yulong just glanced at Jiang Xianer coldly without pausing for too long, revealing indifference throughout. Although if it weren't for Jiang Xianer's recklessness, which led to Xiao Zhan's injury and then failed awakening, Yi Yulong would have had the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity and successfully contract with Xiao Zhan. However, Yi Yulong would not thank her. She has always believed that everything in her hands was earned through her own ability. It has never been what others call charity. After a quick glance, the two men walked towards the duel stage. Xiao Zhan, just wait for me. Within 1 year, I will knock you to the ground. Lin Dong said harshly behind him. Like Jiang Xianer, he believed that he would lose because of Yi Yulong's spiritual advantage. 1 year later, they will be at the level of first-grade spirit masters. At that time, with Xiao Zhan's rubbish talent, he would definitely still be standing still. He can crush them easily. In response to his words, Xiao Zhan just sneered softly. 1 year later? Humph, it's useless even if I give you 30 years. Don't bully the poor young people, don't bully the poor middle-aged people, don't bully the poor old people, the dead are the greatest, the tears of tomb robbers. This will run through Lin Dong's life. After Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong walked down from the dueling stage, they headed out of the school. Principal Qin and the Dean of Studies stood there, looking at their backs. Principal, don't you want to ask these two to come over and have a chat? Asked the Dean of Studies. Chat? What? After all, it's an SSS-level spirit weapon. Although the contract is for an F-level weapon, if I cultivate it. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Principal Qin. Don't think too much, they won't be able to stay. Sure enough, his words had just fallen. Several luxurious black cars suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Miss. Several pairs of men and women got out of the black car. One of them was a middle-aged man with gray hair, wearing a suit and white gloves, who walked up to Yi Yulong and said respectfully, Miss, the head of the family has ordered you to return immediately. Got it, I'll be back now. Yi Yulong's purpose of coming out was to find a contract partner. Now that she has found one, there is naturally no need for her to stay outside. After saying that, she got into the back seat of the luxury car. But he found Xiao Zhan still standing there in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Come home with me. Do you want me to live in that shabby place of yours? Xiao Zhan was a little embarrassed, as that part of his body wasn't broken. That's a reward from the federal government. That's called exquisiteness. Miss, he. The middle-aged man was a little surprised and hesitant when he saw the patterns between Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong's eyebrows. Why? Do you need me to explain the meaning of the pattern to you? He is now my contracted spirit master. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I'm sorry for being rude. The middle-aged man knew Yi Yulong's temper and quickly bowed his head to apologize. He then opened the car door for Xiao Zhan and made a gesture of invitation. Sir, please. Uncle. It was the first time that Xiao Zhan was addressed like this, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. Is this a big family? Seeing that this car was more expensive than the house he had bought with his 6-year scholarship and federal award, he couldn't help but pinch his nose. Not only did he get a wife, but it seemed like he was also going to heaven from now on. A little rich woman. If it were in the words of my previous life, I would have avoided a lifetime of detours. Chapter 12, Jinbei General's Mansion. Thanks. After politely thanking the middle-aged man, Xiao Zhan also got into the car. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Sir, let me introduce myself. I am the old servant Jose. I am a butler in the Yi family. Hello, Butler He, my name is Xiao Zhan. Okay, let's drive quickly. Yi Yulong urged dissatisfiedly. Yes, miss. Then everyone got on the cars, and they disappeared from the campus in a short while. This scene. The students became lively again. Who is this girl? She's so impressive. That car must cost hundreds of thousands of federal coins, right? Hundreds of thousands? You're so ignorant. That car isn't worth much, just over 5 million. My family can afford it. The key is the license plate. It's a white license plate. Do you understand white license plates? That's a military license plate. Military license plate? Doesn't that mean she's in the military? Oh my god, who is that girl? Everyone was envious. Xiao Zhan is really lucky. Seeing this, Lindong's face flashed with jealousy, and he clenched his fists in anger. This Xiao Zhan is really lucky. But so what? He will be trampled under my feet in the end. Jiang Sienna on the side remained silent, just watching quietly. No one knew what she was thinking. But the slightly furrowed brows betrayed what she was thinking at the moment. The other side. The Dean of Studies, upon seeing this, could not help but sigh. The principal is indeed worthy of being the principal. He truly has foresight. Principal Qin smiled bitterly. If I'm not mistaken, the totems on those cars should be from the Yi family, one of the 8 great families in the Federation. The Dean of Studies gasped, the Yi family? No wonder they were able to awaken an SSS-level weapon spirit. The Yi family is a military family that guards the northern border. I remember the god of death who was famous in the northern border and slew the monsters in terror was named Yi, right? Wait, that's Sickle. Could it be? This is really interesting. I just wonder how the Yi family will react when they find out that Xiao Zhan is a useless F-rank spirit control master. The dean gave a playful smile. But at this moment, Principal Qin said to him very seriously, Director Zhang, this is not a happy thing. This is a pity for us humans. I hope you don't have such thoughts. I'm sorry, Principal. Director Zhang's face froze and he apologized awkwardly. But I feel a little dissatisfied. Is it necessary to make a fuss about nothing? What's more, he is not joking, this is a fact. Jinbei City. The entire city is located in the northernmost region of the federal government. It has rolling terrain, numerous mountain ranges, and rich mineral resources, but the temperature is low and it is covered with a layer of snow all year round. 100 years ago, there were distinct spring and winter here, but now, there is only winter. It's either snowing or it's sleeting. Now. General Jinbei's mansion. An armed helicopter came roaring in and finally landed on the square of the general's mansion. A handsome man and a beautiful woman came down from the helicopter. There was a butler following behind him. These 2 people are Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong who came from Changchi Yuling Academy. Miss, the master has been waiting for a long time. The waiting servant immediately put a black warm mink coat on Yi Yulong. Yi Yulong glanced at the coat and then at the servant. The servant lowered his head and avoided looking. Yi Yulong frowned suddenly. The coat was only prepared for her, but not for Xiao Zhan. This is an attitude. The attitude of the Yi family. Although Xiao Zhan was not feeling cold at the moment, the housekeeper had already informed him that it would be very cold before he came, so he changed his clothes early. Xiao Zhan didn't care about the mink coat. It is said to keep warm, but it is actually more of a symbol. Of course, he didn't realize that the Yi family was actually using a coat to show their different attitude towards him. This reveals the Yi family's attitude towards Xiao Zhan. Bang! Suddenly, while Xiao Zhan was stunned, a loud slap was heard. It was the servant. There was a slap mark on his face. She knelt down quickly. The red marks on his face became even more red under the erosion of the cold air. If you dare to take only one piece of clothing next time, I will kill you. Yi Yolong's cold voice sounded, colder than the air, piercing into the servant's heart. The servant didn't dare to say that this was the master's intention, so he could only lower his head in grievance and said, "Yes, Mississippi." Watching Yi Yulong walk into the mansion, Xiao Zhan still didn't understand what was going on, but after listening to Yi Yolong's words, he began to understand a little bit. At the same time, I felt a little touched. This is what it feels like to be favored. Night Taki. She seems like a good wife. Then he glanced at Butler He, who had a calm expression, as if he didn't take the matter seriously. The general's mansion has strict rules and adheres to the military style. Under normal circumstances, servants will not be insulted easily, let alone killed at will. But after all, this is a chaotic world, and the old ways will be changed to some extent. What's more, Yi Yulong is an exception in the entire general's mansion. At the same time, inside the general's mansion, a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a broad back, looking very imposing, sat in the study. He had a square face, a resolute countenance, and an extraordinary temperament. He exuded a calm and heavy aura. Just sitting there gave people an incomparable sense of security. But at this moment, his expression seemed a little sad. Sighs were heard one after another. Because right now, there was a document in front of him. The first page of the document was a photo of Xiao Zhan. The information was comprehensive, and the bright F was particularly eye-catching. Woody, still sighing? At this time, a beautiful woman opened the door with a cup of coffee and walked in front of him. Yi Woody glanced at the beautiful woman, and the worry between his brows dissipated a little. Runya, what do you think of this? An SSS-level weapon spirit and an F-level spirit master are combining, and it's a life and death contract. What do you think of this? If this gets out, what will our Yi family think of it? Well. As Yi Woody spoke, he sighed again. Zhang Runya came up behind him, her fair fingers gently pressing on his shoulder. Once a life and death contract is signed, it cannot be changed. Things have developed to this point. All we can do now is to do our best to support them. That's what I said, but how can I accept it right now? Oh, if I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to let her go out and find a contracted spirit master on her own. I thought with her bloodline talents and skills, she'd be able to find someone suitable. But in the end, she brought back someone like this, an F rank. I'd feel better if she chose an E rank. Do you think she did this on purpose? Chapter 13. Watch your behavior. Zhang Runya frowned at this question. I don't think she meant it. Even though Yulong is a bit eccentric, she wouldn't risk her own future, would she? Otherwise, why did she reject Zhang Hu from the Qingdi Yuling Academy? Zhang Hu is also an SS-level gifted Yuling master. I also don't think she did it on purpose. After all, she's always had a strong goal since she was little, which is to become a big brother. But the problem is, given the current situation, how can I believe she didn't do it on purpose? Yi Woody was getting more and more troubled the more he thought about it. I can't understand the reason at all. Speaking of rebelliousness, she has always been rebellious since she was a child, but she has never been so rebellious. Okay, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. When Yulong comes back later, you can just ask her. Zhang Runya advised. Yi Woody sighed again. Now the only way to know the situation is to ask her. If her future is restricted, I really won't be able to face my brother. Report. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Come in. Report to the general, the young lady has returned. In addition, the commander of the 1st Legion, Huang Yuan, and his son Huang Fei are also waiting to see you at the door. Let them come to the drawing room. Yes. Yi Woody was a little confused. Isn't Kizaru on garrison duty? Why did he come to my place? Zhang Runya said, you really don't care about other things at all. I guess Huang Yuan came here specifically for his son Huang Fei's matter. What's the meaning? Huang Fei is also an SSS level talent, 1 year older than Yulong, and is already a 2nd rank spirit master. He has liked Yulong since childhood, and after Yulong awakened his spirit, he immediately terminated his contract and signed a life and death contract with Yulong. I just don't know why Yulong didn't choose him, but went out to look for him on his own, and ended up finding someone like this. You know, Huang Fei's contracted partner is an SS-level spirit, so he's a genius. The two of them have been getting along for a year, and he just said to end it. This boldness alone is enough to show how much he values Yulong. He is a very sincere child. Women like to use emotions when thinking about problems. As a general commanding a large army, Yi Wudi naturally had a more comprehensive mindset. I don't deny that Huang Fei is an excellent kid, but he's so decisive in abandoning his contracted spirit. Isn't that too much of a disregard for the contract? Has he ever considered how cruel this is to the spirit? Besides, Yulong's talent is enough to attract the attention of any spirit master. Rather than saying he's sincere, it's more like he made this choice after weighing the pros and cons. In Yi Wudi's heart, whether it is a life and death contract or an equality contract, once you choose a contract partner, you cannot abandon it easily. Loyalty. It is the core of the contract. He looked down on people who terminated contracts at will. Why do you think so? He has liked Yulong since he was a child, but he is older than Yulong. There is nothing we can do about it. We can't let him not practice with the contract for a whole year, right? Besides, it's just an equal contract. The risk should have been taken when signing it. It's not like it's cruel or not. Zhang Runya said with some dissatisfaction. She felt that Yi Wudi was a little petty. Anyway, no matter what, Huang Fei is also the son of the commander of the First Legion, and you have a good relationship with him. It's not appropriate for you to think so much about his son. Yi Wudi shook his head. You are just emotional and womanly. You can't judge a person by his status. Otherwise, according to what you said, the higher the official rank, the better the person. I'm discussing with you, but you keep arguing with me. I'm too lazy to talk to you, you're just a stubborn person. Zhang Runya was unhappy. I'm stubborn? I think you women are stubborn. I'm talking to you about reason and logic. This is a reasonable analysis. Yi Wudi has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm unreasonable? You keep calling me woman. Do you look down on us women? Zhang Runya immediately grabbed Yi Wudi's ear. Started scolding. No, I was wrong, honey, I was wrong. Yi Wudi quickly begged for mercy. Yi Wudi, who was so intimidating without even getting angry just now, instantly turned into a henpecked man. What the hell, why is my wife angry again? Didn't I talk to her calmly and reasonably? Women are so fickle. What's wrong? Zhang Runya said angrily. I was wrong everywhere. You're just giving me a hard time. No, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been so stubborn with a woman. Honey, please be reasonable. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. Of all things, my wife is the most important. That's pretty good. Zhang Runya let go of her hand with satisfaction. Dare to reason with a woman? Women are the greatest truth. Looking at Yi Wudi, who was grimacing in pain, he couldn't help but say with some heartache, does it hurt that much? I just pinched it gently. Look at you, you've never been so exaggerated even after being stabbed on the battlefield. You don't understand. You're my wife. You're not on the same level as them. Others deal physical damage, but you deal magical damage. Others hurt their bodies, but you hurt their hearts. Zhang Runya couldn't help but laugh and rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Nonsense. I don't know what I liked about you in the first place. I remember so many SSS class girls courting me, but I refused them all. I chose an SS class girl like you. That's because I'm so handsome and charming, I'm so dazzling. Roll. Okay. At the same time. In the hall of the general's mansion. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong had just sat down and hadn't even had time to take a sip of their hot tea when a young man wearing a white fur collar hurried in from the door. Coming straight towards Yi Yulong. Yulong, you are finally back. I was so worried about you. Huang Fei's face was full of anxiety and joy. He strode up to Yi Yulong and was about to reach out to him, but suddenly saw the black pattern on Yi Yulong's forehead. His expression was stunned and he couldn't believe it. The smile on his face disappeared, and an extremely gloomy anger climbed up, but he still tried his best to suppress it. Yulong, why did you sign the contract? Why didn't you wait for me? Didn't we agree on this? As he said that, he reached out to grab Yi Yulong's shoulder. Yi Yulong slapped his hand away, frowning and glaring. Watch your behavior. Huang Fei's expression was stiff, his hands frozen in mid-air. At a loss. Yi Yulong continued, also, I never said I wanted to sign a contract with you. I have my own choices in everything. The heartless words were like a basin of cold water, which made Huang Fei feel cold in his heart. Chapter 14 Domineering and Protective of Husband. I've been thinking about it. I thought I would go back happily. But in the end, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Life and death contract. My head is green. Someone intercepted it. He felt worse than eating shit. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Xiaozhan by the collar. Tell me, boy, did you force Yulong to sign a contract with you? Tell me. Bang. Xiaozhan hasn't moved yet. Yi Yulong suddenly kicked out, hitting Huang Fei's chest hard. Huang Fei was kicked out like a ball, and stopped after going 6 or 7 meters away. Huang Fei covered his chest with his hands, a look of disbelief on his face. Looking at Yi Yulong, there was a hint of viciousness hidden deep in his eyes. Yulong, what are you doing? I'm doing this for your own good. Unnecessary. If you dare to touch him again, I'll kill you. Yi Yulong warned sharply. He didn't give Huang Fei any face at all. Xiaozhan was a little surprised. He could feel Yi Yulong's kick just now. He definitely used all his strength. But Huang Fei was only kicked 6 or 7 meters away and was able to stand firmly. Ordinary people absolutely cannot stand. What does this mean? This means that Huang Fei is definitely a spirit master. Only a spirit master can withstand this kick. At the same time, he was somewhat touched that Yi Yulong actually favored him so domineeringly. Huang Fei had just touched him when Yi Yulong attacked him without any hesitation. Domineering and protective of her husband. His favorable impression of Yi Yulong increased greatly. Who wouldn't love such a partial, powerful, and beautiful woman? Just when the atmosphere was tense, an angry voice sounded at the door. Nisi, who are you going to kill? A middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a military uniform, had a square face, walked like a dragon and a tiger, had an upright posture, and looked intimidating without even being angry. His face was somewhat similar to Huang Fei. It was Huang Fei's father, Kizaru. He is also the commander of the 1st Legion under Yi Wudi. Both status and strength are very high. However, even when facing him, Yi Yulong remained calm and said, I will kill anyone who dares to touch Xiaozhan. To be honest, this sentence is Yi Yulong's preference. But in fact, it was also her inevitable choice. She and Xiaozhan were bound by a life and death contract. If Xiaozhan died, she would die with him. So, Xiaozhan is still weak now. If she doesn't protect him, who will? Nisi has such a bad temper. Putting aside the fact that your father and I are good brothers, you and Huang Fei grew up together. It's no exaggeration to say you're childhood sweethearts. He's just concerned about you and acted a little rashly, and this is how you treat him? You want to kill people at every turn? Humph, even your father wouldn't dare to kill people at will. What's more, if a fight really breaks out, with your newly awakened state, it's hard to say who will be killed. There was anger and a sneer on Kizaru's face. Yi Yulong relies on the advantage of his spirit weapon form and now does have certain combat capabilities, but Xiaozhan does not have that. He is not even a spirit master. If the two of them were to fight against Huang Fei, a second-grade spirit master, they might not be his match. Moreover, this is only the case when Huang Fei does not have a spirit weapon. If Huang Fei had a spirit weapon, Yi Yulong and Xiaozhan would definitely lose. No way to fight back. Yi Yulong felt very unhappy when he heard his sarcastic tone. She is a straightforward person who is fearless and has been domineering since she was a child. No one dares to mess with her. Even Yi Wudi couldn't do anything to her, let alone a legion commander at this moment. Do you dare to educate her? Just about to explode. At this time, 2 figures walked in from the door again. Captain Huang, it's fine if you didn't intervene when the kids were fighting, but why did you join in the fun? Don't you think watching the fun isn't a big enough issue? Yi Wudi scolded with a hint of majesty. Kizaru's face turned grim for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. General, you're joking. I just think Yutaki's personality is too intense, which is not good for her growth. She'll be at risk outside the school, so I gave her a few more reminders. If Nisi doesn't like to hear it, I won't say it. Yi Wuti passed by them, then walked to the main seat in the hall and sat down, motioning for the four of them to sit down. Huang Yuan shook his head and said, "General, I came here this time because of the contract between my son and my niece Yi. Now that my niece Yi has signed the contract, there is no need for us to stay any longer. I have something else to do at the border, so I'll go back first." With that, Kizaru took Huang Fei away. Huang Fei also knew that there was no point in staying here. The life and death contract cannot be changed. No matter how unwilling he is powerless. He glanced at Xiao Zhan with cold eyes, as if he wanted to engrave his appearance in his mind. Then he snorted coldly and walked out of the general's mansion in great dissatisfaction. This scene. When Xiao Zhan saw this, he couldn't help but feel helpless. A life and death contract. The advantage is that you don't have to worry about others stealing your wife. Even if others are unwilling, they can only accept this fact helplessly. It can't be taken away at all. But the disadvantage is also very big, that is, it will attract a lot of hatred. Double the hatred. No matter whether it was the hatred incurred by Yi Yulong or the hatred incurred by Xiao Zhan, as long as one hated one of them, it was equivalent to hating both of them. Can't avoid it, can't hide from it. Unlike an equal contract, if one person provokes someone he shouldn't and can't deal with it, the other person can choose to terminate the contract, draw a clear line, and thus protect himself. A life and death contract, 1T work. One person's fault, two people's responsibility. This Huang Fei, just look at his eyes. Xiao Zhan knew that he would not let it go and would definitely take revenge on him in the future. Well. Beauty is a disaster, and she is not honest with me. What? Are you scared now? Yi Wuti said coldly. He had been paying attention to Xiao Zhan's expression. When he saw the expression on his face, he thought that he was just frightened and intimidated by Huang Fei. I already had a bad impression of him, and now I felt even more disdainful of him. Xiao Zhan was certain Yi Wuti was speaking to him. He said solemnly, "Why should I be afraid? He simply practiced for a longer time than me. Given time, I will definitely catch up with him and surpass him." "Humph, you don't have much talent, but you have a big mouth. What can you use to catch up with him? Your boastful tone without blushing, or your tainted F grade?" Yi Wuti refuted directly. There is not a trace of belief. The corner of Xiao Zhan's mouth twitched. Okay. Low talent is indeed the root of this world. Wherever you go, people will question you. Even the confidence that comes from the heart has become a kind of bragging. Fortunately, my talent is not really low. Just about to explain. Yi Wuti turned around and scolded Yi Yulong. You, what can I say to you? We trusted you and let you go out and find a contract partner on your own, but this is what you chose? Chapter 15. She doesn't let me say. What do you like about him? His feelings? Or his bloodline, talent, or skills? Even if you choose him, can't you just sign an equal contract? Why do you have to make a life and death contract? Your second mother and I haven't signed a life and death contract yet, and you're even more powerful than both of us. Do you know what a life and death contract means? It's not just about life and death, but more importantly, your future prospects. What if your personalities don't mesh? There will be constant conflict, more hate than love, and then it will be too late to regret, and you won't be able to change even if you want to. Can you bear that kind of consequence? Yi Wuti became more and more angry as he spoke, and at the end, he just stood up. The murderous aura emanating from the general emanated invisibly, making Xiao Zhan feel suffocated. Yi Wuti spoke out the essence of the life and death contract. Signing a life and death contract does not mean that two people will be able to unleash the full power of the weapon spirit. The contract is just a formality. It just provides a basis for both parties of the contract to achieve a perfect fit. Whether they can truly achieve perfect harmony depends on the practice of both people. This is not only a training of strength, but also a training of emotions. Some people have top-notch talents, but their personalities are incompatible, so even if they sign a life and death contract, it will be of no use. The strength he ultimately displayed was even less powerful than when he signed a contract with someone with less talent. When the difference in talent is not that big, the feelings between two people are the most important. This is why, as an SS-level spirit, Zhang Runya chose Yi Wuti, who is also SS-level, as her contract object, instead of choosing those SSS-level ones who pursued her. Are you done? If you are, please prepare the admission documents for him to Baidi Yuling Academy. Yi Yulong said. Her temper seems to be the same towards everyone. Yi Wuti knew her temper, which was even more stubborn than a cow. But it's such a big thing, and Yi Yulong wants to get away with it without explaining it. That is absolutely not acceptable. Tell me, why did you choose him? If you don't give me a reason, I can't explain it. Yi Wuti has a tough attitude. Because he can meet all my requirements. Yi Yulong replied. Requirement? F rank is your requirement? When Yi Wuti heard this, he found it so funny that he couldn't help but show sarcasm on his face. Yes. Yi Yulong was neither humble nor arrogant, and looked calm. Yi Wuti was about to lose his temper when Xiaozhen couldn't stand it any longer and asked, Uncle, can I have a word? Xiaozhen was a little speechless. Why does he feel that his cheap wife is a little bit lacking in brains? Can't you see the core of the problem? Yi Wuti obviously despises his low talent. Can't you just tell him that you're not F level, but SSS level? If you insist that it is not nutritious, then there is such a big push. I totally missed the key point. He needed to end this misunderstanding quickly. Shut up. But he didn't expect that Yi Wuti would give him a wake-up call. Don't call me uncle, you are not qualified to call me uncle. Don't think that just because you signed the contract, it means you can enter the Yi family. There has never been any waste in the Yi family. You are not qualified yet. Yi Wuti tells the truth. Before the mutation, his Yi family was a military family. He also attaches great importance to the education of his descendants. Without exception, all of them are strong men who guard their place. He really didn't like Xiao Zhan's appearance. When Xiao Zhan heard this, he felt quite upset, because he was not really unqualified. He was just misunderstood. Talent determines status. This is the cruelty of this world. General Yi, can you please let me say something? Despite being ridiculed, Xiao Zhan remained calm and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. It's just that they lack the initial courtesy towards their elders. If he was really F rank, he would choose to endure the humiliation in silence. But he is not. His SSS-level talent is his confidence. He didn't need to suffer this inexplicable misunderstanding, nor did he need to endure Yi Wuti's humiliation. Explain. But you only have one sentence. Yi Wuti glanced at Xiao Zhan and gave him a chance to speak. He is not a rude and unreasonable person. He has his own unique qualities to be able to become a general. Being proud, conceited and stubborn is not his character. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defend this border fortress. But there is only one chance to say one sentence. In a word, if a waste cannot prove that he is not a waste, he will be completely labeled as a waste. Xiao Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yi Wuti would be like those brainless characters in novels, who only knew how to mock others. Now it seems that he is not that kind of person. That way, communication will be much easier. General Yi, you misunderstood. I don't have an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. SSS level? Yi Wuti's expression froze for a moment, his brows furrowed as he stared at Xiao Zhan intently. There is a gleam of infinite doubt in it. He thought Xiao Zhan would say that his bloodline talent and skills were special, which was why he allowed Yi Yulong to sign a contract with him, but he didn't expect him to say this? This is not realistic. It's SSS grade, so why is it F grade in the information? That's information uploaded directly to the federal government database, so it can't be faked. Boy, do you know the consequences of lying in the army? Yi Wuti warned, anger in his eyes. Those who lie in the army and cause serious consequences may be charged with spreading rumors and disrupting military morale and sentenced to death. He could accept Xiao Zhan's mediocrity, but he absolutely could not accept him lying. General Yi, I'm not lying. It's indeed SSS level, and there's no need for me to lie. Xiao Zhan is already bound to Yi Yulong, so there is really no need to pretend to be a paper tiger. You can pretend for a while, but you can't pretend forever. Yi Wuti listened to his words and of course understood this. So, he is really SSS level? This is too incredible. You know, the awakening column is directly linked to the federal government, and the awakening data will be uploaded immediately. No one can change it during the process. Since he is SSS level, why is the data wrong? Yulong, is what he said true? Yi Wuti turned around and asked Yi Yulong. There are many ways to detect and determine talent, but for him, the quickest way is to ask Yi Yulong. First, Yi Yulong has the talent skill of perception. Second, Yi Yulong never lies. She will disdain to talk to you, but she will never lie to you. It's not because she wants to be a good person, but because she is simply too lazy to perfunctory you. Yi Yulong glanced at Yi Wuti and said, I'm not stupid enough to find a loser to make a contract with me. Well, after hearing this, Yi Wuti's frown could finally relax. Xiao Zhan is indeed not a waste. I breathed a sigh of relief, as the most troublesome problem was finally solved. But looking at Xiao Zhan again, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. A remote small city that was harassed by monsters from time to time could actually awaken such a genius of SSS level. The 4 core cities may not produce new products every year. How strange. In addition, there are problems with the data. Why is that? But he didn't ask the specific reasons because they were not important. He looked at Xiao Zhan and continued, the information shows that you have no bloodline talent skills. Is this true or false? Fake. So what are your innate skills? She won't let me. Chapter 16. You want to sleep with me? Yes. Xiao Zhan glanced at Yi Yulong. He knew that his talent skill was too buggy. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Although SSS level talents are rare, many people have accumulated them over the years. Once others knew about his talent, he would definitely attract endless killers and enemies. Human beings as a whole unite to fight against monsters. But as human beings, there will be interests and intrigues. If the delicate balance is broken, those who are scheming against each other will unite again. Therefore, Xiao Zhan must protect himself. Of course, if I just say no, Yi Wuti will definitely not believe it. There is no SSS level talented spirit master who does not have bloodline talent skills. Generally, this situation is exclusive to F level. It's not realistic to make up stories. She simply pushed the problem directly to Yi Yulong. With her personality, it would be easy for her to fight Yi Wuti. Yi Yulong is a smart woman and she wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out loud. Hearing this, Yi Wuti looked at Yi Yulong. I can't even know? Cannot. Very special? Yes. These 2 faint words represent Yi Yulong's attitude. Yi Wuti didn't ask any more questions. As I said, he knew Yi Yulong's character very well. If he didn't want to say it, he would never say it. No matter how he asked, it would be useless. But how special is it? How can you say you are the closest person to me, but even I can't know? He glanced at Xiao Zhan and found that the boy looked a little proud. He seemed to have found a way to control himself. TSK, you henpecked guy. Yi Wuti said suddenly. A very confusing sentence. The voice was very low, but Xiao Zhan heard it just right. He was stunned for a moment. A henpecked man? I just didn't want to be exposed, so how did that make me a henpecked man? I'm speechless. However, he was also very keenly aware that Yi Wuti was just making small talk, with the purpose of suppressing him and establishing his authority. What a cliché method. Xiao Zhan seriously suspected that he was the one who was a henpecked man, because only a henpecked man would look down on another henpecked man. Having said that, although he was a Sichuanese in his previous life, Xiao Zhan can clearly state that he is not a henpecked man. May I have your name? Asking for the name means that Yi Wuti has begun to recognize Xiao Zhan. Moreover, this recognition was deliberately shown to Xiao Zhan. He knew Xiao Zhan's information very clearly, so how could he not know his name? Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan replied. He also knew that Yi Wuti's attitude towards him had changed. Yi Wuti nodded and continued to express his approval. But then he changed the subject and began to assert his authority again. I still say the same thing. Don't think that just because you signed a contract with Yulong, you can enter the Yi family. Talent is the foundation, hard work is the ladder. If you can't become what a member of the Yi family should be, you will never be recognized by the Yi family in your lifetime. Yes, I understand. Xiao Zhan said. Okay, go ahead. I'll get your admission documents ready, and you can register at the academy in a few days. Yes. Xiao Zhan responded, then left the hall with Yi Yulong. After leaving, Yi Wuti couldn't help but murmur, is this kid's innate bloodline skill very special, even we can't know it? Zhang Runya stepped forward. It's normal for young people to have their own secrets. Why do you care so much? Isn't it enough to just know that Xiao Zhan's talent is SSS level? Yi Wuti nodded, that was indeed the case. Zhang Runya then asked, should we have someone from the federal government come over and reassess Xiao Zhan's talent level? After all, the difference between the treatment of an F level and an SSS level is quite large. Yi Wudi thought about it. Forget it. To re-evaluate his talent level, we need to test Xiao Zhan's bloodline talent skills. Since they don't even want to tell us, it means that Xiao Zhan's bloodline talent skills are indeed very special. It might even have a huge impact. If we bring in the federal government, we might end up hurting them. Besides, the little salary offered by the federal government is not something my Yi family can't afford. As long as Xiao Zhan is capable, even if I give him the talents of the entire Yi family, what's the harm? Zhang Runya also nodded. The innate bloodline skills are numerous and complex, and many of them are shameful. If others knew about it, it would lead to murder. Not updating Xiao Zhan's information is also a form of protection for him. At the same time, outside the general's mansion, both Huang Yuan and Huang Fei had gloomy expressions on their faces, and Huang Fei looked even more ferocious, like a murderer and thug. He no longer looked like the man who was crazy about love. Go investigate this Xiao Zhan's information. Where did this wild brat come from? He actually interrupted our plans, Kizaru said through gritted teeth. He had originally formulated a perfect plan, but the appearance of this kid Xiao Zhan shattered the plan in an instant. It's totally useless. Huang Fei said, Father, they have already signed a life and death contract. Our plan is useless now. We can only implement another plan. Don't worry, I'm also working on another plan at the same time. A bloodless battle is the best way, but if I have to raise the butcher knife, that's not impossible. Then what should we do with Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, Father? Should we find an opportunity to kill them? There was a hint of ferocity in Huang Fei's eyes. Signing Yi Yulong was a plan, but he really liked Yi Yulong. Being intercepted by Xiao Zhan, this green hat that was not really a cuckold, made him feel very uncomfortable. Yellow Monkey looked at him and saw that his brows were filled with uncontrollable anger. He said sternly, I've told you many times that you need to change your temper. Those who achieve great things must endure what ordinary people cannot endure. If you don't control your temper, sooner or later you will suffer. Yes, I understand, Father. Huang Fei lowered his head. But he looked like he hadn't listened at all. Kizaru knows that talking too much is useless. People cannot be taught 100 times, but they can learn things once. Broken bones are the best lessons. He will know it when he suffers a loss. There's no need to rush. Killing them now will only cause unnecessary trouble. What's more, I have come up with a brilliant plan that can make use of Xiao Zhan, said Kizaru. The viciousness on his face was not even on the same level of horror as Huang Fei's. Father, what's the brilliant plan? When you change your temper one day, I can tell you with confidence. Kizaru was very disappointed. Huang Fei felt uncomfortable. Just as they were about to continue asking questions, the helicopter to pick them up arrived. It was suppressed for the time being. General's mansion. Yi Yolong's boudoir. Xiao Zhan came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Yi Yulong was half leaning on the headboard, holding a book in his hand, his head slightly lowered, his slender fingers like green jade. She was wearing a black lace nightgown, her legs were long and slender, smooth and white, without a trace of impurities. Her white feet were delicate and small, with 5 round and attractive toes like pearls and jade, and the whiteness was dipped in pink. Her long black hair falls down like a waterfall, but it can't hide her beautiful face. Occasionally, a strand of hair runs out mischievously and is gently tucked behind her ear, which is really a beautiful picture. Accompanied by the unique fragrance in the air, Xiao Zhan's heart couldn't help but move. We have signed a life and death contract, sharing life and death together. If you want to sleep with me, of course you can. Chapter 17 The Perfect Wife Yi Yulong. Just as Xiao Zhan was daydreaming, Yi Yulong's voice suddenly came. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's heart skipped a beat and his blood boiled even more. Wow, I didn't expect this cold wife to be so powerful and not vague at all. Stay away from affectation and enter with understanding and reason, how happy. He thought that a cold and aloof young lady like this would play out the old-fashioned plot of you sleeping on the bed and me sleeping on the floor. Or at least set some rules or something. But this is totally not the case. Happiness came too suddenly, and Xiao Zhan felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know what to do. Yi Yulong kept staring at Xiao Zhan's expression. Seeing the excitement on his face, her expression remained calm. But if you look closely, you will find that he is a little too indifferent and distant, as if he is talking about something that has nothing to do with him. Xiao Zhan caught a glimpse of this strangeness, and the hot blood that was rushing to his head was suddenly poured with a bucket of cold water, which immediately made him sober and calm. Looking at Yi Yulong's beautiful face and perfect figure, he immediately understood. Yi Yulong agreed to sleep with her, not because she really wanted to, but because the special nature of the life and death contract made her accept the fact that this would happen sooner or later. He was about to say something. But at this moment, Yi Yulong's voice came again. She stared into Xiao Zhan's eyes, and the strangeness in his eyes disappeared. At this moment, they were clear and moving. As someone who will be with you throughout your life, no matter what happens, I have something to say. In fact, rather than taking the final step tonight, I would rather this day take place on a night of wonderful empathy. First praise and then criticize. He. Xiao Zhan understood, it was still the same routine. Yi Yulong added, of course, this is just my own opinion. Although we have signed a life and death contract, we are both independent individuals. In terms of emotional status, we are equal to each other. If you want it, I will agree. I will be happy if you understand me. These words were spoken sincerely, and Xiao Zhan was truly touched. She was indeed communicating with Xiao Zhan from an equal perspective, and her position was actually a little softer. She expressed her own ideas and Xiao Zhan expressed his ideas. If they have the same idea, the emotional bond between them will deepen. If there is a difference of opinion, she will choose to accept Xiao Zhan's idea and turn the difference into consensus. Cool on the outside, but delicate on the inside. The calm words did not extinguish Xiao Zhan's passion, but instead cooled it down on its own. He joked, although I feel like you're trying to PUA me, as someone who's spent my life with you, I understand and respect you. I'm not trying to PUA you. I'm just expressing what's in my mind. Although the life and death contract is destined to bind us together for this life, what I hope more is that within this contract, we can also have emotional impulses between us. Yi Yulong explained seriously. The life and death contract is not omnipotent. When two strangers sign the contract, it will only give the man and woman the most basic feelings. What is the most basic feeling? Simply put, it means not excluding. It's like a man and a woman meeting for the first time on a blind date. Both parties think the person is okay, nothing attractive about them, but at the same time nothing they dislike. They're just average, not repulsive, and can continue to get along. It's such a simple basic bond. Therefore, this leads to the fact that not all people who sign a life and death contract can achieve perfect compatibility. In fact, nearly 90% of those who signed the life and death contract expressed regret for signing the life and death contract. Because the degree of fit needs to be managed, facing obstacles from various factors, many people cannot bear it and regret it. And most importantly, compatibility is not a game progress bar that only increases and never decreases. Compatibility will decline. Once it declines, if it is not addressed in time and it is delayed until it is irreversible, then it is really worse than death. Therefore, the two words life and death in the life and death contract have very profound meanings. This is also the main reason why many people know that the life and death contract is good, but very few people sign it. Because at the most fundamental level, the life and death contract violates human nature. Seeing her serious explanation, Xiao Zhan put aside his jokes and replied seriously, I agree with you. Compared to superficial and impetuous feelings, I prefer this kind of lifelong companionship. After hearing Xiao Zhan's words, the indifference in Yi Yulong's eyes completely disappeared, and his clear pupils couldn't help but ripple. Her perception was not wrong. The reason for choosing to sign a life and death contract with Xiao Zhan is not just because of Xiao Zhan's powerful talent. Yi Yulong added, in fact, I am taking advantage of you by signing a contract with me. Your bloodline talent and skills allow you to contract multiple weapon spirits. This will greatly increase your strength and allow you to enjoy the blessings of an emperor. But because of me, you can only contract me. And yet, I'm still saying some high-sounding words. I am selfish, but I really can't share a husband with another woman. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Yulong had such awareness. He smiled and really liked his wife more and more. Seeing her expressing her true feelings, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but want to tease her. You're right. If I hadn't contracted you, I would have definitely contracted many spirits and enjoyed the treatment of having several wives. As he spoke, a look of regret appeared on his face. He looked like he was beating his chest and stamping his feet. When Yi Yulong saw this scene, his heart tightened and his brows subconsciously frowned. Is that what he really thought? A little sad. Xiao Zhan noticed this keenly. He knew that his wife had a somewhat paranoid personality and it was not good to tease her too much, so he quickly changed the subject. But Xiao Zhan chuckled and suddenly moved closer to Yi Yulong, staring into her eyes that were like the brilliant starry sky. He said word by word, "But if I contract them, I won't be able to meet you again. It's easy to get a woman, but it's hard to find a wife, especially one like you who is talented, beautiful, and most importantly, caring." Of course, Xiao Zhan also wanted to sign a few more contracts, but things had already developed to this point. What else could he do? What's more, if he really contracts several people at once, he will probably be sliced up by the Federation, right? After saying that, Xiao Zhan lifted a corner of the quilt, crawled into the bed, and leaned against Yi Yulong. Look at her gently. There is only one bed in this room, and Xiao Zhan will definitely not sleep outside or on the floor. As a husband, he naturally has to sleep in the same bed with his wife. Chapter 18, The Cultivation Methods of Spirit Masters and Weapon Spirits. After hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Yi Yulong's sadness faded away, and his eyes lit up. Seeing Xiao Zhan approaching her again, she felt a little nervous, but she did not stop him or say anything. She just couldn't help but blushing slightly. It was only right for Xiao Zhan to sleep with her. She looked at Xiao Zhan with the same gentle eyes and suddenly kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you for your understanding. I believe that the two of us will work together in the future and support each other." His face was wet and warm, and Xiao Zhan's heart was beating rapidly. But he didn't have any evil thoughts at the moment. Instead, he was extremely confident. "I believe it too." Yi Yulong's face was flushed, and she was slightly drunk, and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Zhan. "It's getting late. It's time to turn off the lights. We have to get up early tomorrow." The scene before my eyes suddenly became dark. Xiao Zhan's heart, which had been beating rapidly, gradually calmed down as the darkness deepened. "By the way, did you PUA me again just now?" Xiao Zhan suddenly asked in the darkness. Yi Yulong. The next day. The sky is just beginning to brighten. The sound of a whistle was heard in the general's mansion. This is the soldiers' call to assemble. Even when they are on duty in the general's mansion, the soldiers must undergo concentrated training every morning. Under this long-term influence, Yi Yulong naturally got up along with them. Although it was Xiao Zhan's first time participating, he would not lie in bed either, so he followed closely. They came to the training square together. Yi Yulong skillfully led Xiao Zhan to their position. The soldiers had long been accustomed to Yi Yulong's presence. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she trained with them every day. They admired her ability to endure hardships. As for the newly appeared stranger Xiao Zhan, they just took a quick look and didn't pay much attention to him. There was no sound of discussion, only complete silence. But they all knew that Xiao Zhan was the person with Yi Yulong's life and death contract. If you ask them how they knew it at a glance, it's very simple: the patterns on Yi Yulong and Xiao Zhan's foreheads. This pattern cannot be made to disappear and will appear on your forehead for the rest of your life. Xiao Zhan stood at the edge of the crowd, trying his best to stand straight. Fortunately, he had received military training and his posture was quite decent. It's just that its momentum is too weak. But soon, he was infected by their solemn and serious atmosphere, and his expression became solemn. As expected of the federal government's army, it has inherited the red spirit from before the mutation. This momentum, as thick as a mountain and as sharp as a sword, is simply not something an ordinary army can possess. Just by being next to them, Xiao Zhan felt like he had become one with them. You will regret being a soldier for 3 years, but you will regret not being a soldier for a lifetime. Xiao Zhan didn't understand the meaning before, but now, in just 1 or 2 minutes, he understood the meaning. Everyone. A tall and straight sergeant walked to the front of the crowd. His eyes swept over everyone, as if he could see through them. Swish. Everyone stood at attention in unison. Uniform. It seems to be coming from one person. 1 hour of space training, start. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the morning practice began directly. The morning sets the tone for the day. The controlling energy in the morning is the strongest during the day, and practicing at this time will be much more effective than at other times. As soon as he finished speaking, the male soldiers began to sit cross-legged in practice. As the practice progressed, a colorless aura of control enveloped them and slowly rippled. Only slight air fluctuations could be seen around them. At the same time, the female soldiers transformed into weapon spirits and floated in front of them. At this time, the protective aura on the male soldier will, under the influence of the weapon spirit space, wrap around the weapon spirit in front of him. After being wrapped, the originally colorless protective aura around the male soldier will emit a different halo under the influence of the properties of the weapon spirit. At the same time, the surrounding fluctuations will become larger. This is when the controlling energy begins to take effect, and also when the cultivation enters the state. In this state, the controlling energy will first enter the spirit space of the weapon, merge with the power of the contract in the space, and then temper the spirit of the weapon. After being tempered, the weapon spirit's attributes in all aspects will be improved. At this time, the weapon spirit space senses the changes in the overall attributes of the weapon spirit, and will then feed back some of the weapon spirit's attributes to the spirit master through the power of the contract in the weapon spirit space. This will strengthen the spirit master's body, and both parties can achieve the goal of mutual improvement. In this training mode, the spirit master takes the initiative, and the spirit of the weapon only needs to allocate a part of its mental power to cooperate. The process of cultivating an instrument spirit is very easy, but the degree of improvement is the same as that of a spirit master. It feels like there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that cannot be plowed. This is also the fundamental reason why the spirit of the weapon chooses the spirit master. Because of the training from the spirit master, it was really easy for them to grow. If you practice alone, not only will the effect be extremely slow, but your strength will also be greatly reduced. Therefore, almost no one would choose not to contract a spirit master. This method of cultivation seems unfair to the spirit master, but it is actually fair. Because although the spirit masters have suffered a lot and are a little tired, their improvement is real. The biggest difference between a spirit master and an instrument spirit is that an instrument spirit has an instrument spirit form and can withstand powers that a spirit master cannot. Before practicing, the spirit master has an ordinary human body that cannot withstand any damage. A knife can kill. However, after practicing with the weapon spirit, they can obtain the weapon spirit's feedback attribute, such as strength, endurance, strength, toughness, speed. The most intuitive manifestation of this on the body is that a knife may not necessarily kill you. So, hard work will pay off. No loss. Xiao Zhan also sat down cross-legged, and Yi Yulong transformed into the demonic scythe of death and hovered in front of him, less than 1 meter away. Xiao Zhan guided the imperial energy from the outside world into the weapon spirit space. These imperial energies would be filtered by the weapon spirit space. The higher the level of the weapon spirit space, the more impurities would be filtered out, and the purer the remaining energy would be. Then these energies will merge with the energy existing in the weapon spirit space, and then temper the weapon spirit. The energy of the spirit space itself is the core essence of the spirit master. It can be roughly understood as the spirit of the spirit master. This spirit is integrated with the purest energy in the air, and then it is used to temper the spirit of the weapon, which is an all-round improvement. There is only the energy tempering of the controlling chi, but no participation of the essence, energy, and spirit. This kind of training method poses a great hidden danger to the spirit of the weapon. If this continues for a long time, the spirit of the weapon will be unable to control itself. But on the contrary, this method of practice is extremely good for spirit masters. Because there is no fusion of essence, energy, and spirit in the cultivation process, more time and energy can be spent on energy filtering and spirit tempering in the same amount of time. In this way, the effect of rapid feedback can be achieved, thereby rapidly improving the attributes of the spirit master. Therefore, this is a way of cultivation that harms the spirit of the weapon and benefits the spirit master. This is a forbidden practice. Only those who have entered into a master-servant contract would engage in such irresponsible and selfish practice. Xiao Zhan controlled the fusion of various energies and then tempered the death demon's scythe. At this time, his talent was revealed. Not only can the spirit space filter more and purer energy, but the total amount of his spirit and energy fused together is also very large, and the quality is also approaching perfection. For the weapon spirit, this is simply the most perfect state of tempering, with both quality and quantity achieved, and the speed at which the weapon spirit's attributes improve is also quite fast. Others need at least half an hour of tempering before they can get the feedback from the spirit of the weapon. But now, in less than 3 minutes, he felt the feedback from the death scythe. Chapter 19, Abnormal Cultivation Speed. There was a distinct burning sensation in the flesh and blood, a little swollen, a little itchy, and a little sore. This feeling was like a visible increase in strength. At the same time, Xiao Zhan felt a wisp of black energy in his spiritual sea of consciousness. He knew that this was the breath of death. This is unique to the life and death contract. For the other two contract modes, when receiving feedback from the spirit of the weapon, there will only be the most intuitive and concrete feedback, which will be directly manifested on the body. increased strength, increased speed, and so on. However, the life and death contract has one more thing, that is, when giving back, there will also be abstract attributes. It is the attribute of the spirit of the weapon. For example, fire, ice, healing, lightning, and so on. Yi Yolong's death scythe has the breath of death. Then when Xiao Zhan practiced with her, he would naturally possess this aura. The combat attribute of the death scythe is that while it causes damage to the enemy, the breath of death remaining on the wound will further devour the vitality of others and delay the healing of the wound. At the same time, the absorbed vitality will be transformed into a portion of power and fed back to the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon. And Xiao Zhan has this attribute. Then during the battle, his attributes and Yi Yolong's attributes will be superimposed, and the devouring feedback effect he shows will get at least double the pinching in buying back. This is something that other contract models cannot have. It is a benefit unique to the life and death contract. Soon, the 1-hour training time was over. Xiao Zhan ended his training state. A black light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and could clearly feel that his physique was different. This is what it feels like to have power. Half an hour for breakfast, dismissed. At the sergeant's command, everyone dispersed to have breakfast. In the general's mansion, mealtimes are fixed and unified, even Yi Wudi has the same time. The only difference between him and the soldiers is the different standards of dining. Of course, this is not only because he is a general, but also because of his physical energy needs. When a person's power becomes stronger, the consumption required will also increase. The food should naturally be a little special. What he ate were the benign mutated fruits and the meat of the monsters they killed. Monster meat is very nutritious. Yi Yulong and Xiao Zhan naturally ate with Yi Wudi, which was much better than what he ate at school. After the meal, the soldiers continued their training, and Xiao Zhan and the others were no longer needed. Their current physical strength is not yet sufficient to undergo the kind of extreme training that soldiers undergo. Yi Wudi called Xiao Zhan and the other man to the study, then took out a cowhide notebook and handed it to Xiao Zhan. This notebook was left by Yulong's father. It contains his insights on the death scythe and some methods for developing skills. I originally thought it would be useless, but unexpectedly, Yulong inherited her mother's weapon spirit. This notebook will come in handy. Since you have signed a life and death contract with Yulong, this notebook should undoubtedly be given to you. I hope you will study it carefully. Although this research is solely focused on the death scythe, if it were to be leaked, the cultivation experience recorded here alone would surely be snatched up by the world. So you must keep it safe. Remember? Xiao Zhan took the note solemnly and said, "I'll remember it." At the same time, Xiao Zhan also became curious about Yi Yolong's father. Who is he? Even a great general like Yi Wudi who was in charge of guarding a region seemed to have great respect for him. Why doesn't he come out to me himself? Moreover, Yi Yulong is his daughter, and doesn't he even care about such a big matter as the life and death contract? So mysterious. Then, Yi Wudi said, "Your admission documents can be processed today, and you can leave for the college today. However, Yulong, your cousin knows you're back and has already rushed back from the border. Our family hasn't had a meal together in a long time. How about waiting for him to come back and having a reunion dinner together before you leave?" Okay. Yi Yulong nodded. Okay, you guys can do whatever you want. I have something else to do, so I can't accompany you. After Yi Wudi said that, he went out. Xiao Zhan looked at the notebook in his hand and then glanced at Yi Yulong. Do you want to see it? No need. Since it was left to you by your father, it means it has little to do with me. Who is your father? Isn't he home? Hearing this question, Yi Yolong's expression changed slightly, and he became a little stiff, but he quickly recovered. You will know later. Have you rested well? Continue practicing. Just what I want. Xiao Zhan put away his notebook, and then went to the dedicated training room with Yi Yulong. Close the door. Xiao Zhan sat cross-legged. Yi Yulong suddenly asked, "Did you feel it?" Xiao Zhan was puzzled for a moment, but then he understood what she meant and smiled slightly. If you can feel it, then of course I can too. Then what do you think is the reason? Xiao Zhan frowned, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Apart from my natural talent, I can't think of any other reason. Yi Yulong said, but it's definitely not because of talent. Why? Because my parents' talents are the same as ours. Xiao Zhan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that both her parents had SSS-level talents. But in the blink of an eye, his expression became even more confused. If it's not due to talent, then I can't think of it. Yi Yulong pondered for a moment and said, practice first. Well, practice first, maybe you'll know after a while. Xiao Zhan also nodded. Then, the two of them immediately began to practice. After entering the state, Xiao Zhan felt his body getting stronger again. This time, Xiao Zhan allocated a portion of his mental power for research and observation. The conversation he had just had with Yi Yulong was actually about the strange feeling of his body becoming stronger. Of course, for him it was called feedback improvement, while for Yi Yulong it was called tempering improvement. The key point of their confusion is that the feeling they feel when they are promoted is very strong. Because according to the teaching of the academy and the records in the books, the general spirit masters and spirit weapons do not actually feel the improvement of their physical strength and attributes when practicing. There is a kind of growth that is as silent as the drizzle and as traceless as the water. It is improved unconsciously through long-term accumulation. I didn't feel anything for a day or two, and then after a while, I suddenly looked back and realized that I had made so much progress. Of course, this is the practice of ordinary spirit masters and weapon spirits. Everyone has different talents and reacts differently. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the more obvious the feeling. However, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong felt that this was too obvious and completely different from the description in the book. If the book described this feeling as a drizzle, then they felt at least a moderate rain. It was so clear and distinct that they could feel every cell in their body strengthening. Chapter 20: The True Power of Bloodline Talent Skills. This speed of improvement, which was beyond their cognition, surprised them, but also made them a little worried. Improving strength too quickly is not necessarily a good thing, especially when the reason for the improvement is unknown. So they just discussed the reasons. Xiao Zhan used a trace of his mental energy to investigate the cause. This was a lengthy process, requiring examination of various factors: the weapon spirit space, the power of the contract, the aura of control. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan has plenty of time. Time passes outside. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Seeing that there was no one at the dinner table, Yi Wuti asked in confusion, where did the young lady and the son-in-law go? Whether or not to recognize Xiao Zhan is one thing, but in front of the servants, one must give face to Xiao Zhan, the half-master. So it is necessary to call him son-in-law. General, the young lady and her husband are practicing in the training room. Okay, got it. If you are in the training room, there is no need to wait. There is no time limit for training and you don't know when it will end. Yi Wuti started eating. At the same time, Xiao Zhan was still trying to figure out the reason. In this state, time in the outside world passes very quickly. He did not stop practicing until the evening. It was not until the next morning that Xiao Zhan was delighted because he discovered the reason. And just when he discovered the reason, suddenly, his spirit space changed. The spirit space, which was originally only the size of a bullet, suddenly expanded a lot, and the original energy inside became more abundant and purer. As the space of the weapon spirit expands, more imperial chi can be absorbed and filtered, and the fusion energy increases accordingly, further strengthening the tempering of the death demon scythe. Xiao Zhan was extremely happy. According to the teaching description, this is a phenomenon of his strength breakthrough. First grade spirit master. He felt incredible. It was only one day, but he had broken through and became a true spirit master. I am so excited that I can't express it in words. He immediately ended his training state, and the death demon scythe turned into Yi Yulong and appeared in front of him. There was the same surprise in Yi Yulong's eyes as in Xiao Zhan's. In this world, the strength of cultivation is divided into detailed levels. There are 9 levels in total, with the first level being the weakest and the 9th level being the strongest. Since most people's contracts will be terminated, male spirit masters are called first-grade spirit masters, second-grade spirit masters, and 9th-grade spirit masters. Female weapon spirits are called first-grade weapon spirits, second-grade weapon spirits, and 9th-grade weapon spirits. Now, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong have broken through to the first level at the same time. Very happy. According to the teaching, with 2S-level contracts, it usually takes half a year to break through to the first level. With 2 SS-level contracts, it takes about a month and a half. For SSS-level people like us, the data is less, but it can be determined that it takes 5 to 7 days to break through to the first level. It took the two of us a whole day to break through. If you include rest, it would have taken 2 days. But this speed is still about 2 to 3 times faster than that of people with the same talent. It's unbelievable. Yi Yulong stared into Xiao Zhan's eyes and said in shock and worry, "This is a good thing, but it's a little too weird." Don't worry too much, I just figured out the reason. Xiao Zhan comforted. Then he explained, after observing the various energies in my body, I found that when we practice, the bloodline power in my body is attracted. Generally speaking, bloodline skills will automatically strengthen as one's strength increases, and there is no need for deliberate practice. But when we practiced, it flowed along with us. So, I suspect it was my bloodline skill that accelerated our practice. Hearing this, Yi Yulong was puzzled. Your bloodline skill is to expand contracts, not to speed up cultivation. How can this be related? Xiao Zhan spread his hands. Then I don't know. I can only find this one special point. If you think it's not the case, I can't think of any other reasons. In fact, Xiao Zhan's judgment was correct. His bloodline talent skill contract expanded, but it was not just a simple expansion. Instead, it gave him a position for expansion and also gave him an expansion boost in his cultivation. What is expansion and amplification? Simply put, it means doubling the effect of cultivation. If Xiao Zhan expands his bloodline talent skill contract by simply increasing the number of weapon spirits, then a problem will arise. He will find that his weapon spirit space is only of a fixed size. The total amount of imperial qi absorbed each time is limited. How should the energy be divided among those spirit weapons in the same spirit weapon space? Each weapon spirit can only get a small amount, and the more weapon spirits there are, the less they get. And the less Xiao Zhan gets in return from the weapon spirits, the less he gets. This indirectly slowed down Xiao Zhan's cultivation speed. The effect of expanding the list and increasing the number of employees is actually to make up for this problem. After Xiao Zhan contracts with the first weapon spirit, the effect of expansion and amplification will appear. At this moment, he and the weapon spirit will show double the training effect. After Xiao Zhan contracted the second spirit weapon, the effect of expansion and amplification was still there, but this time, there would be changes. That is, the effect will no longer be enhanced, but will instead decrease, from the original double effect of 2 people to 1.5 times the training effect. After contracting the third spirit weapon, the cultivation effect will increase by 1 1/3. And so on. As the number of weapon spirits increases, the increase in the effect of cultivation will gradually decrease, but the increase multiplier will always be between 1 and 2. It will never be less than 1. This is the true power of column expansion. But it was also a constraint that restricted Xiao Zhan's choice. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you can't contract too many weapon spirits. If you want multiple weapon spirits, your strength won't improve quickly. But in fact, Xiao Zhan always makes a profit. No matter how slow his cultivation speed is, it is still faster than people with the same talent. At this moment, Xiao Zhan did not know the effect because he had not contracted a second spirit weapon. However, through observation, he still judged that there was a problem. However, if he wants to know the whole truth, he can only know it when he contracts a second spirit weapon one day. But now, they can at least be sure that this increase in speed does not pose any hidden dangers. Let's leave it at that for now. Regardless of whether there are hidden dangers or not, we can only continue to practice. Yi Yulong said. She didn't know the real reason and could only believe what Xiao Zhan said. Are you hungry? Let's go out for dinner. It's been a whole day, I must be hungry. Xiao Zhan rubbed his stomach. Chapter 21. A bit weird family atmosphere. It just so happens that it's time for dinner. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong came to the restaurant. Yi Wudi and Zhang Runya were also eating at the moment. They were a little surprised to see the two people coming. They had disappeared for a whole day and finally decided to come out. Seeing the two of them looking listless but with a gleam in their eyes, he couldn't help but feel curious. Is there something good happening to you guys? General Yi can see this? Xiao Zhan was a little surprised. As expected of an old general who had fought on the battlefield many times, he could roughly tell what had happened just by looking at his expression and eyes. Tell me, what good news is it? Yi Wudi said while eating. Xiao Zhan did not answer immediately, but looked at Yi Yulong. In his mind, keeping a low profile is the key to steady growth. He doesn't mean deliberately hiding one's strength, but at least he shouldn't be too ostentatious. Besides, there are many people and eyes here. If the news that he broke through to the first great spirit control master in just one day were to get out, it would definitely attract some people's attention. Nothing good. To Xiao Zhan's surprise, Yi Yulong had no intention of saying it out loud. After he finished speaking, Yi Wudi paused and his expression changed slightly. Zhang Runya next to her also slowed down her eating. Why, you can't even tell me? Yi Wudi asked. Yi Yulong remained silent. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Yi Wudi then laughed at himself. That's right, since he didn't even tell me about his innate bloodline skills, it's only natural that he kept other good things a secret. As soon as he finished saying this, Zhang Ranya kicked him inconspicuously under the table. Yi Wudi's expression calmed down a bit, and he said in a conciliatory tone, "Sit down and eat first." The two then sat down to eat. Xiao Zhan was eating while his mind was racing. He always felt that Yi Yulong had a strange temper, especially when he was talking to Yi Wudi. There always seemed to be a hint of gunpowder in his tone. Yi Yulong's behavior has been like this since the first day he came to the Yi family the day before yesterday. The tone and attitude of his speech were both indifferent. He didn't quite understand, because after all, Yi Wudi was her second uncle, a blood-related uncle. As a niece, he shouldn't be so cold, right? At first he thought it was really due to Yi Yulong's personality, so he didn't take it seriously. But just now, Yi Wudi's slightly self-deprecating words made Xiao Zhan frown. He felt that there must be something going on between Yi Yulong and Yi Wudi. However, he was not in a position to ask right now. Soon, the two finished their meal. "I'll stay for a few more days before going to the academy," Yi Yulong said suddenly. "Can?" Yi Wudi responded without much emotion. Afterwards, Yi Yulong took Xiao Zhan out of the restaurant. After the two of them left, Zhang Ranya lost her temper, stepped on Yi Wudi, and said with a complaint, "How many times have I told you not to argue with Yulong? Why can't you remember?" Yi Wudi immediately retorted, "That wasn't really a quarrel, was it? It was just a complaint at best." "No complaints either," Zhang Ranya said firmly. "Anyway, remember this from now on. If Yulong doesn't want to tell you something, you'd better not ask any more questions." Yi Wudi softened and was a little speechless. After all, I am her second uncle. What's wrong with me caring about her? She was not like this before. "Humph, you know that was in the past." Zhang Ranya snorted coldly, but then a trace of pity appeared in the corner of her eyes. "Anyway, I'm telling you, precisely because you're her second uncle, you can't do anything that might irritate her. She's very vulnerable right now, you know that?" "Oh, okay, I get it." Yi Wudi couldn't help but sigh. Listening to Zhang Runya's words, a look of loneliness appeared on his face. The other side. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong returned to the room. "Why don't you tell your second uncle? Can't even he be trusted?" Xiao Zhan asked this question. This used to be Yi Yulong's private matter, but now it has also become his business. "You'll know later," Yi Yulong replied. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan frowned slightly. It's this sentence again. He hated this feeling of distrust. If Yi Yulong always had this attitude when encountering problems, Xiao Zhan didn't know how to get along with her. Yi Yulong seemed to be aware of the attitude behind his words, and also noticed the change in Xiao Zhan's expression. She thought for a moment, poured Xiao Zhan a glass of water, and explained gently, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but there are some things I haven't yet come to a conclusion on. I don't want these undecided things to affect you. Now that you know, it will lead you to make the wrong judgment. I believe that when we have the strength in the future, everything will become clear. I hope you can understand my selfishness." After hearing this calm explanation, Xiao Zhan felt a little relieved. If he can't even trust the person he shares life and death with, then what's the point of the life and death contract between him and Yi Yulong? Fortunately, Yi Yulong is not such a paranoid person. "I understand you. You're doing this for my own good. But I also hope you believe in my abilities. I'm not as fragile as you think. We are a community, and relying on each other should not be a temptation but a reassurance. No matter how great the difficulties in the future are, we will face them together. So, I hope that when you need me, you can feel free to rely on me," Xiao Zhan said gently. The most important thing between two people is communication. To put it bluntly, contradictions are not contradictions, but seasonings of emotions. "Okay, I understand. I believe that day will come for us." Yi Yulong nodded firmly in response. Listening to Xiao Zhan's words, the icy expression on her face melted a little. Xiao Zhan could feel the emotions she conveyed. He had an icy personality to begin with, and it was only a few days after signing the contract, so it was rare for her to have such emotional feedback. After all, women are different from men. Most men are attracted to women quickly in the early stages, while women are the opposite. Most react calmly in the early stages but become attracted later. So women often encounter this cliched plot: when he loves me, I don't love him, but when he leaves me, I fall in love with him instead. People like Yi Yulong are iceberg types and are obviously slow to warm up. It is already very good that they can achieve such emotional feedback. Time continues. 5 more days pass like this. During these 5 days, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong have been practicing hard. The schedule was packed with no wasted time, even more time than the soldiers in the mansion had for training. This made the soldiers admire their perseverance. Chapter 22: Yi Anu and Yi Ajian. 5 days have passed. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong are preparing to report to the academy. Their purpose of staying in the mansion for 5 more days was to hide the fact that he had broken through to the first-grade spirit control master in just 1 day. Now, 7 days have passed in total, so even if the news of their breakthrough to the first-grade spirit control master is released, people who know about it will not be too surprised. During these 5 days, Yi Yulong's cousin, who had always said he would come back for the reunion dinner, never came back. This made Yi Wudi worry that something might have happened. Fortunately, on the 5th night, Yi Yulong's cousin came back. He was covered in dust, with snow stuck to his fur collar and hat. He was dressed in military uniform, a tall and muscular man, about 1.85 meters tall. His face was resolute, his eyebrows thick and his eyes fierce, emitting a powerful aura. Beside him, followed a pretty woman. "Father, mother, we are back," Yi Anu said loudly. The beautiful woman next to him also gently echoed, "Father, mother. I'm glad you're back. It's just time for dinner. Please sit down." A smile finally appeared on Yi Wudi's face. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried about my son since he hasn't been home for so long. Yi responded angrily, then looked at Yi Yulong. "Cousin, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. I heard that you awakened an SSS-level spirit weapon. This is really a great joyous event, something worthy of celebration for the entire Yi family, huh?" His voice is very cheerful and matches his face very well. However, Yi Yulong only responded to him indifferently. "Thank you, cousin." Yi Anu also understood his cousin, so he didn't care much about her attitude and turned his attention to Xiao Zhan. His expression suddenly turned sour. "Your name is Xiao Zhan, right? According to the intelligence, you are F rank?" His eyes were like a tiger, staring at Xiao Zhan intently. He looked like he was going to attack if Xiao Zhan answered yes. "He's not F level, he's SSS level." Before Xiao Zhan could say anything, Yi Wudi spoke first. He knew that if he asked Xiao Zhan to explain himself, Yi Anu would definitely not believe it, and the two of them would probably argue for a long time, so he just did it himself. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Anu immediately calmed down a lot. "SSS level? But the intelligence shows." Yi Anu was shocked and confused. "I was shocked that Xiao Zhan also had a top talent. The question is, why is this information wrong? Could it be that my father deliberately lied to me and has some other hidden agenda?" Yi Wudi waved his hand, too lazy to explain further. "Alright, even intelligence can be wrong sometimes. Anyway, he is indeed SSS level. I've verified it." After hearing what his father said, Yi Anu decided not to pursue the matter any further. "Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Anu, and I'm Yulong's cousin. Since you're SSS rank, I won't bother you anymore. We'll be a family from now on. Go ahead and study at the academy, and be as arrogant as you can. If anyone dares to bother you, just tell me my name, and I'll gather an army to deal with you." Yi Anu immediately stretched out his hand and said very generously. This 180-degree change in attitude caught Xiao Zhan off guard. Wow, he just looked like he wanted to teach him a lesson, but now his attitude has changed immediately and he has become a good brother. This guy must be a Sichuan opera actor. Changing face so quickly? However, this also shows that Yi Anu is a person with a clear attitude and is very decisive. If I look down on you, I look down on you, without any concealment. If they think highly of you, then they think highly of you and they express their position very straightforwardly. Such people are often simple-minded and worthy of close friendship. Xiao Zhan immediately extended his hand. "Hello cousin, my name is Xiao Zhan." "Hey, that's right, it's right to call you cousin, he's a good brother." "Ha ha." Yi Anu laughed, shook hands, and patted Xiao Zhan's shoulder. "Wow, that's really strong." Fortunately, Xiao Zhan has already reached the level of a first-grade spirit master, otherwise he might not be able to withstand it. "By the way, father, where's my second brother? Hasn't he come back yet?" Yi Anu looked around, but found that his brother was not there. Yi Wudi was stunned when he heard this. Your second brother? He didn't say he wanted to come back? Ha? Didn't he tell me? Then how did he tell me he was coming back? Yi Anu was also stunned. The doubts of the two people suddenly made the atmosphere in the hall tense. Especially Zhang Runya, whose face gradually turned pale. But at this moment, a clear and happy voice suddenly came from the door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Immediately afterwards, a cheerful young man ran in. It was Yi Wudi's youngest son, Yi Ajian. Brother, sister-in-law, long time no see. Yi Ajian and Yi Anu look like two completely different people. Yi Anu inherited Yi Wudi's roughness, while Yi Ajian inherited Zhang Runya's handsomeness. The two men don't look like brothers at all. You kid worried us to death. Didn't you say you would come back first? Why are you even slower than me? And why didn't you tell Mom and Dad before you came back? Yi A scolded angrily. It was obvious to the naked eye that he cared deeply about his younger brother. There is a 10-year age difference between the two of them, so they can be said to be really like big brother and little brother. Yi Ajian chuckled. I just wanted to give my parents a surprise, but who knew the weather would be so bad? It would suddenly snow so heavily, causing the plane to be grounded. After saying that, he couldn't wait to turn around and look at Yi Yulong. Cousin, congratulations. You've awakened your SSS-level talent. Now you're the most beautiful girl in our family. You little bastard, how can you talk like that? You have no respect for your elders. Zhang Runya scolded. His eyes were full of doting. Yi Ajian chuckled again, then turned his gaze towards Xiaozhan. His smile faded, and he suddenly became serious. He also looked at the pattern between Xiaozhan's eyebrows with unusual care. Xiaozhan thought that he was going to start the taunting mode like Yi Wudi, or use courtesy before force like Yi Anu. But I didn't expect him to suddenly grin, then extend his hand, and say in a very warm manner, Hello brother-in-law, I'm Ajian. Xiaozhan was stunned. He didn't expect him to behave like this, but he immediately extended his hand. Hello, my name is Xiaozhan. Let go. Yi Ajian took out another jade box and said, Brother-in-law, this is a gift I prepared for you. Gift? Xiaozhan was stunned again, even a little surprised. He didn't expect that this so-called cousin would prepare a gift for him. And from what he said, it seemed like it was a gift specially prepared for himself. Thanks. Xiaozhan did not refuse. Instead, I kept this feeling in my heart. You little brat, you only prepared a gift for your brother-in-law. What about mine? And what about my parents? Yi Anu pretended to be angry when he saw that only Xiaozhan had a gift. Chapter 23 Farewell Gift, Colorful Soft Scales. Of course it was just a joke, I didn't really want a gift. But Yi Ajian had no intention of giving it to me. He chuckled and said, I am the best gift for my parents. As for you, big brother, you should prepare something for me, okay? Hey, you little bastard. Yi Anu was speechless. When it came to arguing, he was no match for Yi Ajian. Okay, now that we're all back, let's eat. At Yi Wudi's command, everyone went to the restaurant to eat. Yi Ajian seemed to like Xiaozhan very much. He sat next to him during meals and kept finding topics to talk to him, acting like he was very familiar with him. Xiaozhan also has a good impression of Yi Ajian. During the conversation, I learned that he was 17 years old and had not yet awakened. He would awaken at this time next year. However, looking at the Yi family's genes, and the fact that this kid seems to be very smart, he should be able to awaken a good talent in the future. By the way, Anu, you said you would come back 7 days ago. What took you so long? Yi Wudi asked while eating. Yi Anu replied, Oh, it's nothing serious. Just when we were about to set off, we were attacked by a small group of monsters. I led the troops to clear them out, so we were delayed for a few days. Monster attack? Why didn't you report such a big thing? It's not a big deal, just some scattered low-level monsters, only about a dozen or so I didn't report it. After I cleared them out, I was worried about more attacks, so I stayed for a few more days, otherwise I would have come back long ago. Yi Anu explained. After hearing this, Yi Wudi relaxed a little. If there were only a dozen low-level monsters, there would really be no need to report them. Because we are stationed at the border, things like this happen frequently. But this year is a little strange. In the past, monsters rarely appeared during this time. During this period, there have been several scattered harassment attacks, and the soldiers dare not relax. Yi Anu suddenly frowned and said, The monsters don't cause trouble every day. There is always a period of peace in a year. The place where they are stationed is cold all year round, so there are more times of peace. But this year, the days that should have been peaceful are actually a bit more lively. Hearing this, Yi Wudi became worried again. There must be something fishy going on. Send more people to investigate, especially the Snow Demon Valley. We must pay close attention and report any abnormalities to me immediately. Yes, Father. Okay, don't discuss other things while eating. Just eat first and have a good meal. Zhang Runyat advised at this time. How come a good mealtime turned into a work report? Listen to your mother and eat first. Yi Wudi was afraid of his wife, so he didn't say anything else. Eat seriously. After dinner, everyone gathered together to chat again, but Yi Yulong didn't seem to like this atmosphere. He just stayed for a while and then found a reason to go back to the house. Xiao Zhan was also preparing to go back. He really had nothing to say if he stayed, but Yi Wudi stopped him. There is no choice but to stay. Fortunately, Yi Ajian kept finding topics for him to talk about, so it wasn't too awkward. After about another hour, everyone dispersed. At this time, Yi Wudi called Xiao Zhan into the study again. General Yi, what do you want to talk to me about? Just call me second uncle from now on. General Yi or something like that is too formal. Yi Wudi waved his hand and said. Yes, second uncle. Xiao Zhan knew that he might have some recognition of himself. But that doesn't matter. It's just a name, it doesn't matter what Xiao Zhan calls him. Yi Wudi gestured for him to sit down, then he picked up a box of tea leaves and brewed some. When we first met, I was a little harsh on you, but don't take it to heart. I was a little worried that you might be arrogant because of your talent, but after observing you for these 7 days, I found that you have a very stable personality, which is different from what I imagined. Xiao Zhan walked up to him and took the tea leaves and boiled water, but Yi Wudi stopped him. Just sit down, I'll make the tea. How can I feel embarrassed about this? Xiao Zhan said. It is not in accordance with etiquette to let elders make tea for younger people. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Yi Wudi said straightforwardly. Boiling water gurgled into the teacup, the hot water rolled up the tea leaves, and the aroma of agarwood slowly bloomed. He handed Xiao Zhan a cup and said, Of course, this tea is not for nothing. Uncle, please tell me what you want me to do. I will definitely do what I can do. Of course you have to be clear. As for whether you can do it or not, you have to do it even if you can't. Xiao Zhan was startled when he heard this. This sounded like a very serious matter. Yu Taki should have told you something, right? No. Xiao Zhan shook his head. Oh? This surprised Yi Wudi a little. He thought Yi Yulong would tell him. But think about it, considering Yi Yulong's current personality, it's normal not to tell him. It's okay. Since she didn't tell you, I won't say much. It would be bad if you knew. After Yi Wudi finished speaking, he took out another box. The box was very ancient, but Xiao Zhan felt an extremely heavy aura from it. He couldn't help but become serious. Yi Wudi then opened the box and found a piece of white clothing inside. It is impossible to tell what the clothes are made of, but they are very thin and soft, solid color with only some shallow lines, which are not very regular, like snake patterns. And under the reflection of the light, it reflects colorful colors like waves. Very beautiful. However, the only flaw was that there was a tear in the dress, as if it had been torn by something sharp. Xiao Zhan could tell at a glance that this piece of clothing was not simple. Yi Wudi stroked the clothes gently, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. This soft armor is called 7-colored soft scales. It was made from the skin of a 7-colored giant python, a dragon-level monster that my eldest brother killed. It has amazing defensive power. Even though it's damaged now, it can still withstand the full force of a 6th-rank spirit master. Now, I'll hand this soft armor over to you. If you have the chance in the future, please repair it. It should be of great help to you. Listening to his words, Xiao Zhan's breathing became heavier. The soft armor could withstand the attack of a 6th-grade spirit master. Just leave it to me like that? You don't have to refuse. To be precise, this soft armor is not for you, but for Yulong. You must use this soft armor to protect her. This is the real mission given to you by this soft armor. Yi Wudi said again. Who said I'd refuse? Xiao Zhan took the soft armor without any hesitation. Come on, this is a good thing that can save your life. Don't miss it. The Yi family is wealthy and powerful, so it is only natural for me, the son-in-law, to take something. Chapter 24, Enrollment in Baidi Yuling Academy. As for protecting Yi Yulong, that's just nonsense. If she dies, I will die with her. However, it was right to give the soft armor to myself instead of Yi Yulong. Yi Yulong can become a weapon spirit, so the soft armor is almost useless to her. When the real battle begins, the spirit master is the most vulnerable. Don't worry, second uncle, I will protect her. You still have to say something superficial. Alright, there's nothing else to explain. Go to the academy, train hard, and strive to graduate early. The Federation needs talents like you. Yes, uncle, if everything is okay, I'll go back first. Xiaozhen then stood up and left. Yi Wudi watched him leave and couldn't help but sigh, brother. Return to the room. When Yi Yulong saw the soft armor on Xiaozhen's hand, his expression was obviously stunned. But he didn't say much. She didn't say anything, and Xiaozhen didn't bother to ask. I took off the soft armor and tried it on. I didn't expect it to have an automatic adaptive function. It was just the right size, not too big or too small. And after putting it on, it was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was a pleasant surprise. The only drawback is that it is a little damaged, which affects the appearance, but the effect is good enough. Then, he took out the gift that Yi Ajian had given him. When I opened it, I found a translucent fruit inside. This is strong spirit fruit. Xiaozhen couldn't help but be surprised. Strong spiritual fruit is a kind of spiritual fruit that appears after mutation. These spiritual fruits have unique effects, and people often get various beneficial effects after eating them. The function of the strong spirit fruit is to enhance the properties of the spirit space of the spirit master. In simple terms, it is to improve talent. After consuming the strong spirit fruit, the spirit space of the weapon will be strengthened, thereby greatly increasing the ability to absorb and filter the imperial qi. This will achieve the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation. However, this powerful spiritual fruit also has limitations. The lower the talent level, the greater the effect will be after eating it, and the higher the level, the smaller the effect will be. Generally speaking, people at F level can be upgraded to E level directly after taking it. But if someone at level E eats it and wants to upgrade to level D, it depends on luck. A non-African or European. As for those who are at level D and can be upgraded to level C after eating it, it can be said that it is 1 in 10,000. But even so, this powerful spiritual fruit is absolutely a delicacy in the market, and once it appears, it will be snapped up. There is absolutely no market for it. It was hard for Xiaozhen to imagine where Yi Ajian, a child who hadn't awakened yet, got such a powerful spiritual fruit. This thing can't be bought with money alone. At this time, Yi Yulong beside him suddenly said, he must know that your talent is F level, so he specially went to get you a strong spiritual fruit. His academy is in Lingcheng, and it's not snowing there. The nearest airport to us also hasn't had heavy snow either, so the plane can definitely take off and land. I guess the fundamental reason why he came back late is that he went to find the strong spirit fruit for you. Listening to Yi Yulong's analysis, Xiaozhen suddenly felt that this powerful spiritual fruit was very heavy. He and Yi Ajian had never even met each other, and they were just brothers-in-law, but he could actually do such a thing. Xiaozhen was really moved. I owe him a favor. Although this powerful spiritual fruit is of little use to Xiaozhen, it represents Yi Ajian's most sincere heart. He did not mock him for no apparent reason like others did, but treated him as his real brother-in-law. People like this are really heartwarming. The next day, after getting up, Xiaozhen and Yi Yulong said goodbye to everyone and set off towards Baidi Yuling Academy. Xiaozhen will spend the next few years here. The federal government has 4 major imperial academies. These 4 academies only recruit talents above level B, and almost attract all the talents in the federal government. These 4 imperial academies are also directly controlled by the federal government and are managed in a militarized manner. The fundamental purpose of the academy is to provide a large number of talents for the military. Everything is done to serve the federal government. Because in this world, only powerful spirit masters and weapon spirits are the foundation for standing firm. One day later, the two came to Baidi Yuling Academy. Because they stayed in the general's mansion for a few more days, when they arrived, school had already started for 2 or 3 days. The two went to the academic affairs office to register. The teacher in charge of registration saw Yi Yulong of SSS-level and Xiaozhen of F-level, and looked at their foreheads in surprise. I endured it several times, but in the end I didn't say much. For students who join the life and death contract, the federal government has a support policy. For the first semester, compensation will be based on the highest talent of both parties, and you will temporarily be placed in the first class. Afterwards, compensation will be assessed based on overall strength, and those who are less capable will have their compensation reduced. Do you two have any objections? The registration teacher said with his head down. No. Xiao Zhan replied. He knew about Baidi Yuling Academy. Talent was the threshold, and strength was the status. All treatments are not based on your background, but only on your demonstrated ability. It is a truly academy where the strong are supreme. Originally, he couldn't access his F-level information, even with Yi Wudi's help. However, there have always been exceptions for those who have signed life and death contracts, so he can come in. There are also many powerful and wealthy people who, through this policy, find people with poor family backgrounds but good talents and sign life and death contracts with them. This allows children with talents below B level to enter the academy. This situation is also the default. After all, wherever there are people, there are human relationships, even in the military, even in academies that involve the lifeblood of the federal government. But at this moment, in the eyes of the registration teacher, Xiao Zhan was too exceptional. Because according to the information, he is not from a powerful family. He looked at Yi Yulong, completely confused as to why Yi Yulong, who had SSS-level talent, would choose such a person as the object of his life and death contract. But that wasn't his concern. Alright, you can go into the classroom and study now. I hope you will practice well in the coming days, live up to the academy's training, and contribute to the federal government in the future. Here's the key to your dormitory, room 208, Liangzhu apartment. Don't lose it. Yes. Xiao Zhan took the key and then walked out with Yi Yulong. After the two of them left, the registration teacher picked up their information and looked at it again and again. His brows were furrowed. Could this be a data error? How is that possible? It's already the 128th year of the New Year calendar. There shouldn't be any idiots left. Out of the academic affairs office. Xiao Zhan and the others decided to go to the apartment first to put their things away. At the same time, in the freshman class, at the end of the get out of class, a student with short black hair ran into the classroom in a hurry. Shocking explosive news. Shocking explosive news. SSS rank school beauty Yi Yulong signed a life and death contract with an F rank kid. Exclusive news, true and reliable, the whole family of the liar will be killed. Chapter 25 SS level talent pursuer, Zhao Long. His words came like thunder out of the blue, like an atomic bomb exploding, causing a burst of sighs. Yellow hair, where did you get this information? Rumors about the icy school beauty aren't easy to fabricate. Have you forgotten how you got your nickname? That's right, don't forget your lesson, kid. It's only been a short time since you dyed your hair back. An SSS class and an F class signing a contract? Unless all the spirit masters in the world are dead, how is that possible? Huang Mao knew that they didn't believe it because he was too shocked by this incident, but it was the fact. Do you think I dare to spread rumors about her? I'm not a fool. My dad is the Dean of Academic Affairs. I just saw it with my own eyes in the Academic Affairs office. They have also been assigned to the same class. If you don't believe me, you'll know when they get here. Seeing Huang Mao so serious, the students couldn't help but take it seriously. One of them, a tough-looking man with an outstanding temperament, asked calmly, Huang Mao, are you telling the truth? Hearing this voice, Huang Mao was suddenly startled. It's really true. I might talk about other things, but I dare not joke about this. Especially to you, Brother Long. I dare to guarantee it with my life. Seeing that he said this, everyone realized that this was very likely true. In an instant, the atmosphere went from noisy to quiet, and then to serious. Many people looked at the man with outstanding temperament. His name is Zhao Long, and he is from the Zhao family, one of the 8 major families in the Federation. He has awakened the SS-level spirit-controlling talent. He is one of the most talented people in Baidi Yuling Academy besides Yi Yulong. He is handsome, comes from a prominent family and is very talented. He is destined to be the object that many spirits of weapons would compete to contract with. However, Zhao Long had no interest in the group of competing butterflies. The person he wanted to contract was Yi Yulong. But unfortunately, Yi Yulong doesn't like him at all. Women admire the strong, and even in this era, they are upwardly compatible when selecting spirit masters. An SS-level spirit master will try every means to find an SSS-level spirit master to sign a contract with, not to mention Yi Yulong, who was an SSS-level spirit master. How could Yi Yulong possibly look down on him when his talent and family background are not as good as Yi Yulong's? However, Zhao Long was also somewhat obsessed. After being ruthlessly rejected by Yi Yulong, he did not give up, but continued to pursue Yi Yulong. So much so that he still doesn't have a contract and is just waiting for Yi Yulong. But now the news that Yi Yulong had a life and death contract with someone else made his heart sink into an ice cellar. Everyone also noticed that Zhao Long's mood had become strange, like a lion about to get angry. They all turned their heads away tactfully and did not dare to speak loudly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Huang Mao quickly slipped away. He is not a member of the same team. He just came here to give a tip-off. He is Zhao Long's younger brother. After a while, a man sitting next to Zhao Long advised, "Brother Long, I think this matter is still skeptical. Yi Yulong thinks highly of himself and would definitely not hire a useless spirit master. There must be a reason for this." Zhao Long's brows were cold. "Nonsense, of course I know, I'm not a fool." Is this what Zhao Long is angry about? What made him angry was that the person he had his eyes on was snatched away by someone else. The man who was being scolded looked aggrieved and stepped back. "I tried to give you good advice with good intentions, but ended up becoming the target of your anger. Humph, I want to see how awesome the person Yi Yulong has his eyes on is." Zhao Long stared at the door, waiting for Yi Yulong to appear. Sure enough, after a while, Yi Yulong brought Xiao Zhan to the classroom door. And when she appeared, everyone's eyes ignored Xiao Zhan and were directly focused on Yi Yulong's eyebrows. When they saw the decisive pattern between her eyebrows, they all sighed in their hearts. The most talented campus beauty of Baidi Yuling Academy actually signed a contract with someone. Then, they turned their attention to Xiao Zhan. Of course, the first thing to look at is the space between his eyebrows. Sure enough, the same pattern. For a moment, there was silence, and suspicious and scrutinizing gazes stuck to Xiao Zhan like a dogskin plaster. Zhao Long clenched his fists and his eyes became extremely gloomy. Oh shit. Someone actually got there first, and it was a life and death contract. I won't have any chance anymore. His joints were crackling from being pinched, but he still tried his best to endure it before confirming Xiao Zhan's identity. "Check this guy's identity for me." Zhao Long gave instructions to the person just now. "Yes." The man responded, then picked up his phone and started sending messages and doing various operations. At the door, Yi Yulong ignored the gazes of these people and found an empty seat to sit down. Xiao Zhan naturally followed and sat next to her. Compared to her calmness, Xiao Zhan stayed on Zhao Long for half a second longer. Because he shared Yi Yulong's innate bloodline skill perception, Xiao Zhan was very sensitive to the emotions of this group of people, and among these many people, Zhao Long's emotions were the strongest. He had to be a little careful. It happened that it was time for class at this time. A sexy teacher in a tight skirt walked in. After she came in, she first glanced at Yi Yulong, and then stood on the podium and spoke. "We have 2 new students joining our class today. Although they are called new students, most of the students already know each other. However, there are still some students from other colleges. So, please introduce yourselves briefly." All colleges consist of 2 parts. One part is students under the age of 18 who have not yet awakened, and the other part is awakened. However, the 4 Imperial Spirit Academies were a little special after awakening. Those students who did not meet the requirements would be expelled. However, outstanding talents from other academies could be accepted into the 4 Imperial Spirit Academies. So, some people don't know the famous person Yi Yulong. At that moment, Yi Yulong also stood up and introduced himself. "My name is Yi Yulong." Just 5 simple words, and then he sat down. People who are not familiar with her are a little confused. Isn't she too cold? People and teachers who are familiar with her are not surprised. Yi Yulong's personality is well known in Baidi Yuling Academy. Otherwise, she would not be called the Iceberg School Beauty. It's Xiao Zhan's turn. Everyone's attention was focused a little. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Zhan, and Yulong and I are under contract. It's nice to meet you all, and I hope we can help each other in the future." After Xiao Zhan finished speaking, he nodded to the teacher and sat down. The words were neither humble nor arrogant, and very polite. But the crowd's reaction was not very enthusiastic. Instead, they showed a hint of disappointment because they did not hear what they wanted from Xiao Zhan's introduction. Chapter 26, Not convinced? Who do you think you are? The teacher knew Xiao Zhan's information, but he didn't expect that an F-level student could be so calm among a group of geniuses, so he thought highly of him. Then she said a few polite words and started the class officially. Today we're going to discuss the power structure required to become a powerful spirit controller. It's divided into 3 parts: the power of control, the skill of control, and the degree of compatibility. Needless to say, the power of control is the fundamental source of a spirit controller's strength. It not only improves the various attributes of the spirit controller and the spirit of the weapon, but also unleashes a powerful attack effect. The more power of control stored in the spirit space, and the purer it is, the greater the strength. The technique of control is a skill based on the power of control. It combines the attributes of the weapon spirit and the understanding of the spirit master to develop a powerful skill. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the weapon spirit, the more powerful the developed skill will be. The last, the degree of harmony, is the most important of all. If the power and skill of control are a sharp blade, then the degree of harmony is the hand that wields it. Without harmony, the hand might not even be able to hold the blade. If the harmony can be achieved perfectly, then the blade will become a truly sharp weapon that is invincible. Having said that, she glanced at Zhao Long. Now he is the only one in the class who has not yet contracted a spirit weapon, but I believe that after today, he will also go to make a contract. This is all thanks to Yi Yulong. However, when she thought of Yi Yulong, she couldn't help but sigh in regret. I really don't know what he was thinking. Such a talented young talent would actually contract an F-level player like Xiao Zhan. But she was too lazy to pay too much attention to it, as it was not within her scope of responsibility. In Baidi Yuling Academy, you can act, but you must have the ability to act. Without strength, you will naturally be eliminated. Soon. That concludes today's course. Okay, let me tell you one last thing. A freshman competition will be held in a month. The first place winner will receive a 3-day training opportunity in the White Emperor's secret realm. I hope you'll prepare well. After saying that, the teacher walked out of the classroom. After she left, several girls who were on good terms with Yi Yulong immediately surrounded her. As for the freshman competition in a month, which takes place every year, they already knew about it and have been preparing for it. He came in front of Yi Yulong and looked at Xiao Zhan curiously. Yulong, is this the person you signed a life and death contract with? You still have the guts. We only dare to sign contracts with equals. Yulong, the pattern on your forehead is so beautiful. Your name is Xiao Zhan, right? Since you're able to sign a life and death contract with our most talented campus beauty, I guess you're also SSS rank? The last question is their focus. After asking this question, they looked at Xiao Zhan, expecting his answer. But Xiao Zhan just remained silent and smiled faintly. It gives people a mysterious and confident look. They thought it was probably true, but they didn't say it out loud. They were still suspicious, so they looked at Yi Yulong again. Yi Yulong remained silent as usual, but with a cold expression. She certainly wouldn't answer their questions. It's actually okay to talk about Xiao Zhan's talent. SSS level is rare, but it's not something that people would envy. The real reason she didn't want to tell was actually because of Xiao Zhan's bloodline talent skills. Because if Xiao Zhan told the truth about his talent, the academy would have to re-evaluate Xiao Zhan's talent, and at the same time, they would also test his bloodline talent. Once his bloodline talent and skills are made public, there will definitely be all kinds of people offering various conditions to tempt Xiao Zhan. She could not accept the consequences of Xiao Zhan's contract with other spirit weapons. Of course, this is a selfish idea. There is another more important point, that is, Xiao Zhan's bloodline skill is too terrifying. Once it is exposed, the fatal disaster that will be caused will probably be far greater than the temptation. And regarding this, she can guarantee 100% that someone will definitely take action. Neither of them answered. Unable to get any information out of them, they were a little unwilling to give up and continued to ask questions. Meanwhile, the back seat. Zhao Long looked at Xiao Zhan's smug look and felt extremely unhappy. He felt like his chest was about to explode. Damn it, haven't you found his information yet? Zhao Long turned around and asked angrily. The younger brother in charge of the investigation looked nervous, staring at his phone intently. Brother Long, it will be ready soon, it will be ready soon. Suddenly, his frown brightened with joy. Here it comes. Swish. Zhao Long snatched the phone away, and Xiao Zhan's information was immediately presented to him without reservation. Xiao Zhan, orphan, Changchi Yuling Academy, F rank, no bloodline talent. The more messages Zhao Long read, the angrier he became. He thought Yi Yulong would find some kind of genius, but he didn't expect that he would find such a waste. F level? Is Yi Yulong mentally retarded? Brother Long, is there something wrong with this information? F level, no bloodline talent, there is no way he can become the contract partner of the night school beauty? The younger brother thought the information was too fake. F level? Only those who have been selected have the opportunity to contract with the spirit of the weapon. If you are ugly and have no blood talent, you may never have the chance to contract in this lifetime. Apart from his good-looking face, what else makes Xiao Zhan famous? This is not an era where looks matter. Beauty is just a bonus. Zhao Long stared at Xiao Zhan's smiling face. It was obviously a very polite smile, but it was so glaring. Especially his eyes, which were like the irony of Mona Lisa, mocking him from all angles. He couldn't help it and stood up. If it's fake or not, just ask and you'll know. He walked towards Xiao Zhan with great momentum. People passing by who saw this scene knew what Zhao Long was thinking. He certainly could not accept that the contract object he had been thinking about was snatched away by someone else. Plus, he is not a person who can tolerate things, so this is definitely going to cause trouble for Xiao Zhan. I dare not offend him. They all consciously made way. The people surrounding Yi Yulong looked at each other and immediately gave up their seats. Zhao Long walked up to Yi Yulong and threw his phone on the table. Without even looking at Xiao Zhan, he asked, "Give me a reason why you chose him instead of me?" The atmosphere is quiet. Everyone looked over here. Yi Yulong didn't even look at the phone, nor did he even look up at Zhao Long. He replied coldly, "Do I need to tell you who I choose?" "Yes, you don't need to tell me, it's your right. But I won't accept it." Zhao Long picked up his phone again and showed it to everyone. After a circle, he said again, "If you had chosen an SS level, even an S level, I would have accepted it. But you chose an F level, someone who doesn't even have bloodline talent. Tell me, why is that? How am I inferior to him?" Zhao Long's voice was a little hoarse. He could lose, but he really couldn't accept losing to someone like Xiao Zhan. Incomprehensible. As soon as he said this, the voices in the classroom suddenly became sighs. What Huang Mao said turned out to be true. This Xiao Zhan is really F rank. No, what's the point of night school belle? With so many people to choose from, why did she choose an F rank? The night school beauty is the face of this year's freshman. Even if there is no suitable SSS level partner this year, you can definitely make an equal contract with an SS level 1. Later, when your strength grows, it will be easy to find an SSS level strongman. Yeah, I don't understand why she did that. I don't understand it at all. Everyone shook their heads, confused. Yi Yulong, the person involved, finally looked at Zhao Long in response to his questioning. His eyes were filled with sneers and disdain. Who are you? Do I need to tell you the decision I, Yi Yulong, made? Chapter 27 4 Major Colleges, ACE Plan. He has a domineering and sharp temper and is full of direct sarcasm. Zhao Long felt a lump in his throat, as if an erupting volcano was forcibly blocked. He soon laughed out of anger. Okay. Yi Yulong, you are talented, you are awesome, you are great. No one can change your decision. But I have to tell you that you will regret it immediately. Baidi Yuling Academy is not a place for you to be so arrogant and conceited. Signing a contract with such a loser will doom your life. Listening to his words, Xiao Zhan couldn't help it. Such arrogant humiliation, did he really think he didn't exist? If you want to be a bootlicker, you must be aware of the fact that you are a bootlicker. If you get angry when you don't get what you want, then you are nothing. Xiao Zhan stood directly in front of Yi Yulong. You live in the sea, don't you? Why do you care so much? Whether it's destroyed or not, this is a matter between me and her. It has nothing to do with you. Do you really need to bark here? Seeing that Xiao Zhan dared to stand up, Zhao Long felt provoked. The cold eyes stared straight at Xiao Zhan. Who do you think you are? How dare a loser like you tell me what to do? To be honest, if he hadn't signed a contract yet, he would have wanted to teach Xiao Zhan a lesson, and also teach Yi Yulong a lesson, to let her know what a wrong decision it was to sign a contract with a waste. Xiao Zhan sneered back, whether you're a waste or not isn't determined by your mouth, but by your fists. Judging from what's going on right now, you're the real waste. You. Zhao Long was speechless after hearing this. He doesn't have a contracted spirit now, so he is indeed no match for Xiao Zhan. However, this does not mean that Xiao Zhan will always be his opponent. He sneered disdainfully, "Humph, it's nothing more than a lead in the contract, what's so arrogant about it?" After saying that, he looked at Yi Yulong again, full of sneers. "Yi Yulong, you will regret this, and this regret will come very quickly. In the freshman competition in a month, you will pay the price for your bad decision. Don't worry about it." Yi Yulong said. "I hope you can still be so stubborn in a month." Zhao Long snorted coldly, turned around and left the classroom. He will use his strength to make Yi Yulong regret it. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong didn't take his words too seriously. Because whether he said it or not, it would not affect the two of them. After Zhao Long left, the people in the classroom slowly dispersed. Today's class is over, and the rest of the time is for self-cultivation. "What is the freshman competition?" Xiao Zhan asked on the way back. He didn't know much about Baidi Yuling Academy. Yi Yulong explained, "The freshman competition is a competition among the freshmen of this year. The winner can enter the White Emperor's secret realm to practice." Xiao Zhan's brows furrowed in thought as he heard this. Starting the competition just 1 month after enrolling, isn't this unfair to so many people? Those with good talents have already become spirit control masters, while those with poor talents aren't even spirit control masters. How can we compete like this? Yi Yulong chuckled and said, "Fair? The academy never said that this was a fair competition." "What do you mean?" Xiao Zhan stopped. Yi Yulong explained, "The Baidi Imperial Spirit Academy is an academy that values strength. Talent is just a stepping stone here. After entering the academy, talent and connections are not considered, only strength is considered. If you have strength, you will receive more resources. Do you know why the 4 major Imperial Spirit Academy only recruit students above B level? Teaching resources are limited. We should use the limited resources on students with greater development prospects and pursue elite education." Xiao Zhan replied. Yi Yulong nodded, then shook his head. "You're right, but not entirely right. It's true that we're taking the elite route, but you have to know that every academy is taking this route. As for the 4 major colleges, instead of using the term elite route, it would be better to use another term, ace route." "Ace route?" Xiao Zhan's expression changed slightly. It was the first time he heard such a word. Yi Yulong continued, "The so-called elites are mostly described as a group. The so-called ace is often described with unique words such as one or a piece. It is unique. The 4 major colleges enroll so many outstanding students every year. Their real purpose isn't to cultivate so-called elites, but to hone a trump card from this group of elites. In other words, the core is to create the trump card, and the elites are just a byproduct. If you want to cultivate an ace, you must spend a lot of resources on training from the beginning. Only an ace built with countless precious resources can be called a true ace." After listening to Yi Yulong's explanation, Xiao Zhan was greatly shocked. An academy that recruits almost a quarter of the best students in the Federation, and its purpose is just to create an ace. Everyone else is just a foil. What a grand plan this is, and what courage it takes to implement it. Is the ace so powerful? Is it worth it for an entire academy to make such a big move? As soon as he asked this question, Xiao Zhan felt like an idiot. Would the academy do this if the ace wasn't strong? However, he still didn't know how powerful the concept of the ace was. 9th rank Spirit Master? Yi Yulong answered his question seriously, very impressive. Those who can become an ace are all capable of protecting their country. They will also leave their names in the annals of human history. Think about it. The federal government spent so much resources and effort just to cultivate an ace. If he wasn't that powerful, would there be any point in cultivating him? That is the truth. But when Xiao Zhan heard this, he was even more shocked. Leave your name in history. This is almost everyone's dream, right? You bring nothing with you when you are born and you take nothing with you when you die. Only a name passed down through the ages can prove that you have been in this world. But then he felt it was a pity. The college is concentrating its resources on the top students. What about the other outstanding students? Perhaps a large number of them could achieve even greater success if they only had some resources allocated to them? Yi Yulong shook his head, his eyes filled with indifference. You still don't understand the power of the ace. The reason why the ace is called the ace is because it is a hand that can crush all other cards. In the world of spirit masters, a single ace is enough to rival millions of elites. Do you know what a natural disaster level monster is? If the elite go up to fight, 1,000 will die. But an ace, just one person is enough to deal with it. One person can protect the whole area. Only people like this can be called an ace. This is the ace that the 4 Imperial Spirit Academies are determined to cultivate at all costs. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt his heart beating wildly. He now had a clear understanding of the term ace. Mark out a piece of land as your home. One person guards a city. The gods forbid the passage to China ahead. This is the power of the ace. No matter how many elites there are, they are no match for a single trump card. No wonder the 4 Imperial Spirit Academies would incur such a huge price. How do you know all this? Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Yulong curiously again. Chapter 28. The core of the plan is to win, not lose. Logically speaking, such things are confidential and ordinary people should not know about them, although Yi Yulong's identity is not that of an ordinary person. Hearing this question, Yi Yulong suddenly fell silent for a while. Just when Xiao Zhan thought she didn't want to answer, she replied, "Because my father is an ace." Yi Yulong's father is actually an ace. Upon hearing this information, Xiao Zhan was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He knew that Yi Yulong's father was very mysterious, but he didn't know that his father was so awesome. Ace. A person who protects the country. He searched carefully in his mind for any powerful person named Yi in the federal government. Soon, his mind locked on a person. He looked at Yi Yulong, his pupils trembling. Could your father be the infamous death god of war Yi Wuming, who resounds throughout the Federation? Damn, I should have thought of it earlier. Xiao Zhan remembered Yi Yulong saying that her father and mother both had SSS-level talents. 2 people with such amazing talents must be very strong and famous. It's impossible to be unknown. I didn't understand what was going on for a moment and thought Yi Yulong's father was some hidden boss. Depend on. The thinking is solidified. When Yi Yulong saw his surprised look, he felt proud of his father. You guessed right, he is my father. He is also the first batch of aces trained by the Baidi Yuling Academy. It was also because of him that the federal government launched the ACE project. The more Xiao Zhan listened, the more awesome it seemed to him. It turned out that ACE started with his father, and there were so many connections involved. Where is your father? Why didn't he come back to see you? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Zhan immediately knew that he shouldn't ask. Sure enough, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yi Yulong's expression fell into silence. Forget it, let's change the subject. What is the Baidi secret realm? Xiao Zhan asked again. He knew that Yi Yulong didn't want to talk about this. Yi Yulong paused for 2 seconds and shook his head. I don't know. I've never been in there. I just know there are many opportunities there. Those who go in there will become extremely powerful after coming out. It opens twice a year, and each time only 1 pair of contractors is allowed in. The first time it was opened was during the freshman competition. It was called the first place competition, but everyone could see that this was a special benefit for those with high talent. The second time it's open is the annual college competition. This is completely based on strength. All students compete together, and the strongest ones can enter. Xiao Zhan understood. So, this freshman competition is tailor-made for the 2 of us? Don't be careless. Yi Yulong said seriously, in terms of talent, no one is better than us. But in terms of actual combat ability, we are not necessarily 100% sure to win. Some people have special bloodline talents and skills, so there is a certain chance of a comeback. Indeed, in that case, we need to practice even harder. Xiao Zhan nodded. When the talent gap is not big, bloodline talent skills can become a counterattack point. Yes, according to the unspoken rules of the academy, if we cannot enter the secret realm, then it will be very difficult to enter the secret realm later. Yi Yulong looked solemn. You know, the college competition isn't just a contest between grades, it's a college-wide competition, regardless of strength, competing for the top spot on the leaderboard. Under these circumstances, a phenomenon arises: the strongest person, as long as they haven't graduated, can continue to enter the secret realm. And if we don't get the opportunity to enter the secret realm through this freshman competition, then we will almost never have the chance to enter the secret realm again and will be suppressed forever. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan was shocked again. He once again deeply understood what the ACE plan was. A person has been entering the secret realm. Give him all the secret resources that originally belonged to others. This kind of competition model is simply using resources to pile a person to death. I have to create an ace even if I have to do it out of nowhere. The college really spent a lot of money. In that case, Xiao Zhan must be doubly serious. Because among this class of freshmen, although there are only 2 people with SSS-level talents, namely him and Yi Yulong, there are many SSS-level talents among the old students from other classes. They are older and started school earlier, and they will all be Xiao Zhan's strong rivals in the future. He looked at Yi Yulong with a serious expression. In this freshman competition, we can only win, not lose. Yi Yulong nodded heavily. Then let's go practice now. No rush, Yi Yulong analyzed. With our training speed doubled, no one among the freshmen should be able to surpass us in terms of storage of control power. What we really need to worry about is their bloodline talent and skills. As far as I know, Zhao Long's innate bloodline skill is boiling blood. After using it, it can increase his basic combat power by 50%. To us, it is a threat. In addition, several other SS-level students have a bloodline skill called teleportation, which can also pose a threat to us. The others won't be a problem, and as for the remaining S-rank ones, there's even less need to worry. They won't even be able to break through to the realm of a first-grade spirit control master within a month. So, just in case, we should focus on practicing the imperial techniques for the next month. After listening to her, Xiao Zhan felt that her analysis was correct. With the cultivation speed doubled, these people can't catch up even if they try their best. To truly secure a victory, they still need a trump card. Okay, then let's go to the mimicry training room now, Xiao Zhan said. Good. So the 2 of them turned around. Mimicry training room. It is a good place to practice the art of driving. It is a training method developed through scientific and technological means that combines neural senses with VR images. In the simulated training room, no movements are required. You just need to put on special clothes, lie down calmly, and you can practice. The various precision components on the clothes will convey your thoughts directly to your nerve senses, and the nerve senses will feed back to the brain, allowing you to feel the real immersive feeling. You can achieve great success without leaving your home. Compared with traditional practice methods, this practice method greatly saves practice space, enhances practice effects, and also ensures the safety of practitioners. Because it is also assisted by intelligent AI, it can monitor your physical condition at all times. Once it finds that the practice has caused damage to your body, it will help you stop immediately. It is a very advanced practice method. However, this kind of thing is also extremely expensive and is currently only used in the 4 major Imperial Spirit Academies. When the 2 went to the mimicry training hall, they unexpectedly met 2 acquaintances. Chapter 29 Meeting an Acquaintance Again. It's Lin Dong and Jiang Xianer. Xiao Zhan, why are you here? Jiang Xianer blurted out, her face full of surprise. Lin Dong, who was standing next to him, heard the noise and looked forward, his expression changing instantly. Why is this trash here? What a narrow road for enemies to meet. Xiao Zhan heard the voice and looked towards them, his expression also surprised. Weren't they at Changqi Yuling Academy? How could they appear here? But when I think about their talents, I understand. S-level is the target of college admissions. Facing Jiang Xianer, Xiao Zhan had only a cold attitude towards her. You all can be here, why can't I be here? Hearing this, Jiang Xianer frowned. Xiao Zhan's attitude made her very unhappy. He was not like this before. It seems that he has really changed. The villain succeeds. Xiao Zhan, don't think he'll have a future just because you relied on Yi Yulong's connections to get into Baidi Yuling Academy. Your talent is destined to make you a failure, Jiang Xianer said mercilessly. The last duel made her lose face in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Every time she walked in the academy, the students looked at her with eyes full of ridicule, like a knife cutting her face. Finally, she couldn't stand this kind of look anymore and asked to leave the academy. But Changqi Yuling Academy naturally refused to agree. After all, she was the hallmark of Changqi Yuling Academy. Moreover, with her around, they could retain the genius that was Lin Dong. Therefore, the leaders of Changqi Yuling College resolutely refused to agree. In desperation, she found Lin Dong and put forward her idea, hoping to get Lin Dong's help. Lin Dong didn't want to go to Baidi Yuling Academy because his family was in Changqi City. He also understood the principle of it's better to be a cock's crown than a phoenix's tail very well. At Changqi Yuling Academy, he could get the best resources. If he went to Baidi Yuling Academy, the resources would be much less. But Jiang Xianer couldn't stand it. She couldn't stay in Changqi Yuling Academy for a moment. Especially after Yi Yulong's talent spread in the academy, she was compared with Yi Yulong every day, and all kinds of speculations were made. She felt like she was going crazy. In the end, she chose to use a method of half coercion and half temptation, and after giving Lin Dong a little sweetness, Lin Dong agreed to her request. So, under the operation of the Lin family, the two of them successfully left Changchi Yuling Academy and came to Baidi Yuling Academy. I had originally planned to study hard here, and once I had some achievements, I could go find Xiao Zhan to take back the throne. But I didn't expect that Xiao Zhan was also in this academy. What a narrow road for enemies to cross. Lin Dong's gaze was now focused on Yi Yulong. Before, he thought she was just a vase and looked down on her. But later, he learned that Yi Yulong was from the Yi family and was also an SSS-level spirit weapon. He then understood why he lost that day. But understanding is one thing. After learning the news, he became even more angry. An SSS-level person would actually choose a waste. Why? Are you brain dead? Why doesn't such a good thing happen to him? He was extremely jealous. He immediately sarcastically said to Xiao Zhan, Sienna and I are here because we relied on our own abilities to get in. Unlike you, you can only follow behind a woman. Although it was a sarcastic remark, the air was filled with a sour taste. If possible, Lin Dong also wants to contract an SSS level 1, right? Xiao Zhan was not angry when they called him a gigolo. Instead, he was very proud. What's wrong with following a woman? Aren't women attractive? Living off a woman is a skill, especially for someone like me who can still live off a woman. It's even more powerful. As he said that, Xiao Zhan put his arms around Yi Yulong's waist, then put his head close to her neck and sniffed it fiercely. Well, this damn SSS level soft rice smells good. Xiao Zhan was so proud that he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She raised her head and looked at Lin Dong proudly. How about it? I have a wife to kiss, can you do it? Humph, this is the benefit of the life and death contract. You, a scumbag of the equal contract, can't enjoy it at all. Yi Yulong, who was standing next to him, was hugged by Xiao Zhan, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Although she and Xiao Zhan slept in the same bed, Xiao Zhan was not a good sleeper. Except for the first day, he clung to her like an octopus every day. Over time, she gradually got used to this kind of close contact. But after all, they were in public at the moment, and being hugged like this and doing such intimate things really made her blush and her heart beat fast. But she also knew that men were very concerned about their reputation, so she just let him do it. When Lin Dong saw Yi Yulong acting like a little girl, he was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He looked at Jiang Xian'er beside him, wanting to hug her in his arms and give her a passionate French kiss to hit Xiao Zhan hard. He knew that Jiang Xian'er was Xiao Zhan's previous ambiguous girlfriend. It would be great if he could put a hat on her in front of her, right? But he didn't dare. Although Jiang Xian'er had given him some sweet treats, their relationship was far from as close as that between Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. It was more like a transaction between them. So he didn't dare to do anything rash. Moreover, this is no longer Changchi Yuling Academy. In Changchi Yuling Academy, Jiang Xian'er has no choice. He can be more forceful and control Jiang Xian'er. But it's different here. Jiang Xian'er has too many choices. She's only been here a few days, and already many men have extended olive branches to her. Lin Dong is an S-level spirit master. Generally speaking, his best contracted spirit weapon is also S-level. Most S-level spirit masters look for A-level spirit weapons. But weapon spirits are different. They are upward compatible, and it is easy for an S-level weapon to find an SS-level weapon. So he was afraid that if he forced his way in, Jiang Xian'er would just say goodbye to him. Then where can he find an S-level? He is now walking on thin ice and deeply regrets coming to Baidi Yuling Academy. I really don't know why I was blinded by Jiang Xian'er's sweetness at that time. He really wants to go back. Xiao Zhan, you can only be arrogant for a few days. When I break through to the first grade spirit weapon, it will be time for you to kowtow to me and apologize during the college competition. Jiang Xian'er said directly. Compared to Lin Dong's nervousness, she was full of confidence. But she still had self-awareness and knew to only come and seek trouble during the college competition. At your service any time. Xiao Zhan sneered, not wanting to waste time, and pulled Yi Yulong away. Another one spreading rumors. Within one day, two people made statements. Xiao Zhan was getting a little impatient. Beautiful women are the root of trouble. It was not a good thing that there were always people who were short-sighted enough to provoke her. In fact, Xiao Zhan also knew that many of them were not blind, but simply wanted to find a sense of existence. After all, it was a very satisfying thing to defeat a genius who was so high and mighty. Especially when it was a beautiful genius like Yi Yulong, seeing her get humiliated was doubly satisfying. This is just like when Xiao Zhan failed to awaken and those onlookers took advantage of his misfortune. Chapter 30, Technological Training, Mimicry Training Room. At the same time, not far from them, a man with black hair and a crew cut happened to see the scene. His eyes were rolling around, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong came to the Mimicry Training Building. This is a building that looks like a science and technology museum. It has 3 floors in total, and all 3 floors are training rooms. The first floor occupies the largest area and is the training hall, which is divided into 7 small halls in total. Each small hall is a centralized practice room, with a dedicated teacher in charge. This is a collective practice room prepared for students with poor financial conditions. A small hall can accommodate about 50 pairs of spirit masters to practice at the same time. The second floor is a training room similar to a private room, which can accommodate up to 7 pairs of spirit masters to practice together at one time. This is prepared for students who have good financial conditions and want to achieve better results in their practice. The third floor is a single room. There is only one training room in the room, and there is no teacher to look after it. However, the equipment used in the training room is of the highest level, equipped with top-level artificial intelligence, which can monitor the physical data of the spirit master at all times, making it more reassuring than a teacher. But at the same time, the price of practicing in a single room on the third floor is also the highest. Because the cost of the simulated training room is extremely expensive, students have to pay for its use. Of course, some students with good talents and strong abilities will also be rewarded by the academy with free use for a period of time. When Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong arrived, the training building was already crowded with people. Although it is expensive to practice in the training room once, there are still many wealthy people in this top academy, and the training room is almost never idle. However, the two were also very lucky. When they arrived, a couple was checking out of the single room. Xiao Zhan immediately paid the money, took the number plate, and went to the third floor. The fees for the training room are calculated by the minute. Fortunately, Yi Yulong is a wealthy woman and has no shortage of money. After 2 lifetimes, Xiao Zhan finally understood what it means to have a comfortable life. Especially for a top-notch beautiful and rich woman like Yi Yulong, her gigolo is really soft and delicious. Reluctant to leave, the two entered the room. I found that the room was well decorated. It was not only a training room, but also the bathroom and the big soft bed were clearly arranged. I can't help but sigh, capital really doesn't cheat the poor. Sleeping and taking a shower in this training room where the fee is calculated by the minute is really something special. The two then entered the training room. The training room is very high-tech, but it is actually the inside of a sphere, built with various high-tech materials. Inside is a set of special training clothes and an auxiliary training cabin. Xiao Zhan changed his clothes, which wrapped his entire body tightly, leaving even his eyes uncovered, in order to allow for better all-round perception. Then he stepped into the training cabin, and Yi Yulong had transformed into the demonic scythe of death, which he held in his hand. After entering the training cabin, Xiao Zhan's training officially began as he concentrated his mind and calmed his breath. He only felt a change in front of his eyes, and then he came to an open grassland. The grass under his feet was soft and endless, and there were some cows and sheep eating grass with their heads down. The sun was shining, with big white clouds, the air was filled with the fragrance of earth and flowers, and the temperature was just right, refreshing and cool. Everything feels very real. But Xiao Zhan knew that none of this was real. These were all images created by the training room through his neural senses. This grassland is also the theme map for Startup. Xiao Zhan gripped the death demon scythe in his hand, then adjusted his breathing, imagined changes in his mind, and when he opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him changed instantly, from the original beautiful azure scenery to a city of death similar to hell. Broken walls, dead trees, and no grass. An aura of death loomed. Xiao Zhan nodded. This scene was the perfect environment for his cultivation. His death scythe contains the aura of death, and practicing in such an environment will be twice as effective with half the effort. The magic sickle was swung casually in his hand, and the whistling sound was like the howling of evil spirits in hell, which was really scary to hear. At this time, Yi Yulong sent a message: in the training room, you can do whatever you want. You can do anything you want: fly, burrow underground, dive into the sea. You can also use various powerful attack skills, break mountains, split the earth, and do anything. However, you must control this unrealistic behavior, because these perceptions of abilities beyond your own will affect your judgment of your actual capabilities and easily lead to misjudgment in real combat, which is not worth the loss. Xiao Zhan certainly understood this truth. The training room has great benefits. It can allow you to experience extraordinary power through your nerve senses. But there is also a disadvantage, which is that if you experience this kind of power too much, you will easily become complacent. He said seriously, don't worry. While the perception of that powerful force is wonderful, it can also cause unbearable damage to the body. Our current goal is to quickly master the control techniques your father left us. In the notebook left by Yi Yolong's father, there are the methods of using the control technique that he recorded. Fortunately, Yi Yulong inherited her mother's spirit, which made this notebook useful. And now, the control skill they are preparing to practice is a control skill called Fish Lantern Leading the Soul. Their current strength is just enough to practice this defensive technique. When used, the whole person will be hidden in a ball of darkness composed of the air of death. The darkness was like a ghostly fog, covering the entire area. At the same time, a bright light would appear in the darkness. The light was dim, like a fish lantern on a river at night. The fish lantern will briefly attract the enemy's attention. At this time, Xiao Zhan will rush out from the other side and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This move is called the fish lantern to lead the soul. The fish lanterns lead souls to the underworld, and the crystal light shines into the dark doors every night. What Xiao Zhan needs to practice now is how to control the aura of death more exquisitely and integrate himself perfectly into the darkness. At the same time, it is necessary to accurately control the appearance time of the fish light, as well as factors such as brightness. If the fish light is too bright or too dim, it will affect the control effect. Other things include timing to deliver a fatal blow. This move was very ingenious, requiring a great deal of mental strength and emphasizing the need for surprise. In terms of practical capabilities and complexity alone, it was simply not a skill that could be developed by a first-grade spirit controller. Fortunately, there are the notes left by Yi Yolong's father, otherwise Xiao Zhan alone would never be able to comprehend and develop this skill at this stage. Oh, soft rice smells so good. Xiao Zhan could only sigh like this. It feels so good to be chased and fed by someone. He couldn't help but think, if his talent had not been damaged and he had made a contract with Jiang Xianer, would he have such abundant resources for cultivation now? That should not be the case. Chapter 31 Zhao Long's Cunning. He looked at the death scythe in his hand again. Eating soft rice for a while is good for a while. Eating soft rice all the time is good all the time. What are you thinking about? Let's get started. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Yi Yulong couldn't help but urge him. Xiao Zhan came back to his senses and quickly prepared to start. All right, rich woman. Rich woman? You heard wrong, I said wife, yes, wife. Yi Yulong blushed, you are so unserious. His tone was slightly annoyed, but he was obviously very happy. At the same time, Zhao Long is with his younger brother Wang Hu. Brother Long, you don't think that Xiao Zhan is really F-level, right? Wang Hu asked tentatively. Zhao Long glared at him and said coldly, when you ask a question that insults your intelligence, do you think it's an insult to your intelligence or mine? That's not what I meant. Wang Hu was suddenly embarrassed. He was just giving a kind reminder. However, it can be seen from this sentence that Zhao Long does not really think that Xiao Zhan is F-level. Zhao Long knew he had no ill intentions, so he calmed down a bit and continued, the Yi family isn't stupid, and Yi Yulong is definitely not stupid either. Even if Xiao Zhan really has an F-level useless talent, he must have some secrets that are different from ordinary people. Otherwise, Yi Yulong would never have chosen him. Wang Hu nodded, as long as Zhao Long could see clearly. He was afraid that Zhao Long would be cheated on and lose his mind. He flattered him and asked doubtfully, Brother Long is smart, but since you know he has a secret, why did you provoke them? Provocative? Hearing these words, Zhao Long couldn't help but get angry again. Who in the entire Baidi Yuling Academy doesn't know that I want to make a contract with Yi Yulong? Now she's been snatched away by someone else. If this happened in the ancient era, it would be like me being cuckolded. I, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families, have been outshined by a trash known to everyone. Do you think I should redeem myself? Wang Hu felt a little breathless because of the aura exuded by Zhao Long. A contracted spirit master was actually suppressed by someone who had not yet signed a contract. If someone saw this, they would be really shocked. Wang Hu nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. This concerns the family's reputation, of course we have to get it back. Zhao Long retracted his momentum and his tone softened a little, not as tense, but became serious again. Actually, whether I provoke him or not, a fight is inevitable between us. The freshman competition is extremely important, as it affects all future resources. One failure could mean a fateful outcome. I originally insisted on finding a contract with Yi Yulong so that I could secure first place in the freshman competition. But who knew that I still couldn't achieve my wish? Now that she signed the contract, I naturally have to make fresh preparations. I deliberately provoke them just to let them down and make them think I'm arrogant and naive. This way, we can surprise everyone in the freshman competition. After hearing his explanation, Wang Hu's expression suddenly became clear. It turns out that Zhao Long had calculated everything early on. The boss is worthy of being the boss. Seeing Wang Hu's admiring eyes, Zhao Long felt extremely disdainful in his heart. Although Wang Hu had awakened his S-level talent and had a promising future, he still lacked a lot of maturity in his thinking and handling of things. I can see some problems, but that's all I can see. This will limit his future development. But he also has a bright spot, that is, he has found a good big brother in advance. Brother Long, is the reward for this freshman competition really that important? Wang Hu asked in confusion while expressing his admiration. He felt that it was just a secret training session. Was there any need to be so aggressive and cautious? Zhao Long just chuckled at this question. Whether it's important or not depends on the person. Anyway, to you, it really isn't important. Zhao Long would not explain to him because it would be useless to explain. The rewards from the secret realm are not something that someone like Wang Hu can get his hands on. Okay, how are you doing with the things I asked you to do? Zhao Long asked again. After coming out of the classroom, Zhao Long asked Wang Hu to find out if there were any SS-level weapon spirits that had not been contracted. After all, he did not have a contract yet. Although he had already prepared for the freshman competition, contracting a weapon spirit was the top priority. Wang Hu shook his head helplessly. Brother Long, there are only 3 SS-level weapon spirits enrolled this year. They were all contracted by other SS-level spirit masters long ago. There are no weapon spirits that have not been contracted yet. Zhao Long frowned slightly, but this answer was within his expectations. When he gave up others for Yi Yulong, he had already imagined this ending. He wanted to keep a spare in advance, but SS-level spirit weapons are very popular wherever they go. No matter whether she is a girl from a wealthy family or an ordinary girl from a poor family, as long as she awakens an SS-level spirit, she will be the object of competition, without exception. Especially those weapon spirits with no background, they were almost bought over by the major powerful families as soon as they awakened. It was impossible for Zhao Long to keep a backup. What about S rank? Zhao Long felt a little regretful about his impulsiveness. The main reason was that he had a very comprehensive data set at the time. He knew Yi Yulong's personality and the information about the geniuses awakened from the 4 academies. Based on the screening and investigation, he had a high probability that Yi Yulong would ultimately choose him. But what was unexpected was that Xiao Zhan showed up in the middle of the journey. There are no S-level ones. Brother Long, at this time, almost all those with good talents have been contracted. Wang Hu said. Geniuses are very popular. Generally, on the day of awakening, most of them will be contracted. On the second day, almost no one signed a contract. It is extremely rare for someone like Zhao Long to drag on for almost a week. When Zhao Long heard this, a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. He had really lost both the wife and the army. Anger flared up in his mind. If you weren't here, wouldn't you try to pry her off? An SS-level player is hard to pry off, but are S-level players also hard to pry off? There are only so many rich and powerful people, and there are a lot of S-level players without any background waiting to be pried off. Don't you use your brain? S-level students are considered geniuses in other academies and are revered as treasures. But in the 4 major Imperial Spirit Academies, he would just be looked at a few more times. There are only 8 major families in total. With his resources and background, it would be easy for Zhao Long to poach an S-level student in the Baidi Yuling Academy. Wang Hu was scolded so much that he didn't dare to talk back. Yes, I'll go contact the weapon spirit right away. It will take forever to find him alone. Let all the brothers go and look for him. Yes, Brother Long. Wang Hu was just about to leave when a man with short black hair came over. Chapter 32. Let us not beat around the bush. I'm here to steal your girlfriend. It's yellow hair. Brother Long, are you looking for a suitable spirit weapon? I happen to have a suitable candidate and I can recommend him to you. The yellow-haired man said with a nasty smile. Tell me about it. Zhao Long said with a cold face. Seeing that Zhao Long was angry, Huang Mao quickly told him what he had just seen. Then, he took out another document and handed it to Zhao Long. Brother Long, I have thoroughly researched the information about Jiang Xianer and Lin Dong. I'm sure you will be interested. Zhao Long took it and looked at it. Huang Mao also introduced, I think since Brother Long wants to regain his face from Xiao Zhan, why not use Jiang Xianer? Given the emotional entanglement between them, she will definitely inflict not only a physical blow to Xiao Zhan, but also a severe psychological trauma. The key point is that Jiang Xianer is also an S-level weapon spirit, and she wields a sharp Snow Lotus sword. She is incredibly powerful, and even among all the S-level weapon spirits, she is a leader. She is very suitable for your current needs, Brother Long. Zhao Long looked at the information in his hand and his expression changed. This is a good way to double strike. After a brief thought, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Xianer is of very high quality. If she can be effectively developed, it is not impossible for her to advance and break through to SS level in the future. The talent of the Spirit Master can be improved, and the talent of the Weapon Spirit can also be improved. It's just that the two methods are slightly different. After receiving Zhao Long's affirmation, Huang Mao felt that he had made a great contribution. Brother Long, I have also investigated this Lin Dong. He is just from an ordinary city family. He is not a threat. If we snatch Jiang Xianer away, he won't dare to say a word. The key point is that the emotional bond between Jiang Xianer and Xiao Zhan is very interesting. After being abandoned by Jiang Xianer, Xiao Zhan used Yi Yolong's talent to regain his face from Jiang Xianer. If Jiang Xianer can defeat Xiao Zhan in this freshman competition, Xiao Zhan's state of mind will definitely be affected. Even his path of cultivation will be restricted. Zhao Long couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. He could already imagine Xiao Zhan being so angry that he vomited blood after being defeated. It must be hard to accept being defeated by someone you defeated, right? Very good, Huang Mao, you did a good job this time. I will give you a great credit. Zhao Long praised. Thank you, Brother Long, thank you, Brother Long. Huang Mao's face was full of smiles. Alright, without further ado, go contact Jiang Xianer immediately. No matter what method you use, bring her to me first. I want to pry her away myself. Yes. Wang Hu and Huang Mao took action immediately. The two of them moved very quickly. Almost that very night, Jiang Xianer was called over. The college attaches great importance to the protection of students, so Jiang Xianer doesn't have to worry too much about danger. In fact, she didn't plan to come, but the reputation of Zhao Long's 8 major families made her hesitate. The two met in a rest area. In the evening, there are many couples dating here. Who are you and what do you want from me? Jiang Xianer got straight to the point after meeting him. Zhao Long looked at Jiang Xianer. It must be said that Jiang Xianer was very beautiful. The pure aura she exuded made people want to get close to her. Her figure and temperament are much better than many beauties in the college, but she is still a little bit behind Yi Yulong. Zhao Long didn't mince words when the other party was so direct. Let's be frank. I'm here to pry you away. I want to sign a contract with you. I've already signed with someone else. I know, that's why I came to negotiate with you. Leave him and sign a contract with me, you won't regret it. Zhao Long smiled confidently. Jiang Xianer sneered, before discussing terms, it's basic courtesy to disclose your identity. It has been several days since she enrolled in Baidi Yuling Academy. During these days, many people have come to Jiang Xianer to sign contracts. But among those people, most of them are wealthy and powerful A-level spirit masters, but there are only a few S-level talents. Because the spirit masters who are rich, powerful, and talented have no shortage of spirit weapons, Jiang Xianer naturally looked down on the A-level ones. As for the S-level ones, they were all different in every aspect and didn't meet her standards. They were better off following Lin Dong. The name of the Zhao Long 8 great families did attract her interest. Zhao Long smiled slightly, took out a jade box and placed it in front of her, then introduced it. My name is Zhao Long. I am a direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families. I have abundant resources and an SS-level talent. If you sign a contract with me, this Snow Lotus will be my welcome gift to you. As he spoke, he opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there lay a pure white Snow Lotus quietly. The flower was white jade in color, and even the leaves and roots were white jade in color. The whole is transparent, without a single flaw, and exudes a faint cold and mysterious aura. Just smelling it will make your heart feel refreshed. Jiang Xianer's cold expression showed a slight fluctuation. This snow lotus is a relatively rare spiritual herb. Its main effect is to calm the mind and spirit, remove impurities from the body, and assist in cultivation. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible to obtain it unless you are extremely wealthy and have good connections. Because its auxiliary training effect is so good and everyone can use it, it will be bought as soon as it appears. The key point is that this snow lotus is just an auxiliary for cultivation for others, but for Jiang Xianer, this snow lotus is more valuable. Because this snow lotus is a must if she wants to advance to SS-level spirit weapon. Weapon spirits and spirit masters advance their talents differently. Spirit masters can eat any spiritual fruit or herb that improves their aptitude, but weapon spirits are more particular and can only eat spiritual fruits and herbs that match their own attributes. Once you eat something with opposite properties, not only will your strength not improve, but it will actually decrease. Jiang Xianer herself is a snow lotus sword, and this snow lotus is the most suitable spiritual herb for her. After eating it, it may not allow her to advance immediately, but it will definitely greatly increase her strength. It must be said that this snow lotus made her heart beat faster. Seeing Jiang Xianer's expression, Zhao Long felt a little uneasy. Then he continued, "This snow lotus is only 50 years old. I have one at home that's 100 years old. It's definitely more practical to follow me than to follow Lin Dong." 100 years. Jiang Xianer took a breath of cold air. What does 100 years mean? You know, it's only been 120 years since the world changed. Shortness of breath. But she quickly calmed down. She was a person who thought about things with interests at the core, and she knew that there was no free lunch in the world. So she asked, "With your talent and family background, it shouldn't be difficult to find an SS-level weapon spirit. Why did you choose me?" Chapter 33, Zhao Long and Jiang Xianer's contract. Zhao Long generously admitted, "It's true that choosing an SS level isn't difficult, but it's not easy either. If you miss the opportunity, it won't be easy to find an SS level 1 again. To be honest, I'm still a free agent and don't even have a weapon spirit. As for choosing you, the reason is simple. You are outstanding enough among the S-class, and we have a common enemy." "Common enemy? Who?" Jiang Xianer asked. "Xiao Zhan." Hearing these two words, Jiang Xianer's eyes narrowed. "What's your grudge against him?" Zhao Long replied, "He stole my weapon spirit." "Are you talking about the SSS weapon spirit Yi Yulong?" "Yes. If that's the case, then we really do have the same enemy." Jiang Xianer nodded undeniably. But then she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "I'm very curious why Yi Yulong chose Xiao Zhan as her contract partner. You and she are both from the 8 great families, so you should know something, right?" Zhao Long chuckled and shook his head. "I'm just as confused as you are about this. But I'm certain that Xiao Zhan is definitely not as simple as he appears to be." Jiang Xianer was shocked. "You mean he's not F level?" "I'm not sure, but it's pretty close." After hearing this answer, Jiang Xianer was silent for a moment. She didn't expect that Xiao Zhan's talent was fake, but she saw it with her own eyes. How could it be fake? If it's fake, then what is his talent? S level? Or SS level? An SSS level player like Yi Yulong would choose Xiao Zhan instead of Zhao Long. Is he an SSS level player? If so, did Jiang Xianer miss something? She shook the thought off. She couldn't accept that she had made the wrong choice. After a moment of silence, she looked at Zhao Long with a serious expression. "Most of what you said is about benefits to me, but you haven't told me what benefits you will get after signing the contract with me?" Jiang Xianer is not a fool. The fact that she was able to use Xiao Zhan for 6 years meant that she must have her own unique abilities. There is no free lunch in the world. Zhao Long wants to contract a spirit weapon. SS level ones are hard to find, but there are a lot of S level ones. Why do you have to look for yourself? Is it just because of a common enemy and because you are good enough? She doesn't believe it. After all, no matter how outstanding she is only an S level. Hear this question. Zhao Long couldn't help but look at Jiang Xianer with some admiration and admired her meticulousness. He had originally planned to abandon Jiang Xianer after using her, and then wait for an opportunity to find an SS-level spirit to contract with again. But now, after a conversation with Jiang Xianer, he found that Jiang Xianer had a clear mind, was excellent in all aspects, and was a very intelligent woman. He's had some change of heart. If Jiang Xianer could be trained to become an SS-level spirit weapon, then signing a contract with her might be a good option. He said bluntly, "Choosing you is also urgent. If there is an SS level, I will definitely choose her. You are an outstanding existence among the S level, barely meeting my requirements. I need to sign a contract with you quickly, and then take first place in the freshman competition in a month. Defeating Yi Yulong will only help me regain my face. Defeat Yi Yulong? Get first place? Jiang Xianer expressed doubts about him. She felt that this was a bit of an exaggeration. Before everyone became a first-grade spirit master, a high talent of the spirit of the weapon had an absolute advantage. How could it be easy to defeat Yi Yulong? She clearly remembered how miserable she looked when she was defeated by the death scythe. Zhao Long knew what she was doubting. He pushed the snow lotus flower towards Jiang Xianer and said, "Don't worry. Sign a contract with me. I'm sure we can both break through and become first-grade spirit masters within a month. As long as we become first-grade spirit masters, Xiao Zhan and the others will have nothing to fear." What? A first-rank spirit master? Are you sure? Jiang Xianer was shocked, her mouth couldn't help but open wide, and her pupils contracted violently. You can become a first-class spirit master within a month. Isn't this too unbelievable? You know, if she practices with Lin Dong, with the resources of Lin Dong's family, the two of them can shorten the normal 6 months to become a first-grade spirit master to 4 to 5 months. And if she signs a contract with an SS-level person, then without using any resources, she can break through to the first-grade spirit control master in about 3 months. Zhao Long is SS level. Even with the support of Zhao family resources, it is impossible to shorten it to 1 month. After all, although many spiritual herbs and fruits are very nourishing, the body's strength is limited and cannot be tolerated. Therefore, she was very skeptical about what Zhao Long said. But Zhao Long said, "You don't have to doubt the truth of what I said. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't choose to contract with you. The reward of the freshman competition is far more important to me than slapping Yi Yulong in the face. You don't know the meaning of the secret realm, so there's no need for me to explain it to you now. You just need to know that I, Zhao Long, am not a fool. I will definitely not keep a vase with me." This sentence is said very bluntly and makes people feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, this sentence also affirms Jiang Xianer's value. But Jiang Xianer's face remains solemn. Even if he becomes a first-grade spirit control master, he won't necessarily be able to defeat Xiao Zhan, right? If his talent is fake, then his true talent is definitely not lower than mine. If we can become first-grade spirit control masters, then he can definitely become one too. You're right, but I've already made arrangements for this matter. In short, I will never lose. Zhao Long straightened his chest, having already calculated everything. He has absolute confidence in this. Seeing this, Jiang Xianer's doubts disappeared by a large margin. Looking at the snow lotus in front of her, she quickly thought about the pros and cons of signing a contract with Zhao Long. 3 seconds later. She agreed, "Okay, I promise you." After a brief exchange with her, Zhao Long knew that she was a smart person. Knowing what choice she would make, he smiled slightly and placed the snow lotus directly in her hand. Eat this snow lotus as soon as possible. It can improve your attributes. If you have no doubts, let's go to the contract now. Jiang Xianer accepted the snow lotus without hesitation. She looked at Zhao Long and suddenly asked, "I fired Lin Dong today, and I might fire you tomorrow. Aren't you afraid that your efforts will be wasted?" When Zhao Long heard this question, he was a little worried. But at this moment, I am not so worried. Because he felt that if a woman would take the initiative to talk about such things, it proved that she was most likely not that kind of person. Chapter 34, The Skill of Control, Practiced Successfully. "So," he said very casually, "are there not many such things in this world? What's important is not that my efforts have been wasted, but that in the process of giving, I have also gained something. I won't lose anything on this point. Of course, more importantly, only useless spirit masters would worry about the spirit leaving their weapon. And I, Zhao Long, am obviously not useless." Zhao Long's words exuded confidence. When Jiang Xianer saw how confident he was, a smile of great approval appeared on her face. However, deep in her eyes, there was a barely perceptible light flashing. Some doubts, once expressed, are no longer doubts. But you have to understand that this doubt always exists, it just exists in a more hidden way. The two walked into the contract room. At the same time, Lin Dong, who was far away in the boys' dormitory, suddenly felt that the connection in his mind was broken, and Jiang Xianer's involvement disappeared. He jumped up from the bed and ran away. The other side. After Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong finished their training, they returned to the apartment. Practicing in a practice room is very mentally and physically demanding. The whole body and mind are practicing at maximum load, which is a test for the body. However, although it is tiring, the effect is obvious. Xiao Zhan already has some knowledge of this defensive technique, and he is confident that he can master it within a month. After returning to the house, taking a shower, taking a deep breath, and clenching his fists, Xiao Zhan felt extremely powerful at this moment. But he knew that this feeling was largely unfounded and was a sequelae of his nervous senses. Don't blindly believe that this is your own power. Both of them washed up and prepared for bed. Xiao Zhan subconsciously put his hand on Yi Yolong's waist, wanting to hold her in his arms to sleep, but he took his hand back as soon as he put it there. Sorry, subconsciously. Xiao Zhan smiled awkwardly. During the day, when I was bickering with Lin Dong and the others, I hugged Yi Yulong and felt comfortable hugging him. I was a little reluctant to leave. It doesn't matter. Yi Yulong said lightly, but his face was slightly red. Suddenly, she took Xiao Zhan's hand again and placed it on her waist again. Xiao Zhan was a little surprised, feeling the smoothness of his fingertips and seeing Yi Yolong's shy eyes that he dared not look directly into. He couldn't help but smile, and with the force of his big hands, he directly embraced Yi Yulong in his arms. Yi Yulong exclaimed with a surprised expression, and suddenly felt that he had come into a warm and familiar chest. Her face turned even redder. A chest like this, one she would feel every night when she woke up. Before falling asleep, the two treated each other with respect, but after falling asleep, she inexplicably ended up in Xiao Zhan's arms. Seeing her so shy and charming, Xiao Zhan felt sweet as a flower blossomed in his heart. Then I turned off the lights and went to bed. In the following days, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong spent most of their time in the training room, practicing the control technique Fish Lantern Soul Guiding in preparation for the freshman competition. Since he spent most of his time in the training room, there were fewer people trying to make his presence felt, which gave Xiao Zhan a rare moment of peace and quiet. However, Lin Dong came to find Xiao Zhan once during the journey. Xiao Zhan thought he was here to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that he was here to ask Xiao Zhan to beat Jiang Xian'er so hard that she cried and begged for mercy during the freshman competition. Xiao Zhan, who was beating his chest and stamping his feet, grimacing, shook his head. He secretly thanked God that he did not make a contract with Jiang Xian'er about what happened to him in the past, otherwise, he would eventually be betrayed by Jiang Xian'er. He also didn't expect that Jiang Xian'er would abandon Lin Dong so decisively. As expected, I still don't know Jiang Xian'er well enough. In this way, time passed day by day. A month later, Xiao Zhan finally succeeded in practicing the Fish Lantern Guiding Soul and walked out of the practice room. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was waiting anxiously at the door of the training room. Seeing him come out, she was overjoyed. "Brother, you finally came out. Registration is almost over. If you don't come out, you won't be able to participate. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is." Xiao Zhan was speechless. "If you, Lin Dong, want to see Jiang Xian'er get slapped in the face, why don't you go up and slap her in the face yourself? Wouldn't that be more satisfying as revenge? Don't rely on others." Lin Dong didn't care about him at all. He hurriedly took Xiao Zhan to the registration point, fearing that Xiao Zhan would not be able to register. "Hey, do you really believe that I can defeat Jiang Xian'er?" Xiao Zhan asked speechlessly. Lin Dong said, "It's not that I believe you can defeat her, but right now, between the two of us, you are the only one who can defeat her. I can't wait to see that bitch get humiliated. When the current partner also becomes the X, then the X and the XX become people on the same side." Xiao Zhan gave him a thumbs up. This guy has a pretty clear mind. However, Xiao Zhan had no interest in slapping Jiang Xian'er in the face. This kind of personal vendetta was far less significant than the secret realm. The two arrived at the registration point. There was actually still plenty of time. After the registration ended, the event would not begin for another quarter of an hour. Only Lin Dong was anxious, but when he saw Xiao Zhan successfully registered, he seemed relieved. Then, he turned to Xiao Zhan and reminded him, "You've been practicing for the past month, so you might not know what's going on outside. During this freshman competition, you must pay attention to Zhao Long and Jiang Xian'er. They both broke through to become first-grade spirit masters yesterday." Lin Dong's tone when he said this was a little surprised and resentful. He knew Jiang Xian'er's talent. According to normal development, it would take at least 4 months for her to break through to the first level. As a result, after leaving him, she was able to become a first-grade spirit weapon in just 1 month. No wonder Jiang Xian'er left him so decisively. He also thought that there would be such a day, but he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan was also a little surprised. It is really hard to believe that an SS-level Spirit Master and an S-level Spirit Weapon combination can both break through to the first level in just 1 month. Not everyone is like me, with special talents, bloodlines, and skills. At this time, Yi Yulong, who was standing nearby, analyzed, the Zhao family is a military merchant family. Half of the family members are in the military, and the other half are in business. With the support of the military, their business is very strong, mainly involved in the sale of precious items such as spiritual herbs and fruits, and the corpses of demon beasts. So, I guess they must have taken some spiritual medicine that was very suitable for their own attributes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to cultivate so fast. Is this the terrifying power of resources? Xiao Zhan could only sigh. No wonder after the mutation, the 8 great families have always been just 8 and have never changed. With such a terrifying amount of resources, the family will hardly collapse unless there are particularly useless people in the family. Like some companies, it's a bloodline inheritance. In short, Xiao Zhan, you have to be careful. This time, in addition to the 2 of them, there are 3 other pairs of SS-level people who have also broken through and become first-grade Spirit Masters. They pose a great threat to you. Lin Dong said very worriedly. Chapter 35 Freshman Competition begins. I was afraid that Xiao Zhan wouldn't be able to slap Jiang Xianer in the face. After saying that, he stared at Xiao Zhan again. Hey, tell me something, do you have any secrets? Otherwise, why would the night school beauty be interested in you? Having been in the academy for a month, he had heard a lot of rumors about Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan might be a waste, but Yi Yulong is definitely not a waste. But Yi Yulong chose Xiao Zhan, a waste, which means that Xiao Zhan is not a waste either. Xiao Zhan looked at his curious eyes, spread his hands, and smiled teasingly. If you think there is one, then there is one. Lin Dong was anxious. Just tell me. Seeing how seriously I'm trying to get information for you, can you please satisfy my curiosity? I didn't ask you to help me find out information. This is all your own free will. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Zhan didn't appreciate it at all. He remembered that Lin Dong had threatened to teach him a lesson in a year. Although he couldn't give it to her at all, Xiao Zhan was very vindictive. Lin Dong was a little angry. He had been helping Xiao Zhan to gather information out of good intentions, and it would have been fine if he didn't get any thanks, but in the end he didn't even get a good attitude? Isn't this too arrogant? Just about to speak. At this time, the bell rang, officially signaling the start of the freshman competition. Then a gentle and elegant old man walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Qian, and I'm the vice president of Baidi Yuling Academy. I'll be hosting this year's freshman competition. It's a great honor. This freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a draw-based elimination round, where all students compete in a one-on-one elimination round. This process continues until the top-ranked student is determined. The second stage is the challenge competition. For students who achieved first place in the elimination round and feel that they do not deserve the title, they can challenge. The winner of the challenge will be the first place winner. Only freshmen from this academy are allowed to participate in this freshman competition. Seniors are not allowed to join by contract, and outsiders are not allowed to join by contract. Anyone caught cheating will be expelled from the academy. The first place winner of this freshman competition will be able to enter the White Emperor's secret realm for 3 days of training. I hope all students will fight hard and win the championship. Now I declare that the competition officially begins. As Wang Qian's voice fell, a referee walked up to each competition platform, holding a roster in their hands, and began to read out the names. The students came on stage and started competing, and the competition officially began. There are a lot of new students, about 10,000. If the contracts between men and women are halved, there are nearly 5,000 pairs. This is a relatively large competition. However, the freshman competition was not mandatory, but voluntary. Therefore, many B-level and A-level Spirit Masters knew they were no match for the opponents and simply chose to give up. Of course, most people just want to show up and gain some practical experience. Xiao Zhan's competition location is on the 6th arena in Area A, and he has been waiting here early. After watching 3 games, he had a general understanding of the strength of these students. As expected, almost 99% of people failed to break through to the first-grade Spirit Control Master. Such a competition is simply a benefit for the most talented people. However, the academy is an academy after all, and it has to be fair on the surface when doing things, so they organized this competition. Next, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong will face Mali and Wang Qin. The referee's voice. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong immediately jumped onto the arena, and then a man and a woman jumped out opposite them. Mali and Wang Qin are both S-level and very confident in their abilities. They can't say they will definitely take first place, but they also think they will be in the top few. Maybe with a little luck, they can get one. When they went on stage and saw that their opponents were Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, there was a hint of contempt in both of their eyes. I thought the first round would be easy, but I didn't expect it would be so easy. Wow, she's the campus belle from Knight College. Such a good thing as beating up the campus belle actually fell on me. Mali twisted his neck, grinned, and his bones creaked. Obviously, he felt that he had a sure win. Wang Qin didn't have many thoughts. She just said calmly, "It doesn't matter who our opponent is. As long as we win in the end, that's enough." Although he didn't mean to mock, he obviously thought he was sure to win. I really don't know what Yi Yulong was thinking. Why did he choose an F-level loser when he could choose anyone else? Mali said dissatisfiedly and a little jealously when he saw Yi Yulong's beauty. Such a beautiful school beauty, a top-level spirit weapon, and a wife contract, Xiao Zhan has almost become the talk of the town in the academy. If the life and death contract could not be terminated, Xiao Zhan would have become the public enemy. Beat Xiao Zhan and snatch the school beauty will become the slogan. Wang Qin glanced at him and said seriously, "Alright, don't be too careless. After all, Yi Yulong is an SSS-level spirit weapon, so he still has some strength. So what? I'm going to trample her under my feet today." Mali snorted coldly, and with the power of control, Wang Qin next to him turned into an ancient long sword and was held in his hand. The sword body is smooth and the hilt is made of wood. It looks extremely plain, as if it has no attack power. Xiao Zhan did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yulong turned into a magic sickle of death-emitting black air. The billowing black air enveloped the entire death demon scythe, and Xiao Zhan's aura suddenly became cold. His brows were cold, and his pupils were as black as ink. He looked like a demon lord from hell, extremely captivating. Judging from the special effects alone, Xiao Zhan has already crushed Mali. Is this the SSS-level spirit weapon, the Death Demon Scythe? Its aura is so shocking. The students watching below the arena breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time for many of them to see an SSS-level spirit weapon. For a moment, all the spectators and students from other surrounding arenas were attracted over. The aura is entwined, domineering, and dark. Just looking at the appearance and special effects, this night school beauty is a sure win. Damn it, this is SSS level. The gap between an S-level spirit and an SSS-level spirit is even bigger than the gap between a human and a dog. I really don't know why the night school beauty chose Xiao Zhan. On the arena. When Mali saw this scene, his brows were already furrowed. The word jealousy is overused. His S-level spirit weapon was considered excellent in the academy, but compared to the SSS-level Yi Yulong, it was absolutely overshadowed. They say fireflies are brighter than the moon. This S-class player is not even as good as Firefly. Xiao Zhan, you really are jealous of me to death. Mali muttered something with gritted teeth, then took the initiative to attack, stabbing at Xiao Zhan with a sword. His strong jealousy made him eager to beat Xiao Zhan to death. Chapter 36, Easy Wins, entering the quarterfinals. Bite. Xiao Zhan swung the Death Demon Scythe in his hand, and Mali's sword blade hit the Demon Scythe and was blocked steadily. Mali was startled. From the feeling transmitted by the weapon spirit, he discovered that Xiao Zhan's strength was surprisingly strong. He gritted his teeth and increased the strength in his hands, trying to break Xiao Zhan's defense. But Xiao Zhan did not move at all, allowing Ma Liyu's power to be pushed to the extreme. His face was flushed, but Xiao Zhan was also extremely calm and motionless like a mountain. Not even a single hair was moved. He held the death scythe straight in his arms, and the unique length of it easily blocked Mali at a distance of 3 meters. From the audience's perspective, this scene looks like a tall, handsome man easily holding a short-armed and short-legged elementary school student with one hand. An inch longer, an inch stronger. This Xiao Zhan isn't just an inch longer, he's almost 10 feet longer. The students exclaimed. At the same time, his face was filled with envy. Putting aside the quality, just holding such a big sickle in his hand was extremely cool. On the arena, Mali's attack was ineffective, and anger grew on his face. He immediately chose to withdraw his attack and recharge his energy for the attack. But at this time, Xiao Zhan was suddenly one step ahead of him. I saw the death scythe draw a big circle in the air, a whistling sound came from my ears, and the death scythe appeared from Molly's side and slammed towards him. Molly's eyes jumped in surprise at the extraordinary speed, and he immediately raised his sword across his chest to block. He held the hilt of the sword with one hand and the sword body with the other, using the strength of both hands to block, not daring to be careless. Not surprisingly, the death scythe hit the long sword. Bang! Molly's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his pupils widened in shock. This terrifying power. He quickly exerted all his strength to activate the defensive power within him, but the death scythe's powerful force was like a truck crashing into him, completely unstoppable. It directly bent the sword in his hand and stuck it to his chest. He felt a sharp tearing pain in his chest, and before he could react, he screamed and flew away like a kite with a broken string. With a thud, he flew out of the arena and fell heavily to the ground. The long sword in his hand fell down and turned into Wang Qin, who also lay weakly on the ground. Molly covered his chest, which was in great pain, and looked at Wang Qin. Both of them saw deep shock and fear in each other's eyes. Xiao Zhan's strength was so great that he could send them flying with just one slap. Moreover, they had no power to resist. Is this really a combination of F-class and SSS class? They couldn't believe it. At this time, the paramedics nearby came up and immediately checked the injuries of the two people. Fortunately, they only had broken ribs and were not seriously injured. The scene was silent for a while. This scene happened too quickly, and everyone's brain nerves obviously couldn't react. However, the referee was the first to react. This match, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong win. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the audience went from silence to buzzing, and the students began to discuss. What the hell is this? It was solved with just one move? Didn't they say Xiao Zhan was an F-level waste? That's right, I'm confused. There are rumors that he's not, and judging by the strength they just displayed, I think he's definitely not. I don't think so either, but I've never seen an SSS-level weapon spirit before, so I don't know how powerful it is. There's also very little information about the SSS level in the books, so it's possible that the SSS level is so powerful that they won easily. That makes sense. After all, SSS grade is 1 in a million, while S grade is much more common. The difference in quality between the two isn't worlds apart, but it's certainly an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Zhan might have relied on his early SSS grade quality to crush them. There are many different opinions. But no matter what people speculated and discussed, at this moment, many people who had looked down on Xiao Zhan before also silently became serious. Strength is always the best way to make people shut up. In the crowd, Zhao Long and Jiang Xianer also saw this scene. They killed 2 S ranks in one move, so cleanly and neatly. I'm afraid Xiao Zhan and the others have reached the level of a first-grade spirit control master, right? Jiang Xianer looked at Zhao Long and said she was worried, but her expression did not show any worry at all. On the contrary, it was very calm. Zhao Long's brows were stained with disdain as he replied, so what if they are only first-grade spirit control masters? I've already prepared everything. If they can't reach the first-grade spirit control master level, it will only ruin my fun. Are you so confident? Aren't you afraid of something unexpected happening? Zhao Long stared into Jiang Xianer's eyes and chuckled confidently. An accident? All effective accidents are caused by insufficient strength. When your strength is sufficient to control all accidents, accidents can no longer be called accidents. Seeing Jiang Xianer was about to say something, Zhao Long interrupted her and said, "All right, it's our turn to compete soon." Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong came down from the arena. There were more people competing on the first day, so they only had one match today. They planned to continue practicing for the rest of the day. It turned out that he had just left for a while. Lin Dong caught up with a look of surprise. Beside him was a girl, the object of his new contract. Fuck, I was right about you. You crushed the opponent with just one sickle. I wasn't sure I could beat those two. Lin Dong's face was filled with joy and excitement. Xiao Zhan won, and he was even happier than if he had won himself. Nonsense, if you could win, you wouldn't come to me. Also, stop flattering me. Don't forget that we are enemies and we still have a 1-year agreement. Xiao Zhan reminded. What 1-year agreement? The hatred between us has been gone since the day Jiang Xianer left me. Why should I fight you? Besides, we are now on the same front. We only have one enemy, and that is Jiang Xianer. Stop. Xiao Zhan extended his hand and corrected him. I don't have your mindset of thinking about revenge every day. I just want to defeat all the opponents who stand in my way of taking the first place. I understand, I understand. Lin Dong smiled knowingly, you're a gentleman, and I'm a villain, okay? Anyway, as long as you defeat Jiang Xianer, I don't care about anything else. That bitch, she deceived my feelings, and I treated her so sincerely. Xiao Zhan was speechless and too lazy to argue with him. Meaningless words, meaningless people. What a waste of time. The next few days. There were no surprises in the matches between Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. They both won easily. Except for the first match where they encountered S-level players Molly and Wang Qin, they had better luck later on and encountered A and B-level players. When facing them, they were all defeated in one move without exception. And so, a week later, the competition entered the final stage, and only 8 pairs remained out of nearly 5,000 pairs of participating students. Chapter 37 Semifinals, Battle against a First-Class Spirit Master. What surprised Xiao Zhan was that Lin Dong was also one of the quarterfinals. Although this guy is only S-level, his strength is still pretty good among the S-level ones. The next match will be between Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong versus Lin Dong and Lu Yan. The referee's voice sounded. Xiao Zhan had a strange look on his face. He didn't expect to face Lin Dong in the first match. He walked onto the arena and looked at Lin Dong with an amused expression. We agreed to meet in a year, but I didn't expect it to happen in just this month. When Lin Dong saw Xiao Zhan smile, he shuddered unconsciously. After watching the games this week, he had clearly witnessed Xiao Zhan's strength. No matter who the opponent is, it's all a matter of one sickle. Before, he had threatened to compete with Xiao Zhan in a year. Now that his hatred has disappeared with Jiang Xianer, their strength is no longer on the same level. Beat? What the hell? Referee, I give up. Lin Dong admitted defeat without saying a word. Xiao Zhan was stunned. Did he really become sober without Jiang Xianer's instigation? Are you sure? Lin Dong asked the referee. Yes, I'm sure. I give up. Lin Dong said with certainty. After saying this, he turned to look at Xiao Zhan with a hint of heroic entrustment. Xiao Zhan, I will give this opportunity to you. Go ahead with my anger, and remember, don't let that woman get too arrogant. Let her know that those who forget their principles for the sake of profit will not have a good end. He said this as if he could beat Xiao Zhan. After saying that, Lin Dong turned around and glared at Jiang Xianer, then strode off the stage. In fact, if Jiang Xianer had communicated with him properly, Lin Dong would not be so angry. I was so angry because Jiang Xianer was too indifferent and cold-hearted. She didn't show any respect at all and just terminated the contract. An equal contract, although it is about equality, must also have the spirit of contract. This time, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong win. Following the referee's announcement, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong also walked down from the arena. The semi-finals were not held together, but one after another. After Xiao Zhan finished, it was the turn of the other 6 groups of students to compete. Among the 6 groups of students, 3 groups of students have SS-level talents in spirit controllers and weapon spirits, and their strength has reached the level of first-grade spirit controllers. He is the favorite to win the championship. The remaining 3 groups are the same combination as Jiaolong Jiang Xianer, 1 SS level and 1 S level. Not favored. The battle begins. First, 2 groups of SS level students fought each other. The 2 groups of students had the same talents and their strengths were not much different, so the fight was back and forth. In the end, both sides had exhausted their defensive power and suffered serious injuries, and only then was the winner decided. It's just that the game was so tough that I'm afraid tomorrow's semi-final will be affected. Then the SS level group will fight against another group with slightly less talent. Not surprisingly, the more talented group won. Xiao Zhan was watching the fight from the audience, while Yi Yulong next to him looked at the victorious side and introduced them. Chen Shun's innate bloodline skill is teleportation, and his weapon spirit, Susan, is a radiant sword. Its attribute is to achieve invisibility by controlling the refraction of light. If we face them, we need to be careful. Xiao Zhan nodded, his gaze fixed on the shimmering sword in Chen Shun's hand for a few seconds. This is one of their threats. Chen Shun seemed to feel Xiao Zhan's gaze. He looked at Xiao Zhan, smiled contemptuously, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck. This Chen Shun is very arrogant. Xiao Zhan was stunned. It was such an arrogant move. Is he so confident in his own abilities? Shook his head. You'll know when the time comes. The last 2 groups of students will compete against each other, Jiao Long and Jiang Xianer, and a group of players with the same talent combination as them. Everyone thought that this would also be an exciting battle, but unexpectedly, Zhao Long won the game in just a few rounds. It surprised everyone. However, Xiao Zhan knew this was to be expected, as Zhao Long and Jiang Xianer had achieved a breakthrough to the first-rank Spirit Control Master level, while their opponents hadn't. It was normal for them to be easily defeated. With this, today's game is over. The top 4 have also been produced. They are Xiao Zhan's group, Zhao Long's group, Chen Shun's group, and another group with double SS talents. The crowd dispersed, discussing who was the first place. Soon, the second day arrived and the competition for the top 4 began. After the draw, Xiao Zhan was still the first to fight, and his opponent was the group with double SS talents. The man's name was Ma Shu, and he was a twin brother of Mali, the man Xiao Zhan had defeated previously. The woman's name was Lu Yan, and her weapon spirit form was a fire spear. Perhaps because he knew how powerful Xiao Zhan was from his younger brother Mali, Ma Shu looked at Xiao Zhan with a serious look, and did not look down on Xiao Zhan like Chen Shun did. If you think about it from another angle, how could it be possible for someone to make it to the semi-finals if he or she had no real ability at all? With the referee's order, the battle officially began. Please teach me. Ma Shu chopped down with the gun in both hands, assuming a fighting stance. Xiao Zhan did not dare to be careless. Although both of them were first-grade spirit masters, and his talent was even higher, he had a certain advantage. But don't forget, Xiao Zhan's innate bloodline has no bonus, and fighting with anyone is equivalent to losing a natural skill. Moreover, Yi Yolong's innate skills are more auxiliary and do not provide any attack power bonus. Therefore, although Xiao Zhan is confident, his mentality is very stable. He gripped the death scythe tightly in his hand, a black aura billowing out like a burning flame. Judging from its momentum alone, the death scythe was far superior to the fire spear. This is the difference in levels. Ma Shu felt a strong aura of death from Xiao Zhan. He was a little envious because that kind of aura was shared uniquely by the life and death contract. He will not be able to possess the properties of the fire spear. Shaking off the random thoughts in his mind, holding his breath, and shouting loudly, Ma Shu took the lead in launching the attack. He approached quickly and stabbed the tip of the spear straight into Xiao Zhan's face. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. The length of the fire spear is not shorter than the death scythe, so if both sides want to win by relying on the length of their weapons, it is not realistic. Facing this fierce shot, Xiao Zhan remained calm, took a step back and turned his head, easily avoiding the stab. With the double bonus of the perception skill, he can easily make evasive moves in advance. This is the benefit of the life and death contract. However, Ma Shu also had rich combat experience. After Xiao Zhan dodged his straight attack, he took advantage of the situation and swept across to kill him in the head. Xiao Zhan immediately bent down to avoid the attack, while the death scythe spun behind him and swept towards Ma Shu's waist. Ma Shu was caught off guard, but he reacted quickly, bending forward nearly 180 degrees and shifting his center of gravity backward, narrowly avoiding the blade of the magic sickle. Chapter 38. Okay, I give up. He felt a chill down his spine as the deathly aura from the demonic sickle passed close to his waist. It had no temperature, but it was even more chilling than the icy aura. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he was hit by a knife. After dodging, he immediately regrouped and launched another attack, but Xiao Zhan was one step ahead of him, launching a series of attacks one after another. Xiao Zhan was seen holding the sickle in both hands, making a handflower behind his back, spinning around, then raising it high above his head and chopping it down. Ma Shu did not dare to be careless, and immediately held the gun with both hands to block horizontally. Bite. The death scythe struck the fire spear, unleashing a torrent of power. Ma Shu's arm instantly buckled, his face contorted. Clearly, he couldn't resist this powerful force. With a thud, he knelt on one knee. His face flushed, veins popped up on his neck, but he didn't dare let go. Xiao Zhan took the opportunity to kick him in the chest, helping him to resolve the attack, but at the same time, this kick also kicked him more than 10 meters away. Ma Shu was shot out like a football, and rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping. He felt as if his chest was hit by a huge rock. He could hardly breathe and his face turned pale. Fortunately, he did not fall off the arena. This Xiao Zhan is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He definitely has the strength of a first-grade spirit control master. Ma Shu's expression was extremely solemn. He thought he had overestimated Xiao Zhan, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. He endured the pain and stood up, shaking the fire spear in his hand. Suddenly, the red tassel of the spear suddenly jumped and turned into a ball of burning flame. Ma Shu's momentum also increased a bit at this moment. That should be Lu Yan's innate skill, flame. Yi Yulong reminded Xiao Zhan in the consciousness space. Xiao Zhan also stared at the flame with a solemn look on his face. Xiao Zhan, take it. When facing a strong enemy, the best defense is offense. Ma Shu rushed forward, the tip of his spear burning with flames, stabbing straight at Xiao Zhan's face again. It was the same move, but this time Xiao Zhan did not choose to dodge. Instead, he swung the long sickle in his hand to face the collision head-on. The two forces collided instantly. The flame on the fire spear suddenly jumped and burned twice as fast, forming a larger ball of flame, like a flaming lion with a bloody mouth, swallowing the death scythe. Xiao Zhan's power is activated. When the death scythe was about to be engulfed by the flames, a thick black flame gushed out from the scythe. The breath was so strong and the attack was so fierce, it was like compressed air suddenly bursting out. It directly extinguished the flaming lion of the fire spear, and its domineering power invaded and directly swallowed the fire spear. The flame on the fire spear went out instantly, and before Ma Shu could react, the flame was completely swallowed up. Moreover, the thick aura of death swirled up like a cancer attached to the bone, turning into a snake of death, wrapping around the gun body and corroding Ma Shu step by step from the tip of the gun. Ma Shu's face was filled with horror. Although the aura of death had only temporarily enveloped the fire spear, the spirit master and the weapon spirit had signed a contract, with the contract space as an intermediary, so Ma Shu could feel the dead silence of the aura of death. It's a feeling of life slipping away. He frantically urged the defensive energy in his body, trying to reignite the flame of the fire spear to fight against the aura of death. But the aura of death is too strong. This is not just the quality difference brought by the level of the weapon spirit, but also the shared bonus of the life and death contract. Therefore, no matter how he activated the controlling energy, the flame of the fire spear showed no sign of reigniting. His fear intensified again. If a spirit master lost his weapon spirit, his combat effectiveness would be greatly weakened, and he would be almost unable to fight again. Therefore, at this moment he had no choice but to continuously activate the chi of control to break free from the erosion, not daring to hold back at all. Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity, swept Ma Shu to the ground with a sickle, and then kicked him in the abdomen with a football, causing him to curl up instantly. The demonic scythe swung, a cry of victory streaking through the air, pointing directly at his head. You lose. 3 plain words came out of Xiao Zhan's mouth. Ma Wen's face was twisted with pain. He didn't want to give in, but the double pain from his body and mind made him unable to continue resisting. Bang! I lost. He punched the ground fiercely, feeling very unwilling. Seeing him admit defeat, Xiao Zhan immediately withdrew the death aura that was eroding him. The death demon scythe transformed into Yi Yulong, standing beside him prettily. The victor's posture was clearly revealed. In this match, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong win. The referee also announced it immediately. There was a sudden burst of cheers and surprise from the audience. The reason for cheering was that Xiao Zhan won. The reason for being surprised was that Xiao Zhan actually won? Are you still confident that you can beat him now? Jiang Xianer, who was watching the whole fight from beginning to end in the waiting area, couldn't help but ask Zhao Long. Zhao Long looked very unhappy at the moment. Xiao Zhan's strength was far beyond his expectations. His own strength is similar to that of Ma Shu and the others. If they were to face each other, he was confident that he could defeat Ma Shu, but he knew that he could not do it as easily as Xiao Zhan. But this Xiao Zhan, after winning the fight, was almost calm and collected. Apart from a little consumption of his defensive energy, nothing else happened to him. And the most important thing is that he didn't even see the bloodline skills being used. He clenched his fists. But soon, his expression relaxed again, and a hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Who said I can't beat him? Did you see me fighting him? No. That's it. Zhao Long sneered. You know you can't win before you even fight? Jiang Xianer was well aware of Zhao Long's strength, and at this time, he could still speak so confidently. Suddenly blinked with curiosity. Just as he was about to ask, the referee's voice rang out. The second match is between Zhao Long and Jiang Xianer and Chen Shun and Wu Qi. Let's go, it's our turn. Zhao Long stood up. Jiang Xianer didn't ask any more questions. Then the two men walked onto the arena. Chen Shun and Wu Qi came on stage first. They knew each other. The look in Chen Shun's eyes when he looked at Zhao Long was no different from the one he gave Xiao Zhan, both full of disdain. Obviously, in his eyes, everyone here is garbage. Zhao Long, just admit defeat and don't waste my time. With the strength of the two of you, you can't beat me. Chen Shun said very arrogantly. His record is also very dazzling, and his opponents can hardly last more than 3 moves in every game. Among all the people in the audience, the only one who could be more pretentious than him was Xiao Zhan. They all kill in 1 move. Therefore, Chen Shun's real target is Xiao Zhan. Okay, I give up. Zhao Long suddenly said cooperatively. Chapter 39, Finals in Advance, Battle Against Teleporting Wavesword. Chen Shun was stunned. He was just making a casual opening remark, but did Zhao Long take it seriously? I didn't react at once. But soon, he realized that Zhao Long was deliberately making fun of him. Give up? He knows that Zhao Long wants to win more than anyone else. He circulated his controlling energy and prepared to fight with Zhao Long. But at this moment, Zhao Long suddenly turned to the referee and said, "Referee, I give up." Give up? Before the referee could react, the audience and students below started arguing. Give up? Are you kidding me? Why would he give up? That's right, his talent is not weak either, except for Jiang Xianer, but it's not like he can't fight. Even if you know you can't win, you still have to try. We're already in the semifinals, there's no need. Everyone was talking at once, suspecting that Zhao Long was joking. The referee was obviously caught off guard by his words. He looked at Zhao Long and asked, "Are you sure you want to admit defeat?" "Yes, I give up." Zhao Long's tone was nonchalant, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. The referee frowned slightly. He didn't expect that someone would admit defeat in the semifinals. But he didn't say anything. It didn't matter to him whether he admitted defeat or not. He immediately announced, this time, Chen Shun and Wu Qi won. Following the referee's decision, the discussion among the audience and students became more heated. Damn, what the hell? He actually admitted defeat. I was saying we could see another exciting fight. It's boring, a complete waste of time. Is this insider trading? Xiao Zhan isn't going to admit defeat tomorrow, is he? Zhao Long's reaction was too unexpected. Not only did Chen Shun fail to react, even Jiang Xianer, who was in the same camp, was confused. Are you serious? Don't you want to be number 1? Your purpose was very clear when you came to me. Zhao Long smiled and said, "Don't worry, I wouldn't be so stupid as to let you get so many elixirs for free without taking any benefits." Then what exactly do you mean by doing this? You'll find out soon enough. Zhao Long didn't want to explain and walked straight down the arena. Jiang Xianer became more and more confused, but looking at his confident back, she could only follow him silently. On the other side of the stage, Lin Dong looked at Xiao Zhan with suspicion. Why did Zhao Long and the others admit defeat? He poached Jiang Xianer just to disgust you, and now he's admitting defeat? Xiao Zhan couldn't figure it out either, but he didn't worry too much about it. It's other people's business if they admit defeat, and it has nothing to do with him. It's not like he had to slap Jiang Xianer in the face. Okay, today's competition ends here. The finals will be held tomorrow. Wait. Just as the referee was making the announcement, Chen Shun's voice suddenly rang out. He was still standing on the arena and did not go down. Hearing his voice, the students stopped and turned back to see what he was going to do. The referee also asked, "Chen Shun, what's the matter?" Chen Shun bowed respectfully, then said, "Teacher referee, it's still early today. I think we should move tomorrow's finals to today. Xiao Zhan and I are both in good shape, so it won't affect fairness. It will also save the academy a lot of resources and time. What do you think?" Upon hearing this proposal, the referee rejected it without hesitation. Because this is the rule of the academy, and it is not something that he, a referee, can change. Telling it to him will have no effect. But at this moment, Vice President Wang Qian, who was sitting on the podium, suddenly said, "I think it's feasible, but we need to ask Xiao Zhan about this. He just went through a battle and must be exhausted. Whether to advance the meeting depends on his opinion." Chen Shun didn't expect Wang Qian to be so respectful. He immediately looked at Xiao Zhan and said, "Xiao Zhan, what do you think? I can give you enough time to recover. This day is coming anyway, so why not end it now?" After the breathing exercises just now, Xiao Zhan has actually almost recovered. He looked at Yi Yulong and asked for her opinion. After all, the two of them were a whole. Yi Yulong thought about it and nodded. "I think it's okay. If I finish it early, I can enter the secret realm to practice earlier." Xiao Zhan also had the same idea. The sooner he came into contact with the secret realm, the faster his strength would improve. So he said to Vice President Wang Qian, "We have no problem. We can advance the finals." Wang Qian said, "Okay, since you all have no objection, let's go ahead." So the referee stepped down, and Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong returned to the arena. Chen Shun looked at the two of them, a blazing fire in his eyes, but this fire was disdainful. "Xiao Zhan, you're quite courageous. Now, don't accuse me of bullying you. I'll give you another half an hour to recover." "No, I've recovered." "Okay, in that case, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as Chen Shun finished speaking, Wu Qi turned into a 3-foot-long sword and appeared in his hand. The blade of this sword is as thin as a cicada's wing and is truly translucent, but the blade is very straight without any bends. The cold white light, under the sunlight, seemed to blend perfectly with the surrounding environment, and there was no trace of the sword shape. This is the shimmering sword. Merged with light, it becomes an invisible sword. Unexpectedly, Chen Shun used his ultimate move right away. It seemed that he really wanted to end the battle quickly. Xiao Zhan was on full alert, holding the death scythe in his hand. The radiant sword was a formidable force, difficult to defend against, and even more so when combined with Chen Shun's teleportation talent. Xiao Zhan knew this was a battle where error was a must. If he were to seize the opportunity, it would be like the collapse of a 1,000-mile anthill. "Who do you think will win?" Jiang Xianer couldn't help but ask Zhao Long from the audience. Zhao Long stared at the two people above him, but said nonchalantly, "I don't care who wins. In the end, I'm the winner." Jiang Xianer was very puzzled. Why was Zhao Long still so confident at this time? He himself has already surrendered. Not far away, Lin Dong stared at Jiang Xianer fiercely. "You stinky bitch, you'd better admit defeat quickly, otherwise Xiao Zhan would beat you to a pulp." Lin Dong felt extremely unhappy that he didn't see Jiang Xianer being humiliated. "Xiao Zhan, come on. Get first place and beat them all." Lin Dong had no place to vent his anger, so he shouted at the arena. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Xianer, Xiao Zhan getting first place would be a slap in Jiang Xianer's face. As long as it's a slap in the face, it feels good. On the arena, Xiao Zhan concentrated his mind, gripping the death scythe tightly. Black energy billowed from the scythe, like a life-taking blade from hell. Combined with Xiao Zhan's cold and murderous aura, he truly looked like the judge of death, a figure straight out of hell. What a handsome guy. Most students thought so. No man can resist such a domineering weapon. If there is, it means he is not manly enough. Again, in terms of appearance and momentum, the death scythe is second to none and no one dares to say it is first. Suddenly, the two men moved. Almost at the same time, the two launched attacks and rushed towards each other. From the audience's perspective, one looked ordinary, seemingly without even a weapon. The other was menacing, like a rampaging evildoer, ready to destroy everything in his path. Chapter 40, Wave Sword Talent Skill, Light Transformation. You're just in time. Chen Shun shouted loudly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. As he got closer, he turned his wrist and thrust the shimmering sword straight out. Xiao also swung the demon-slaying scythe, and it made precise contact with the wave sword. Bite! The two weapon spirits intertwined with each other, and the first collision produced a strong spark. Xiao Zhan and Chen Shun could clearly feel the power coming from each other. However, Chen Shun frowned because he found that Xiao Zhan's strength surpassed his. And with the talent advantage of the SSS-level spirit weapon, it was at a disadvantage in this first collision. Instantly separate. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Chen Shun's eyes. He secretly increased the circulation of his defensive energy and immediately rushed forward again. Xiao Zhan also had a preliminary understanding of his strength, so he did not retreat and chose to fight him head-on. With his talent and weapon spirit overwhelmingly superior, Xiao Zhan had no reason to choose defense. Ding ding ding. The sound of weapons continued as the black devil sickle clashed with the invisible sword, making a clear and pleasant sound. Both of them were very fast, and their movements were clean and neat. They changed their bodies and attacked and defended back and forth. In just a few seconds, they had already fought several rounds, as if they were going to engage in a long-lasting fight. The students in the audience below were amazed. It's worthy of being the finals, it looks so exciting. This Xiao Zhan is quite capable. He actually fought Chen Shun quite well. He's not as useless as the information says. I'm a little unsure about the outcome of this match. I previously thought Chen Shun was a sure winner, but now the two sides are evenly matched, it's a little hard to predict. After seeing this scene, most of the students thought that the strength of the two sides was not much different and it should be a protracted battle. However, some people with a little bit of insight could already see a clue at this moment, that is, although Qin Shan and Xiao Zhan were fighting fiercely on the arena, Qin Shan was actually being suppressed by Xiao Zhan. One is passive infinite defense, the other is active violent attack. They are not of the same nature at all. During the battle, Chen Shan's facial muscles were tense and his teeth were clenched, not daring to be careless at all. Xiao Zhan's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He was fast, powerful, and his attack was swift, like a surging wave, one wave after another. He was exhausted from fighting and had no chance to breathe. Moreover, Xiao Zhan's weapon spirit, the Death Demon Scythe, is very domineering and tends to be power-oriented. The Wave Sword has weak attributes, and he will be at an even greater disadvantage if he confronts it head-on. If this continues, he will definitely lose. Sure enough, this Xiao Zhan is not as simple as the waste he appears to be, and Yi Yulong will not contract a waste as the contract object. There will be no waste in Baidi Yuling Academy. Suddenly, Qin Shan seized an opportunity, swung his sword to block Xiao Zhan's attack, then flashed and instantly came to several meters away, creating a safe distance between him and Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, you really hit it very well. Qin Shan looked at Xiao Zhan, his tone serious. But the initial contempt still remained in his eyes. Seeing him suddenly appear several meters away, Xiao Zhan knew that this guy used his innate skill of teleportation. This move is indeed a bit of a cheat. I have never hidden anything, you just haven't discovered it. Xiao Zhan didn't like nonsense, so he picked up the Death Demon Scythe and rushed forward again. Watching him rushing towards him, Qin Shan stared at Xiao Zhan intently, having already made the decision to fight in his mind. It is not advisable to confront Xiao Zhan head-on. You have to play to your strengths to win. So he immediately adopted a roundabout strategy. The controlling energy in his body was activated, and the sword made a sound. Then everyone saw the sword in his hand becoming more and more transparent, and finally disappeared as if out of thin air. This is the innate bloodline skill of the Wave Light Sword, Light Transformation. I've seen him use this move before. It leaves no trace and is impossible to defend against. He faced an S-rank opponent and defeated him with just one move. This talent skill is a bit abnormal. I can't even see how to use the weapon? Xiao Zhan must be in trouble now. Everyone was amazed and envious, and they all thought that Xiao Zhan was bound to lose this time. Before the Wave Sword used its innate skills, its translucent appearance was already a bit difficult to capture, and its approximate position could only be determined by the separation layer created by the sword in the air when it was swung. But now, with the movement of Qin Shan's hands, no trace of him could be found at all. I'm afraid that even if Qin Shan put the sword on their necks, they wouldn't be able to feel it. It has some of Lao Lu's innate skills. At this moment, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but look serious. Looking at the shimmering sword that had completely merged with the air, he knew that this guy was going to get serious. But he did not retreat and continued to rush forward. Qin Shan was not to be outdone. He no longer chose to passively defend, but also met the attack with an offensive approach. Although Xiao Zhan's strength made him wary, it did not affect his fighting mentality. That initial contempt still gleamed in his eyes. Despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. This is his attitude. When the two came into contact, Xiao Zhan's power still crushed him a little. But with the changes in the second move, Xiao Zhan's attack was not as arbitrary as at the beginning. Because he couldn't see the shimmering sword in Qin Shan's hand, Xiao Zhan could only determine the sword's trajectory based on the way he held the sword. However, such a judgment is biased, not only in the length of the sword, but also in the angle of attack and defense. This resulted in Xiao Zhan being unable to make accurate attacks, and he was also unable to perfectly block Qin Shan's attacks, with there always being some deviations to a greater or lesser extent. This situation was fine at the beginning, but with successive contacts, Xiao Zhan's original suppressing advantage generated by his own attributes gradually disappeared. Even later on, his offense completely disappeared, and he turned directly into passive defense. And the key point is that his defense was very awkward and could not achieve any real defensive effect. The attack turned into a retreat, and the situation was reversed in an instant. With the comparison, those students who couldn't understand the situation before now discovered the advantages and disadvantages. Seeing this, Qin Shan showed a smug look on his face. With this hidden attack method, he was always successful and no one could withstand him for more than a few rounds. Xiao Zhan's strength is not as good as others, but he believes that he will be defeated by him soon. He immediately increased the frequency of his attacks, and the angles of his attacks became more tricky. Under this intense attack, Xiao Zhan's defense became even more miserable, and even his defense line showed signs of collapse. Chapter 41. The whole process is under control, counterattack, and teleport. Chen Shun's smile grew wider as he continued to attack fiercely. Xiao Zhan was about to be taken down by him. But as he continued to attack, he found something wrong, especially after attacking for 2 or 3 minutes. The feeling of something wrong became more and more obvious. He discovered that no matter how sharp or tricky his attacks were, Xiao Zhan was always able to block them and avoid a complete collapse. It might be a little embarrassing, a little dangerous, but Xiao Zhan actually blocked it. Although Chen Shun was powerful, he was unable to cause any substantial harm to Xiao Zhan. The smile on his face became a little heavy. At this time, his control energy had been consumed by half. If he continued like this, he would probably be exhausted to death by Xiao Zhan. He began to look at Xiao Zhan with a new respect. He can block every move of an invisible sword. This Xiao Zhan is indeed not simple. In the audience, everyone held their breath at this moment. Even Lin Dong, who had been cheering for Xiao Zhan, stopped shouting. They originally thought that Xiao Zhan would be defeated after Chen Shun used his skills, and even if he could hold on, he could only withstand 2 moves at most. However, they never expected that Xiao Zhan actually blocked it. And the more they watched, the more frightened they became. Xiao Zhan not only blocked it, but also blocked every subsequent sword. Oh my god! This is incredible! They couldn't even see a hair of the sword, so how could Xiao Zhan be so accurate and block every sword attack? Is he cheating? Zhao Long stood in the audience, his expression extremely solemn, muttering, Xiao Zhan, your strength is beyond my expectations. But it's a pity that you can't take first place just by strength. There was a hint of cruelty in Zhao Long's eyes. On the stage, Chen Shun said as he attacked. Xiao Zhan, you are worthy of being the one chosen by Yi Yulong. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations, but if you only know how to defend, you can't beat me. After saying this, he changed his form and his offensive tactics. He no longer chose continuous strong and fast attacks, but used his body movements and various feints to disrupt Xiao Zhan's defense. Then he looked for opportunities to launch surprise attacks. This way, he could effectively save his defensive power and at the same time put psychological pressure on Xiao Zhan. Surrounded without attacking, Xiao Zhan's psychological defenses collapsed, and his hand movements were naturally affected. At that time, it will be the time for Chen Shun to decide the outcome. As expected, the effect of this change was immediate. Unable to clearly see the weapon, Chen Shun's feints became even more illusory. Xiao Zhan couldn't defend, and neither could he not defend. In an instant, his defense became even more chaotic. Chen Shun also became proud again and used his skills one after another, making Xiao Zhan's formation confused. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in Chen Shun's eyes. Now! He seized an opportunity when Xiao Zhan's defense was open. He turned his right wrist, found the right angle for the shimmering sword and stabbed forward. At this time, Xiao Zhan's flaw had been revealed, and Chen Shun seized the opportunity very accurately. Xiao Zhan's hands were in a panic, and it was too late to block with the weapon spirit. He could only choose to dodge this move by turning his body sideways. And just as he turned sideways, the gleam in Chen Shun's eyes suddenly turned into cunning. At the same time as he stabbed out with his right hand, his left hand also silently stabbed towards Xiao Zhan's chest. What was even more shocking was that his left hand was actually holding a sword, while his right hand was just holding it loosely. Judging from the strength and muscle deformation of both hands, it is obvious that the left hand has a sword, but the right hand does not. Repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chuntsong in secret. He actually switched the shimmering sword to his left hand, and the key point was that no one noticed. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was concentrating on dodging the attack from the left by moving sideways. He was in a state where his old strength was not exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, so it was almost impossible for him to dodge Chen Shun's attack, which was a pretense of repairing the plank road but secretly attacking Chen Song. Even if the brain reacted, the body couldn't move. A look of victory appeared on Chen Shun's face. As long as this sword hit Xiao Zhan's defense would be completely broken, and he would be at his mercy. The sword blade is sharp and has a chilling feel. It was about to stab Xiao Zhan, but at this moment, Xiao Zhan, who was dodging sideways, suddenly made a strange movement. Without even looking, he kicked sideways and actually kicked the hidden shimmering sword directly and accurately. Bang! The shimmering sword was bounced away. Chen Shun's perfect attack was resolved so easily. Chen Shun's face was filled with shock, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? How did Xiao Zhan see the sword in his hand? This is not the right hand, but the left hand. Moreover, how did he react? You have to know that he was in an uncontrollable state just now. The old strength had not been exhausted and the new strength had not been generated. In this situation, there was no second point of leverage. Even if the brain reacts, the body can't move. How did he do it? Wait, unless he knew it from the beginning. Chen Shun's eyes shot towards Xiaozhan fiercely, and sure enough, he saw a hint of amusement on Xiaozhan's face, and the panic look he had before had completely disappeared. Especially when he caught himself looking at him, he looked like he had succeeded in his plan. He was actually pretending. Chen Shun vomited blood. Xiaozhan actually made a fool of him. All the embarrassment he showed before was just an act. What is his strength? It can actually ignore my own shimmering sword. Just as Chen Shun was stunned, Xiaozhan swung the death demon scythe in his hand at this moment. The scythe blade pierced Chen Shun's chest with a wailing sound. Chen Shun came back to his senses in shock and tried to dodge, but unfortunately he was a step too late. The death scythe hit his chest steadily. Bang! It felt like a huge rock was hitting my chest. Chen Shun felt intense pain and weightlessness, and was thrown directly to the ground by the magic sickle. He slid 20 or 30 meters before finally stopping. When he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at his chest, he saw that several of his ribs were broken and sunken. Xiaozhan seized this good opportunity and rushed in front of him, with the blade of the death scythe against his head. You lose. If it was an enemy, Xiaozhan would have cut off his head directly. But this is a competition, so we just have to beat him. Chen Shun looked at Xiaozhan with frustration, the contempt in his eyes undiminished as he sneered, I lost? It's not the final moment yet, so who will lose is still uncertain. Before he finished speaking, Chen Shun suddenly disappeared in front of Xiaozhan. The speed is so fast that people don't even have a chance to react. Then, a cold air came from behind Xiaozhan. It was Chen Shun who teleported behind Xiaozhan, and he stabbed Xiaozhan with a merciless sword. Teleport? Xiaozhan's eyes jumped. Chapter 42, The Final Challenge. Are a class also joining in the fun? But then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He just stood there motionless, waiting for Chen Shun to approach. Then he suddenly launched an attack, swinging the death scythe in his hand, drawing a huge black arc in the air, and smashed towards Chen Shun who was stabbing at him. Bang! With undoubted accuracy, the magic sickle hit Chen Shun's body solidly. Boom! Chen Shun was knocked out like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but his body was as limp as a dead dog, unable to muster any strength. He even spat out blood from his mouth due to his intense struggle. It looks extremely miserable. Obviously, Xiaozhan's attack caused him great damage. This scene shocked the whole audience. Quiet. Not even a breath. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. It wasn't until a group of doctors rushed onto the stage that everyone came to their senses. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell happened? Chen Shun was nearly beaten to death by Xiaozhan's sickle. How did he know where Chen Shun would appear? Isn't this Xiaozhan too abnormal? Look at how calm he was just now. He obviously anticipated Chen Shun's attack position. If he had used the sickle just now, Chen Shun would have been cut in two. Too strong, so terrifying. One after another exclaimed in surprise, and the look they gave Xiaozhan was filled with shock and surprise. They never imagined that the battle would end so quickly. They thought that there would be a fierce fight between the two sides until the whole country was in chaos. It's really too abrupt. The referee also saw that Chen Shun was no longer able to fight, and the sword had turned back into Wu Qi, who lay on the ground listlessly with a pale face. The battle is decided. I declare that the final match is won by Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong. When he announced the verdict, no matter what mood the people in the audience were in, they all burst into loud cheers. No one doesn't like to be powerful. No one doesn't like strength. As long as they win, no matter whether it is Chen Shun or Xiaozhan, they will give the warmest cheers. Xiaozhan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the cheers. In this way, he and Yi Yulong completed their first small goal since entering school. Offstage, Zhao Long smirked, the more arrogant you are now, the more desperate I'll make you later. After Chen Shun was given some simple treatment by the doctor, he was carried away. However, when passing by Xiaozhan, Chen Shun endured the severe pain and asked unwillingly, Why? How did you know I changed hands, and how did you know my location? Xiao Zhan didn't hide his feelings at this moment and replied, "It's very simple. My weapon spirit's innate skill is perception, and with the double bonus of the life and death contract, both my and her perceptions have reached their peak. Your wave sword's light transformation skill and your teleportation skill are useless to me." Chen Shun understood this explanation, but he felt even more unwilling. He didn't lose to Xiao Zhan, but lost to Xiao Zhan's innate skills. Perception, specifically to defeat him. But then, his reluctance disappeared, and turned into helplessness and bitterness. "So I'm naked here with you. You've seen through me clearly. The embarrassment you showed was all just to play with me. That's not the case. If your teleportation and photo transformation could be developed a little stronger, I wouldn't have one so easily. At this stage, I can't say you're weak, only that I'm stronger." Xiao Zhan pretended to be a little bit cool. This is the qualification of a winner. Chen Shun almost vomited blood again. Winning is winning, but killing people and destroying their hearts is simply inhuman. Seeing this, the doctor looked at Xiao Zhan with a reproachful look. Chen Shun's injuries were not stable yet. What if his condition got worse if he was stimulated like this? They quickly carried him away. At this time, the referee walked to Xiao Zhan's side, looked at the people in the audience, and announced, "The elimination round of this freshman competition has concluded, with Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong taking the final victory. Next up is the challenge round. Those who consider themselves exceptionally strong may challenge Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Each person is limited to one chance." After saying that, the referee looked down to see if anyone came up to challenge. He had a faint smile on his face, because he knew in his heart that generally no one would come up to challenge him in such a situation. Because this knockout round is for the first place, and only the first place, unlike those ordinary competitions, which have top 3, top 10, and so on. No matter who is number 1, he has reached the top step by step with his own hard power. Some people may be unlucky and be eliminated in the first few rounds of screening, but as long as you are eliminated, it proves that your ability is not as good as the other party. Those who are decently strong but unlucky may be able to get into the top few places, but they will definitely not get first place. So almost no one will come to challenge. So when the referee asked this question, he was actually ready to announce Xiao Zhan as the final champion. Sure enough, after he asked this question, no student expressed his intention to challenge Xiao Zhan. Are you kidding? Although Xiao Zhan's talent is shown to be F level, his combat power is real. Even the most powerful Chen Shun was almost killed by him with a magic sickle. What qualifications do they have to challenge him? The referee also expected this, because it was almost the same in previous years, so he immediately prepared to announce Xiao Zhan as the final champion. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "I want to challenge." A student jumped onto the arena with a long sword in his hand. When they saw him, the students looked a little confused and couldn't help but talk about it. "Isn't this Zhao Yu? Why is he going up there? No way, he's just in A rank and he dares to go up there? What kind of challenge is that? Doesn't he know his own strength? Isn't this just like taking off his pants and shining in front of the lights, looking for death? What a clown. He's probably trying to make a name for himself so he can show off later by saying he fought the top freshman and unfortunately lost. Come down quickly, don't waste time." Some people with bad tempers directly shouted at him, saying, "How could a mere A-level person get the courage? Waste of everyone's time." The referee didn't expect that someone would actually come to challenge, and it was an A-level one? A bit unexpected. Although there were some individuals who challenged in previous years, all of them were SS level and very confident in their own abilities. "Why are you, a mere A-level kid, joining in the fun?" Frowning, he asked, "Are you sure you want to challenge?" Chapter 43, A-level obsession, deliberately seeking death? "Yes, I want to challenge." Zhao Yu spoke in a firm tone, looking completely fearless. However, Xiao Zhan, who had super perception, could detect a hint of panic in Zhao Yu's eyes. He can't beat himself. Then why does he still challenge? Xiao Zhan came to a conclusion and a doubt from the panic in his eyes. The referee could only reluctantly agree, "Okay, then get ready. If someone challenges you, you must do it." As a referee, although he believed that Zhao Yu would lose, he could not stop others from challenging him. Then he looked at Xiao Zhan again. "Do you want to take a break?" "Need not." Xiao Zhan shook his head. Although he had just consumed nearly half of his control power in the battle with Chen Shun, he did not need to rest when facing a spirit control master who was not even an A-level first-grade master, and the remaining control power was enough to deal with him. Okay, let's get started. The referee then announced the start of the game. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yu raised his sword and slashed towards Xiao Zhan without saying a word. His moves were direct, embodying the maximum power he could muster. It was clear he wasn't just showing off. Xiao Zhan activated his power of control and chose to take the blow head-on. The magic sickle was powerful and slammed into Zhao Yu's knife. Buzz. The long sword was of too low quality, and it made a clanging sound when it was smashed. Zhao Yu himself was weak, and was knocked back more than 10 steps by Xiao Zhan's attack before he stopped. Xiao Zhan stood there without moving an inch. Just one move was enough to show the huge difference in strength between the two. Zhao Yu felt a sharp pain in his hand, his face turned grim, he gritted his teeth, and slashed towards Xiao Zhan again. This time, the long sword was glowing with a green light. It seems that he has used his innate skills. Xiao Zhan's face was calm, and his perception skill was activated, allowing him to clearly feel the power contained in this knife. Weak, still too weak. Even with the use of his innate skills, Xiao Zhan could still easily defeat it. Gripping the magic sickle tightly, Xiao Zhan this time increased the power of control. This meaningless battle should end as soon as possible. I saw a black gas drawing an arc in the air, and then Zhao Yu flew out with the knife, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. This move made Zhao Yu's breathing disordered, his face flushed red, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The knife in his hand was thrown several meters away. He lay on the ground and struggled several times but failed to stand up. You lose. Xiao pointed the demon-slaying scythe at him. He couldn't understand the point of Zhao Yu challenging him. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all, so there is no need to insist like this. But just when Xiao Zhan thought Zhao Yu was going to admit defeat, he gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground with difficulty. Lose? I didn't admit defeat. After saying that, he grabbed the long knife on the ground and rushed towards Xiao Zhan again. However, his steps were unsteady and the knife in his hand seemed to be loose, so how could he have any attacking power? Xiao Zhan frowned slightly. It's already in this situation, and you still want to continue? Can't he see that he was showing mercy? Do you really want to die? There was no time to think, Zhao Yu's attack had already hit, and Xiao Zhan had to respond. Xiao Zhan raised his magic sickle and wanted to hit him hard, but seeing his condition, Xiao Zhan held back. Because Zhao Yu is not in a good condition now, Xiao Zhan is afraid that if he can't control himself well, he will beat him to death here. This is a competition, not a battlefield. Xiao Zhan doesn't need to be so cruel, and the academy won't let him be so cruel. So, after the death demon side easily blocked his attack, Xiao Zhan kicked out, and the kick hit him right in the chest, kicking him 7 or 8 meters away. This time, even though Xiao Zhan had stopped, Zhao Yu still felt uncomfortable. His injuries were exacerbated and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining a large area of his chest red. I probably can't get up now, right? Xiao Zhan thought. But something that left Xiao Zhan speechless still happened. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Yu was still struggling to stand up? He wants to fight again? This scene completely stunned everyone. What is he going to do? Xiao Zhan has already shown mercy, but he still wants to attack? Is there a grudge between them? They're not even on the same level, why do they have to fight to the death? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "You can't beat me, admit defeat." But Zhao Yu seemed not to hear his words and tried to stand up. He was trembling and spitting blood, his eyes were firm but without any light, giving people the feeling of a blind zombie. Judging from his appearance, he really would fight to the last moment. Xiao Zhan frowned deeply. What was going on with him? I have no grudge against him, so why should I fight so hard? If it were anyone else, they would have given up long ago. Why does he continue? He also knows that he can't win? Xiao Zhan couldn't understand it at all. If it was a mortal enemy, such behavior would be fine. But the key point is, Xiao Zhan doesn't he even know him? Yulong, I feel that this Zhao Yu is a little strange. Xiao Zhan communicated with Yi Yulong consciously. Yi Yulong also replied solemnly, it is indeed very strange. There is no hatred in Zhao Yu's eyes, but his attack is ruthless. It is hard to understand. And he knew he couldn't beat us, but he kept fighting. This behavior was so strange. He looked like he was trying to accomplish some purpose. Purpose? What do you think the purpose is? Xiao Zhan asked. I don't know, maybe we have offended Zhao Yu invisibly. Xiao Zhan agreed with this answer. Offending people is often invisible. You may not know him, but he may have a deep hatred towards you. Zhao Yu was trembling, but still walked towards Xiao Zhan with a knife in hand. This scene made the students below very annoyed. Zhao Yu, what are you doing? This isn't a life and death feud, is it that serious? If you can't win, forget it. There's no need to force yourself. Zhao Yu, are you crazy? You're still fighting even though you're injured. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your foundation? Almost everyone was shouting at Zhao Yu to stop. They all knew that this was a meaningless battle. Only Zhao Long watched this scene with a cold smile on his face. Zhao Yu, as a referee, I have to remind you that you don't need to continue. The referee also reminded at this moment. He could see that Zhao Yu was just holding on and had no trump card at all. There is no need for such a meaningless battle. But Zhao Yu turned a deaf ear to him, just shouted loudly, gathered all his strength, and slashed towards Xiao Zhan with the long sword in his hand again with a green light. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan's brows turned cold. You have to fight, right? You really think you don't dare to kill me, right? Chapter 44, a level and a level again, never ending? At this moment, Xiao Zhan also felt a little angry. He didn't want to hurt him seriously because they were all classmates and there was no need. However, this does not qualify him to remain ignorant. He kicked out without hesitation, hitting him in the chest again. This kick was so powerful that one could even hear the sound of bones in the chest breaking. With this kick, Zhao Yu flew backwards like a cannonball, drew an arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Wow! He spat out another mouthful of blood, his chest became dented, and he immediately fainted. This time, he finally couldn't get up anymore. Medical staff rushed forward to provide treatment. Seeing this, the referee breathed a sigh of relief, though a trace of pity flashed across his face. At least the battle is over. I declare that Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong win. Anyone else want to challenge? If not. Wait. The referee was about to finish his words in one breath, but he was unexpectedly interrupted by a student again. This student, holding a black wooden stick, jumped directly onto the arena, pointed at Xiao Zhan, and said arrogantly, I don't accept him, I want to challenge him. His words made the atmosphere, which had finally quieted down, suddenly become lively again. This guy is Wang Fei, right? Isn't he also an A-level? Why does he want to challenge him? That's right. Doesn't he see what will happen to Zhao Yu? He still dares to go up there. Isn't he looking for death? I'm speechless. What the hell is going on? The SS level ones didn't even go up to challenge, but these A level ones are jumping around so happily? Everyone had question marks on their heads. When Xiao Zhan saw another person coming up, and he was also an A level, he couldn't help but frown in thought, and had a bad premonition. The referee's face also looked a little ugly. Just challenge it, after all, it's set by the rules and there is nothing he can do to stop it. But you should at least get someone stronger. Why are you getting in A level 1? He could only ask emphatically, are you sure you want to challenge? Yes, I want to challenge. Wang Fei's attitude was as firm as Zhao Yu's. Okay then. The referee looked at Xiao Zhan, do you want to take a break? Need not. Xiao Zhan shook his head indifferently. He had already sensed something was wrong, and now it was time for him to verify it. Okay, let's get started. Be careful. The referee said this to both Wang Fei and Xiao Zhan. But obviously, neither of them listened. Ah! Wang Fei shouted loudly, grasped the stick with both hands, and used a move called Dragon Strike to stab Xiao Zhan in the face. Xiao Zhan's eyes were icy cold. At this moment, he urged the power of control and swept his sickle away from Wang Fei's black wooden stick. At the same time, he swung the magic sickle around his back, rotated 2.5 times, and smashed it into Wang Fei's chest. Bang! This time, Xiao Zhan showed no mercy. Wang Fei was knocked out and fell to the ground, spitting out blood and in great pain. Generally speaking, you can choose to give up with this kind of injury. But Wang Fei, like Zhao Yu, did not admit defeat. Instead, he endured the pain and got up again. Then he rushed towards Xiao Zhan again. Seeing this action, Xiao Zhan's guess was somewhat confirmed. Then, he showed no mercy, but swung the death scythe and smashed it directly at his chest again. This time, Wang Fei collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Completely lost the ability to move. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Zhan's decisive and sharp attack. As they were both ranked challengers, Xiao Zhan was quite polite towards Zhao Yu. However, he was a bit harsh towards Wang Fei, beating him like a dead dog. What does this mean? It means that even the clay Buddha is a little angry. Xiao Zhan is really angry. Come to think of it, just challenge it. The rules are here and you are qualified to challenge it. But if you challenge me, at least show some strength. Not to mention SS level, you should at least get S level. What the hell is a level? Who the hell are you looking down on? The medical staff carried Wang Fei away. The female teacher in charge of the treatment looked at Xiao Zhan with a hint of resentment. In just a short while, he had knocked down 3 people. The workload has increased significantly. At this moment, Xiao Zhan exuded an icy aura as he looked down at the entire arena to see who else would come up and challenge him. As a result, just as Wang Fei was carried away, another person jumped up, holding a pair of swords. This person is still a level. Xiao Zhan's face was solemn. Just as one person left, another one came up without any interval. His guess seemed to be confirmed, he was probably being targeted. And this person's appearance on stage made everyone present frown. After grade A, there is another grade A. Isn't the outcome of the previous ones clear enough? Why go on? At this moment, even some of the more cautious students noticed something was wrong. Yulong, who do you think ordered these people? Xiao Zhan asked in his consciousness space. Whoever challenges last is the one who ordered it. Xiao Zhan. That's true, but it's nonsense. Yi Yulong said coldly, what we have to do is to defeat all those who dare to challenge us. You're right. There was a smile on Xiao Zhan's lips, but his aura became increasingly cold. If you want to do something to me, don't blame me for being rude. The referee also noticed something and asked the student coldly, are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course, the student replied. Then get ready and start. At the referee's command, the student rushed towards Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan now knew that someone was plotting against him behind his back, so his men were not so merciful. Facing the attack of the double-sword student, he followed his own method and knocked him out with just one move. I couldn't get up on the spot. No one should challenge me now, right? In the audience, a student asked uncertainly. As soon as he finished speaking, another person jumped up. Everyone was shocked and looked over quickly. After seeing this, his brows furrowed again, because this challenger was actually a level. At this point, many students became angry. What's going on? 1A level after another. It's never going to end, right? Get down here, don't waste time. This is a round-robin game. They're trying to drain Xiao Zhan's power, and then the last person will reap the benefits. Some clever people saw through the plot. This is not a conspiracy, it is an open conspiracy. At this moment, the referee's face was also filled with anger. The challenge competition was to give those strong students a chance to fight for the championship again, not to be toyed with like this. This was obviously a deliberate trap set up by someone to consume Xiao Zhan's defensive power. He glanced at Xiao Zhan and said, Xiao Zhan, do you want to take a break? It looks like a question, but it is actually a suggestion. But as soon as he said this, the student who jumped onto the fighting stage became dissatisfied. Teacher referee, this is a challenge match, how can he rest? If he rests after each fight, with so many students, is he really going to let him rest until the new year? Chapter 45, Endless Challenge? Shock, direct kill. You. The referee was actually confronted and immediately became angry. Just as he was about to speak, he heard another eager echo from the audience, that's right, why are you taking a break? I still have time to challenge you. Yeah, I want to challenge too. Hurry up and start, don't waste time, take a break, then we're still going to challenge or not? Let's just celebrate the new year. Surprisingly, quite a few people agreed. When Xiao Zhan saw this scene, a sneer appeared on his lips. He was now 100% sure that someone was setting a trap for him. This agitated scene made the referee choke and his face looked extremely ugly. He didn't know what to say, because according to the rules of the challenge, it didn't say that you couldn't rest, but it also didn't say that you could rest. However, in previous challenge competitions, almost no one challenged, and everyone had a clear understanding of their own strength, so such a weird scene had never occurred. But today, these people shamelessly stepped forward to challenge, and it was obvious that someone was behind it. He wanted to help Xiao Zhan, but he didn't expect these students to be so cunning. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. But at this moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly spoke up, I don't need to rest. I don't need to rest when dealing with minions like you. The voice was unusually flat, so flat that it was devoid of emotion. He seems easy to bully, but anyone who is familiar with Xiao Zhan knows that he is really angry at this moment. But the student didn't know that, and instead sneered, "What an arrogant tone. Then I want to see how much defensive power you have to consume." After saying that, he directly attacked Xiao Zhan. The female doctor in the audience saw the scene and couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, get ready to work overtime." At the same time, in an office building in the distance, three middle-aged men were watching this scene through the glass, with different expressions on their faces. "Dean, shouldn't this behavior be stopped?" "It's not fair to Xiao Zhan," said a slightly portly man among the three. "Fair? When has our academy ever been fair?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man with a reddish complexion next to him retorted. After he finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Damn, I wonder which kid came up with this round-robin game. He's as clever as I was back then. Come on, old Zhao, can this be considered smart? This is clearly exploiting a loophole in the rules. This is shameful behavior." The fat man attacked without any hesitation. Zhao Jiwu's face also turned red with anger. "What's wrong with being shameless? As long as you can win, why would you care so much? You try to reason with the monster, and see if it listens to words or fists." Xu Rong, the plump man, couldn't help but blush when he was confronted by him, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and said sarcastically, "Yeah, the round-robin strategy is smart. It's a pity that someone used it back then, but still lost to Yi Wuming." "What did you say?" "Lao Zhu, I warned you not to mention that guy's name to me." "I just mentioned it. What's wrong?" Zhao Jiwu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression gradually darkening. "Old Zhu, I heard you've developed a new skill. Does it look like you've gained confidence?" Xu Rong understood what he meant and, with the same restrained aura, looked him in the eye and said, "Want to fight, huh? I'm here for you. Let's go. Let's fight now. Just go, who's afraid of who?" But at this moment, the man who had remained silent among the three finally spoke. "All right, we're already vice presidents now, and we're still acting like before. How disgraceful." As soon as the man opened his mouth, he shocked the two of them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiwu and Xu Rong looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. After a while, Xu Rong couldn't help but turn to the man and asked, "Dean, do you want to stop the next game?" Dean Jiang Wenfu had a square face and was very dignified. He glanced at the arena and said calmly, "Why stop it? Didn't Yi Wuming get through this the same way back then? But there's nothing to worry about. Strategy is also part of strength. Being brave but not wise is just a reckless person. We don't need such people." "All right." Since the dean said so, Xu Rong had no choice but to compromise. But he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Yi Wuming is also a reckless man, but he still became an ace." At this time, Zhao Jiwu next to him also sighed, "This situation hasn't happened in many years. The protection of the high walls has allowed these young people to thrive, but it has also caused their thinking to become rigid. This class of freshmen is quite interesting. I'm really curious about who's behind the round-robin fight." Xu Rong looked at him with disdain. "You're not curious about who the mastermind is, you're curious whether the mastermind will lose like you. It seems like you are really itching for trouble." Zhao Jiwu gritted his teeth. The freshman competition of his class was the biggest shame in his life. Xu Rong just keeps bringing up things that are not related to the topic. "Okay, stop arguing." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Jiang Wenfu couldn't help but get angry. The two could only suppress their anger. Xu Rong looked out the window again, watching Xiao Zhan being besieged by a relentless attack, and couldn't help but sigh, "I just don't want to see a promising talent buried." Jiang Wenfu said sternly, "Baidi Academy has never lacked seedlings, but only seedlings that can grow into mature trees." Hearing this, Xu Rong thought of the cruel plan. He sighed deeply again. On the arena, facing the challenger's attack, Xiao Zhan stood in place, holding the death scythe in his hand, looking extremely calm. But deep in his eyes, a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed across his face. "Want to use a round-robin battle to wear me down? Snort. You have the IQ, but it also depends on whether you have the courage." There was a fierce light in Xiao Zhan's eyes, and an extremely cold and suffocating air emanated from his whole body. Eyes locked, he dodged sideways to avoid the challenging attack. Then he swung the death scythe in his hand quickly, and with the powerful power of control, he urged the death aura to roar wildly like a ghost, with black gas rising, and even the air was crying. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang. The challenger's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. The bloody red rain fell like a bloody rain, sticky flesh fragments flying everywhere, directly covering the entire arena. Some of it even flew directly out of the arena and landed on the faces of the students. Quiet. Deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Xiao Zhan's brutal scene. They originally thought that Xiao Zhan would just knock this man down like before, but they didn't expect Xiao Zhan to be so violent and kill him without any warning. Shocking. Terrified. Unbelievable. Various emotions were expressed on everyone's faces. Chapter 46, Violating the Ban on Killing, the challenge continues. Ah! The dead silence was not broken until a girl's scream rang out. When everyone came to their senses, their first subconscious action was to step back. They didn't dare to look at Xiao Zhan, their eyes filled with fear, fearing that they would be implicated. They never thought that Xiao Zhan would kill someone. Or killing people in college. How dare he? The academy has a clear rule prohibiting killing. In addition to these people's fear, there are some people who have even more strange emotions. Especially Zhao Long. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Zhan. In contrast to the fear of others, there was unconcealable excitement in Zhao Long's eyes. I muttered to myself, Xiao Zhan, you really surprised me. You actually dared to violate the academy's ban and kill someone in public. Should I admire your courage, or should I call you stupid? But you killed well. If you hadn't killed anyone, I would have wasted a lot of time and resources. Zhao Lon's face was already beaming with joy. Although the person Xiao killed was from his Zhao family, he was in a very happy mood now. Because killing someone in the academy is a serious crime, and Xiao Zhan violated the ban in person, which is an even more serious crime. He will be taken away directly by the law enforcement team and stood trial. Since this competition lost Xiao Zhan, the apparent first place, naturally they had to compete for a new one. And at this time, Zhao Long is the only one who still has absolute combat power. He has finally secured the first place. Sure enough, as Xiao Zhan killed people, a group of law enforcement teams rushed onto the arena, surrounded Xiao Zhan, and wanted to take him away. Meanwhile, in the dean's office. See, now we've gotten into big trouble. I told you to stop, but you insisted on continuing. Now not only will one of you die, but the other will also be convicted. Xu Rong said angrily. Zhao Jiwu and Jiang Wenfu did not expect things to develop in such an unexpected way. A little confused. But soon, Zhao Jiwu's face lit up with an admiring smile. This kid has guts, I like it. Knowing he's no match for the opponent in a round-robin fight, he resorted to ruthless action, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and abruptly stopped the wheels. He's a combination of courage and wisdom. That's right, it was a bit harsh. He could have just chopped off an arm or a leg or something, and that would have stopped the car behind him just the same. In such a serious situation, Zhao Jiwu looked nonchalant. Not only did he ignore the lives of the students, but he also praised Xiao Zhan. Xu Rong was even more furious. Do you even know what's happening? Students are dead, lives have been lost, and as the vice president, is this your attitude? Then what's my stance? Zhao Jiwu asked sternly when he was pointed at. He's dead, so what can I do? I can't bring him back to life, and the logistics department will handle this matter. They'll compensate him and offer him comfort. What do you want from me? Kneel down and apologize? The cold attitude and indifferent tone were like adding fuel to the fire for Zhu Rong. How can someone as cold-blooded as you be qualified to be the vice president? I don't even want to be associated with you. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it, okay? The students you taught are all so polite and courteous, without a trace of passion. They'd just die on the battlefield. That's better than those cold-blooded animals you taught. The two of them were arguing with each other and were about to start quarreling again. Jiang Wenfu finally spoke up, all right, can you two stop arguing for a day? Every time you meet, you're always arguing before you can even finish a few words. If someone doesn't know you, they'd think you were shrews cursing in the street. The dean's words were still very authoritative, and just one sentence made the two of them quiet down. Dean, what should we do now? People are dead. Xu Rong asked anxiously. Jiang Wenfu pondered for a moment and said, the game continues. Continue? This situation continues? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Zhan will continue killing people? Xu Rong asked in surprise. Hearing this, Zhao Jiwu couldn't help but say, are you stupid? Xiao Zhan dared to kill people. Do you think those people in the round-robin battle would dare to come forward? This isn't a life and death feud. No one doesn't value their own life. Although he was scolded, Zhu Rong calmed down a lot. There was nothing wrong with what Zhao Jiwu said. The reason why they dared to fight Xiao Zhan in a round-robin battle was that they knew that they were protected by the Academy's ban and Xiao Zhan would not kill them. But now that this ban has been broken, his protection is gone, and naturally no one dares to provoke him. Zhang Wenfu looked at the death scythe in Xiao Zhan's hand and couldn't help but murmur, this kid made a completely different choice from Yi Wuming. On the arena, Xiao Zhan looked at the dead student. Although his face was extremely indifferent, there was a hint of helplessness in his heart. Yutaki, are you sure we'll be okay if you kill him? In fact, Xiao Zhan didn't want to kill him. His original intention was to seriously injure him or break one of his arms and legs. But when he was about to take action, Yi Yulong was determined to kill him, and he wanted to kill him in the simplest, crudest, and most shocking way. Because in Yi Yulong's opinion, leaving a way for others to live is leaving a way for yourself to die. Instead of letting those guys think that broken arms and legs are a fluke, it is better to directly kill their thoughts and make them not have the courage to cause trouble. Xiao Zhan agreed with her idea, and this was indeed the best way to break the cycle of warfare. However, he was more worried about what kind of situation they would face after killing someone. Don't worry, this academy is even more unfair than we thought. Yi Yolong's reassuring words came. Since she dared to kill people, it was not impulsive. Baidi Yuling Academy is a place that values strength. With strength comes privilege. She believes that the strength they demonstrate will earn them privileges. Of course, even if she didn't get the privilege, Yi Yulong would not be afraid. With the power and status of the Yi family, killing someone in Baidi Yuling Academy will not be affected. Xiao Zhan was actually just asking and was not really worried about his situation. After all, he was well aware of the immense power of the Yi family, one of the 8 great families in the New World. Killing someone, in the eyes of others, would have serious consequences. But for them, it doesn't hurt. The most we can do is to take care of the emotions of ordinary people. What he was really worried about was whether he could still enter the secret realm. This is where he and Yi Yulong disagree. Xiao Zhan, you are suspected of intentional homicide and have violated the Academy's ban. Now please cooperate with our investigation. The captain of the law enforcement team was about to take Xiao Zhan away. Xiao Zhan didn't say anything and followed him very calmly. When Zhao Long saw this scene from below, his face almost blossomed. Win without fighting. It went better than expected. Chapter 47 The Last Battle, The Last Zhao Long. But at this moment, a teacher suddenly ran over, came to the captain of the law enforcement team, and whispered a few words to him. After hearing this, the captain of the law enforcement team looked a little strange. He glanced at Xiao Zhan and finally let him go. Xiao Zhan felt relieved. Just as Yi Yulong had expected, someone came to intervene. After releasing him, the teacher came to Xiao Zhan and said sternly, "You compete first. We'll deal with the killing after the competition. But, you can't kill anyone now. That's the bottom line." The teacher spoke the last sentence very softly, and only Xiao Zhan could hear it. This can be considered as help in disguise. But, no more killing? Xiao Zhan shook his head with a wry smile. This matter was not something Xiao Zhan could decide on his own. It depended on what the hidden guy thought. If he continues to send people to fight in rotation, Xiao Zhan doesn't mind slaughtering them all the way. If he chooses to give up or stand up on his own for a final duel, Xiao Zhan doesn't mind letting him go. After all, his goal is just to be number 1. Xiao Zhan said to the teacher, "I didn't kill him on purpose. It was just an accident." Regardless of whether someone was killed or not, let us first reduce the responsibility of those who have already killed someone. Whether it was an accident or not, you don't need to explain to me. The academy will make the judgment. The teacher obviously didn't buy it. Xiao Zhan didn't care. As long as he expressed his attitude, it would be fine. Intentional homicide and accidental homicide are 2 different crimes. If the matter is really investigated, he can hold on to it until the end. The teacher then turned to the students and said, "Xiao Zhan has violated the rules by killing someone, and he will be punished. However, the competition isn't over yet. To ensure fairness, the academy has decided to punish him after the match. The competition will continue." Hearing this, the students were a little surprised. How could they continue the competition after killing someone? Then who the hell would dare to challenge Xiao Zhan? Wouldn't that mean that everyone who passes will die? When Zhao Long heard this, the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, and he became extremely gloomy. He glanced in the direction of the office. Damn it, those old guys must be protecting Xiao Zhan. They killed the man and not taking him away, but let him stay and continue the competition. It's obvious that they wanted Xiao Zhan to take first place. Given the current situation, how many of those who are fighting in rotation dare to go up? Zhao Long glanced at his younger brothers, and sure enough, they all dodged and didn't dare to go up. Are you kidding? Going up now is just suicide. Only a fool would go. What's more, they are just younger brothers, not death warriors. Zhao Long's eyes were cold. If they didn't go up, there was nothing he could do. He was hesitating in his heart whether he should go up now. According to his plan, he would have to at least use up all of Xiao Zhan's control power before he could go up and ensure 100% victory. But plans cannot keep up with changes. At this moment, none of his brothers dared to go up. The only one he can rely on is himself. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was standing on the arena, and he just closed his eyes slightly to recover his control power. His next behavior depended entirely on the decision that guy made. Either be afraid and don't take action, or Xiao Zhan will win directly. Or continue the rotation battle until Xiao can no longer kill. Or you can go out yourself and fight the final battle. Everything depends on how he chooses. The scene became quiet for a moment, which lasted for about a minute. Just when everyone thought that no one would come out to challenge, Zhao Long jumped onto the arena holding a white snow lotus sword. Seeing him, the students exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the Zhao Long who conceded defeat in the semifinals? He still dares to challenge now. Isn't he afraid of death? You're so stupid. You can't see at this point that Zhao Long is the mastermind behind this round-robin fight. Someone died, and the others didn't dare to go up, so Zhao Long had no choice but to go up himself. Then isn't he afraid of being killed by Xiao if he goes up? The current situation doesn't guarantee Xiao Zhan will win. Since Zhao Long dares to go up, he must have confidence. Moreover, he is at full strength, while Xiao Zhan's control power is very limited. Both of them are first-grade spirit masters, so who will win is uncertain. Hiss. Now that you put it that way, I understand why Zhao Long gave up earlier. This guy has been conserving his strength. With the exception of Xiao Zhan, all the stronger opponents are seriously injured, and he's bribed those weaker than him. In other words, as long as he beats Xiao Zhan, he'll definitely be number one. Everyone suddenly realized that Zhao Long had made a plan long ago. Knowing that he was no match for Xiao Zhan, he avoided his attack, then used a rotation battle to tire him out, and finally made a move to seize the fruits of victory. What a deep scheming. But, is it that serious? Although I got first place, my reputation was ruined. Is it worth sacrificing your reputation for the reward of 3 days of training in a secret realm? You know, he is from one of the 8 major families and cares about this kind of reputation the most. Anyone who asks this question does not understand the true meaning behind the secret realm. This is a monopoly of information. It is destined that some people will never know in their lifetime. At the same time, inside the office building, the 3 deans saw Zhao Long come on stage. He couldn't help but look strange. Zhao Jiwu, in particular, was both surprised and speechless. Ha ha ha. Xu Rong beside him laughed out loud. I was wondering who was behind this, but it turns out to be your son, Zhao Jiwu. Sure enough, he's as smart as his father. The laughter was full of sarcasm. Zhao Jiwu's face looked grim. He didn't expect that it would be his own child. I didn't tell him to do this, he came up with it himself. I'm so anxious. Did I say you ordered him to do that? You. Zhao Jiwu's already red face turned even redder. He waved his hand and said, Humph, you're trying to harass me, young master. So what if I ordered you to do it? It's not like I haven't done it before. As long as he can win, it's his own skill. Yeah, winning is a skill, but I'm afraid he won't be able to win. Xu Rong had a smug look on his face. If I remember correctly, this Yi Yulong is Yi Wuming's daughter, right? They both have the same death scythe, and their opponents are both from your Zhao family. Will the outcome be the same this time? That has nothing to do with you. Zhao Jiwu snorted coldly. Looking at the scene below, his thoughts couldn't help but go back to that scene in the past. At that time, he also used this kind of round-robin battle to consume Yi Wuming, but Yi Wuming was too strong, so strong that even after all the people in the round-robin battle were used up, he still failed to win. That battle made him lose all face and became a shame for his whole life. This scene now has become a projection for him. At this moment, Jiang Wenfu's expression became interesting. The grievances of the previous generation have inexplicably continued. It is really a wonderful fate. Chapter 48, Comprehensive Calculation, Retreat. On the arena. When Xiaozhan saw Zhao Long coming on stage, his calm eyes opened, but he was not surprised at all. You finally couldn't help it. He had already guessed it was Zhao Long. After all, he is the only one who has the strength to stand to the end. Those SS-level students were all injured and were no match for him. Xiaozhan, no need to waste time, first place can only be mine. Zhao Long shook the snow lotus sword in his hand, and the cold air scattered, directly killing Xiaozhan. He knew very well that with more time, Xiaozhan's strength would recover a little more. Xiaozhan's eyes flashed with brilliance, but he didn't back down. If you have that ability, why not let me give it to you? After saying that, he raised the magic sickle in his hand and rushed towards Zhao Long. The snow lotus sword is snow white all over, and the death demon scythe is pitch black all over. One white and one black symbolize two extremes, and also symbolize that the two will fight to the death today. Bite. When the two weapon spirits collided, the surging forces immediately counteracted each other. Zhao Long couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Xiaozhan stood firmly in place. In this first confrontation, Xiaozhan still had the advantage. But Zhao Long laughed, because he only took 2 steps back, which completely proved that Xiaozhan's strength was no longer enough. With a perverse smile, Zhao Long immediately attacked again. Don't waste a minute. His attack method was simple and brutal, which was to constantly confront Xiaozhan head-on. He wanted to use the most violent and direct method to consume all of Xiaozhan's defensive power. Because his current defensive power is definitely greater than Xiaozhan's, as long as he consumes it, he can defeat Xiaozhan. Therefore, each of his attacks was a full-strength attack. Faced with such a fierce attack, Xiaozhan could only respond with all his strength, otherwise he would fall into a passive position and face an even more fierce attack from Zhao Long. However, Xiaozhan was still relatively relaxed, because with the help of perception, he could follow Zhao Long's attack movements. He can make judgments in advance and thus reduce his own consumption. However, although his perception is strong, Zhao Long is not weak either. His attacks are fierce and tricky, and he always gives his all every time. Although Xiaozhan could choose the best defensive moves, he also had to face his full-strength defensive power. Therefore, even if Xiaozhan fought back and forth with him, he could still gain a slight advantage. However, as time went by, Xiaozhan's advantages gradually decreased. As the defensive power in his body was consumed, the effect of Xiaozhan's perception skill became less and less. I can feel it, but my body can no longer keep up. Time passes by every second. The fierce battle made the students below excited. Although Zhao Long used some tricks to cheat, it must be said that he is very strong and can fight fiercely with the big boss Xiaozhan. It was very enjoyable to watch. After several rounds, Zhao Long continued to attack. Feeling the gradually weakening strength of Xiaozhan, the smile on his face became more and more arrogant. What's wrong? Have you run out of energy? How come this is all you can do? Zhao Long swung his sword, slashing towards Xiaozhan's chest. This time, Xiaozhan did not choose to dodge, but swung out the magic sickle and slashed at Zhao Long. Injury for injury? Zhao Long smiled coldly and said, "Let us change, who is afraid of who?" Xiaozhan chose the lowest level method of exchanging injuries for injuries, which further proved that Xiaozhan had run out of tricks. Squeak! The two men crossed each other, and a blood mark appeared on each of their chests. Blood and flesh were rolling around, all of them were ruthless. However, the wound on Zhao Long's body carried the black aura of death, while Xiaozhan's wound was only slightly cold. Death devour? Snort! Zhao Long looked at the wounds on his body, but he was not worried at all, and even had a hint of ridicule. He shook his hand, and the snow lotus sword emitted a white light, sweeping across his wound. Then he saw that most of the death aura in his wound was instantly cleared away. Although there was still some residue, it could no longer cause any major impact on him. Zhao Long then sneered, "What do you think the purpose of the contract between Jiang Xianer and I was? Was it for that bloody plot between you two?" Wrong. That's because her innate skill is purification, which specifically counters your death energy. I told you, today's first place is destined to be mine. After saying that, Zhao Long let out a loud shout, and his aura suddenly surged, and his overall strength seemed to have increased out of thin air. This is Zhao Long's innate skill, and his blood is boiling. After use, the strength will be increased by 50% on the original basis, and the effect can last until the defensive power in the body is exhausted. This talent skill is very good, but it also has a disadvantage. Although the strength is increased by 50%, the total amount of defensive power is not increased. This results in the rapid consumption of defensive power. When Zhao Long used this move, it meant that he was going to end the battle. Xiao Zhan looked very solemn at the moment. After the fierce battle just now, he had very little defensive power left in his body. The Death Side's inherent death-devouring effect was of no use to him, and he couldn't get any response at all. Perception skills are no longer very useful. Now, Zhao Long's strength has been greatly improved, and he, who was already at a disadvantage, has become even more disadvantaged. At this moment, his fate seemed to be doomed. Xiao Zhan is no longer able to do it. He is not Yi Wuming after all. In the office, Zhao Jiwu was in a good mood when he saw this scene. What's wrong with being mean? As long as we can win, that's all. In this world, strength always speaks. Xu Rong was displeased when he saw his smug look. It's not over yet, why rush? It doesn't necessarily mean your kid will win. He also deliberately emphasized the tone of your kid. Zhao Jiwu was too lazy to talk to him, a guy who only knew how to talk. He would know the answer when the result came out. Jiang Wenfu watched all this quietly, and was curious about the final result. Will the Yi family win again, or will the Zhao family regain their advantage? On the court, Zhao Long's momentum surged, and when it reached its peak, he didn't hesitate and swung his sword directly at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan also raised his magic sickle to resist. Bang! The powerful impact caused Xiao Zhan to be defeated for the first time, and he retreated several steps. But Zhao Long didn't move. Zhao Long became more and more delighted. He seized the opportunity and slashed at Xiao Zhan with sword after sword without leaving any room for him. Xiao Zhan fought back with all his might, but he was still unable to withstand any of Zhao Long's attacks and was defeated step by step. Bang! Another sword strike was swung out, and this time, Xiao Zhan lost his balance and retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. He held the magic sickle tightly in his hand, the muscles on his face were twisted into a ball, he was trembling and breathing heavily. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. Zhao Long had also seen that he was now at the end of his strength, so he immediately mobilized all the defensive power in his body and launched a final attack on Xiao Zhan. Chapter 49, Desperate Situation, Control Skills, Fish Lantern to Lead the Soul. It's over, Xiao Zhan. I told you, first place is mine. The Snow Lotus sword glowed with a cold white light and stabbed towards Xiao Zhan mercilessly. Facing this final blow, Xiao Zhan's face turned grim, and he frantically urged the remaining defensive power in his body. He straightened his chest and back, and swung the Death Demon Scythe in a circle. Some of the annihilated black air instantly began to burn again. Zhao Long, it's you who should end it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Death Demon Scythe released a thick black mist, which suddenly surged forward, and the demonic energy surged like waves, rolling in like a strange mass with a bloody mouth wide open, swallowing up the entire arena in an instant. A ball of black fog. Ghostly creeping. So cold and eerie. Zhao Long was also enveloped in it, and the Snow Lotus sword in his hand seemed to have lost its luster and could not be seen at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and terrified. What is this? Such a terrifying pressure, what is this fog? Everyone was so surprised that their mouths were wide open. This was the first time they had seen such a horrifying scene. At this moment, a student suddenly exclaimed, "The Imperial Technique! This is the Imperial Technique!" As soon as he said this, it was like thunder in the clear sky, resounding throughout the crowd. What? The Imperial Technique? Are you kidding me? This is a control technique? How is it possible? How is it impossible? Besides the Imperial skill, what else could have caused this kind of commotion? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Yes, apart from the art of control, they couldn't think of anything else that could create such a huge momentum. But after believing it, I deeply disbelieved it. A freshman who has become a first-grade spirit control master within a month of enrolling is already a top-tier talent. This Xiao Zhan has even developed the skill of control. What kind of monster is he? When did F rank become so strong? If anyone believes he's F rank now, I'll laugh at him for a lifetime. Everyone couldn't help but tremble with blood. Inside the office, the three deans also looked moved at this moment. Controlling skills? And it's an extremely powerful controlling skill. This little guy has something. Zhu Rong's eyes showed admiration. There are many students who can master the art of controlling spirits at the level of a first-grade spirit controller, but there is not a single one who can master it within a month of enrollment. Xiao Zhan is the first one. Then he looked at Zhao Jiwu proudly. This kid Xiao Zhan also knows the skill of controlling the enemy. I wonder if your kid can do that. Could it be related to you? You live by the sea, why do you care so much? Zhao Jiwu was in a bad mood and his defense was broken directly. Who can accept seeing his son about to win, but then being overturned? Xu Rong smiled without saying anything. He liked to see Zhao Jiwu being humiliated. However, what neither of them noticed was that in the eyes of Dean Jiang Wenfu, although there was surprise, there was also a hint of strangeness. Because of the control skill that Xiao Zhan displayed, he could tell at a glance that it was extremely powerful. But that's why he was surprised. Because such a powerful control skill is simply beyond the ability of Xiao Zhan to develop at this level of strength. Even if he signed a life and death contract and got a bonus, it would not be so easy. Is he gifted? He stared intently at the movement created by Xiao Zhan. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wait, this control skill. Fish Lantern's soul guiding. Fish Lantern's lead souls? As soon as these 4 words came out, Zhao Jiwu and Xu Rong's expressions changed. Stiffened. They immediately took another close look at Xiao Zhan. This time, their shock doubled. It really is the Fish Lantern Soul Guide. Where did this kid learn this trick? Fish Lantern's lead souls. It was Yi Wuming's famous skill back then. He used this trick to become famous in the college's freshman competition. Beating Zhao Jiwu like a dead dog directly left a shadow on him. In the days after that, Zhao Jiwu did not dare to cause trouble to Yi Wuming. However, the Fish Lantern soul guiding technique at that time was still in its infancy and was far from as powerful as the one Xiao Zhan displayed. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Xiao Zhan has also learned this trick. Jiang Wenfu and Xu Rong looked at Zhao Jiwu with a strange look on their faces. Fuck, why are you looking at me? Zhao Jiwu was angry, but his eyes were a little evasive. He knew what these 2 people meant. Weren't they just mocking him? Thinking back to the time when I was beaten by Yi Wuming. Now, his son was beaten by Yi Wuming's son-in-law again. Depend on. This is fucked. You really can't escape the shadow of the Yi family, right? Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would have just fucked a dog. At least this way there would be no Zhao Long. On the arena. Zhao Long's whole body was shrouded in black mist. His attack suddenly lost its target and he stopped helplessly. Looking around, there is only endless darkness and a coldness that penetrates the soul. He was a little panicked. Xiao Zhan, come out here. Let's fight head-on. Hiding is no use. As a member of a big family, he naturally knew that Xiao Zhan had used the skill of controlling. He was panicked and shocked. It had only been 1 month since he started school, and Xiao Zhan had actually developed the skill of controlling. What kind of monster is this guy? The power of defense in the body was activated, and white light shone on the Snow Lotus sword. Its innate skill of purification immediately dispelled the black fog. But the next second, endless black fog rolled in and could not be dispelled at all. Zhao Long became even more panicked. If he couldn't find a way to break the spell, the black fog alone would consume him to death. He raised the Snow Lotus sword in his hand and bent down close to the ground. The faint light allowed him to see that the ground was solid. The ground of the arena has grid lines. Following this grid line, he could determine the basic direction, and then estimate in his mind the distance between himself and Xiao Zhan when the black fog enveloped him. He immediately locked onto a position. Directly ahead. 20 meters. Zhao Long's face turned grim. No matter what, he had to take a gamble. If you charge directly, there might be a chance to fight Xiao Zhan. If you don't move anything, you will definitely die. Thinking of this, he calmed his mind and prepared for the final fight. But at this moment, suddenly, a dim light appeared in front of his eyes. The lights were a little blurry and were still swaying, like the fish lights on a boat sailing on the river on a foggy night, giving people a peaceful yet somewhat eerie feeling. Zhao Long's attention was unconsciously drawn over. He had a strong desire to find out the truth and clear away the fog. He subconsciously moved closer. However, he didn't notice that the light of the Snow Lotus sword in his hand became dim. Wake up! Zhao Long, wake up! Jiang Xian'e noticed that something was wrong with Zhao Long and shouted anxiously. But Zhao Long seemed not to hear it and continued to approach the fish lantern. At this moment, the black fog in front of Zhao Long suddenly rolled like thunder, and a whistling sound that broke through the wind came towards him, carrying a cold and sinister sense of crisis, and rushed straight to Zhao Long's chest. That's a magic sickle. The bloody red line, like an eye staring at death, came to claim Zhao Long's life. Chapter 50 ends, first place in the freshman competition. Jiang Xian'er was horrified. At the critical moment, she regained control and the Snow Lotus sword instantly blocked Zhao Long. Bang! The extremely powerful force was like a sledgehammer hitting an egg. The Snow Lotus sword was bent in an instant, sticking close to Zhao Long's chest, and then flew backwards along with Zhao Long like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Black mist was smashed out of Zhao Long's body. From the outside, Zhao Long looked like a fart, sprayed out by the black mist. He reappeared in the public eye, but he looked extremely miserable. The huge impact force smashed him heavily against a stone wall outside the arena, and then he collapsed like a dead dog. Lying on the ground, motionless, covered in blood, with bone spurs piercing his flesh, a bloody and horrific sight. His chest was sunken, his breathing was weak, and he was dying. Next to him lay Jiang Xian'er, who was in an equally miserable state, her snow-white clothes stained with blood. This scene. It was so tragic that it shocked the whole audience. Everyone held their breath and could only hear their own hearts beating wildly. Their eyes were dull and their heads turned stiffly from the miserable Zhao Long to the domineering Xiao Zhan on the arena. At this moment, Xiao Zhan, holding the dark and sinister death scythe, stood proudly with his slender figure, exuding a murderous and cold aura. Although his figure is thin, he seems to contain extremely terrifying power. Anyone who dares to offend him will be ruthlessly annihilated. He glanced at everyone, his eyes as sharp as a knife, as if they could cut people in two, making people shudder. When he swept past, no one dared to look at him. The doctor reacted the fastest and rushed to Zhao Long. The female doctor took a look at the injury and immediately turned into a scalpel, which was then held in the hands of a male doctor. The male doctor immediately used his control skills, and white light enveloped Zhao Long and Jiang Xian'er. He saw that the injuries on Zhao Long and Jiang Xian'er were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the referee also reacted. He glanced at Xiao Zhan, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and then he said to the audience, "Challengers Zhao Long and Jiang Xian'er are defeated. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" As soon as these words were spoken, many students shook their heads like rattles. What a joke! Xiao Zhan now looks like a killing god. Whoever gets close to him will die. No one despises having a long life. There were a few brave guys who had the urge to go up and take advantage of the situation, but when they saw the bright red bloodline on the death scythe, they retreated. Perhaps Xiao Zhan has run out of ideas and is at the end of his rope. As long as they dare to go forward, the crown of victory will fall on their heads. However, seeing Xiao Zhan's cruel methods, none of them dared to gamble with their lives. After all, no one could guarantee that a freshman could develop the skill of controlling the enemy within a month of enrollment, so he had no other trump cards. Being able to take first place is destiny. The referee also estimated that no one would dare to come up and challenge him. Xiao Zhan was in the limelight at the moment, and no one would be so blind as to dare to come up and challenge him. He immediately announced, "I declare that the first place winners of this freshman competition are Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong." As the referee's voice fell, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now he has been squeezed dry to the point where not a drop is left. If anyone challenges him again, he will roll off the arena. Fortunately, I managed to intimidate them. However, before he could be happy, the law enforcement team came forward again and wanted to take him away for interrogation. Xiao Zhan knew that murder was inevitable. Although he would not be executed, he would definitely be punished openly, so he followed them. Only after he left did the frightened students start to discuss the matter quietly again. He was the first, but he was also the one who killed someone. I don't know how the academy will deal with him. According to federal law, murderers must either be sentenced to imprisonment and reform, or be exiled to the border to defend against demonic beasts. But neither of these two options is acceptable to him. Alas, what a pity for such a genius. If he is really punished, his future will be ruined. Okay, instead of worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself. Others at least have the ability to kill, but you can only be killed. At the same time, in the office, the three deans watched the scene. Xu Rong, standing next to him, couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. "Hey, old Zhao, this guy almost beat your son to death. Why don't you go down and seek revenge on him? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm as narrow-minded as you?" Zhao Jiwu said disdainfully. This is simply an insult to him. Humph, this is their young generation's business, what does it have to do with us? If you are not as skilled as others, you deserve to be beaten. When I was beaten by Yi Wuming, my father didn't fight back, right? Besides, he's not dead. This is the truth. With the number one doctor of Baidi Yuling Academy present, Zhao Long would not only die but would not even have any sequelae. There is definitely a psychological shadow. Zhu Rong had a smile on his face, he knew Zhao Jiwu would say that. He said this on purpose, with the purpose of protecting Xiao Zhan and preventing the old man from bullying the weak. Although he also knew that his behavior was unnecessary. After all, I have known Zhao Jiwu for decades, and I know his personality very well. But then Zhao Jiwu burst out in anger again, damn it. How could I have given birth to such a foolish son? If I were him, I would have sent the strongest person to challenge him right from the start. That way, I would have depleted Xiao Zhan's fighting power and wouldn't have made him vulnerable to detection. Even if we're discovered later, Xiao Zhan's fighting power will surely be depleted. Going up now will give us a better chance of success. He's so good, as if he's afraid that Xiao Zhan won't find out, he lets the weaker ones go first. What the hell is this if not stupid? Damn it! I've been so wise my whole life, how could I have given birth to such an idiot son? The curse was extremely harsh, and it affected both himself and his wife. Jiang Wenfu and Zhu Rong, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard this. Old Zhao, you're being too harsh. He's your son after all. Humph, I scold him just because he's my son. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother scolding him. There is nothing wrong with what Zhao Jiwu said. If it were anyone else, he really wouldn't bother to pay attention. The weak should be eliminated. This is his teaching philosophy. And the strong ones will use every possible means to make themselves stronger. Compared to the stupidity shown by Zhao Long, he actually liked Xiao Zhan's courage more, killing people in public, ruthless and decisive. Although it violated the law, it must be said that it was his best choice at the time. Chapter 51 The Secret Service. His teaching philosophy is opposite to Zhu Rong's. He tends to be practical or cold-blooded. He wanted the students to realize the cold-bloodedness of the world while still in the academy, so that after graduation, they could quickly adapt to society and understand the true meaning of how the world works. Zhu Rong, on the other hand, tends to be idealistic or warm-hearted. In his opinion, the academy is the last bit of warmth in this cold-blooded world. Cold-blooded education methods will drive students to extremes and turn them into killing machines. He wanted to preserve the warmth of the students and let them spread this warmth. In his opinion, the world should not be just cold-blooded and full of killing. As a human being, you should possess humanity. This is also the reason why the two people often quarrel. Dean, how should you decide to deal with Xiao Zhan? Zhu Rong looked at Jiang Wenfu with concern in his eyes. This is a good seedling. If he is really punished according to the law, what else can we do? Of course, we should follow the law. In my opinion, we should send him directly to the border. If he can survive, his achievements will not be inferior to staying in the academy. Zhao Jiwu said. The border is indeed the best place to train yourself, but the prerequisite is that you must be able to survive. Zhao Jiwu's attitude is rather strict, which is related to his teaching philosophy. He felt that only those who grew up in a cruel environment could be considered truly strong and more suitable for survival in this world. But Zhu Rong certainly didn't think so, but he didn't refute Zhao Jiwu's words, because he knew that he alone had no say in this matter. It mainly depends on what decision Jiang Wenfu makes. Jiang Wenfu was also a little hesitant. As the first place in the freshman competition, Xiao Zhan was worthy of intensive training. If he is really punished according to the law, it will undoubtedly be a huge loss. However, if he is not punished, this blatant shielding will certainly bring great negative impact to Baidi Yuling Academy and the federal government. After all, the 4 major Imperial Spirit Academies are all directly under the jurisdiction of the federal government. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, the secretary knocked on the door and walked in. Dean, Director Qin Wanfeng of the Secret Service wants to see you. Why is he here? Jiang Wenfu thought for a moment, then said, tell him to wait for me in the conference room. I'll be there later. Yes. At the same time. After Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were taken to the temporary detention center by the law enforcement team, they thought they would be interrogated immediately, but surprisingly, no one paid any attention to them and just let them stay in the room. Is this a psychological warfare game? Xiao Zhan waited for a long time, but no one came. He couldn't help but think of the method of interrogating prisoners in TV dramas. They are detained for a few days to cause psychological depression, and then they confess everything. Yi Yulong said, "Not really. The law enforcement team isn't that perverted. I guess they're discussing how to deal with us. So how do you think it will be handled?" "I don't know, but they definitely won't let us stay in the academy. It's unfair to the other students." Xiao Zhan agreed with this statement. When they made the decision to kill, they had considered this consequence. "I wonder if they will still let us enter the secret realm." Meeting. "So sure? If not, they wouldn't have let us continue playing." "That's indeed the case." Xiao Zhan nodded. Since the academy allowed them to continue the competition, it meant that they wanted them to win. "Since you want them to win, wouldn't it be meaningless if you don't give them rewards later?" "I did kill an innocent student." Xiao Zhan felt a little emotional, thinking about the first time he killed someone. He was pushed away and had no mental preparation. Under the circumstances at the time, killing the student was the best option. But fundamentally speaking, he and that student did not have any deep hatred, they were all motivated by a goal. He is not a cold-blooded animal, and he always feels a little uncomfortable with killing, which is like eating and drinking. However, Yi Yulong seemed to be much more indifferent than him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yi Yulong paused for a moment before saying, "The sky is the chessboard, the country is the chessboard, the family is the chessboard, and only people are chess pieces. We can't be the chessboard, but at least we have to be the chess players." Xiao Zhan couldn't help but look at her with some surprise in his eyes. This sentence was a bit confusing, but Xiao Zhan still understood what she meant. "I know, I just haven't adapted yet. Perhaps broken bones are the best education." Xiao Zhan was not an indecisive person, otherwise when Yi Yulong wanted to kill him, Xiao Zhan would not have chosen not to stop her but to cooperate with her instead. He was just feeling a little emotional. A living person did not die on the battlefield of monsters, but died on the chessboard of the game. It's a bit frustrating and not worth it. In his heart, the enemy of mankind is monsters. It's a pity that this is the way the world is. His emotion is a common problem among people in this peaceful environment. If he experiences more cruel things, he will not have such feelings in the future. Then, he looked at Yi Yulong curiously. "I didn't expect that you and I are the same age, but you can say such mature words." Yi Yulong chuckled, but with a hint of bitterness. So-called maturity is nothing more than experiencing more difficulties and pain than others. Xiao Zhan suddenly choked and didn't know what to say. In 2 consecutive sentences, she expressed an understanding that was extraordinary for ordinary people. He was really curious about what Yi Yulong had experienced before this. There was a pause. Xiao Zhan smiled slightly and looked at Yi Yulong seriously. "I found that I seem to have fallen in love with you." Yes, Xiao Zhan was a little fond of her. I began to appreciate the depth of her thoughts and her attitude towards life, became curious about her past experiences, and developed a desire to protect her fragility. He no longer just likes Yi Yulong under the skin. Hearing this, Yi Yulong couldn't help but feel curious. Xiao Zhan explained, "I'm talking about liking someone on a soul level." Yi Yulong understood, and stared at Xiao Zhan's eyes seriously, feeling the like released from his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on her lips. "You are also very good." It is an unexpected surprise. Can I understand this as a response from your soul? Sure. The muscles on Xiao Zhan's face smiled uncontrollably. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door, then the door opened and 2 middle-aged men walked in. A square face with thick, square eyebrows. One has a slightly darker skin and slightly graying temples. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Wenfu, and I'm the Dean of Baidi Yuling Academy. This is Qin Wanfeng, the Director of the Special Service Bureau. Xiao Zhan looked at Qin Wanfeng in surprise and confusion. He could understand the dean coming, but why would the director of the Secret Service come? If someone kills someone, the law enforcement department will be responsible for it. What does it have to do with the Secret Service? Chapter 52, Reduction of Tasks and Competition for Ownership of the Secret Realm. Secret Service. The content of responsibilities is somewhat similar to the fusion of the Public Security Special Service and the National Security Bureau in the ancient Yuan dynasty. Now it is directly under the jurisdiction of the federal government and is divided into 2 departments. One light part and one dark part. The Ming department's responsibilities include counter-terrorism, maintaining stability, and killing monsters that cause chaos in the country. It has a large number of members. The duties of the Umbu are to explore secret areas, compete for resources, and eliminate powerful monster threats. Although the number of members is small, each one is very powerful. Qin Wanfeng is the director of the Umbu. Xiao Zhan didn't know why he came here, and thought he was the director of the Ming department. I heard from the dean that you killed someone in the freshman competition just now? Qin Wanfeng had the aura of a superior, and there was an invisible questioning tone in his words. Yes. Xiao Zhan answered briefly. Humph, you are quite courageous. Qin Wanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. I couldn't tell whether it was praise or rebuke. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Since the other party didn't say what he wanted, Xiao Zhan asked himself. Qin Wanfeng actually admired Xiao Zhan's attitude. He looked calm and composed even after killing someone. He was really arrogant. However, this is the kind of arrogant person he needs. Because the more arrogant you are, the stronger you are. He pulled out a chair and sat down, looking interrogative. Do you know what kind of capital punishment is imposed for murder under federal law? Don't talk nonsense, just say what you want to say. I don't like to hear your beating around the bush. When Xiao Zhan was about to answer, Yi Yolong's cold voice sounded from the side. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This woman was really straightforward in her words and wasn't afraid of offending anyone at all. After all, we are now prisoners, and the other party is a leader. Isn't it not appropriate to talk like this? But he likes it. He also hates people who don't fart and take a long time to fart. What's more, my own daughter-in-law has the capital to be so arrogant. Qin Wanfeng was obviously choked by Yi Yolong's retort and looked at Yi Yulong with a somewhat surprised expression. He didn't expect that such a beautiful girl would speak so disrespectfully. Jiang Wenfu next to him couldn't help but want to laugh, but the occasion was not appropriate, so he had to hold it back. He knew Yi Yolong's temper well. The title of the most beautiful girl in Baidi Yuling Academy was not earned for nothing. Before coming here, Jiang Wenfu reminded Qin Wanfeng not to follow the bureau's rules. He didn't believe it. Now look what he's been criticized for, right? He just likes to see these people get humiliated. Who made them always come to our college to snatch students? But a leader is a leader after all. Apart from anything else, his thick-skinned ability is still first class. He smiled softly, then asked nonchalantly, Your name is Yi Yulong, right? Your talent is really enviable, just like your father Yi Wuming. The words were meant to ease the atmosphere, but unexpectedly, they stimulated Yi Yulong even more, making him even colder. The aura on his body was as icy as ice. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Forehead? Was he being sent away? Qin Wanfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Why didn't he play by the rules? He looked at Jiang Wenfu with some doubt. Jiang Wenfu's eyes were wandering. Don't look at me. I reminded you a long time ago not to play the game of officialdom. You didn't listen to my advice. Who can you blame? When Xiao Zhan saw Qin Wanfeng's frustrated look, he silently gave his wife a big thumbs up in his heart. It has to be said that Yi Yolong's uncompromising temper really got to Xiao Zhan's heart. Xiao Zhan is not as free and easy as her. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill. Xiao Zhan is a person who will not hit someone who smiles at him. He will not tear his face off with others and will give people some face. Qin Wanfeng was rendered completely frozen by Yi Yolong's merciless words. After all, he was the director of the Special Service Bureau and the director of the Umbu. His subordinates were all troublemakers, but no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Very angry. But he couldn't lose his temper now. Take a deep breath. Since you can't change others, change yourself. So he got straight to the point. Well, I have a mission that requires your assistance. If you can complete it, I can petition my superiors to reduce your punishment under federal law. What mission? Xiao Zhan still guessed this. Qin Wanfeng said, a month ago, a secret realm appeared on the southwestern border. After preliminary exploration, it was found to be relatively low risk and highly valuable. However, because it appeared on the border, a conflict arose over its ownership. Our country and another country were arguing endlessly, and ultimately decided to select a pair of first-grade spirit masters from each country to enter the secret realm. Whichever country's contestants ultimately emerged would own the secret realm. Xiao Zhan understood this. Unless the secret realm appears within the territory, all new secret realms must be fought over. Moreover, as technology has developed for more than 100 years, global travel has become more convenient, and the emergence of this secret realm has also evolved from an initial dispute between border countries to a global competition. Of course, this so-called global competition is actually a rogue agreement reached secretly by several powerful countries who are not satisfied with the secrets within their own territories and want to obtain more resources. So, although each country only sent a pair of players, there were 19 groups in total. Why are there only 19 groups? After the mutation, the small countries perished and the big countries annexed the original small countries, leaving only 19. For a competition like this, shouldn't each country send the strongest spirit master? Why choose the weakest first-grade spirit master? Xiao Zhan asked doubtfully. Qin Wanfeng explained, the answer is very simple, because humanity's ultimate enemy is still the demonic beasts. If the strong fight each other, it will only consume humanity's own strength. Once the demonic beasts attack, who will resist? Choosing a first-grade spirit control master is different. We may lose some geniuses, but what this world lacks the least is geniuses. Geniuses who fail to grow will only waste a lot of resources. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this. Your words are a bit cruel. It's hard to get people to serve the country. Qin Wanfeng didn't care. I admit that I'm a bit blunt. Maybe it might seem a bit ruthless to others, but for you too, it should be in line with your core idea. Then you've got the wrong person. I still like to listen to passionate words. Yi Yulong might like this kind of cold transaction, but Xiao Zhan doesn't like it very much. What are the benefits? Xiao Zhan continued to ask. Benefits? Qin Wanfeng was stunned. Xiao Zhan said, serving the country and fighting for a secret realm, shouldn't you be rewarded with some benefits? Qin Wanfeng chuckled, staring directly at Xiao Zhan, and said word by word, you are a murderer. Xiao Zhan completely ignored his bayonet-like gaze and said, murderers also have human rights. I only know that this trip is a life-or-death experience. Qin Wanfeng was stunned for a moment, then retracted his gaze, you see things very clearly. In a struggle between nations like this, we are nothing more than pawns. You don't have to be so pessimistic. No country wants its pawns to die. Chapter 53, The Complex and Intense Battle for the Secret Realm. Qin Wanfeng added, this mission is indeed as you said, a life-or-death struggle. But with your status as a first-grade spirit control master, you can unleash powerful control techniques. I believe there are few who can rival you at the same level. Therefore, this time you enter the secret realm, you have almost a 99% chance of winning. What about the other 1%? Qin Wanfeng couldn't help but become serious about this question. The other 1% is actually the most important. This 1% is because this may not be a melee, but a team battle, and a one-on-many team battle at that. What do you mean? Xiao Zhan became serious. One-on-one, he is not afraid of anyone of the same level. But if it's one against many, what is the difference between this and committing suicide? Qin Wanfeng was also very bitter about this. He had no control over this kind of thing. He explained, since the mutation, our federal government has relied on the inheritance and development of martial arts classics to quickly become the most powerful federation in the world. With one superpower and many strong forces, we have become known as the Super Federation. With such strength, in every secret realm battle, we win more than we lose, with a victory rate of almost 80%. However, this has also caused dissatisfaction among other federations. We've been losing constantly in recent years, and we've already lost 4 games in a row. 4 games means 8 geniuses. No other federation could afford such a loss. Qin Wanfeng was very sad. Although he also acknowledged that the growth of geniuses requires hardships, he still could not accept this kind of loss beyond the indicators. Xiao Zhan was a little surprised that he had lost 4 games in a row. With an 80% winning rate, losing 2 games in a row is unacceptable, but losing 4 games in a row? It's incredible to think about it. So they secretly united to target us? Xiao Zhan asked. Yes. Qin Wanfeng looked at Xiao Zhan with admiration. He has a very quick mind and understands things quickly. When Jiang Wenfu recommended him, he thought Xiao Zhan was a murderous ruthless man and was a little worried. But now it seems that Xiao Zhan is not only extremely powerful, but also has a very useful mind. Qin Wanfeng continued, later, based on our investigation into the use of the secret realm after the battle, we discovered that many of the people who entered the secret realm were from other federations. This situation didn't exist before. Secret realms are rich in resources and are indispensable for cultivating strong individuals. Their importance is no less than the territorial and oil disputes in the ancient Yuan dynasty. Especially for a secret realm with such low risk, it is simply a paradise. We would never choose to cooperate with others for development. So all these unusual signs can only indicate one thing, that is, they had already reached an agreement before the battle for the secret realm. Xiao Zhan understood that the weak Federation often lost, could not obtain resources for a long time, and could not improve its overall strength. Naturally, they are worried about being destroyed by monsters and being annexed by powerful countries. Choose to join forces. Although you will eat less meat, it is better than not eating meat at all. This is understandable. But if that's the case, then except for the last one who survives, all the others who join together will have to die, right? As soon as he finished saying this, Xiao Zhan suddenly realized a cruel problem. That is, compared with the important resources of the Federation, what does the sacrifice of a genius mean? It's completely insignificant. And the key point that made the federal governments agree to cooperate without hesitation was that these people who served the country would die even if they did not unite. Because the rule for fighting for the secret realm is that only one person is allowed to come out alive. However, this way of dying is somewhat chilling. Xin Wanfeng saw Xiao Zhan's gloomy face and guessed his thoughts. This is indeed a bit disheartening, but this is the cruel reality. The development of a federation always requires continuous sacrifice. Even though they knew they would die, they would not hesitate. Just like our current peace, isn't it also based on the flesh and blood of our ancestors? Xiao Zhan actually felt more strongly about what Qin Wanfeng said. Because he came from another time, there was more than 100 years of New Year's history between him and them. But because of this, his understanding of the history of the ancient Yuan dynasty is more profound than these people. As the red successor of Gu Yuanyan, Xiao Zhan will never forget those painful injuries and those people who came one after another. Seeing Xiao Zhan's expression, Qin Wanfeng knew that Xiao Zhan was a patriotic person. He added, in fact, no country is willing to sacrifice its own genius. Previously, the federations also adopted the ring duel method, but they simply can't win. Later, when they became desperate to lose, they united and changed their fighting methods. It became the brutal mode we have today, where everyone enters a secret realm to fight and only those who survive. Moreover, it has evolved even more intensely in the past 2 years. More intense? Is there anything more intense than joining forces? Xiao Zhan asked. Is this federal dispute so complicated? Xin Wanfeng nodded, and the look between his brows when he looked at Xiao Zhan was no longer as relaxed as before, but instead carried a hint of deep worry. Yes. Previously, each federation selected the most outstanding students from among the first-grade spirit masters to compete. On the one hand, outstanding students are strong enough and have a greater chance of winning. On the other hand, outstanding students represent the face of the federation. After winning, they can enhance the federation's soft power and attract more talents. But the situation changed as they lost more and more desperately. According to the investigation by our undercover agents, many people in the Federation have already replaced the students with death squads. These assassins may not be particularly talented, but they've been battling death since childhood. Every one of them who survived has mastered extraordinary killing techniques. When students fight them, they're completely defeated. Is it against the rules to send assassins? Xiao Zhan asked. It's not against the rules, because the regulations only stipulate that the strength is not allowed to exceed that of a first-grade spirit controller, and there are no regulations on identity and age. Qin Wanfeng shook his head. Then why don't we send death squads? Our federal government should have some too, right? Of course. Qin Wanfeng nodded, but the problem comes back to another point, that is, we only have one death squad, while their death squads are united. We sent them twice, and still lost. Then why don't we unite with other federations? Our federation is vast and rich in resources. Although there are many secret realms, most of them are very dangerous. Secret realms with low risks like this are benefits. We don't have enough for our own people, so why would we share them with others? Besides, there are risks in jointly developing secret realms. So you think if you let me go, I can defeat those assassins? Xiao Zhan asked this key question. Chapter 54, Accept the mission and enter the Bitey secret realm. When facing students of the same level, he is 100% sure of victory. But it's hard to say when dealing with the assassins. The main reason is that he has never been exposed to it. Qin Wanfeng nodded, then shook his head. What's the meaning? Xiao Zhan was very puzzled seeing him like this. Qin Wanfeng said, sending you won't guarantee victory, but you are definitely the best candidate. Xiao Zhan stared at him and watched him continue speaking. Qin Wanfeng also continued, although the death squads are powerful, almost all of them have a flaw, that is, their strength is relatively fixed. Because when selecting death warriors, those with outstanding talents will definitely not be chosen. The purpose of training death warriors is to let them die, and die a worthy death. On the other hand, those with outstanding talents are to grow into pillars of the country, shouldering the heavy responsibility of resisting monsters. So, low-talented assassins have a common trait: they're proficient in killing techniques, but their spirit control abilities are far inferior to those of top students. This is especially true for assassins who are first-grade spirit masters, where the gap is even greater. And you, compared to them, have an absolute advantage, and that is the skill of controlling. This is something that even those with outstanding talents at the first-grade spirit control master level cannot master, but you can master it. This alone is enough to kill them in seconds. And according to the dean, your control skills are extremely powerful. Now Xiao Zhan understood why he was chosen. In one word, strong. So awesome. Also, there is another crucial point, that is, you dare to kill people. Many students currently do not have this ability. Qin Wanfeng added. After he finished speaking, he suddenly stared into Xiao Zhan's eyes, his gaze gleaming with brilliance, as if interrogating a criminal, and asked word by word, "You act so calm after killing someone. You must have killed a lot of people, right?" I have to say, he came so suddenly that Xiao Zhan was a little overwhelmed to react. If Xiao Zhan was really the suspect, he might have actually scared her. But unfortunately Xiao Zhan is not. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth and looked at his slender hands nonchalantly. "Maybe I was born to kill." Born to kill? These words spoken in a calm tone made Qin Wanfeng open his mouth in surprise. This kid. Then, he burst into laughter, and his laughter resounded throughout the detention room. Even the guards outside looked over here curiously. Killing is good. What I need is someone like you who dares to kill, can kill, and knows how to kill. If you can't kill people, I won't choose you. Xiao Zhan raised his head and asked, "Are you so sure that I will agree to you?" No. Qin Wanfeng stopped laughing and shook his head. Whether you agree or not is your own business, but I believe you will make the right choice. After all, killing someone in the academy is a serious crime. You may be very talented, but the federal government still has to give an explanation to countless students, right? This statement cannot be considered a threat, but it does sound like a threat. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a statement of fact. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong are very talented and have unlimited future achievements, which means they are destined not to be sentenced to death. But their behavior was too blatant. They killed a student in front of all the students in the academy. If there is no punishment for such a bad behavior, the credibility of the federal government will be reduced. Who will fight for the country in the future? Therefore, Xiao Zhan and the others must be punished, but I don't seem to have a better choice. Okay, I agree. Xiao Zhan said directly without too much thought. You agreed so readily? Now it was Qin Wanfeng's turn to be suspicious. Serve the country. Xiao Zhan smiled. He was not joking. Before traveling through time, he was a native of Sichuan. He experienced the Great Earthquake that year and was rescued by the Red Children. After traveling through time, he became an orphan and was raised by the federal government. Therefore, serving the country is not a lie for him. Of course, there is also a practical reason. That is because the 4 major academies are all affiliated with the federal government. 80% of the students who graduate from here join the army, and the remaining 20% enter various armed forces. Xiao Zhan's future is to join the army. If he agrees now, he will only serve the country a few years in advance. What time does it start? When asking this question, Xiao Zhan looked at Jiang Wenfu. Jiang Wenfu naturally understood what he meant and smiled kindly. Don't worry, your secret realm reward will come. Qin Wanfeng also said, the time is set for a week from now. After you come out of the secret realm, you will undergo 4 days of special training. We don't want such a promising talent like you to die young. Don't worry, I haven't lived enough myself. Xiao Zhan replied. Okay, you two take a short rest and then prepare to enter the secret realm. I haven't visited my alma mater in a long time, and I really miss it. Qin Wanfeng stood up and gave them the rest of the time. Xiao Zhan had been waiting here for several hours and had already rested enough. Then he said to Jiang Wenfu, Dean, we have rested well, let's go directly into the secret realm. Jiang Wenfu thought about it and felt that time was precious. Okay, then you guys go in now. So, Jiang Wenfu got up and took Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong to the secret place. The secret realm is located in the back mountain of the academy, and is guarded by special guards. Pass through a hidden bamboo forest and then walk into a waterfall. Behind the waterfall is the entrance to the secret realm. This secret realm was discovered accidentally back then. After exploring, we found that it was a secret realm with extremely low danger and extremely rich resources. So we established the academy based on this secret realm. And because a great white tiger demon was guarding this secret realm when it was discovered, the academy was named Baidi Academy. Jiang Wenfu introduced the secret realm while opening it. The entrance to the secret realm emits a whitish light, like an upright mirror, but it also spreads from the center to the surroundings like waves. Go ahead, the Baidi secret realm is a welfare secret realm, and there are almost no major dangers inside. After entering, you can take away any good things you find inside, and there is no limit on the quantity. The time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, you must come out on your own. If you do not come out after the time limit, you will be severely punished and will be disqualified from entering the secret realm in the future. Xiao Zhan was a little moved by this. Is there really no limit on the number? Dean, don't regret it when the time comes. Jiang Wenfu replied with a mysterious smile, why do you think the secret realm only allows 2 people to enter per year? Oh. Xiao Zhan suddenly realized that he had even forgotten the term ACE plan. I didn't have any intuitive impression before, but now I feel that this college is really investing its resources. Seeing his sudden realization, Jiang Wenfu couldn't help but chuckle and said, besides, how much can you take? Can you really empty the entire secret realm? Ha, that's true. Xiao Zhan smiled innocently. Looks a little silly. Jiang Wenfu also laughed, but what he didn't notice was that a cruel light flashed deep in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Chapter 55 Entering the Secret Realm, Reporting the Map. If the dean has no other instructions, we will go in first. Well, go ahead. After waving his hand, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong walked in. I only felt the scenery before my eyes changing, as if it were a dazzling sight. The next second, when I opened my eyes again, I was in another world. It is a very beautiful scenery, with picturesque mountains in clear waters, a sky full of purple clouds, and distant mountains in autumn waters in light blue. Various plants rarely seen outside grow here, with fragrant flowers and colorful fruits. From time to time, some low-level monsters jumped out, ate the fruit, and then curiously looked towards Xiao Zhan, and then ran away. Xiao Zhan looked at the scenery and felt relaxed. He took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up again. This secret realm is indeed a secret realm. Even the air is extremely rich in the power of control. What a great place! If there were no monsters, it would be great to live here forever. Xiao Zhan sighed. Yi Yulong did not respond to him, but closed his eyes, as if sensing something. After a moment, she opened her eyes. In this secret realm, my innate skills have been enhanced. I can sense spiritual fruits and demonic beasts within a range of 200 meters. Xiao Zhan touched his chin, 200 meters. If you transform into a weapon spirit, with our combined perception talents, we won't have any problems within a 500-meter range. This range is also good enough for finding higher-level spiritual fruits. But, having said that, Xiao Zhan took out the notebook that Ji Wuming left for him. When I turned to one of the pages, I saw a map on it. The route on the map is clear, and many places are marked with red markers. Those marked places are where spiritual fruits grow. It's so densely packed that it's everywhere. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh, you know what, our dad is really good to us. It's as if he knew we would enter the secret realm and even determined the location where the spiritual fruit would grow for us. Yi Yulong took a look at the map and agreed very much. Combining perception skills with the map will allow us to find the spiritual fruits we need as quickly as possible. Alas, that's wrong. Xiao Zhan immediately interrupted, since we're here, we should be prepared. The dean has told us to take as much as we want. If we only take a little, wouldn't that be a betrayal of the dean's kindness? You mean? Yi Yulong looked at him. Xiao Zhan laughed maliciously twice, then took out a storage bag from his arms. This storage bag is made of high-tech materials and is very stretchable. It is as big as a fingernail, but it can hold a villa. And it is very strong. As long as you can carry it, this storage bag will hardly break. This was specially prepared by Xiao Zhan for this trip to the secret realm. Don't miss it if you pass by. Just pick some and you won't suffer any loss or be cheated. There are so many spiritual fruits. If you only take a little, it would be a big loss. Yi Yulong understood that Xiaozhan wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yes, but we still have to prioritize the spiritual fruits we need. Other spiritual fruits can only be obtained along the way. 3 days is not a long time, and we cannot complete this secret realm. Of course. Xiaozhan nodded. Although the spiritual fruit is good, he is not stupid enough to throw away the watermelon for sesame seeds. There are many spiritual fruits in the secret realm, and their main goal is to collect spiritual fruits that match themselves. Only these spiritual fruits can rapidly improve their strength. Then, Xiaozhan picked up the map to determine his location and direction. I have to say that Yi Woming is very strong. This map marks out almost all the places where spiritual fruits grow in the secret realm. You know, this is not a project that can be completed in 3 days. What does this mean? This means that during Yi Woming's time studying at the academy, the secret realm once became his back garden. Kohaner is so envious that his face turns purple. After determining the direction, Xiaozhan looked in one direction and said, according to the information left in the notes, the spiritual fruit most suitable for improving the attributes of the Death Demon side in the secret realm is called the Death Lantern Eye. It is located in the Death Forest 100 kilometers ahead of us. At our current rate, we should reach the Forest of Death tomorrow, but there's no guarantee there will be any Death Lantern fruits there. So, my plan is to take a detour and pick the spiritual fruits along the way. What do you think? I agree. I'll listen to you. Yi Yulong replied. Aha! Xiaozhan looked at her in shock. If you agree with me, listen to me. What about different opinions? Yutaki, you've changed. Xiaozhan's tone suddenly became lonely. Yi Yulong was a little puzzled. Have I changed? It has changed. How has it changed? You've become very cute, hee hee. Xiaozhan grinned, revealing his big white teeth, and his face was full of dimples full of happiness. Yi Yulong was never one to joke around before. Now that I've learned this kind of dry humor, I find it inexplicably cute. Yi Yulong looked at him with confusion, seeing his happy smile like a child. He really couldn't understand what was so funny about him. Weirdly cute? Is this funny? Yi Yulong remained unmoved. The smile on Xiaozhan's face gradually stiffened and finally disappeared completely. Well, he was hit. This woman, Yi Yulong, is simply strong and has no so-called dry sense of humor at all. He quickly changed the subject to hide his embarrassment. 5 kilometers ahead, there's something called the soul-boosting fruit. It increases the body's defensive power and is suitable for both men and women. Should we go find it first? Good. So Yi Yulong turned into a weapon spirit. Xiaozhan held it in his hand and quickly approached. The distance of 5 kilometers was quickly approaching. Once you get close, your perception skills will be activated, and you can immediately sense the energy points of all sizes around you. Locking onto the strongest one, Xiaozhan immediately ran over. Sure enough, I found a vine with white leaves and white fruit. The fruit was similar in shape to the ginseng fruit and had a very unique fragrance. There are exactly 2. A pleasant surprise. You know, spiritual fruits are nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, and each plant only produces 1 fruit. For something like this to grow 2 at once is simply a blessing from heaven, and it's rare to come across one. Immediately, Xiaozhan walked towards the spiritual fruit, ready to pick it. But just when he approached within 10 meters, suddenly, a snake-like monster that had been hiding nearby for a long time shot towards Xiaozhan. The fangs are sharp and spit out venom like a sharp arrow. Xiaozhan remained calm, as if he didn't see anything, and continued walking towards the spiritual fruit without stopping. Just when the venom was about to splash onto Xiaozhan, the magic sickle's wrist rotated, stirring up a ghostly aura, and the entire magic sickle fanned out like a palm leaf fan. Chapter 56, Yellow Springs Naiha Grass, Black Bianhua. Puff. A muffled sound. The venomous snake was smashed into pieces. The corpse fell to the ground like rotten meat. Xiaozhan sneered. A lowly monster dared to snatch the spiritual fruit. Do you know what the secret realm of welfare is? Do whatever you want. This is called the secret realm of welfare. They walked to the spirit-enhancing fruit and picked it. Yi Yulong turned into a human form and each of them took one. This thing has a very mild effect and does not need to be refined. You can just eat it directly. After the 2 of them finished eating, they immediately felt light and agile. At the same time, in the contract space, the power of control seemed to be connected to the underground spring, growing rapidly. After a while, Xiaozhan felt full of strength. The effect of this spirit enhancement fruit is indeed powerful. I feel like I'm about to break through the bottleneck of a second-grade spirit control master. Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong already have double the training effect, and their training speed is incredibly fast. Even though they spent most of this month practicing the art of control, their cultivation level was indeed no slower than others. Now, after eating the spirit-enhancing fruit, Xiaozhan immediately felt that he had reached the bottleneck of a second-grade spirit controller. As long as he sat cross-legged and practiced, he would probably be able to break through in just one day. Yi Yulong immediately pressed him, "We can't break through now. After the breakthrough, we won't be able to compete for the secret realm." Xiaozhan naturally understood this logic, which was why he agreed to Qin Wanfeng so readily at that time. He knew that his realm was about to break through, so he suppressed it forcibly before entering the secret realm, and broke through immediately after entering the secret realm. By then, with his realm as a second-grade spirit controller and the power of his control skills, Xiaozhan would be invincible in the secret realm. A second-grade spirit master can just yell, "I'm going to beat 10 of them." Eat the spirit-enhancing fruit and continue moving forward. 10 kilometers to the left, there is a magical medicine called Pajing Ning Lu, which can enhance a person's mental strength after taking it. The two of them went there quickly and arrived soon. It's no wonder that every kind of spiritual medicine is guarded by monsters, but these monsters are too weak and cannot threaten Xiaozhan and the others at all. As for why the monsters are so weak despite having so many spiritual medicines and fruits, the reason is very simple, that is, the academy regularly clears out powerful monsters. As more students come in, these low-level monsters are killed twice a year and almost all of them are slaughtered. Naturally, there are no powerful monsters left. It was very easy to get the soul essence condensate. This was not a fruit, but a liquid secreted by the soul essence grass. When the two of them collected it, it was about 2 taels each. Cheers! Drink it immediately. Soul Essence Dew will not enhance the power of defense, so there is no need to worry about breaking through the realm after drinking it. On the contrary, due to the increase in mental strength, it will make it easier for Xiaozhan to suppress the power in his body. After drinking it, you will feel refreshed. Yi Yulong's eyes lit up a bit. My innate perception has been enhanced again. It was 200 meters before, but now it's 500 meters. It's more than doubled. Even though it's only double, this is mental power. Mental strength is the most difficult to cultivate, and many people cannot increase their mental strength in their entire lives, so this doubling is actually quite surprising. Xiaozhan also laughed and said, "There are so many things in this secret realm. No wonder the strength of those who leave it increases dramatically in a short period of time. The academy is truly generous. They only allow 2 people to enter this vast secret realm each year. Even if a chicken enters, it will be transformed into a kuan. Well, let's hurry to the next place." Yi Yulong said immediately. She was a little impatient. "By the way, do you still have your storage bag?" Xiaozhan immediately revealed a wicked smile. "I told you, 2 different people can sleep in the same bed. I've already prepared it for you." Immediately, a storage bag was placed in front of Yi Yulong. Yi Yulong took it and said, "Let's try another method. First, go to the Death Forest to get the most important Death Lantern fruit, and then collect the spiritual fruits separately. Now our individual perception distance is almost the same as before combined, so we can definitely find more spiritual fruits." "I agree." Xiaozhan nodded. The Death Lantern fruit is about quality. After getting the quality, the next thing is quantity. Only by combining quality and quantity can we maximize benefits. Moreover, this secret realm is very safe. Even if the 2 are separated, there will be no danger. They hit it off immediately and set off immediately. A distance of 100 kilometers is still a bit far, so the 2 of them had to travel on foot. Fortunately, I picked some physical fruits on the way. This is a spiritual fruit that improves the functional properties of the whole body and is suitable for both men and women. The effect is a bit weak, because it improves all attributes, unlike some spiritual fruits that only improve single attributes such as strength and speed, which come quickly. Fortunately, there are enough of these things. The 2 people's storage bags finally came in handy. No rest, just keep on going. After nearly 10 hours, the 2 finally arrived at the Forest of Death. Although it is called the Death Forest, it is actually not a scene of white bones, dead branches and rotten leaves, but a forest with black plants as the main growth tone. The smell of death was thick. As the 2 walked into the forest, they felt depressed as if they were shrouded in death. This is Huangquan Naiha grass. It's actually growing there, and there's no record of it in the notes. Wait, there's also a black spider lily next to it. After the two walked for a distance, Yi Yulong suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan looked over and indeed found a dark grass and a cluster of red spider lilies that looked like garlic sprouts. It's just black garlic. Seeing these two spiritual herbs, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but breathe heavily. What a waste of time. Black Bana. These two are both extremely rare death attribute spiritual herbs. How could they be found here? Huangquan Naiha grass, also known as the bridge to death. Because of the special nature of the death attribute, when ordinary people want to add the death attribute to their own spirit weapons, they must consider the side effects of death backlash. With Huangquan Naiha grass, this side effect can be minimized to the greatest extent. Spirit masters or spirit weapons that possess the attribute of death generally do not use Huangquan Naiha grass alone, but use it in combination with other materials, so that the materials can achieve a perfect fusion. Just as its name suggests, Huangquan Road, Naiha Bridge. It plays a connecting role and can be understood as a medicine guide. The function of the black-red spider lily is not only to enhance the purity of the aura of death, but also to give the aura of death its enchanting effect. To put it simply, it is an alternative way to strengthen mental power, just like Xiao Zhan's control skill, the fish lantern to lead the soul. After absorbing the black-red spider lily, the soul guiding effect of the fish lantern will be even stronger. In the previous battle with Zhao Long could still stay awake for a few seconds in the fish lantern soul guiding technique. But after Xiao Zhan and the others absorbed this cluster of flowers, when they face Zhao Long again, Zhao Long will probably have to stand there and wait for death in the first encounter. Chapter 57, Death Lantern Eye, the key to practicing the control skills in advance. These two spiritual herbs are perfect tools for improvement for both of them. Its value is no less than that of the Death Lantern Eye. You should know that when these two things appear in the outside world, they are usually accompanied by powerful monsters guarding them. If you want to get it, you will have to pay a heavy price. But now he appears here, isn't this just freeloading? Seeing that there was no note on the notebook, Xiao Zhan guessed, these two spiritual herbs spend most of their time growing in the soil. I guess Dad was unlucky and didn't find them. This is the only explanation, otherwise Yi Wuming would not have failed to mark such a good thing. But who cares? As long as it appears now, it's mine. He immediately stepped forward and picked it up without hesitation. Like other spiritual herbs, these two are also guarded by a monster, but it is just a vicious sticky black worm hidden in the soil. However, Xiao Zhan had already sensed it. With one stab of his magic sickle, the monster spit out green liquid without even a fart, and was deader than dead. This kind of low-level monster is courting death in this secret realm. Picking up the magic sickle, Xiao Zhan took a look at the blade of the magic sickle. It can cut hair without bleeding, what a famous weapon. Successfully picked. This kind of special spiritual herb needs to be sealed in a box made of special material, but Xiao Zhan was well prepared. He also took out something the size of a fingernail, opened it again, and like a magic trick, a box appeared. This box is also a high-tech product. After all, it has been around for over 100 years, and the power of technology cannot be underestimated. In the battle against monsters, it is also an indispensable backbone force. With these two things, the quality of your weapon spirit can be greatly enhanced. Xiao Zhan put it in the box with a look of great joy on his face. If Yi Yulong becomes stronger, it means he will become stronger as well. This is the advantage of a life and death contract. Unlike an equal contract, you don't have to be so deliberate when dividing the spoils. After collecting the two spiritual herbs, the two continued along the route. It is not advisable to refine these two spiritual herbs now. If you refine them, you will probably break through the realm, and the loss will outweigh the gain. After walking for a while, they had already reached the center of the forest and finally found the target of their trip. A yellow-red lantern eye of death. No, two. Another unexpected surprise. What luck! I found it on the first try. And two of them. Xiao Zhan really felt that he was constantly surprised. According to the description in the notes, the time when the Death Lantern Eye appears is not certain, and it may not be encountered every time you enter the secret realm. Yi Wuming only found it when he entered the secret realm for the third time. But Xiao Zhan's luck was surprisingly good, he encountered it the first time. And there are two of them. Inferior spiritual fruits like the spirit-enhancing fruit are sold one per plant, not to mention high-level Death Lantern Eyes. But Xiao Zhan's luck was so good that he also encountered two. Both of them were very excited. Death Lantern Eye is a spiritual fruit that looks like both a lantern and an eye. It is very valuable, but it is targeted and cannot be used by spirit masters who do not have death attributes. It contains extremely pure death energy. After taking it, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong's death energy will be integrated and enhanced with it, which will be a qualitative leap. In addition to this, it has an additional effect, which is to strengthen the eyes of the user. Compared to the effect of purifying the aura of death, this effect is actually like a gift for free. Because although it is an enhancement, it actually only allows the eyes to see farther, more clearly, and with more spirit. It's better to cherish it than to drop it. However, this kind of effect is not a very cool thing in this world. Because as strength grows, the physical fitness of the spirit master will be enhanced, and it is only a matter of time before he can see farther and more clearly. But this is for others. For Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, this effect is actually no worse than its effect of purifying the aura of death. Because the control skills that Xiao Zhan is going to practice next really need this effect. Among the notes left by Yi Wuming, there is a control skill called Death Gaze. If Xiao Zhan and the others develop normally, they can also practice the skill of controlling spirits, but they need to reach the third-grade spirit controller first. Because after becoming a third-grade spirit master, the strength of one's physical fitness has reached the standard. At this time, practicing the death stare will not cause damage to the eyes. Otherwise, if you force yourself to practice, it will cause irreversible damage. After eating the Death Lantern Eye, his eyes were strengthened in advance. In this way, Xiao Zhan could practice this control skill in advance. The Death Gaze defense technique is to release a strong aura of death from the eyes, which can directly invade the enemy's brain, devour its vitality, and cause its brainstem to dry up and die in a short period of time. It is a very powerful and difficult to defend skill. Now that he has this spiritual fruit, Xiao Zhan will soon have another trump card. He looked at the two spiritual fruits. The notes indicate that there's a snake-like demon beast that can use illusions to guard the Death Lantern Eye. My father suffered a small loss at its hands before, so we have to be careful, Xiao Zhan murmured. But suddenly he picked up the death scythe in his hand and chopped down at one of the two Death Lantern fruits. The speed is so fast that it is overwhelming. The next second, the magic sickle passed through the spiritual fruit, but a shrill scream was heard. Afterwards, the spiritual fruit disappeared, and a long black snake was left standing with its head chopped off by Xiao Zhan. It then fell from the tree, twitched twice, and lay motionless. Looking at the corpse, Xiao Zhan sneered, playing with illusions under perception is like blushing in front of Guangong. You are overestimating your own abilities. From the first moment he saw the eye of the Death Lantern, Xiao Zhan had already discovered the existence of this snake. I acted calm just now, but it was just an act to let his guard down. It's a pity. I was so excited for nothing. I thought there really were two. Xiao Zhan picked the spiritual fruit and kept it. Now he has plenty of energy in his body, but he dare not eat these things casually. If he is greedy for a little, he will break through to the second-level spirit control master. Now that we have the most important thing, we will implement our plundering policy. Everything we see will be ours. Yi Yulong transformed into a human form, glanced at the map, and said, each person will go in one direction, and we will gather at the blood spring when the time comes. Good. Xiao Zhan responded, and the two of them walked in different directions. Started their sweeping journey. Dragon Yang Fruit, Red Yang Root, Tiger Yang Sky. Xiao Zhan looked at the things in his notes while searching, feeling a little embarrassed. What did Yi Wuming leave for himself this night? That's my own daughter. Chapter 58, Searching for Spiritual Fruits, Luck exploded, picking up the ghost blood eye in the blood fountain. The 3-day deadline soon arrived. Blood fountain. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong reunited. Seeing that the other person looked like a working man with a family, carrying a huge bag on his back as heavy as a mountain, they both smiled at the same time. Especially Xiao Zhan, he kept sighing in his heart. Is this the power of free lunch? It really smells good, especially this kind of soft rice that is eaten with great effort. If it weren't for Yi Yulong, Xiao Zhan felt that even if he won first place and entered this secret realm, he probably wouldn't be able to loot so many good things. At this moment, in this scene, Xiao Zhan just wanted to shout to the sky. Crying alone, having free meals is invincible. The two men put the things on the ground, both of them were tired and a little out of breath. Xiao Zhan patted the pile of things and said, it may seem difficult to plunder this secret realm, but it's actually not that easy. A very happy look on his face. The area he wanted to plunder had already been completely plundered by him, and he even plucked 2 feathers from the geese flying in the sky. It's a pity that there is not enough time. I have looted so much, but there is still half of the secret area that I haven't visited. It seems that it will have to be next time. Yi Yulong also wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. His cold little face turned slightly red, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. He took out a spiritual fruit and handed it to Xiao Zhan. Eat some fruit to relieve your fatigue. Xiao Zhan took a look and saw that it was just an ordinary spiritual fruit, whose only function was to relieve fatigue. But the important thing is that this was given by Yi Yulong. Despite his cold personality, he can be so considerate. Thanks. Xiao Zhan took it and ate it in big mouthfuls. It tasted sweet. Of course, it was mainly because of his wife's added sugar. Yi Yulong ate in small bites. She glanced and noticed that Xiao Zhan's storage bag was much bigger than hers. I couldn't help but ask, why do you have so much more stuff than me? What are they? Ha? Nothing. Xiao Zhan suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't dare to eat the spiritual fruit. A large part of the things here were those that Yi Wuming asked him to pick, and they must not be discovered by Yi Yulong. He didn't want to do these things because he felt he was very strong. He once looked at it with a magnifying glass, and he said it was second to none, and no one dared to say it was first. However, Yi Wuming emphasized in his notes that Xiao Zhan must get these things, and his tone sounded very serious. Xiao Zhan felt that Yi Wuming was not acting without purpose, so he finally followed Yi Wuming's instructions and collected these things. Xiao Zhan's expression made Yi Yulong suspicious. Is it really nothing? It's really nothing. Xiao Zhan was very confident, and he muttered to himself, anyway, you will know later. Oh. Xiao Zhan didn't want to say anything, and Yi Yulong didn't ask any further questions. Then, she looked at the blood spring and said, we still have an hour left before we leave. This hour is just the right time to proceed to the final step, soaking in the blood spring. Bloody spring. It can stimulate the potential of the human body's blood vessels and mobilize the hidden potential of the blood vessels in the body through external stimulation, thereby fundamentally transforming the body's bones, meridians, flesh and blood in other aspects. The function is equivalent to shaping the foundation. This step can allow the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon to go further. Every student who enters the secret realm will participate in the blood spring soaking project. Xiao Zhan didn't waste any time and took off all his clothes except for his underpants, then jumped into the blood fountain with a splash. Yi Yulong followed closely behind, but she was much more conservative than Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan only wore a pair of shorts, but she also wore an extra top. Although this blood spring is called blood spring, its color is an intoxicating pink, and it seems to have been transformed into a heart shape. The college has this intention and is deliberately promoting relationships between men and women. Looking at Yi Yulong against the backdrop of the pink spring water, her skin exuding an attractive pink luster, sparkling, and the atmospheric lighting effects turned up to the maximum, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Yulong also saw Xiao Zhan's slightly obsessed eyes. A hint of shyness flashed in his eyes. He nodded and lowered his eyebrows, not daring to look directly into Xiao Zhan's eyes. Generally speaking, how can a man resist such a shy and willing look? Xiao Zhan took her hand and moved closer to her. Get ready for a collision of lips and tongues. But at this moment, Xiao Zhan felt a sudden sharp pain under his feet, interrupting this wonderful atmosphere. Seeing this, Yi Yulong quickly distanced himself a little, feeling very shy. Xiao Zhan was furious. He was always interrupted at the critical moment. He wanted to see what was so courageous. After groping for a while, he pulled out the culprit from the bottom of the spring. It was a blood-red stone. Just as he was about to throw it away, Xiao Zhan suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the stone. The whole thing is blood red, without a trace of impurities, and the middle part is so red that it seems to be oozing blood. Holding it in his hand, he felt his blood boiling, but at the same time, this passion had a strange and evil quality that made Xiao Zhan unable to control himself. He had an urge to rush out and fight. Ghost blood eyes. Xiao Zhan exclaimed. This turned out to be a top-grade weapon refining material, the ghost blood eye. Isn't my luck too good to be true? Just soak in a blood spring and pick up a ghost blood eye? You know, this piece of ghost blood eye is a top-level refining material. It is priceless and no one will take it out. Because its effect is so powerful, just like the blood spring, once the spirit of the instrument is successfully embedded, it can stimulate the potential of the bloodline at all times. It's like carrying a mobile blood fountain wherever you go. When it comes to practice, the effect will be greatly increased, and when it comes to battle, it can even unleash an extremely powerful force for a comeback. This is the material that all spirit masters dream of. Any spirit master wants to use it to embed spirit weapons and increase their attributes. However, such a good ghost blood eye also has a fatal flaw, which is that it contains a trace of evil. If this evil energy is not handled properly, it will at best damage the foundation of the spirit of the weapon and turn the person into a cripple, or at worst kill the person outright. But even so, there are still many people flocking to it. Because the rewards it brings are so great, compared with the power, what is the risk of death? In this world full of monsters, the least valuable thing is human life. Therefore, this thing's extreme positive and negative sides have divided people into two camps. The first type is those who are willing to risk their lives and fight to the death. These people are often in desperate situations or have no hope of improving their own strength. The other type is people who don't dare to use it, but are reluctant to give it to others or sell it. I can only put it at the bottom of the box and wait for an opportunity. Yi Yulong also came up at this moment, looking at the ghost blood eye with surprise in his eyes. This ghost blood eye is of very high purity, probably because it has been immersed in the blood spring for a long time. Maybe this ghost blood eye will be useful in my future development. Xiao Zhan frowned and said, although the purity of this ghost blood eye is high, the higher the purity, the more fierce its evil energy. Many powerful people have tried to conquer it, but they have all been attacked by it. Until we find a solution, it is best not to touch it. Xiao Zhan put away the ghost blood eye, having the same idea as most people. This thing is like gold in the apocalypse. It's useless to keep it, but it's a pity to throw it away. I can only hope that one day the apocalypse will end and it will be revitalized. Chapter 59. Classmate, what are these two lumps of yours? After this little episode, the two began to bathe in the blood spring again. When the skin comes into contact with the blood, a dull tingling sensation immediately arises, as if countless silver needles penetrate directly into the pores and reach the deepest nerve level. It hurts a little, but bearable. However, this pain gradually intensified as time went on, and after an hour, it would reach the limit that Xiao Zhan and the others could endure. That's why they only leave themselves an hour. Burying his entire body in the blood fountain, Xiao Zhan carefully felt the changes that cleansed his essence and marrow. Time also passes quickly in this immersive and painful experience. I don't know how long it took, but just when Xiao Zhan felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, suddenly, a slight noise came from the shore. It looks like a mouse stealing food. There's a thief. Xiao Zhan was shocked. The spiritual fruits were still on the shore and could not be stolen. He quickly opened his eyes and saw that it was not a mouse, but a tiger. A white, soft, and cute tiger. When Xiao Zhan looked at it, it also noticed Xiao Zhan. The man and the tiger looked at each other, and the white tiger immediately ran away with the spiritual fruit in its mouth. Want to run? Xiao Zhan immediately waved his hand, and the death demon's scythe appeared in his hand. He threw it casually, and the death demon's scythe shot out and aimed at the little white tiger. The killing intention is determined and leaves no room for maneuver. It's cute, but it can't save its life. The little white tiger's eyes were filled with panic, and its four legs were about to run away, but even so, it still held the spiritual fruit in its mouth tightly and refused to let go. The devil sickle came flying at a high speed, and the little white tiger was about to die under the devil sickle, but suddenly, its body made a strange movement, as if it was dislocated out of thin air, and avoided the fatal blow. Ha! Xiao Zhan was surprised. Was he dazzled? Still not aiming? Xiao Zhan recalled the magic sickle. The little white tiger had already run far away, so there was no need to chase it now. And it's just a spiritual fruit, Xiao Zhan has plenty of them now. This monster is quite powerful, and is somewhat different from the other monsters in this secret realm. Just now I was sure that I could kill it, but it just deviated. My route didn't change, it did. Yi Yolong's voice came. They have killed quite a few monsters in the secret realm, and almost all of them were killed with one blow. I have never met anyone who could escape after being locked down like the one just now. Xiao Zhan also noticed that the monster was unusual. Apart from anything else, its lively eyes alone were different from those of other monsters. But it had already run away at this time, and there was no way to find out what happened. What's more, it's too late now, they should go out. Yi Yulong immediately prepared to change back and help Xiao Zhan carry a bag of spiritual fruits. But at this time, Xiao Zhan said very gentlemanly, "No need, you are a girl, I can handle this kind of thing." Yi Yulong was a little confused and felt something was weird. This is what Xiao Zhan said, but why does he have a bad feeling? Sure enough, the next second, Xiao Zhan hung 2 pieces of spiritual fruits on the 2 ends of the death demon side spirit, and then carried it on his shoulders like a porter. Yi Yulong saw her slender waist and couldn't help but frown. The premonition came true. Actually, I think it's good for us to have one bag each. Yi Yulong's voice came. Xiao Zhan said firmly, "It's okay, don't worry about me, I can do it." Yi Yulong's face was rarely cold and frosty. "Of course you can, but don't you think that this doesn't share my burden? Originally I was carrying one pile, but now I am carrying two. Originally you were carrying one pile, but now you are carrying two piles, plus me. So, can I still keep this husband? I feel a little silly." At the same time, the back mountain of Baidi Yuling Academy is the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Two guards were waiting here for Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong to come out. "Let's make a bet. How much stuff do you think the two students who entered the secret realm this time will bring out?" said one of the guards. The other guard immediately chuckled and became interested. Old rules? 1. The two were obviously old gamblers. Someone immediately said, "They're freshmen and have never been in there before." I think, not counting the food they eat, 10 is the maximum they should take out. Most of the previous students had this number. I think we need more, at least 15. These two students are no pushovers. They killed someone in the freshman competition. Killing people and treasure hunting are two different things. Killing people only means you have courage and strength, but it doesn't mean you have a good brain. Strong strength proves that your brain is working well. Can you use the control technique of a first-grade spirit control master? All right. Stop it. This argument will never end. We'll know when they come out. Both guards are old gamblers. Neither of them is willing to give in to the other, and they can argue for a whole day over a trivial matter. But the current situation does not allow them to argue. So stop in time. The time was almost up, and both of them set their sights on the exit. At this time, there were ripples flashing at the exit, indicating that Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were about to come out. The two men looked intently and lowered their gazes a few inches, wanting to see the quantity in their hands clearly at the first moment. But as a gray green, round object came out of the exit first, the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. What is this? Looks like a storage bag? It looks like it's full. Is it picking up trash? There is no garbage in the secret realm. The storage bag was like a fat man's big belly, emerging from the secret realm little by little, and at first it was only a tiny bit in size. But as they walked out, the storage bag became larger and larger, until it was almost as big as the two men's heights. Finally, the entire storage bag was fully exposed in front of them. The two were shocked. What the hell is this thing filled with? It's so huge. It can't be a spiritual fruit, right? But this is not the end. With the appearance of this mass, the spirit of the death demon side also gradually appeared. The scythe was horizontal and raised, appearing on Xiao Zhan's shoulder. The two guards were shocked again. Pick? Is there another one? As soon as this thought appeared, another mass appeared behind Xiao Zhan the next second. Moreover, this one is even bigger. The two guards were stunned. What on earth was this guy doing in there? How to pack out two such big things? What's inside? They have been guarding this place for so long and have witnessed so many students entering the secret realm, but they have never encountered such a bizarre thing. I was completely frightened by Xiao Zhan's exaggerated behavior. "Classmate, what are you carrying here?" a guard asked stutteringly. "Oh, nothing, just some worthless things." Xiao Zhan smiled faintly and left quickly. This conspicuous bag is not easy to be. Although the guards here are keeping absolute confidentiality, what if something unexpected happens? Oh, it turns out to be something worthless. The two guards came to their senses and smiled at each other. Seeing Xiao Zhan's guilty look, they thought it was a spiritual fruit. Etc. Spiritual fruit? The two were suddenly startled and suddenly realized something. Is there anything worthless in the secret realm? No, right? He himself didn't have the confidence to say the last word BA. Damn it, report to the dean immediately. Chapter 60, It's just two big bags, how big can they be? Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Zhang Wenfu was chatting with Qin Wanfeng while waiting for Xiao Zhan and the other two to come out. At this moment, Zhang Wenfu suddenly received a message from the guard. "Dean, Xiao Zhan came out carrying 2 large bags of spiritual fruits. It's just 2 packets of spiritual fruits. Why are you making such a fuss?" You don't act like you're guarding them at all. Jiang Wenfu scolded. No, Dean, it's 2 big bags, 2 big bags. The guard was a little anxious, worried that he couldn't explain it clearly. Dean, look at the surveillance footage, you'll understand once you see it. Alright, I get it. It's just 2 big bags, how big can they be? Jiang Wenfu responded while turning on the surveillance camera. As a result, he was so shocked that he lost his voice. Holy crap! It's so big! The picture he called up showed Xiaozhan slowly walking out of the secret realm. The death sight was used as a shoulder pole, with 2 snakeskin bags hanging on it. It's small in the front and big in the back, and it's filled with spiritual fruits. Extremely exaggerated. Just like a porter. Moreover, Xiaozhan Yuan exaggerated a lot. This explosive scene was extremely shocking even in the entire porter community, and it caused Jiang Wenfu's mouth to explode to the ground. This guy, how did he find so many spiritual fruits? Jiang Wenfu's eyes were bigger than bells, full of disbelief. Normally, students participating in the freshman competition enter the secret realm, and after taking everything they can, they usually only get a dozen or so spiritual fruits at most. Those old students who have been in there many times and are familiar with the secret realm can only go in about 30 or 40 people at a time. After all, although the secret realm is not dangerous, it still needs to be explored. Many journeys are in vain and time is wasted on these. And Xiaozhan, when he went in for the first time, actually came out with 2 large snakeskin bags. 2 big snakeskin pockets. And each one of them is still bulging. At a rough glance, there are at least 400 or 500 of them in total. The spiritual fruits in the entire secret realm only add up to about 1,000. This guy just took half of it? Jiang Wenfu felt like his brain was short-circuiting. Suddenly, he remembered what Xiaozhan had said to him before entering the secret realm. He didn't pay attention at the time, but now when he thought about it carefully, he felt that the way Xiaozhan looked at him was a little weird. This guy definitely came prepared. Jiang Wenfu slammed the table in frustration, wishing he could slap himself twice. It's all my fault for being too pretentious, now I'm slapped in the face. If I had known this earlier, I would have limited his number. Damn it! Xin Wanfeng, who was standing next to him, watched the scene and immediately understood what was happening. He couldn't stop smiling, but consoled him, Dean, don't be upset yet. There might not be any spiritual fruits in that bag. Maybe it's something worthless. There are worthless things in the secret realm. You are confused. With Xiaozhan's character, he knows without guessing that all the things in there are spiritual fruits. Jiang Wenfu couldn't help but roar. It would have been fine if Qin Wanfeng didn't comfort him, but once he did, it only made Jiang Wenfu more angry. These spiritual fruits were the capital for cultivating the aces of his Baidi Academy, and half of them were taken away by Xiaozhan in just one go. How else can he train an ace? What the hell is this? Dean, a real man lives between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed over a few spiritual fruits? Qin Wanfeng continued to comfort him. But this consolation sounds like gloating no matter how you listen to it. Jiang Wenfu knew that his son was just looking for trouble, so he was very rude. Don't talk nonsense to me. I didn't take the spiritual fruit from your special service bureau, so of course you can talk without any worries. Dean, what you said is not right. Why am I wrong? Jiang Wenfu blared, his momentum steadfast. When the situation was tense, Qin Wanfeng chuckled and spread his hands, I'm sitting now, not standing. You. He was actually fucking sitting there. No wonder I don't have back pain. Jiang Wenfu was choked with anger. This guy is making fun of me and really doesn't take me, his senior brother, seriously. I was just about to teach him a lesson. At this time, Qin Wanfeng frowned and said, this guy, with all these bags and packages, it's like he's buying goods. But this method is a bit crude. Using a weapon spirit as a carrying pole is a rare idea on the part of Xiaozhan. Doesn't he know that she's his wife? He doesn't even feel a little sorry for her. Dean, don't be too upset. Your trump card plan is all about pile anyway. It doesn't matter who you give this spiritual fruit to. If he can eat it all, it's actually his own strength. Besides, if he becomes stronger, won't you also benefit from it? Hearing what he said, Jiang Wenfu went down the stairs. He wasn't angry originally, but Qin Wanfeng was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. He immediately sat down and said, it's done. I'm not that stingy. However, he took so many spiritual fruits from me. I have to warn you, don't let him die, or I'll ask your secret service for compensation. It's the person who should be compensated, not the spiritual fruit, he added. Qin Wanfeng was very confident. This little guy is smarter than I thought. I have great confidence in sending him this time. Well, you better be like this. However, Qin Wanfeng was a little puzzled. Then again, the intelligence and strength displayed by this little fellow don't seem like an F-level talent at all. How did this information get registered as F-level? Zhang Wenfu was also puzzled by this matter, but he didn't care much about it. Who cares? This world values strength, not talent. Let alone Xiaozhan being F rank, even if he and Yi Yulong were both F rank, as long as they have that much strength, they can easily enter the secret realm. That's true. Qin Wanfeng pursed his lips and stood up from his seat. Well, it's almost time, I should leave too. Brother, we'll meet again someday. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenfu's expression suddenly froze. Sadness crept into his eyes. He glanced out the window and sighed. The last time we brothers met was 10 years ago, right? Qin Wanfeng's memory was pulled back to 10 years ago, and he couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I haven't seen him for 10 years. The atmosphere is a bit sad. Zhang Wenfu smiled again and punched him on the shoulder. Alright, we're brothers, in our hearts. Don't be so sad, like a woman. Ha, that's right. Being brothers is in the heart. Qin Wanfeng also smiled. The hearty laughter diluted a lot of sad emotions. Alright, let's go. Don't forget what you promised me. You must bring Xiaozhan back alive. Qin Wanfeng nodded heavily, then took one last look at Zhang Wenfu and left the office. Zhang Wenfu watched him leave, his eyes dimmed again, and he sighed. This time it was 10 years, and I don't know how long it will be before the next time. Chapter 61 Special Service Bureau, Captain Yang Jian. The other side. After Xiaozhan came out of the secret realm, he waited for Qin Wanfeng's arrival in a designated room. This was agreed upon before entering the secret realm. Qin Wanfeng will take him directly to the Special Service Bureau after he leaves the secret realm. Soon, a black hover car appeared in front of the two. Get in the car. Qin Wanfeng raised his head and said. Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong got into the car immediately. The two large bags of spiritual fruits could easily fit in. Qin Wanfeng had specially changed a car for this purpose. So many things? Are you moving? Qin Wanfeng took a look at the spiritual fruit and couldn't help teasing. If we can't move everything in one go, we can come back next time. Xiaozhan followed his words. Qin Wanfeng chuckled softly, then you have to get out of the secret realm alive. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to move next time, but even this time will be confiscated. Confiscate it? It's impossible to confiscate it. It will never be confiscated in my lifetime. Patriotism and confiscation are two different things. To be patriotic means to love the real country. If it is confiscated, it is not certain whether it is public. Take that as your confidence. Qin Wanfeng pretended not to hear the sarcasm and selfishness in the words, and gave Xiaozhan a thumbs up. By the way, don't eat anything randomly these days, it will be bad if you break through. Qin Wanfeng reminded again. Don't worry, I know my limits. Well, that's good. Qin Wanfeng then set the car to automatic driving and yawned. Let's rest for a while. The journey is quite long. I guess you didn't sleep in the secret realm either. Xiaozhan fell silent. Qin Wanfeng looked back and was surprised to see that he had fallen asleep so quickly. Just try your best to grab it in the secret realm. Southwest border. Secret Service. Qin Wanfeng brought Xiaozhan into a room. Put your things here. You'll be staying here for the next few days. Your information has been recorded in this room. Unless you're dead, no one can open it. Xiaozhan took a look at the room. It was a room with a king-size bed, a high-end monster fursuit, and various other technological elements. It was a very nice room. Only. What the hell is this big red heart at the head of the bed? Don't worry about these details. This is our Special Service Bureau's blessing to you. Qin Wanfeng saw Xiaozhan's confusion and took the initiative to explain. After saying that, he glanced at the time and said, Alright, it's getting late now. You should get some rest early. We will have 3 days of special training starting tomorrow morning. Be prepared. After saying that, Qin Wanfeng left the room. Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong looked at each other, without any further ado, and went to rest after washing up. Early the next morning. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were taken to a military stronghold by Qin Wanfeng. This area is very large, larger than 10 standard football fields, and is equipped with various advanced and complete facilities. The two-person mimicry training room is just the standard configuration, and there are also various other equipment that Xiao Zhan has never seen before. But Xiao Zhan discovered two shocking things: a spiritual fruit plantation and a monster battlefield. There is even such a thing? It seems that this secret service is really arrogant. It is worthy of being a core department directly under the federal government. Seeing Xiao Zhan's shocked expression, Qin Wanfeng was very satisfied. He deliberately took Xiao Zhan on this road because he had made a decision. Soon, the two entered a training ground. In the training ground, there are many male and female spirit masters training. They are wearing uniform clothes, sweating profusely, and their momentum is fierce. It is obvious that they are not ordinary spirit masters. Director. Immediately, a man who looked like an instructor came up and saluted. Qin Wanfeng nodded and said, "Go, call your captain." Yes. The man responded with a shout, turned around and trotted away. After a while, a man with a tall and straight figure like a sharp sword appeared in front of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a slender and well-shaped body. Although his muscles were not exaggerated, the black combat suit was tight-fitting and could highlight his features. But his eyes were extremely sharp, sharper than an eagle's. Just one glance at him was enough to make one feel as if one was being pricked. "Director, you're looking for me." The sound is also unusually sharp. Qin Wanfeng nodded and said to Xiao Zhan, "Let me introduce you. This is the captain of the Special Service Bureau's Combat Department, Yang Jian." "Hello, Captain." Yang Jian frowned slightly, his emotions clearly visible on his face. What are two such young people doing here? Could it be that Director Qin is trying to use the back door? Somewhat dissatisfied, Qin Wanfeng knew Yang Jian's temper. He smiled softly and continued, "These two are called Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. They are students of Baidi Yuling Academy and they won first place in this year's freshman competition. They are also candidates for the battle for the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a hint of apology flashed in his eyes. "I feel ashamed of my previous speculation. Participating in the battle for the secret realm is fighting for the country, shedding one's blood and risking one's life. Such people should be respected. Especially since Xiao Zhan and the others are still freshmen and they have to compete with others for life and death only 1 month after entering school, he should be respected even more." But he judged people by appearance at first sight, and he felt extremely guilty. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Yang Jian, and I'm the captain of the Special Service Bureau's Combat Department." Yang Jian solemnly introduced himself again and extended his hand to Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Xiao Zhan immediately extended his hand to shake hands with him, and at the same time he had an understanding of this Yang Jian. Straightforward. No airs. Dare to do and dare to take responsibility. Qin Wanfeng continued, "It's like this. The official battle will begin in 3 days. Due to various factors, I need you to give them 3 days of special training. During these 3 days, I need to make a qualitative change in them." A qualitative change in just 3 days? Yang Jian was surprised. How could this be possible? Qin Wanfeng was very serious. "That's right. What I want is a qualitative change. Of course, this doesn't refer to strength, but to mentality. After all, they are still students, and they have only been enrolled for a month. Compared to those dead men, they still lack a lot. I need you to do everything you can to help them change their mindsets and bad habits." Yang Jian felt that this matter was very serious. Not only is the severity of 3 days too short, but it also involves the severity of the entire Federation's national destiny. This is like putting a huge mountain on his shoulders. He felt a heaviness he had never felt before. "Do you have the confidence to complete the task?" Seeing him frown, Qin Wanfeng suddenly asked loudly. "Guaranteed to complete the mission." Yang Jian stood at attention and responded as if it was a conditioned reflex. "The sound is like a rainbow and the momentum is like thunder." The sudden sound even startled the fighters who were training nearby, and they all looked over with curiosity. "What are you looking at? It's beautiful. Do you want me to dig out your eyes and put them there to look at them? You can add an extra hour to your extreme training." Chapter 62 Welcome Ceremony for Newcomers, First Rank versus Third Rank. Their desertion immediately drew a rebuke from the instructor nearby. the group of people suddenly looked miserable. Qin Wanfeng was very satisfied with his answer. His stern face broke into a smile as he said gently, Yang Jian, this mission is very serious, but also very important. It is a test given to us by the Federation and the people. You should think carefully about how to complete it perfectly. As long as this mission is successful, I will personally recommend you for the credit. Yes, Chief. Yang Jian was extremely serious. Seeing this scene, Xiaozhan standing next to him shook his head. Qin Wanfeng has taken the practice of giving a candy after hitting someone with a stick to the extreme. After explaining everything, Qin Wanfeng gave him a stack of information about Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong, and then left. He had completely thrown Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong out. Xiaozhan pouted again. This leader is a leader. He pushed the responsibility away right away. The subordinates work hard and the leaders take credit for it. After he left, Yang Jian looked at Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong with an extremely solemn expression again. You guys take a look around first. I need to discuss a plan with a few instructors. Okay. Xiaozhan responded. So, Yang Jian came to the crowd and called all his instructors into a room. As soon as the instructor left, the fighters in training immediately relaxed. He once again cast his curious gaze at Xiaozhan and the other two. Who are those two? That weapon spirit girl is so beautiful, and she even has a life and death contract. Is that even a question? Besides wanting to join our combat unit, what other possibilities do you have for coming here? But they are so young. They used the back door. It's not the first or second time. But this time, I guess these two people have some connections. Director Qin brought them here personally, and the captain didn't seem to refuse. I just don't know why he called the other instructors over. I guess they're discussing how to get rid of them without leaving any traces, like giving them some devilish special training or something. That makes sense. Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong were walking around the training room. It's true, the training here is completely different from that in the academy. Xiaozhan has never seen many things before, and he couldn't help but feel curious. It's a pity that no one taught him how to use it, so he could only enjoy it with his eyes. Yang Jian and his team seemed to have been discussing for a long time, and after an hour they still hadn't come up with a plan. Xiaozhan and others were getting a little bored. He wanted to use cultivation to pass the time, but he couldn't cultivate at all at this time because he had reached a bottleneck and might break through if he cultivated improperly. That would be troublesome. Nothing to do. At this moment, a man suddenly walked towards him, walking like a dragon or a tiger, and was a muscular man. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. The big man walked up to Xiaozhan and stood in front of him with a very unfriendly tone. Xiaozhan frowned. What was he going to do? I'm standing here peacefully. Did I provoke you? Why are you so aggressive? Besides, why don't you take the wide road next to you, but insist on going through mine? His anger grew, but Xiaozhan didn't want to cause trouble. He just thought that the big man had a bad temper and gave him way. But what Xiaozhan didn't expect was that this guy not only didn't leave, but also bullied others even more. I'm telling you to get out of my way. Don't show up in my sight. Xiaozhan understood that this guy was simply here to cause trouble for him. However, he didn't understand how he had offended him. At the same time, after seeing this scene, those people who had finished training around stopped what they were doing and started to watch the excitement. One of the men with crew cuts immediately joked, "It has to be Zhang San again. Only a brat like him would dare to bully others without fear of anything. It's not his fault. It's mainly because the instructors tacitly allow it. Veterans bullying new recruits is a welcome ritual passed down from the ancient times. I just don't know if this new guy is tofu or iron plate. Do you think it might be an iron plate? I came in through the back door, where would there be an iron plate?" Everyone was laughing at Xiaozhan. They now regarded Xiaozhan as a newcomer who was about to join the combat department of the Special Service Bureau. Knowing that the other party was deliberately provoking him, Xiaozhan had no need to tolerate it. He stared at the big man with cold eyes. "Get out." Just one word, "get out," Xiaozhan said at once. If you don't get out, Xiaozhan will not be polite. He has already felt that Yi Yulong's little universe is about to explode. If it had been before, Yi Yulong would have retorted when the big man said the first sentence. Now she didn't say a word the whole time, just to give Xiaozhan face. After all, when going out, women should give men enough face. Hearing this, the big man didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in my ears, which was extremely ironic. Boy, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. After laughing, the big man's face became gloomy. His face is full of fat, that south is close up. It's fun to watch the fun, and such an intense scene made everyone's mood more excited. Pure abuse is boring, I still want to watch this kind of face slapping. This kid is really brave. It's obvious he hasn't experienced the harsh treatment of society. It's really a flower grown in a greenhouse, but it's okay. Zhang San will fertilize it and let it know why the flower is so red. Zhang San is angry. This kid is probably in trouble now, huh? Some people gloated over the misfortune, while others tried to persuade him, Zhang San, don't go too far. Come back quickly. They were brought here by Director Qin. Be careful, or you'll be put in solitary confinement. That's right, you can't afford to offend him, or he'll make things difficult for you. This is not persuasion at all, this is clearly adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Zhang San became even angrier after hearing this, and the flesh on his face began to tremble. Boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. I'll let you know that the combat department isn't a place you can just come to whenever you want. After saying that, Zhang San became full of momentum. Not far behind him, an equally wild woman instantly turned into a tiger-headed sword and appeared in his hand. Boy, let me see how capable you are. The tiger-headed broadsword created a sharp blade wind and chopped towards Xiao Zhan's forehead. Driven by Xiao Zhenyu's power, Yi Yulong transformed into a death scythe and appeared in his hands, holding it horizontally to block. The tiger-headed sword fell, and the two soldiers met, and it was a crazy confrontation between the two forces. Bang! Xiao Zhen took 3 steps back and stood firm. The big man also lost his balance and took a step back. This scene made everyone who had just laughed hold their breath and look serious. This kid is so young, and he's actually a first-grade spirit control master? You're talking nonsense. How can you possibly come to the combat zone without some strength? But a first-grade spirit control master is useless. Zhang San is a third-grade spirit control master. The two of them are not even on the same level. Chapter 63, Hitting a Wall? No, it's a titanium alloy steel plate. A third-grade spirit master? Hearing these words, Xiao Zhan's heart tightened slightly. I didn't expect that this big man was actually a third-grade spirit master. If that was the case, Xiao Zhan would have to change his attack strategy. Facing an opponent far superior to himself, Xiao Zhan knew that all defense was futile. The only way to win was to attack. Abandon defense and attack unlimitedly. Only in this way can we find a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he decided to use his ultimate move and utilize the control technique. Take advantage of the fact that you can still take the initiative to attack now, otherwise once you get involved in a battle, you will be absolutely passive. He quietly activated his power of control. Zhang San, on the other hand, was still in shock at this moment. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Zhan changed, from disdain to surprise. He glanced at his feet. This kid was able to withstand his sword attack and even made him take a step back due to the recoil? He was a little bit unconvinced. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, he even held back some of his strength when he hit Xiao Zhan for fear of hurting him. But even so, I can't take a step back. Can a first-grade spirit master do this? His eyes couldn't help but fall on the death demon scythe in Xiao Zhan's hand. His brows were deeply furrowed. The deathly aura wrapped around it made him feel an unprecedented oppression. This kind of repression touches the soul. At this time, his weapon spirit, the tiger head sword, spoke, "Be careful of his weapon spirit. It's definitely an SSS-level weapon spirit. It has talents beyond its level that suppress it. My strength will be greatly weakened." What? SSS-level spirit weapon? Are you sure? Zhang San's heart skipped a beat. That's absolutely right. The captain's spirit weapon is SS level. The purity of this sickle's aura is several levels stronger than the captain's. It's definitely SSS level. The voice of the weapon spirit was extremely heavy and firm. Hearing this, Zhang San instantly became extremely serious. No wonder I took a step back just now. It turns out that he possesses an SSS level spirit weapon. In that case, the guy who can make a life and death contract with an SSS level weapon spirit must also be an SSS level spirit master, right? He suddenly understood why Director Qin had to personally open a backdoor for Xiao Zhan. It turned out that they were two peerless geniuses. But in an instant, his scalp went numb again. because he actually offended two geniuses at once. Damn, no matter what the final outcome of this matter is, he will definitely be held accountable and punished. He is bitter. These two ancestors are completely different from those children from aristocratic families who came here to gild themselves. This is an iron plate. What's going on? Look at Zhang San's tiger head sword, its power seems to have become a little weaker. At this time, the people watching the excitement nearby discovered something. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they found that the sharp sword that was originally as powerful as a tiger had now become a bit like a sick cat, giving people a dull feeling without any attack power. Could it be that Zhang San wants to let the water go? How is that possible? Even if he lets go, his aura won't weaken. This situation can only mean one thing, that kid's weapon spirit level is higher than the tiger head sword. Level suppression is happening. Moreover, the level must be extremely high to produce such strong level suppression. Having said that, the environment, which was a little noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Does it have to be very high? That means SSS level. Captain Yang Jian's weapon spirit is SS level, and his tiger head broadsword is a level. Although there is level suppression during daily sparring and training, it will definitely not turn a tiger into a kitten. Then it can only be SSS level. It's over. Now Zhang San is in trouble. I really hit a wall. At this moment, they no longer laughed and just kept silent. I am worried about Zhang San and hope he can handle this battle well. At this time, Zhang San was in a dilemma. Looking at Xiao Zhan, he thought that if he continued to fight, he might hurt these two little geniuses, which would be a real trouble. After all, a genius of this level could eat giant pandas at will in the ancient times. But if you don't fight, your face has already been put on the gambling table, and if you don't get it back, it will become a joke in the future. How to decide? Just when he was thinking about whether face or prison was more important, Xiao Zhan helped him make the decision. A black mist filled with endless deathly aura suddenly surged towards him, like a tide, making it impossible for him to react. This is the skill of control. Zhang San looked horrified. But then came even more horror. A first-grade spirit control master, able to perform the skill of control? Damn, what he kicked was not an iron plate, it was clearly a titanium alloy steel plate. Zhang San regretted it very much. But the situation at the moment did not allow him to think. The control skills were powerful and he did not dare to be careless. He could only raise the tiger head sword in his hand to fight back, mobilize the defensive power in his body, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he slashed at the black fog. Although the tiger head sword was suppressed, Zhang San was a third-grade spirit master after all. The sharp sword wind directly split the black mist into two. But the joy on his face suddenly stopped. The black mist was split, but not really split. It was only split a few meters away, not even halfway through. Moreover, the separated mist continued to move forward, circled behind him, and merged again. He was directly enveloped in black fog. This scene happened too suddenly. In an instant. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Royal skills? Such a strange control skill? Or was it performed by a first-grade spirit master? What the hell? Are even those who use backdoors so perverted this time? They were dejected. If that was really the case, then please come with more people. They actually wouldn't mind. At the same time, Yang Jian was having an intense discussion with several instructors on how to achieve a qualitative change through special training within 3 days. At this moment, Yang Jian suddenly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Quiet. It's too quiet. It's so quiet. This is totally not the behavior of those troublemakers. He quickly got up and opened the door to check the situation. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately saw a thick black fog covering the training ground. What's going on? Yang Jian asked immediately. The person closest to him heard the noise and immediately came to his senses. Captain, it's Zhang San and the guy who got in through the back door fighting. Back door? What back door? They are the two people Director Qin just brought. What? Yang Jian lost his voice in fear, his face suddenly turning pale. Who did you say they fought with? Zhang San, the one you allowed to bully the newbies, Captain. I agree. I agree, damn it. Yang Jian kicked that bastard. Chapter 64. The farce ends. Zhang San makes a passionate apology. The anger on Yang Jian's face could not be vented. He took a look at the center of the battle. If the situation wasn't urgent, he would have kicked him so hard that his mother wouldn't recognize him. Without hesitation, he put all his effort into the race and rushed towards the center of the battle. Damn it, these bastards are nothing but bastards, they don't make things easy for me at all. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong are going to enter the secret realm to fight for the ownership of the country. If they die, they will be martyrs, and if they live, they will be heroes. Even he had to be very careful with it, fearing that the 3 days of special training would have some adverse effects on him. These bastards are so good that they just use knives to chop people? Are you really dissatisfied with living too long? His heartbeat was accelerating to the extreme at this moment, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. If Xiao Zhan really suffered a little damage, losing their lives would be a minor matter. But if he caused the Federation to suffer losses and brought shame to the people, then he would be a sinner for all eternity. In the battle between Xiao Zhan and Zhang San was completely enveloped in a black mist, and his vision was completely black. He instantly lost his bearings. It was as if his senses had vanished, and he suddenly became flustered. But at this moment, a dim light appeared in front of his eyes. The light was very dim and very conspicuous in the darkness, but it was difficult to see clearly. He subconsciously wanted to get closer to see more clearly. But at this moment, a magic sickle hidden in the black fog rushed straight to his head, trying to take his life. Just as it was about to touch, in this life or death emergency, Zhang San suddenly woke up. The tiger-headed sword in his hand roared, dispelling the darkness around him. At the same time, a golden light suddenly appeared and emanated from the tiger-head sword, dispelling the darkness again and forming a circular golden shield in front of Zhang San. Tiger Light Shield. Zhang San's control skills. Bang! The death scythe hit the Tiger Light Shield without any surprise. The hastily cast Tiger Light Shield failed to block the attack and shattered directly. Crazy energy poured onto Zhang San's body without any cost. Zhang San felt as if his chest was being hit by a sledgehammer. He couldn't help but scream from his mouth. The powerful force pushed him to retreat uncontrollably. Dang dang dang. Every step back was extremely heavy, like the dull thud of a hammer hitting the ground. He took more than 10 steps back before stopping. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Xiao Zhan in horror, full of disbelief. But he hadn't yet stood firm. Xiao Zhan appeared before his eyes like a ghost again, and swung his magic sickle, with the blade like an eagle's beak piercing his temple. Zhang San's pupils shrank violently, and an infinite breath of death was approaching. He was horrified. This kid Xiao Zhan was actually serious. Every move is fatal. He hurriedly mobilized his power of control to dodge, but Xiao Zhan's speed was really fast, and he felt a sharp pain in his temple. It was about to penetrate. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Xiao Zhan's death demon scythe, holding it tightly so that he could not move forward at all. It's Yang Jian. He showed up in time to stop this wrong battle. Zhang San was surprised at how he appeared. But before he had time to think, a whip kick came out from under him, and the dragon whip hit him hard in the stomach. Wow! The powerful force was so overwhelming that Zhang San couldn't withstand it at all. His body was bent into a bow shape, like a sandbag, and was thrown out with great force. Blood spurted out of his mouth, leaving a red flower rain in the air. Bang! With a heavy bang, Zhang San was hit against the wall and then fell to the ground. He curled up in a ball due to the intense pain, holding his stomach tightly with both hands. His face was as pale as tinfoil, bitter water mixed with blood flowed out of his mouth, but he couldn't even make a sound. This extremely painful and miserable scene fell into the eyes of everyone present, and everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. No one dared to step forward to help Zhang San. Because everyone knew that Yang Jiandong was really angry at this moment. Let this farce end here. It's my fault that I failed to manage my subordinates well and made them mistakenly think that you are a newcomer. I apologize to you. Yang Jian released his hand that was holding the death scythe and said with a very sincere expression. When others heard this, they realized that it was a misunderstanding. Xiao Zhan didn't come to join the combat unit at all. Come to think of it, how could such a genius join the combat unit? Even if you want to join the combat unit, you can't do it through the back door. Yang Jian took action. Xiao Zhan's aura faded. He glanced at Zhang San, who was twitching like a dead dog, and said coldly, "This is not your fault. He should be the one to apologize. If you're not dead, come here." Yang Jian immediately shouted at Zhang Sanda. Zhang San, who was still lying on the ground and twisted like a maggot, was still trying to survive. However, when he heard this, his body was like a spring. He instinctively froze, and even the pain seemed to be reduced a little. He struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But the force of that kick was so great that it made his stomach churn and his internal organs shift. The fact that he didn't faint was due to his strong willpower. But he endured the pain and moved from lying down to kneeling for several minutes, but he still couldn't stand up from the ground. Even so, he had already tried his best and was sweating profusely. Never mind, let's just leave it at that. Xiao Zhan waved his hand. Just know that this is a misunderstanding. You haven't suffered any loss anyway, so be merciful. Besides, Zhang San is a soldier serving his country after all. There's no need for that. Need not. Zhang San shouted stubbornly. He finally stood up from the ground, but he bit his lips so hard that they were bleeding, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. But he looked at Xiao Zhan with a determined look in his eyes. I made the mistake, so I should apologize. He snapped to attention. Brush. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Very sincere. But after saying this, he fell down suddenly like a machine that had lost power. Straight and upright. Obviously, just being able to stand up was already the limit of his effort. Seeing this, several soldiers rushed to help him. It doesn't matter. Xiao Zhan glanced at him and answered very seriously. He couldn't help but feel a little touched. Although Zhang San is arrogant and likes to bully newcomers, he still has the bloodiness of a soldier. He was no longer angry. Because behavior like Zhang San's is very common in the army, it can even be said to be a tradition, but there are fewer people as arrogant as him. In addition, after the battle just now, Xiao Zhan also understood the gap between himself and the third-grade spirit master. He suppressed the weapon spirit level, seized the initiative, and even used defensive skills when the opponent underestimated him. He used all his skills, and the opponent did not dare to kill him. Even though he had all the advantages, he still could not inflict a fatal blow on him. The opponent even has a strong ability to counterattack. This shows how big the gap is. The difference in levels is fundamental and cannot be made up by the control skills. But Xiao Zhan believed that if he was a second-grade spirit master, Zhang San would definitely die. However, when those in the combat department saw his unsatisfactory combat ability, they were shocked and astonished. A first-grade spirit controller overpowered a third-grade spirit controller and nearly killed him. With this fighting power, is it really a human? Chapter 65, Killing Training. Xiao Zhan was then brought into the room by Yang Jin. At this moment, several people looked at Xiao Zhan in shock. He was so young, but he had already become a first-grade spirit controller within a month of entering school. He even used his powerful spirit controlling skills to win the first place in one fell swoop. He just defeated Zhang San, a third-grade spirit controller. This kid's strength is really terrifying. After discussion among several of us instructors, there will only be one special training plan for you in the next 3 days. Yang Jian said to him. What's the plan? Kill. Kill? Xiao Zhan was surprised. What kind of special training was this? Yang Jian was very serious. Yes, it is killing. But this killing has two meanings. One is the killing technique. The other is the literal meaning, which is to let you kill people. Xiao Zhan shook his head, indicating that he didn't quite understand. Yang Jian continued to explain, killing techniques are those that target the body's vital points. They are a form of low strength, high burst damage that can often have unexpected, even devastating, effects. This technique is a required course for death warriors. You don't have to learn it in 3 days, but you must understand it. And the second killing is to make you have a resolute and decisive heart that will kill with one strike and never give up until the death. You're still a student after all. Even though you killed someone during the freshman competition, that was a decision you made out of necessity due to various factors. Therefore, you're still far from having a true murderous heart. Or rather, you've only just begun. The special killing training we've given you is to empower you to kill without any influence. Only in this way can you remain calm when facing your opponents. After hearing his words, Xiao Zhan understood his intention. Because there were only 3 days left, it was completely too late to carry out other special training contents. So now we are pursuing the fastest results, just changing our mentality and having a murderous heart, so as to ensure the smooth progress in the secret realm to the greatest extent. Only in this way can you survive the siege of those opponents. But at this point, Yang Jian became a little worried. Although the killing heart is good, it is not so easy to obtain. Every success of the killing heart is tempered by the blood of countless people. This process is often a relatively long process. You only have 3 days. In just 3 days, you want to make someone who has never killed anyone develop a murderous heart. It's very difficult. Very dangerous. This short period of rapid compression is likely to leave you with an indelible shadow. It will stay with you for the rest of your life. So, you need to be prepared for this. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression became a little serious. Tempering a murderous heart might have an indelible impact on oneself? If that's the case, do I still need this murderous heart? Yang Jian just said that the murderous intent will gradually develop as one's strength grows and the number of battles increases. It's just a bit longer. Now it takes 3 days to temper it, and the probability of something going wrong is very high. Once you have a psychological shadow, your future will be ruined. Xiao Zhan doesn't think he is the chosen one, and he doesn't want to do such a thing. Moreover, he did not feel that he needed to have a murderous intention at the moment. He already had a complete plan for this trip to the secret realm. But he still asked, is the desire to kill very strong? This was the first time Xiao Zhan heard this word. Yang Jian nodded. It's very powerful. The killing intent not only strengthens one's willpower, but also greatly helps in cultivating one's mental strength. At the same time, in battle, the killing intent can also improve combat effectiveness to a certain extent. A person with a murderous heart may not necessarily become a strong person, but a strong person must have a murderous heart. After hearing the explanation, Xiao Zhan understood the importance of the murderous intent. But at this moment, he really didn't want to gamble. Because he felt it was unnecessary. Xiao Zhan didn't respond for a long time, and Yang Jian immediately understood Xiao Zhan's thoughts. In fact, during the discussion, he also felt that this matter was too risky and was no different from ruining someone's future. 3 days? Not to mention 3 days, some people may not even get there in 3 years or even 30 years. He didn't want Xiao Zhan to agree in the first place, he just wanted to tell him this method. Just now, he saw that Xiao Zhan had the ability to fight against a third-grade spirit master. He immediately felt that Xiao Zhan didn't need to consider the intention of killing at all. So, he said, I can put aside my murderous intentions for now, but you must practice killing. Killing one person and killing a group of people are two completely different things. Passive killing is completely different from active killing. Yang Jian's tone was serious and he would not tolerate any refusal. Xiao Zhan thought for a moment and said, okay, I can promise you this, but don't worry, they are definitely people who deserve to die. Yang Jian knew what Xiao Zhan was worried about. Kill ordinary people? They are from the federal government, not an evil group. Let's start now without further ado. Yang Jian looked at Xiao Zhan. Okay. Xiao Zhan also responded. So Yang Jian immediately ordered someone to make arrangements. Soon, the man returned and reported that everything was arranged. Let's go. Where are you going? Xiao Zhan asked. Execution site. Execution site. Under the scorching sun, a row of death row prisoners were escorted. There were 8 of them in total, kneeling in front of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, lined up in 2 rows. They all wore black hoods, so their appearance could not be seen clearly, and only their gender could be identified. These death row inmates are all people who have committed heinous crimes. They have been tried by the federal government and are allowed to be sentenced to death. Yang Jian brought Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong here so that they could play the role of executioner themselves. The execution ground was filled with the smell of blood. Even in such hot weather, the blood cannot be evaporated. It has accumulated over time and has long been integrated with the land. So when Xiao Zhan walked here, even though it was scorching hot, he felt a strange chill. You two will undergo killing training. Remember, I'm only saying this once, they are both extremely evil. Just remember this, and then you can begin executing them. As Yang Jian spoke, he took out 2 long swords and handed them to Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong respectively. Don't worry, this knife is very fast. Killing someone is as easy as cutting tofu. It won't feel like chopping a big bone. Xiao Zhan didn't think anything of it at first, but when he heard this, he suddenly felt a chill. Cut big bones? I heard that in ancient times, when executioners were beheading, if 1 blow didn't do the job, they would make another blow. If 2 blows didn't do the job, they would continue to make another blow until the head was chopped off. That kind of torture is the most torturous for death row prisoners. Therefore, many executioners would spit out a mouthful of wine before executing the person. You seem to know a lot? Yang Jian smiled calmly. We fought our way out. After saying that, Yang Jian stepped aside and said, I'm ready. You can start at any time. Xiao Zhen held the knife in his hand and glanced at Yi Yulong. He found that Yi Yulong was also looking at him. He gave her a comforting look and took the lead in tearing off the hood of the first death row prisoner. The hood was pulled off. He is a vicious man. His mouth was sealed and he couldn't speak. But the fierce look in his eyes showed that he had killed many people. Xiao Zhan had no sympathy for such people. Take a deep breath and suppress the tension in your heart. This is indeed different from the feeling of killing people on the arena. But he knew that this was something he had to go through. His eyes fixed. Brush. The knife falls with a sudden movement. The man's head and body were immediately separated. Just as Yang Jian said, the knife is very fast, but it definitely doesn't feel like cutting tofu. Hot blood splashed onto Xiao Zhan's hands and face. His heartbeat accelerated, his blood flow quickened, his body temperature rose, and an inexplicable throbbing sensation strongly stimulated him and his cerebral cortex. Chapter 66 There is a devil in my heart. All sorts of chaotic emotions came one after another: fear, anxiety, excitement, impulse, stimulation, enthusiasm, enjoyment, loneliness. In just a short moment, he seemed to experience a myriad of emotions. He quickly suppressed this feeling with his reason. It's so weird. This feeling is similar to the feeling of killing people in the freshman competition, but it is also very different in subtle ways. He adjusted himself, and after a while, he let out a long sigh, completely suppressing the uncomfortable feeling. Yang Jian is right, this is indeed different. Yang Jian, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, Continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the hoods of the remaining 3 death row prisoners were all taken off, and Xiao Zhan was a little stunned. Because the first person's brutality was completely different, these 3 people looked extremely weak and pitiful. There were 2 men and a woman. One of the men was an old man. They were all crying bitterly, with pleading expressions on their faces. The moment I saw Xiao Zhan, I was filled with fear of death, but also with hope of survival. Little brother, please let me go, I am innocent. Little brother, I'm just an ordinary person. A rich second-generation guy stole my weapon spirit and threw me into prison to frame me. Please help me. Young man, I'm old now and don't want to go out anymore. Please take a message to the grave next to the old locust tree in Sanchi village and tell her that I'm innocent and have never done anything wrong to her. The 3 of them begged for mercy. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhan hesitated and looked at Yang Jian. But Yang Jian said nothing. Xiao Zhan thought of what Yang Jian had told him in advance, that these people were all death row prisoners. Immediately, his eyes became firm. The knife fell with a loud swoop. The young man was beheaded. The feeling after killing someone came again, but this time, some feelings were missing, such as uneasiness and fear, and some feelings were strengthened, such as excitement and fanaticism. Continue. Before he could think, Yang Jian's voice rang out again. Xiao Zhan wanted to simply calm down this feeling. But Yang Jian's voice was extremely urgent and harsh. Continue. Xiao Zhan knew that Yang Jian didn't want him to stay, and he felt a little confused, but he still walked towards the 3rd person. That woman. Little brother, I'm really wronged. I have a child. The words haven't been finished yet. It was ended by Xiao Zhan. Once the intention to kill is made up, it will not waver. Hot blood splashed on his face, and now, most of the numerous feelings in his mind were wiped out. Only 2 or 3 feelings remained: fanaticism, excitement, and boiling, which were intensified once again. And it still appears in a jumping manner. Continue. Yang Jian urged again. The voice became more urgent. Almost the moment he opened his mouth, Xiao Zhan had already taken the initiative to walk in front of the last person. He felt his blood racing and his breathing became heavy. The old man looked at Xiao Zhan with great calmness, waiting for death to come. But when Xiao Zhan looked at him, there was a blood-red light flashing in his eyes. The knife in his hand trembled a little at this moment, but it was not a trembling of fear, but a trembling of excitement. Crack! The last death row inmate's head fell to the ground. As the head fell to the ground, something seemed to open up in Xiao Zhan's heart, making all his complicated feelings disappear, leaving only a blood-boiling carnival. He felt like his whole body was on fire. But it is burning from the inside out. He had a strong addiction and wanted to continue killing like this. Wide awake. But at this moment, a basin of cold water suddenly woke him up. Xiao Zhan's boiling feeling suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a deep chill of fear. My scalp is tingling and my back is cold. What happened to me just now? Xiao Zhan looked at Yang Jian in fear, with terror lingering in his eyes. He felt like he had become a different person. If he hadn't been lucky enough to receive that basin of cold water in time, he felt that he would have done something very crazy. There was also deep shock in Yang Jian's eyes and a trace of fear that was barely perceptible but deep in his bones. This guy Xiao Zhan is really too terrifying. Fortunately, he was not allowed to temper his murderous heart. Otherwise, he would most likely create a demon. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Okay, stop. That's all for now. You can go and practice killing skills later. Yang Jian did not answer Xiao Zhan. Instead, he said it in a somewhat heavy tone. But I'm not done yet. Yi Yulong said from the side. She hadn't started any of them yet because she was waiting for Xiao Zhan. Yang Jian shook his head. No need. Xiao Zhan alone is enough. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and suddenly the scene in front of him changed. The scorching summer day disappeared, the execution ground disappeared, even the death row prisoners disappeared, everything disappeared, leaving only an empty, closed room. This is? Xiao Zhan looked at him in shock. Everything that just happened. Yang Jian nodded and said, yes, everything just now was an illusion, or it can't be called an illusion, it's all your feelings. This room is the Federation's latest neurosensory mimicry training room. Unlike your academies, this one doesn't require the assistance of clothes or training cabins. This is done by injecting special air molecules directly into the room. Once they enter the human body, they form a connection with the brain, unconsciously simulating any desired environment and objects. Yang Jian explained as he took the knife back from Xiao Zhan. This knife is forged from a kind of spirit stone. Its sole function is to mobilize the user's spirit, allowing them to quickly enter a certain state. The special training just now was actually just a test for you. Test? Xiao Zhan was stunned when he heard this. So he's playing a trick on me? So what were the test results? Yang Jian's expression was extremely heavy. I only want to say 5 words. That's not a problem? Xiao Zhan answered quickly. Born to kill. Yes, born to kill. This seemed to be a word of praise, but Yang Jian said it with great seriousness. Obviously, these 5 words were not his praise for Xiao Zhan. Why do you say that? Because Xiao Zhan's test results were so unexpected. Generally speaking, the Jingqi knife will amplify the tester's true inner state to the extreme when the tester kills the third person. Most people who kill someone for the first time show fear. There are a small number of people who have strong wills and can maintain a bit of rationality. And some people will break down. Some people will even go crazy. However, there are very few people like Xiao Zhan who directly fall into a state of madness. Not even 1 out of 10,000 people will come up. But he became like this. What does that mean? This means that there is a terrifying demon living in Xiao Zhan's heart. Chapter 67 Clear Cognition, Yi Yulong's Mental Mysophobia. Demons are not scary. Everyone has a demon in their heart. But the scary thing is that this demon lives in the heart of a powerful person. Once it is released, all we can say is, it's terrible to go find its mother after school, and it's terrible to go home. He looked at Xiao Zhan, really confused. Why would a person who was willing to sacrifice for the Federation and has great love in his heart have such a terrible demon in his heart? He was a little hesitant to let Xiao Zhan continue with his special training in killing. This guy doesn't need special training at all, he himself is the special training. After hearing Yang Jian's evaluation, Xiao Zhan fell silent. He thought of what he had said when he first met Qin Wanfeng. I replied him with the same 5 words, that's a good review. Just took a short rest. Xiao Zhan then went on to explain the vital parts of the human body and how the human body would react when these parts were damaged. Xiao Zhan was quite familiar with this. Every young man has a martial arts dream in his heart. Some dream of it in their body, so they go to Shaolin Temple. Some dream of it in their heart, so they write novels. Some dream of it in their dreams, so they lie in bed and sleep. Xiao Zhan's martial arts dream can be found in Xiushui's comic commentary. Therefore, he particularly likes various explanation videos of fighting and killing, such as eye poking, crotch kick, liver breaking, naked choke, hitting the temple and scraping the eye socket, and so on. He was really interested in this technique, so he was able to learn it easily. His quick grasp of the subject made Yang Jian dumbfounded once again, and he became even more certain that his 5-word evaluation was very accurate. Born to kill. I'm not exaggerating. The next day, Yang Jian still gave Xiaozhan special training in killing. However, this time he used a real person, only one person, but he was a death squad. However, this death squad was not from his own federation, but was sent by another country and captured by the Secret Service. He released the assassin and let him fight with Xiaozhan. Promise to release him if you win. It was Xiaozhan's first time fighting against the death squad, so he was a little serious and was completely on guard. When the real battle started, he immediately felt the difference between fighting with ordinary spirit masters. The battles between spirit masters are more inclined towards a confrontation of strength, and they usually directly attack each other and kill each other. The assassins have low talents and are destined to lack strength, so they tend to rely on skills. This allowed Xiaozhan to experience new fighting methods, gain deep insights, and have a more intuitive understanding of the killing skills he learned yesterday. The battle ended quickly and Xiaozhan easily dealt with him. This assassin should have been selected by Yang Jian. His strength is very weak and he relies on skills throughout the whole process. His main purpose is to let Xiaozhan experience this fighting style in advance. At night, Yang Jian sent another assassin. Although it was a little stronger than during the day, Xiaozhan still won. When Yang Jian saw how calm Xiaozhan was when he killed someone the next day, he could only sigh in his heart. Born to kill. Yes, it's the same sentence. Why do you still think so? Because the state of madness is dominated by desire, it is involuntary. The most terrifying thing is the indifference to life. Such people have become immune to it and are not affected at all. The calmness Xiaozhan showed now, combined with the added contrast of his scene yesterday, evolved into an evolutionary trend of indifference. How can he not sigh? Get a night's rest. Day 3. Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong got up as usual and went to the training ground to prepare for the last day of special training. But just as they were passing through an area they usually visited, a cry for help suddenly came from behind them. Several women with beautiful figures but disheveled clothes, with large areas of skin exposed, came towards him calling for help. Behind them, several men in white coats were chasing closely. Xiaozhan didn't recognize those men, but judging by their clothes, they were from the research department of the Secret Service Bureau. As soon as they saw Xiaozhan, they stopped immediately, panic flashed across their faces, and they turned around and ran away in a panic. Seeing this, the women immediately breathed a sigh of relief and came to Xiaozhan, thanking him very much for his help. What's going on with you? Xiaozhan asked in confusion. Their clothes were disheveled, and they looked like they had been bullied. Upon hearing the question, several women immediately started crying pitifully. One of the women said, Master Yulingshi, we are ordinary people. We were captured by them. They want to imprison us for experiments. We just took advantage of their laxity and ran out. Master Yuling, I can see that they are very afraid of you. Can you lead us out? Listen to what she says. Xiaozhan was a little surprised. The Secret Service captured women for experiments? Can't it? It's a federal agency after all. But he also knew one thing, the closer to the light, the darker it was underneath. Could it be that? The woman noticed Xiaozhan's hesitation and immediately seized the opportunity. She stepped forward and said, Sir, please save us. We are really scared. Several of our sisters have been killed by them. They are a bunch of devils. If you don't save us, we will definitely die. It's a bit of moral kidnapping. But it has to be said that it was very effective. Xiaozhan felt a little soft-hearted after hearing it, but he still felt that something was wrong. The woman felt there was hope, hesitated for a moment, and then immediately said, Sir, we are all lonely and helpless, and have long lost our home. As long as you are willing to save us, we can do anything. We can be your servants, and even if you are willing. As she spoke, a blush appeared on the woman's face. She bit her lips lightly and pulled her clothes down a little as if she had made a big decision. Suddenly a beautiful scenery appeared. Seeing this, the other women followed suit. There was even a bold woman who reached out and grabbed Xiaozhan. It's about to touch. Just then, a black magic sickle suddenly appeared, and with a flash of black light, it directly cut off the woman's arm. The sudden scene frightened the woman. Seeing her arm falling to the ground, the woman immediately let out a scream of horror. The bloody incident also caused the other women to panic. But they didn't have time to react. The devil sickle was surrounded by deathly aura, and the cold light was dancing, bringing up bright red flowers that splashed into the air and fell to the ground. Without even a scream, these women were killed by Yi Yulong. Blood dripped down the sickle blade, which made Xiao Zhan feel a chill down his spine, and he was unable to comprehend what was happening. At this moment, the death scythe turned around again and aimed at a dark area. Yang Jian was stunned in the darkness. He was actually discovered? He slowly walked out of the darkness, looking at the devil's sickle blade that was shining coldly and dripping with blood. Yang Jian felt as if he was being stared at by death. Captain Yang? Why are you here? Xiao Zhan asked. Yang Jian didn't know why, but he was a little afraid to look at the death scythe. Obviously, his strength was much higher than that of the death scythe, but when she pointed at him, he felt inexplicably guilty. What was going on? The special training is over. That was the last one. Yang Jian said. Was that special training? Xiao Zhan was a little confused. He didn't even know that he had just received special training. So this person is dead. What is the core of special training? Yang Jian nodded helplessly. It is indeed special training. The main purpose of this time is to make you defensive. Not all assassins have poker faces. Many of them are just like ordinary people and are difficult to detect. Once someone gets close to you, it will be too late if you discover it. These women just now are ruthless and good at taking advantage of people's hearts. If you were touched by them just now, you would have been finished. Of course, it won't be fatal, but it will definitely hurt. Well. Yang Jian sighed again. 3 days of special training, conducted in different ways over 3 days, were all planned by Yang Jian. On the first day, Xiao Zhan played the role of executioner to make him understand what killing is. On the second day, we fought head-on and learned how the Death Warriors fought. On the third day, it was a soft kill. Using seduction to get close to Xiao Zhan and teach him a lesson. Originally, today's matter had already been successful. After 2 days of shock on Xiao Zhan's part, he could finally regain some of his superiority today. But unexpectedly, Yi Yulong suddenly appeared. He couldn't understand why Yi Yulong suddenly attacked and killed these women. You should know that generally, weapon spirits rarely make decisions, and they will not become weapon spirits without the use of a spirit master. Only in very rare cases will the spirit master take the initiative to act, such as in moments of life and death, but even in such moments, the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon must maintain telepathy. Otherwise, there will be a struggle for control and the combat effectiveness will not be exerted. So, Yi Yulong saw that a life and death crisis was coming? This shouldn't happen. Even Xiao Zhan couldn't see it, so how did she see it? Yang Jian was very puzzled. Xiao Zhan, who was standing next to him, saw Yang Jian frowning and looking helpless and confused. He actually knew the answer. However, although he knew the answer, he was very surprised and had a real understanding of Yi Yulong's dominance. He couldn't help but think of what Yi Yulong said after he signed the contract with him: if you dare to contract another woman, I will die in front of you. Before, he thought it was a joke with a hint of possessiveness, but now, he knew that it was a real reminder with his life. Misophobia. Mental misophobia. Strong mental cleanliness. Xiao Zhan didn't understand the depth of this word before, but now he does. In Yi Yulong's heart, her obsession with cleanliness meant that she couldn't tolerate any woman touching Xiao Zhan. The seductions of those women just now had directly touched the bottom line of Yi Yulong's soul, a direct act of provocation. So, Yi Yulong killed them all without even thinking about it, just as a conditioned reflex. Even Yang Jian, who was present, was targeted. Fortunately, Yang Jian is a man, and his gender determines his safety. Xiao Zhan, who had a clear understanding of Yi Yulong's misophobia, also understood one thing at this moment, that is, he would never have to worry about seduction again. Because of Yi Yulong's misophobia, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. 100 women come, 100 women die. Unless, she is just my sister. Chapter 68. This kid is rebellious. Yi Yulong turned back into human form. She stared at Yang Jian with a cold look on her pretty face, as if warning him that if he dared to use this kind of seductive method again, don't blame her for being rude. Yang Jian was confused, he knew nothing. Just watching Yi Yulong use such cruel means, and even after killing so many people, there was no effect at all. In an instant, he felt like he had met two ancestors. Damn it, two different people can sleep in the same bed. My ancestors weren't lying to me. This couple is more cruel than the other. Fuck. Yang Jian shook his head in his heart. He finally understood why these two people signed a life and death contract. Hydrangea and peony are a perfect match. Sighed again. Yi Yulong ended this special training early. However, although he did not feel superior to Xiao Zhan, he was now very confident about the two people's journey to the secret realm. His combat power far exceeds that of his peers, and his mentality far exceeds that of his peers. With these two things in mind, you can definitely get out safely. He even had an urge to enter the secret realm and watch Xiao Zhan and the others kill everyone. Foreign devils, your grandfather is here. Early the next morning, Qin Wanfeng brought Xiao Zhan and the other two to the secret border area. From a distance, you can see the troops of this federation and the border federation stationed here, checking for all hidden dangers and strictly prohibiting any outsiders from approaching. After receiving orders from the army, they landed on a platform not far from the entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered around the platform. These people are from various federations, living adjacent to each other but keeping a distance. After getting off the aircraft, we entered a temporary house. There were already a few people inside waiting for their arrival. Minister Song, we are here. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your hard work. Minister Song and the other minister immediately stood up to welcome them. Minister Song was wearing a suit and standing next to him was a man in military uniform. Qin Wanfeng shook hands with Minister Song and the man in uniform respectively. Then he turned to Xiao Zhan and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the person in charge of this secret realm battle, the Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Mr. Song Chaoan. This is the commander of the army stationed here, Corps Commander Shi Jintian." Song Chaoan is a man with somewhat gray hair. He looks to be in his 50s and has a medium build, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. But he stood very straight, exuding full confidence. He has soft eyebrows, a not very straight nose, a square face, and a smile on the corners of his mouth, giving him a very gentle scholarly air. But the gleam in his eyes from time to time made people know that he was not as gentle as he seemed. Shi Jintian has a typical square face, a broad back, thick eyebrows and big eyes. Standing there, he is like a mountain, difficult to shake. Minister of the Ministry of Rights and Commander of the Army. Both of them are considered high-ranking officials. Xiao Zhan immediately greeted them politely. Minister Song, Commander Shi, hello. Yi Yulong beside him also greeted, but her address was a little different from Xiao Zhan's. Hello Uncle Song, hello Commander Shi. Uncle Song? Well, a big family is a big family. I know all the leaders. Minister Song, these two are the candidates for the battle for the secret realm, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Qin Wanfeng turned around and said to Song Chaoan. Song Chaoan immediately showed a kind smile and extended his hand. You are Xiao Xiao, right? I've heard of your reputation a long time ago. Hello, hello. You don't have to be so polite in the future. Just call me Uncle Song. Xiao Zhan also quickly extended his hand to shake hands with him. Then, Song Chaoan looked at Yi Yulong again. Yulong, long time no see. You have grown into a beautiful young lady. He didn't extend his hand, obviously he knew that Yi Yulong was a misophobe. Even elders are not allowed to touch it. Yi Yulong doesn't like to talk, so he just said softly. Song Chaoan didn't care and just addressed Xiao Zhan. Xiao Xiao, I'm really pleased that you guys can fight for the Federation this time. I watched Yulong grow up. He was very lonely since he was young, so it wasn't easy for him to find someone. To be honest, I really don't want you to take any risks. I argued for this during the meeting. However, this is the Federation's decision, and my power alone is limited. I can't change it. Alas, I know it's useless to say anything now. I only want to remind you of one thing, that is, you must come out alive, understand? Otherwise, I really won't have the face to see you wooming. Have to. It's the same thing again. The pain is great and the love is deep. Xiao Zhan's ears were calloused from listening so much, but he felt nothing in his heart and even felt a little sleepy. I thought the world was different, but it turned out to be the same. So is this the inheritance of culture? Well, don't worry, Uncle Song, Yulong and I will definitely come out alive, I promise you. If you don't come out, I'll die in there. Song Chaoan was relieved. Well, okay, that's good. Ha? Etc.? Something seems wrong? If you don't come out alive, you will die in there. Depend on. Isn't this nonsense? Song Chaoan's eyes darkened slightly. Good boy, you are really rebellious. Shi Jintian, who had been silent all the time, was stunned when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on his face. Good boy, he's a thorn in the flesh. I like. This is the list and information of the people entering the secret realm this time. Take a look at it and be prepared. Song Choan took out a list. Then he continued, this secret realm battle is more intense than any previous one. In addition to the several united federations, we have also discovered that the Little Baga Federation and the Great Kimchi Federation have also united. Also, the Northern Bear Federation and the Sunset Federation are said to have hidden cards. Also, the Great Beautiful Federation has reportedly developed a high-tech method that can block pre-entry scans. In short, although your strength is not weak, you must be cautious on this trip. By the way, I heard that you are about to break through to the second-grade Spirit Control Master? Xiao Zhan nodded, yes. Song Choan immediately showed a hint of admiration. What a promising young man. Xiao, I definitely don't believe in your F-level talent. I'll test you again when you come out. Well, there's no need to waste federal resources. This is fine. It doesn't rely on talent anyway. Xiao Zhan refused with a smile. That's true. Song Choan nodded. Talent is just a requirement for admission. After admission, talent will not be too important in anything you do. It mainly depends on your strength. Then, with a look of smug delight, he said, okay, luckily I was smart enough to keep a trick up my sleeve. Chapter 69, Longxia Federation, once a legend. He took out a map and handed it to Xiao Zhan, his gentle face showing a smugness that didn't suit his temperament. This map marks the location of a spirit ascension fruit. Our Federation personnel discovered it during our early exploration of the secret realm. If you have the chance after entering, find this spirit ascension fruit. It will help you break through to the second-rank Spirit Control Master. Qin Wanfeng had already told Xiao Zhan and the others the rules for entering the secret realm. You are not allowed to bring anything in, including spiritual fruits, refining materials, and high-tech items. It all depends on the combatant's own strength. Otherwise, Xiao Zhan would have brought a spiritual fruit with him, so that he could immediately break through to the second-grade Spirit Master. Whoever comes will be killed then. His original plan was to find a place to hide after entering the secret realm and spend a few hours breaking through to become a second-grade spirit controller. Or if you are lucky, you can pick up a spiritual fruit or something and directly break through to the second level. But he didn't expect that Song Choan would directly give him a map of spiritual fruits. Oh my god, they really give me a pillow when I feel sleepy. However, he also had a problem. Uncle Song, if you cheat me like this, other federations will also think of it, right? Another federation? Song Choan sneered, a bunch of rubbish federations that destroyed their country after the mutation, can they have the intelligence of this old man? Forehead. This is very pretentious. Even more pretentious than Xiao Zhan. But Xiao Zhan had to admit that this guy was really good at pretending. Song Choan said, the rules of exploring the secret realm are that no matter what you find inside, you cannot take it out. And just in case, everyone will be checked when leaving the secret realm. In addition, their memories will be erased. But someone in our federation just happened to awaken the memory fragment bloodline talent. Relying on this talent, he successfully pieced together such a map. It's a pity that the area he explored was only this one piece. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible to create a complete map. Xiao Zhan understood, in other words, this map is unique. That's right. Song Choan puffed out his chest with a bit of pride. My original idea was to find a pair of death warriors who were about to break through to the second level to enter the secret realm, and then use this fruit to complete the comeback. But I didn't expect that the higher-ups would resolutely choose you in order to ensure a more secure victory. I heard that you are capable of fighting against third-grade spirit masters. If that's the case, then I can be completely relieved about this trip to the secret realm. Song Choan had a relieved smile on his face. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing but children's play. Xiao Zhan can fight against the third-grade realm at the first-grade realm, so as long as he successfully finds the spiritual fruit and breaks through the second-grade realm, he will be invincible in the secret realm. In this battle for the secret realm, the Longxia Federation will definitely take the lead. Report. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Come in. A soldier walked in and said, reporting to the Legion commander, all the federal personnel have arrived and are now ready to enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. Okay, got it. Xi Jintian then glanced at everyone, focusing mainly on Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Do you two have any questions? If not, then we will prepare to enter the secret realm. No more. Xiao Zhan shook his head. So, Song Chaoan and Shi Jintian walked out of the room. After just a few minutes, everyone arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The place was bustling with activity, as people from various federations gathered together and gave their final instructions to their contestants. Seeing Xiao Zhan and the others coming, these people all looked over at the same time. But after just one glance, they turned their heads away. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. There were even several federations that didn't even look at them and simply ignored them. Today, the only super federation on Earth, the Longxia Federation, is being ignored by a group of garbage federations. Song Chaoan's face turned ugly. This was the first time he was ignored like this. Although this kind of disregard is normal, after all, this is a competition that concerns the foundation of the country. But don't forget, his Longxia Federation is the first super federation. Even if you are competitors, at least you should give each other a minimum of greetings before the results come out, right? To ignore it directly like this, isn't it too much of a disregard for the Longxia Federation? However, although Song Chaoan was angry, he also knew the reason. That means that their Longxia Federation has lost 4 games in a row. The Longxia Federation was once at its peak, and there were constant good news in the battle for the secret realm. 7 consecutive wins are commonplace. 8 consecutive wins are as easy as taking candy from a baby. 9 consecutive wins are common. 10 consecutive victories are miracles that often happen. 11 consecutive wins are a bit difficult, and 12 consecutive wins have never happened, but we have achieved an extraordinary record of 18 consecutive wins. At that time, in the eyes of all the federations, the Longxia Federation was a myth. It is a myth that is more awesome than God. Adam took off Longxia's shoes, Eve massaged Longxia's feet, Shiva brought Longxia the chamber pot, and Jesus had to be slapped twice before he could leave when he passed by the door. At that time, only when the myths were tired of winning could these poor federations pick up some food. But now, the myth has been broken. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. How dazzling it was before, how miserable it is now. Even if they only lost 4 games in a row, these federations became arrogant. They felt that their time had come. Muto-san, have you heard? The contestant sent by the Longxia Federation this time actually has an SSS-level weapon spirit. But what's ridiculous is that this weapon spirit actually signed a life and death contract with an F-level loser. As they got closer, Xiao Zhan activated his perception skills and immediately heard the laughter from the little baka. Ota-san, I heard that the Longxia Federation is really interesting. Have they given up on treatment? That's right. There's an old saying in the Longxia Federation, Wei Junjie is the one who thinks things are the best. They also know that all the federations on Earth are targeting them, so they just give in. Then why send an SSS-level weapon spirit? Matsumoto-san, you're really stupid. As the old Longxia saying goes, the sick are on the track. They're obviously deliberately spreading false information. Swoosh. Xiao Zhan shook his head after hearing this. What the hell is this nonsense? Even with the translation, it was still so unpleasant. He had just moved a few steps away when another voice came into his ears. Hey, Lucas, look, that Longxia woman is so beautiful. She seems to be a combatant. I'm in for a treat. He was from the Lizard Federation. As he spoke, he scanned Yi Yolong's body wildly with his dirty eyes, especially at a certain key part. It even made a disgusting sound. Slurp. Chapter 70 Smith's Smile. Lucas glanced towards Yi Yulong, and his eyes suddenly glowed green. She was truly a stunning beauty. This cool and elegant temperament, this beautiful face, is more beautiful than any woman he has ever seen. Saraf, I'm a little envious of you. If I had known earlier, I would have applied to participate in this battle. Aren't you afraid of death? I've already said that risk is directly proportional to reward. As the old saying goes in Longxia, even if you die under the peony flowers, you will still be romantic even as a ghost. Damn it, such a superb beauty will be enjoyed by you alone. Lucas was very annoyed. Ha, and we may not die this time. Sharaf was extremely proud, and his eyes were full of lust when he looked at Yi Yulong. He had even thought about how he would ravage her in the secret realm. Life and death contract? Hee, if it comes to this contract, it will definitely be very exciting. Saraf's smile became more perverse. When Xiao Zhan heard this, a strong murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. A bunch of stinky lizards, speaking foul language, actually dare to set their sights on my wife. Damn it! Just wait for me, I'll kill you first when I get in. At the same time, most of the discussions around, big and small, were about Xiao Zhan and the others. Although they do not take the Longxia Federation seriously now, this does not prevent them from talking about Longxia. After all, the myths that once lofty and majestic were now trampled under their feet. This was a topic worth laughing about at any time and in any place. You know, the Longxia Federation is now too powerful. Only in this kind of battle for secret realms can they regain a little dignity. And this dignity was earned by them spending a lot of time and effort in changing various rules. This is a bit like the table tennis matches in ancient times. If they can't win, they change the rules. If they keep changing the rules, they will continue to change them until they can win. It's a pity that they met Xiao Zhan today. Hello, Mr. Song, it's been a long time since we last met. At this time, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked towards this side. There were several people following behind him, two of whom were about the same age as Xiao Zhan and the others. A man and a woman. The man has a tough look, but his eyes are a little sunken, and his high nose bridge gives people a feeling of eagle-eyed and wolf-like gaze. The woman's face was much softer, with long golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. She had a beauty that was eye-catching. As beautiful as an elf. Xiao Zhan didn't need to guess, he knew they were combatants from the beautiful Federation. There is no need to be jealous when you meet enemies. Just kill them as soon as they enter the door. The two men also saw Xiao Zhan and the others, but since they already knew Xiao Zhan's information, they showed contempt without any concealment. Hello, Mr. Smith. Song Chuan immediately greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. No matter what Smith's intention is, Song Chuan must show the etiquette of a great country. Mr. Song, it's been a long time since we last met. I miss you very much. Smith said with a smile, polite and gentle. But Song Chuan's eyes turned cold. Last time? If he remembered correctly, the last time they met was during the battle for the secret realm. Long Xia and his team lost that battle. So, miss me? I guess he misses the miserable look of me when I was defeated. The words were full of thorns, and ordinary people could not hear them, but they were very hurtful to Song Chuan. But Song Chuan's expression remained unchanged, and he replied with a smile, it's been a long time, so long that I can hardly remember Mr. Smith's smile. He deliberately emphasized the words Mr. Smith's smile for fear that he might not hear it. And heard the words Mr. Smith's laugh. Smith's expression suddenly changed. The humiliating memories flooded back into my mind like a tide. Before this brutal life and death battle took place, the Federations had always adopted the method of ring duel, and initially the best students among the first-grade spirit masters were selected to fight. However, the Longxia Federation is too powerful, and it has a constant stream of outstanding students who have been suppressing the other federations. All the federations have great complaints in their hearts. At that time, the person in charge of the secret realm battle of the beautiful Federation was not Smith, but his father, Old Smith. In order to win the Longxia Federation and end the suppression, Old Smith used a shady trick. That is, he injected a strengthening agent into the contestant he was dueling with, so that he could break through to the second level and crush the opponent during the duel. It turned out that this trick was indeed effective. In the final, the contestant successfully broke through to the second level and defeated Longxia's first-level spirit master. Old Smith was immediately excited when he saw this scene. He started cheering before it was over and celebrated the victory in advance. The other people in the Federation had been suppressed by Longxia for a long time, so they cheered along with Smith, and the atmosphere was very lively. The scene at that time was filled with huge crowds of people, flags waving, firecrackers blasting, gongs and drums roaring. With the right time, right place, and right people, Smith grasped everything, his face flushed, and he achieved an unprecedented climax. But at this moment, an accident happened. The player who took drugs could not bear the large amount of injection and exploded. For a moment, Smith was dumbfounded, and his smile froze on his face. Then after a long 3 minutes of reaction, Smith died at the age of 48. After death, the facial muscles remain stiff and cannot be opened back up. It is said that before cremation, he kept a stiff smile, which scared the crematorium staff so much that they went into the crematorium 3 times and did not dare to light the fire. Then, Smith became internationally famous, and his smile was not only frozen on his face, but also in history. That year is also known as the New Year of the Smith's laugh. But this is not the coolest thing. The most amazing thing is Smith's son, Smith Jr. After he took over Smith Sr.'s position, he made another amazing move. That is, he felt that using a first-grade spirit master to duel was not in line with the requirements of the times, could not demonstrate the powerful style of the Federation, and could not deter the monsters. Therefore, the federations were united to change the restrictions on participants, so that only spirit masters under the age of 40 could participate, with no restrictions on strength, only age. With everyone responding, they felt they were going to win. Thus, Yi Wuming suddenly appeared and directly started his 18-game winning streak. Then Smith became famous again. This amazing move of his made Smith's smile be mentioned again, and it has been forever frozen in the world. This matter was reported back to the Longsha Federation, causing another wave of ridicule. Finally, it was simplified by enthusiastic royal friends and called historical laughter or shit laughter. Chapter 71, Celebrity Contest, Hidden Competition. So, when Song Chaoan said this at this moment, it seemed light, but in fact it was full of sharp meaning. The damage was maximum, slaps flew both on the face and on the father's face. It can be said that it is as majestic as it can be. Looking at Smith's face gradually turning purple, Shi Jintian and Qin Wanfeng, who knew all this, could hardly hold back their laughter. Fortunately, they are professionally trained. At the same time, the two couldn't help but secretly admire Song Chaoan. Song Chaoan is worthy of being the minister of the Ministry of Rights, and is known as the mouth of the Federation and the sharp blade of the mouth. It's really too strong. This wave of verbal confrontation was so beautiful. While taking Smith's attack without a trace, he also launched a more beautiful counterattack, even hitting Smith's father in the face. Even after death, his corpse will be whipped. His father in hell will probably be so angry that he will come back to life. Xiao Zhan stood aside, unable to understand the tension contained in the conversation between the two. But he knew that the more difficult it was to understand, the more awesome it was. Especially when Song Chaoan made the other person choke with just one sentence, that was even more awesome. The so-called invisible pretense is the most deadly. Xiao Zhan was a little impressed by his handsomeness. As expected, it is no exaggeration to say that anyone who can become the face of the Federation is no exaggeration. At least it's a good cover. Smith's sore spot was touched, especially the pain that was like a family stigma, and he immediately felt extremely unhappy. My thoughts raced, and I was determined to regain my face. Seeing Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong beside him, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Are these two young students the ones who will be participating in the battle? They are so handsome and beautiful, and you can tell at a glance that they are excellent." Following Song Chaoan's tone, he also emphasized the word excellent. Yes, they are indeed excellent. What surprised him was that Song Chaoan's tone of response seemed to indicate that he didn't understand the meaning of the sentence. Smith frowned slightly. He didn't believe that Song Chaoan couldn't hear it. Song Chaoan was a well-known brain trader and he never lost any argument with others in international affairs. Then the only explanation is that he is pretending. He immediately had an idea in his mind. Pretend, huh? Okay, let's see how well you can pretend. So, he turned and shouted to a familiar figure not far away, "Hey, Nicholas, my good friend, come over and chat. We haven't seen Mr. Song for a long time." As he spoke, he winked. Nicholas is from the Sunset Federation and has been a lackey of the beautiful Federation since ancient times. He had just been quietly listening to the conversation between the two. Being summoned at this moment, he knew that he was going to be used as a gun. He felt very nervous and wanted to say, "Yeah, it's been a long time since we last met." I almost forgot Smith's smile. But he couldn't, because he was afraid of being bullied. He understood Smith's expression, so he said politely with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I have something important to do right now, so I can't come over for the time being." Smith nodded in his heart. The boy is very sensible and deserves praise. He glanced at Song Chaoan quietly, observing his expression, and said in a feigned anger, "Mr. Song, this Nicholas really doesn't give us face." He emphasized. What kind of person is in Song dynasty? As people grow older, they become more cunning. As soon as Smith took off his pants, he knew what color shit he was going to poop. I feel cold inside. Do you want to use others to mock and attack me? What a childish trick. Sure enough, before Song Chaoan could speak, Smith shouted to another person, "Hey, Katina, my dear friend, Mr. Song, and I miss you very much. Come over and catch up?" Katina is from the Forest Federation and is also a lackey of his beautiful Federation. How could I not understand what Smith meant? He immediately smiled and said, "No, we are about to enter the secret realm. We will reminisce about the past after we enter." Smith smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, see you later." Then he shouted to someone, "Hey, Bibabu, Mr. Song." But the man just smiled and politely declined. Smith pretended to be surprised. What's going on? These guys don't give us any face at all? Again, the word "we" was emphasized. Then, not believing it, he shouted again, but still no one came. He shouted again, but still no one came. Smith's face was a little serious and gloomy, but he was actually smiling in his heart. But he still had to pretend to be injustice. "Mr. Song, these guys are really abominable. Not only do they not give me face, but they even refuse to give face to you, the minister of the Longsha Federation. Don't they know how powerful your Longsha Federation is? I must strongly condemn them." After saying that, he was looking forward to seeing Song Choan's frustrated look. Since ancient times, pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face have been inseparable. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. But at the same time, invisible slaps in the face are also the most satisfying. When he spoke, he deliberately added the words "Mr. Song" and "we" in every sentence, with the purpose of binding Song Choan and himself together. In this way, when he mocks Song Choan, he will have nowhere to vent his anger and he will be able to reach the best state of frustration. Because he was mocking himself as well, not just Song Choan. Without someone to vent his anger on, Song Choan could only suffer the consequences. This is the most clever way of mockery, tying yourself and the enemy together and hitting them in the face together, except that the bullets hitting yourself are blank, while the bullets hitting the enemy are real bullets. And the enemy has no way to refute it. Ha ha! Smith was excited about his own wit. He was sure that the old man Song Choan's face must be uglier than if he had eaten shit. But when I looked over, I was surprised to find that the old guy didn't have any expression at all. Calm and composed, with his eyelids slightly lowered, he looked completely unconcerned, even with a hint of sarcasm. Ridicule? No, I'm mocking you. Are you mocking the ball? Can't you hear it, old man? Or is there something wrong with your mind? He doesn't believe it. He didn't believe that Song Choan couldn't hear it. He could definitely hear such obvious sarcasm. Then why does he look so calm? Song Choan is not a tolerant person. He is the kind of person who will take advantage of any opportunity. He absolutely didn't believe that this was Song Choan's reaction. But Song Choan's calm and indifferent look really puzzled him. He couldn't vent his emotions, and his heart felt itchy like a cat's claw. Suddenly, a flash of light came into his mind. Could it be that he's just like his father? It takes 3 minutes for his nerves to react? Yes, that must be it. Smith quickly held his breath and observed Song Choan, and started a 3-minute countdown in his mind. Chapter 72: Entering the Secret Realm. But in less than 3 seconds, Song Choan spoke, his tone calm and calm, with a hint of indifference and alienation. "Mr. Smith, you should go back. The battle for the secret realm will begin soon." This light sentence made Smith look stunned. No more? That's it? Where's your anger? Where's it? Let it out. Looking at Song Choan's calm appearance, Smith felt like his long-prepared fist had hit cotton. He went through so much preparation just for this final punch. But now, Song Choan buried it all with just one sentence. He really feels bad. My chest felt like a volcano about to erupt, but it was forcibly blocked. "Mr. Song, Mr. Song." Smith hesitated but couldn't say anything for a long time. Song Choan looked at Smith's face, which was turning blue and red, and he looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. He knew that Smith was feeling very upset. "Ha," he said that on purpose. As the most powerful mouth in the Federation, Song Choan had no idea how to deal with such ridicule. The knife is sharp, but once it is sheathed, it cannot hurt anyone. You can be as strong as you want, the breeze will blow over the hills. You can be as arrogant as you want, the bright moon will shine over the river. Complete victory. Smith left in disgrace and returned to his camp. Song Choan looked at his defeated back, thinking back to what had just happened, and suddenly felt that Smith sang this double act quite well alone. He must have received the true teachings. It's a pity that he forgot the essence of double acting, which is that you must grasp the other party's pain points. If you can't even find the pain point, your double act will look like a clown in the eyes of others. As time went by, the federations gradually quieted down. After all, the competition is about to begin, and no matter how much preparation has been made before, there is still some worry. Song Choan also warned Xiao Zhan and the others, the battle for the secret realm will last for a month. The participants they sent must all be at the bottleneck of the first-grade spirit control master. So after entering the secret realm, they will definitely search for spirit fruits to break through first. If you're lucky, you might run into them on the road and fight them. If you're unlucky, you'll all gather at the exit in a month. This is when you're most dangerous. At this time, patience, strategic opportunities, and strength are all combined. If you are not careful, you will be trapped in a dead end. So, after you go in, you must do your utmost to kill them one by one before the last day arrives. Only in this way can you come out safely. Song Chuan's tone was very solemn. Although Xiao Zhan and the others were powerful, he also believed that they could get out alive. But this is a fight with people, a fight with heaven, a fight with death, and nothing can be guaranteed. He needs Xiao Zhan and the others to be fully prepared. Don't worry, Uncle Song, we won't joke with our lives. Xiao Zhan said seriously. Child, there's not much I can do for you. Once you enter the secret realm, everything depends on you. You must come out alive. Do you understand? Guaranteed to complete the mission. Xiao Zhan gave a not-so-standard military salute, showing his big white teeth and grinning. He doesn't like such serious occasions. Even if he dies, he hopes to be happy before he dies. Seeing Xiao Zhan being so playful, the heavy atmosphere was suddenly lifted. Song Chuan couldn't help laughing, stinky boy. Finally, the secret realm was opened. People from each federation entered in turn. At the entrance to the secret realm, there was a scanning machine that could scan any high-tech items on the combatants, as well as natural treasures such as spiritual fruits. These are not allowed to be brought in. The combatants from each federation entered the secret realm in the order of drawing lots. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were unlucky and were the last ones to enter the secret realm. However, the location after entering the secret realm is randomly teleported, so there is no such thing as fair or unfair, and the order is not that important. The main thing is luck. Soon, it was Xiao Zhan and the others' turn. Go in, and be sure to come back alive. Song Chuan felt extremely heavy. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong nodded, then stepped over the scanning machine. The machine emitted a green light, indicating that there was no problem. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong entered the secret realm together. When I entered the secret realm, the scenery in front of me changed constantly and I felt a little dizzy. When everything stabilized, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong found themselves on a cliff. The first thing to do is to activate the perception skill, scan the surrounding environment, and confirm whether there is anyone falling near them. Luckily, no one was within range. I felt a little relieved. The worst start would be to start fighting as soon as you enter the secret realm, without giving people any chance to develop. I would never accept it even if I died like that. Now, the first thing we need to do is to find the lookout tower on the map. Only by finding the lookout tower can we determine our location, and then find the spiritual fruit. Of course, if we are lucky, we may find other spiritual fruits on the road. Xiao Zhan said. The lookout tower is a direction marker on the map. It is very large, tall, and obvious, and is used to locate Xiao Zhan and the others. In this strange and secret place, only by finding your location can you proceed to the next step. Yi Yulong heard this and then looked out from the edge of the cliff. They were now at a very high altitude. From here, they should be able to see the observation deck easily. However, when she looked around, she found that there was no ramp-shaped lookout tower as described on the map. Within sight, you can see the chaos at the edge of the secret realm. You can see all kinds of other forests, plains, hills, lakes, etc., but you can't see a lookout tower of that shape. Could it be that his memory is wrong? Xiao Zhan wondered. This situation may not be the case. After all, it is made up of memory fragments, so it is normal to have some mistakes. But at this time, Yi Yulong suddenly said, "Do you think there is a possibility that the observation tower is right under our feet?" As soon as these words came out, Xiao Zhan was suddenly stunned. I suddenly realized it. Yes, since the explorer chose to draw this map, it means that this map will definitely allow the participants to find the spiritual fruit as quickly as possible. What is the point of a map if it can't be found quickly, or if it takes days to find? After all the people from the Federation who sent out to participate in the war were almost all about to break through to the second-grade spirit control master. Therefore, knowing this situation, the explorers still chose to draw a map and chose the lookout tower as a direction marker, which can only mean one thing. Chapter 73 Kimchi Federation, Park Changgui's analysis. That is, no matter where you are when you enter the secret realm, you can find the lookout tower in the first time or in a very short time. Otherwise, the map loses its meaning. In other words, Xiao Zhan and his companions did not see the lookout tower at such a high place. If the map was correct, it could only prove one thing, that is, the lookout tower was right under his feet. After realizing this, Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Yulong excitedly. It's really the blessing of the goddess of luck. What? I say, honey, you are my lucky goddess. Xiao Zhan picked up Yi Yulong and couldn't help but kiss her. This wife was not only powerful, but also very smart. Making a contract with her is simply perfect. Yi Yulong was caught off guard by his action. A hot and wet feeling came over her, and her face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. She subconsciously wanted to break free from his arms. But Xiao Zhan held her too tightly. She tried to break free but to no avail, so she just let him do what he wanted. But her face was filled with happy shyness. Okay, let's go down and find the spiritual fruit. The map shows it's in a cave a few hundred meters from the lookout. Don't go too late or it will be eaten by a monster. Besides, our location is too conspicuous and easy to be discovered. Yi Yulong said. She was telling the truth. This secret realm is still somewhat dangerous and cannot compare to the purely welfare-oriented secret realm like the Baidi secret realm. If you want to survive in this secret realm, you must not only consider those people, but also those monsters. Xiao Zhan nodded immediately. The lookout tower was a landmark location in this secret realm, and they were standing on it, so they were indeed too conspicuous. The two of them immediately went down the slope of the observation tower. At the same time, in a forest near the lookout tower, the two people happened to see Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Appa, look at the two people above, they are Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong from Longxia. The speaker was a woman. Judging from the accent, he is from the Kimchi Federation, and it smells like pickled cabbage. She was at least 1,000 meters away from Xiao Zhan and the other man on the observation tower. At this distance, looking at people was like looking at ants, but she recognized them at a glance. This is because her innate skill is clairvoyance. This has an absolute advantage in the secret realm. Seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Make money from the side door. Make a backup plan. Knock on the door. It's simply the perfect skill of the old six. Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked towards Xiao Zhan, a green light appearing in his eyes. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong walking downstairs. Immediately, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. After searching high and low for something, it finally came to us without any effort. Meeting these two people is simply our luck. Li Huimin was slightly surprised when she heard this. Appa, what do you mean by that? Do you want to kill them now? Certainly. Li Huimin's face changed slightly. The Longxia people are still very strong and very dangerous. But Junjiro Oda and Ran Muto told us not to act rashly after entering the secret realm and to reunite with them first. Shouldn't we look for them first? Park Chang-gue shook his head. Huimin, joining them doesn't conflict with killing Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. It won't be too late to join them after killing them. But can we kill them? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Park Chang-gue laughed out loud with great disdain. Huimin, you really overestimate them. A combination of an SSS level and a loser, how strong do you think they can be? But this combination is impossible. It's obviously fake news. Li Huimin retorted. Of course I know they're fake, Park Chang-gue said. Not only do I know they're not SSS class or F class, I can even confirm that both are F class. Very confident. As soon as these words came out, Li Huimin was shocked. 2 F classes? How is that possible? How did you know that? Do we even need to guess? Park Chang-gue said, his mind fully grasped. Longxia has already lost 4 games in a row, and he already knows that the various federations have united to target him. In this situation, if the Longxia Federation participates in the war, it will definitely lose. It doesn't matter who else we send. So, knowing they'd lose, do you think they'd still send such a talented person to die? I don't think they'd send any talented people, let alone death squads. Because the outcome is 100% certain to be fatal, no matter who they send, unless they can find someone who can fight many at once. And someone who can fight many alone, and is at the level of a first-grade spirit controller, do you think such a person exists? Li Huimin thought about it seriously, and put herself in the other person's shoes, thinking from her own perspective. In the end, she came to the conclusion that what Park Chang-gue said made sense. There will be no pie as well. But she still had a question, why did they make up the lie that Yi Yulong was SSS rank? Why didn't they make it up for both of them? Why did they have to make one the strongest and the other the weakest? It's very simple. Park Chang-gui's eyes gleamed with wisdom. If they fabricated both SSS levels, who would believe them? The current battle is different from the past. The SSS level is the future of the Federation, and no Federation would be willing to use it in a battle. Therefore, fabricating two SSS levels is meaningless. Secondly, if they both fabricate F grade, that would be too weak and meaningless. Moreover, if they both fabricate double F grade, it would be embarrassing for the Longxia Federation. You know, the Longxia Federation is the most prestigious. As for why they chose to fabricate SSS and F ranks, it's actually very simple. It's purely for deception. In essence, the combination of SSS and F ranks is no different from any other strong-weak pairings. Their combined effect is to conceal the fact that Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong both have F-level talents. Choosing SSS and F is simply to make it more impactful and distract people. Anyway, their goal is to keep us from knowing the real information, so that Longxia can save face and avoid losses. After speaking such a long speech, Park Chang-gui was impressed by his own wise thinking. It feels so good to have such a clear mind and see through all the schemes. After hearing his explanation, Li Huimin suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I have to say that the Longxia Federation is so concerned about its reputation that it doesn't even dare to admit defeat. If that's the case, then Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong are indeed no longer a threat. Li Huimin also expressed her opinion. Since I have to kill them anyway, I might as well kill them myself instead of leaving them to others. After all, their federation and the Longxia Federation are incompatible. They always rely on their own strength to snatch the culture and resources of the Tea Brewing Federation. And it started in the first year of ancient times. It's so abominable. Killing is not enough to vent your anger. Chapter 74, 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, each showing their cheats. So, the two of them moved towards Xiao Zhan and the others. At the same time, in a hidden valley, Mikkel and Catherine from the beautiful Federation are hiding here. After confirming that the surrounding environment was temporarily safe, Mikkel raised his arm, and then used his other hand to gently pull a different colored part of his arm's clothes. Suddenly, the clothes were torn. But after tearing it apart, two pills hidden inside were revealed. Looking at the two pills, Mikkel smiled triumphantly. Don't you see who developed the core program of the Secret Realm entrance scanner? It was developed by our great and beautiful Federation. He gave one pill to Catherine and one to him. After taking this pill, it will only take 3 days for us to break through to the second-grade Spirit Control Master. Then we can summon those two dogs from the Sunset Federation and the Forest Federation. We will be invincible here. Michael threw the pill into his mouth, and as he felt the medicinal effect of the pill blending into his body, he couldn't help but smile evilly. Tamper with the scanner's core program to make the pills undetectable, use the pills to increase your strength after entering the secret realm, and then sweep away all enemies. This is the technological cheat of the beautiful Federation. If you don't have enough strength, technology will make up for it. This sentence is absolutely appropriate when applied to the beautiful Federation. The two pills they took were made from spiritual fruits. However, compared to real spiritual fruits, the efficacy of these two pills is far inferior. Spiritual fruits are something that science has not yet fully understood. They have powerful effects, but their energy cannot be purified like other fruits. It can only be taken directly to be effective. If it is forcibly purified, the efficacy will be lost rapidly. The two pills they took were made from hundreds of spiritual fruits. And with such a huge cost, the efficacy of these two pills is not even 1/10 of that of a shangling fruit. The loss of efficacy is so terrible. However, these two pills are enough for them to break through to the second-grade Spirit Master within 3 days. After taking the pill, the two decided to develop steadily first. They would not go anywhere for the next 3 days and would hide in this valley, waiting for a breakthrough in their realm. Eating spiritual fruits, taking pills and practicing can all improve the power of defense, but there is a difference between the two. That is to eat spiritual fruits or pills. You don't need to worry about them after eating them. They will be digested by themselves in the body and strengthen and transform your body. It's just like ordinary people eating. There's no need to sit cross-legged to digest like in TV dramas or novels. It's very safe. However, practicing is very unsafe, especially in the current situation. When entering the state of cultivation, the consciousness is almost completely immersed in the conscious space, and the perception of the outside world is very weak. If someone wants to harm you, you might not even notice them even if they walk up to you quietly. Therefore, under normal circumstances, cultivation is carried out in an absolutely safe environment. This is also the reason why Xiao Zhan and his companions chose to look for spiritual fruits even though they only needed 1 or 2 days to break through to the second-grade spirit control master through their own practice. So, just in case, Mikkel and Catherine decided to stay here for 3 days. The other side. Sharaf of the Lizard Federation and his spirit weapon Monica also found a temporary hiding place after making sure that there was no one around. Sharaf then activated his bloodline talent skills. I saw his 2 hands emitting a green light, and his originally big hands like a palm leaf fan suddenly shrank a little. As their hands shrank, 2 golden spiritual fruits appeared in their hands. This is his innate skill, fusion. He can use this skill on anything his hand touches. This skill will merge the thing into a part of his body, no matter what it is. Can be released at any time. Before entering the secret realm, he fused 2 spiritual fruits. Although this made his hands look bigger, they could not be detected by the scanner. Looking at these 2, Sharaf's eyes were shining with excitement. When it comes to cheating, no one can compare to us in the Lizard Federation. As they said that, they each took one and ate it. Feeling the surge of the defensive power in his body, the smile on Sharaf's face became more and more arrogant. But at this moment, suddenly, in the distance, there was a loud explosion in the sky. It's a cloud-piercing arrow. The assembly signal has been sent. With such an arrogant signaling pattern, there is no need to guess, it must be those united federations. Sure enough, in various places in the secret realm, after seeing this signal, 6 teams immediately changed direction and rushed towards the source of the signal. This is the joint team composed of the 7 weakest federations. Sharaf saw this signal and said with disdain, they are just ants. In front of the Lizard Federation, they are just food. No matter how many there are, they are still food. Mikhail saw this signal and said, when I break through to the 2nd level, you will all die. Park Changue paused when he saw this signal, then revealed a look of disgust. You deserve to die for doing such a filthy thing in the secret realm of my great Kimchi Federation. Junjiro Oda, you're trash without the spirit of Bushido. A real man should fight one-on-one. Hey, why hasn't the Kimchi man come yet? The Northern Bear Federation said, only the weak will form an alliance. I will fight 10 of them. On the other side, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, who were walking down from the observation tower, also saw the signal and couldn't help but quicken their pace. Good guy, you just stop pretending when you get in, right? One arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet you. Why not just show your cards and fight openly? Little did he know that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. He hadn't seen other people cheating in the past. At this moment, the battle for the secret realm has become like the Crossfire YN server, and you can't play it without cheating. So is this battle for the secret realm fair? It should be fair, after all, everyone is cheating. A few minutes later, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong came to the ground. After coming down, the 2 immediately used their perception skills. Because the distance marked on the map is only a few hundred meters, the 2 can determine the location most quickly if they use their perception skills to search. Sure enough, after walking about 100 meters, the 2 of them suddenly sensed the location of the spiritual fruit. The 2 of them were delighted and immediately ran in the direction they sensed. In less than a minute, they found the hidden cave. Instead of rushing in, he used his perception skills to detect whether there was any danger inside. The detection results made the 2 of them happy, there was not a single monster inside. He quickly walked into the cave and saw a golden shangling fruit at a glance. Xiao Zhan immediately stepped forward, picked it off, and handed it to Yi Yulong to eat. Yi Yulong shook his head and said, eat it doesn't matter who eats it. Chapter 75, Don't mock the enemy when you meet him, just draw your sword and fight him. Although there is only one spiritual fruit, because of the mandatory balance constraint of the life and death contract, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong's realms are synchronized. The effect of the spiritual fruit will be shared through the contract space. When Xiao Zhan improves his realm, Yi Yulong will also improve his realm. So, it doesn't matter who eats it. This effect is not available in other contracts. The realm strength is forced to be equal, which is the tyranny brought by the life and death contract. It is also a constraint and protection for the contractor. Someone once summed it up in one sentence: the life and death contract is actually a marriage of extreme equality. But this kind of equality is not what everyone wants. Yi Yulong refused to eat, and Xiao Zhan did not refuse in a pretentious manner. It doesn't matter who eats it. After eating the spiritual fruit, Xiao Zhan immediately felt his power of control growing wildly. Both of them have been waiting for the bottleneck for a long time. If they hadn't participated in this battle, they would have broken through long ago. Therefore, at this moment his bottleneck loosened quickly, and in just a few minutes, he broke through without any hindrance. This is the benefit of eating spiritual fruits directly. It only takes a few minutes to achieve a breakthrough. Mikhail and his team spent so many resources to make the pills, but it still takes 3 days for them to take effect after taking them. That's the gap. After the breakthrough, feeling the enormous power of control in his body, Xiaozhan felt that his strength had made a qualitative leap. I just want to sigh, I feel refreshed. He felt that if he had faced Zhang San with his current strength, he would be able to defeat Zhang San with a series of moves. He and Yi Yulong looked at each other, and both of them could not hide the excitement in their eyes. It took SS-level people a year to break through to the second level, but they did it in just over a month. And during this month, they practiced every day. If I just focus on practicing, I will probably break through in 20 days. This is the crushing power of talent. And if Xiaozhan is F-level, then if he contracts an F-level spirit weapon, it would be considered his good luck if he can break through to the first-level spirit control master in this lifetime. People always say that this is a world that relies on strength, but in the final analysis, it still depends on talent. There are 2 guests outside. At this moment, Yi Yulong said to Xiaozhan. They were very vigilant. When Xiaozhan broke through, Yi Yulong had kept his perception skills activated, so he discovered early on that there were 2 people outside. Xiaozhan also sensed it, and a cold smile crossed his lips. I've just broken through and someone's coming to test their sword. This is a good opportunity to feel the strength of this second-grade cultivator. After saying that, Yi Yulong turned into the demonic scythe of death and appeared in Xiaozhan's hand. At the same time, outside the cave, Park Changyu and Li Huimin stood there with an arrogant and disdainful look on their faces. His nonchalant posture, disdainful look, and condescending mockery showed that he completely ignored Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong in the cave. Their clairvoyance had spotted Xiaozhan and the others early on, but they did not rush to take action. It was not because they were afraid that Xiaozhan and the others would be able to fight back, but because they were afraid that Xiaozhan would run away. So, he was looking for a perfect opportunity. As a result, Xiaozhan and his men entered the cave, which surprised them. They were really seeking death. So he couldn't wait to block the outside of the cave. Listen, Longxia people in the cave, you have already. Park Changue had a smug look on his face, and he was ready to make a humorous opening. But before he could finish his words, a sharp sickle-like energy suddenly shot out from the cave and headed straight for his forehead. The sickle's energy was chilling, like the cold air from a cellar, penetrating his skull and striking his soul. Behind that chill, a demonic sickle emitting a strong aura of death came towards him, taking his life. Park Changue's eyes widened instantly when he saw the sudden outbreak, and he was shocked. Quick! Too fast! His scalp went numb, his pupils shrank violently, and his smug face suddenly turned dazed with fear. He was totally overwhelmed. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why so fast? Park Changue had expected that the people inside would suddenly attack, and he was prepared. But this is too fast. His nerves had reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. Death was approaching and he couldn't even make a sound. Play the pig and eat the tiger. His mind was blank, and only these 5 words popped up. The death scythe enlarged in his eyes. Next second. Squeak! Blood splattered, and Park Changue directly split it in half with a sickle. Ah! Li Huimin next to her was so frightened that she lost her voice. But bang! Her voice was uttered less than half a second before Xiaozhan swung his sickle backhand fiercely, blowing her head off. Exploding like a watermelon. Blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground. Her body fell down with a thud. Less than a second. Kill 2 people in a row. Xiaozhan is so fast. This is the absolute strength of a second-grade spirit master. Kill everyone. Xiaozhan didn't even look at the corpse and quickly left the scene. The blood will attract monsters, so there is no point in staying where you are. His figure quickly shuttled through the forest, seemingly without any expression on his face about what had just happened. But he still complained in his heart, are these 2 idiots? They don't draw their swords when they meet the enemy, but instead they engage in verbal sleight of hand? Are they crazy? Where does this confidence come from? Have the leaders of the Great Kimchi Federation brainwashed them too much? Feeling the feeling of killing 2 people from the Korean Federation in one blow, Xiaozhan felt that the speed and strength of his attack were completely different from before. He roughly estimated that according to his current level as a second-grade spirit control master, if he were to fight against a first-grade spirit control master like himself, he could easily defeat 5 of them. Remember, this is no problem beating 5 of his own. If it were an ordinary first-grade spirit master, there would be at least a dozen of them. If it were a first-grade spirit master with a lower talent level, such as C level or D level, even 100 of them would not be enough for him to defeat. This is the difference brought about by realm. This is why Song Chaoan believes that as long as Xiao Zhan successfully obtains the spiritual fruit and breaks through to the second-grade spirit master, he will be invincible in the secret realm. Even if other federations also broke through to the second-grade spirit control master, he would not be too worried. Because Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong are both SSS level, no other federation has sent out people with such high talents. Although both are second-grade spirit masters, their talent levels are different and their actual combat effectiveness is also different. So, this once again proves the saying that this is ultimately a world that relies on talent. Strength is just the evolution of talent. Now that we have broken through to the second level, no one should be faster than us. My idea is to take advantage of the fact that they have not yet broken through and directly find those who are alone and kill them one by one. What do you think? Xiao Zhan asked Yi Yulong. Chapter 76 meeting is fate, so it's not too much to spare your life, right? Everyone has just entered the secret realm. Even if everyone is at the bottleneck of the first level, if they want a breakthrough, they cannot be as lucky as Xiao Zhan. Therefore, while they are still in the first level, take the initiative to attack. Relying on absolute strength, sweeping in crushing. Yi Yulong nodded. We have now broken through to the second level, and our sensing range has reached 1,500 meters. We can easily find them. Okay, then it's decided. After saying that, Xiao Zhan headed towards the location where a certain federation had just sent a signal. If you want to kill as many as possible. While they are all still of the first rank, let alone if only a few federations unite, even if the remaining 17 federations unite, Xiao Zhan will not be afraid now. After his strength improved, Xiao Zhan's speed increased a lot. A casual run was twice as fast as Bolt's peak speed. The whole person was like a shadow moving through the forest. While running, he activated his perception skills, like a mobile radar. Wherever he passed, no one could escape the capture of Xiao Zhan and the others. After running for a few minutes, suddenly, Xiao Zhan stopped and looked to the side. He could sense 2 people approaching him. After a careful scan, I found that they were 2 first-rank people. Xiao Zhan immediately smiled coldly. Meeting was fate. How could there be any reason to leave without leaving behind his life? He immediately turned around and rushed towards them. The death scythe in his hand released a ball of black mist, wrapping Xiao Zhan in it. From a distance, it looked like a ball of strange black mist was moving in the forest. Charles and Shiman are one of the 7 united federations. They were very unlucky and ended up on the edge of the secret realm. So, after seeing the assembly signal, they immediately rushed over here. And he used almost all his strength to hurry on the road, because his gift was clairaudience, and the joint team needed him for detection and guidance. So, he needed to rush over quickly to prevent any accidents. But even at such a speed, they did not make much noise while running. You can tell at a glance that he has received professional training. But at this moment, Charles's ears suddenly moved and he looked in one direction. What's wrong? Shiman next to him asked. Someone is coming towards us. Charles said that his super hearing ability was always activated and he could hear things 1,000 meters away. He could hear the footsteps of 2 people approaching them. Is he one of ours? Shiman asked. Charles shook his head. No, their footsteps were heavy, and it was obvious they hadn't undergone rigorous training. Furthermore, they were heading towards us. Should we kill them then? Just stay alert. Avoid conflict. Our primary goal is to gather first. They don't know we're here, and they might just be passing through. So the 2 of them continued to run forward. But after running for a while, they found that the 2 men were getting closer and closer to them. Charles frowned and stopped in his tracks. Shiman suddenly transformed into a Nepalese army knife and appeared in his hand. Charles gripped the knife tightly, activated his power, and chopped down a nearby tree. The tree broke and fell down with a loud bang. Then the wind-earing ear stared at the other person's movements. He hoped to use this sound to tell the person ahead that there was someone there and told him not to go any further. Why would he do that? Why shouldn't we meet in a secret place? Actually, that's not the case. Although this is a fight in a secret realm, don't forget the rules of victory. be the last one out alive. And before this final time comes, there is a full month. Within this month, it can be said that almost everyone has the opportunity to break through to the second grade spirit control master. When the second rank faces the first rank, it is an absolute crushing defeat. Because of this glimmer of hope, people from two federations generally do not fight each other immediately when they meet. Because both sides are of similar strength and neither is absolutely sure of victory, such a fight is likely to result in both sides suffering losses, making it easy for others to take advantage of them. Therefore, most people will choose to lie low and develop first, and even if they encounter it, they rarely take action. Once they choose to take action, they either have broken through to the second level, or a second level opponent will absolutely crush a first level opponent. Or they are looking for the right opportunity to strike a surprise blow. Or, like Park Chang-gue of the Kimchi Federation, they have absolute confidence. This battle is more of a breakthrough battle than a fight. Let us see who breaks through to the second level first. Whoever has the right to speak is the boss. So, Charles cut down the tree to tell the newcomers that there were people ahead and they should not come any closer. I don't want to fight with you now, let's do it in a month. Generally speaking, after hearing the noise, the other side will stop advancing and choose a direction to evacuate. After all, no one wants to die so early. But what Charles didn't expect was that the two people on the opposite side were coming for him. When Xiao Zhan saw the tree fall, he knew that the other party was trying to take advantage of him. But will Xiao Zhan agree to such unspoken rules? He is now a second-rank spirit master. In this secret realm, he is like a crab with the word king tattooed on his forehead, and he can move wherever he wants. So he simply ignored Charles's warning, and with black energy emanating from his body, he rushed towards the other party to kill him. When Charles saw that there was no intention of stopping, he immediately realized that the other party was coming for him. As a professional assassin, he was extremely calm at this time. He tightly gripped the Nepalese machete in his hand, activated the power of defense, and rushed towards Xiao Zhan fearlessly. Two figures approached rapidly. When they were only tens of meters apart, Xiao Zhan's aura suddenly surged, and his speed increased several times. The black death energy emitted by the magic sickle was pulled into a black streak. Then he circled in the air and slammed into Charles hard. Charles Chang's body shook violently, and his eyes jumped with horror. Xiao Zhan's aura was like a mountain pressing down on him, and he suddenly realized why Xiao Zhan was coming for him. It turns out that he is a second-grade spirit master. Oh, shit. It hasn't been long since he came here, and he's already become a second-rank spirit master. Damn cheating dog. The collision between the Death Scythe and the Nepalese saber did not lead to the fierce confrontation imagined. It was more like a slapping contest between the silverback gorillas in the dense forests of Uganda and humans, which was a crushing defeat. The sword and the man were split into two halves by a magic sickle. Xiao Zhan passed through Charles's body, and it exploded. He was deader than dead. This is the power of a second-grade spirit master, a true crushing force. Chapter 77 Solving the Seven Federations. Xiao Zhan didn't even look at the body that was split in half and continued running towards the signal area. He now has plenty of defensive power in his body, because when the Death Scythe causes damage to people, it will absorb some of the defensive power in return. This kind of repayment will be more effective after his strength reaches the second level and when he kills people. If the initial feedback effect was 1%, then it is now at least 3%, and this effect will continue to increase as his strength breaks through. The defensive power that Xiao Zhan had consumed while running and attacking was instantly replenished by Charles and Shimon's lives, more than half of it. It's almost like there is no consumption. He suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, if he really faced a first-grade spirit master, he might not be able to deal with more than 20 or 30 of them. Because according to the current battle situation, the power of control needed to kill a first-grade spirit master in one move accounts for about 5% of the total power reserves. Consume 5% and replenish 3%. If this calculation is continued, he can at least fight against hundreds of first-grade spirit masters at one time. Such a number is terrifying just to think about. Moreover, the feedback effect of the Death Scythe will be even stronger in the future, so if we talk about a protracted war, it will be simply unimaginable. Xiao Zhan suddenly understood why Yu Wuming was called the god of death. With this kind of attribute, it can kill monsters indiscriminately at the border. It would be strange if the monsters didn't get terrified. Calming himself down, Xiao Zhan moved forward quickly. Signal assembly point. 12 people gathered here. 6 of the 7 federations have arrived, and now only the people from the last federation are left. One of the federation members checked the time and frowned. What's going on? It's been so long and ear hasn't arrived yet? Nothing will happen, right? Even if they were unlucky and landed at the farthest point of the secret realm, they should have come here by now. Nothing should happen. Putting aside the unspoken rules of the secret realm, just with his clairaudience, ear should be able to detect danger and react accordingly. Give him another 10 minutes. Without his talent, we will be very passive. If 10 minutes are not up, we will leave. Everyone nodded. According to the prior agreement, if they did not gather within the specified time after the signal was given, they would not wait. But Ear is special and has to act as a scout in the team, so we gave him an extra 10 minutes. There are 7 federations with clear division of labor. A signal is used to inform the gathering place after entering the secret realm. One ear, used to monitor the surrounding enemy situation. The medical one is used to protect combat damage and provide a steady stream of attacks. The 4 blades are mainly responsible for attack. This configuration is a solution reached by the 7 federations after repeated discussions, and it can maximize the chances of victory for the 7 federations. The so-called ears they mentioned were Charles and Shimon, who had just died tragically at the hands of Xiaozhan. No need to wait for them, I'll take you to see him right away. At this moment, a cold voice reached their ears. Who? The 6 people were alert at the same time, and 6 weapons appeared in their hands. Look at the person coming. But they could see nothing, only a black mist rushing towards them like an all-consuming mountain torrent. In just a moment, before they could even react, they were enveloped by the black fog. All their visual senses disappeared, and they were panicked and dazed, but fortunately they were all warriors with strong psychological qualities, and they calmed down in just a moment. But being stable doesn't mean they can take any effective action. Just as they were thinking about this, suddenly, a fish lantern appeared in front of them. There was only one lamp, but 6 people saw 6 lamps. I can only see the lights, not other people. Compared with the fish lantern that Xiaozhan had used before to attract souls, the light from this fish lantern was dimmer and more eye-catching. One glance at it and one would be captivated by it. What followed was Xiaozhan's fierce attack. Swish, swish, swish. One cut after another, 6 cuts, accompanied by 6 screams. When the aura of death disappeared, there were already 6 corpses on the ground. So far, the so-called 7 federations were strangled in the cradle by Xiaozhan before they even began their journey to dominate the 7 nations. After dealing with these 6 groups of enemies, there are now 10 groups of enemies left in the entire secret realm. But Xiaozhan didn't know where these 10 groups of enemies were hiding, so he had to find a way to find them or lure them out. However, there is a little risk in luring them out, because those who dare to be lured out must have some strength, and may have broken through to the 2nd level. Although Xiaozhan was not afraid, after all, some people had special talents and skills, so it was always better to be safe than sorry. So go find it directly. All we found were bastards. No risk, just kill a kid with 1 knife. So he picked a direction and started looking for it. A week later, by the side of a clear lake, 2 black people, a man and a woman, scooped up a handful of water with their hands and drank it in big gulps. The sweet and delicious lake water flowed into their throats, making them feel moisturized from the inside out. Ha! Finally broke through to the 2nd level. This secret realm will be ruled by our Black Dog Federation. The man smiled triumphantly, imagining that he would go on a killing spree later. However, he didn't notice that not far behind him, a ball of black deathly energy was approaching relentlessly. It was dead and moving very fast. Wherever it passed, the green grass became withered and gray. It's getting closer. Sudden. The man sensed the danger behind him. He turned around suddenly, and the weapon spirit appeared in his hand. However, when he reacted at this time, it was obviously too late. Before he could activate his innate skills, Xiaozhan's death scythe had already arrived in front of him, carrying the death aura. At the first encounter, the sneak attack on Comrade He was successful, and the magic sickle hit his head. Huge energy poured out, and it exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Blood rained down. Together with the spirit of the weapon, it was knocked away and fell into the water, and lost its breath instantly. With a plop, the man's body fell unwillingly into the lake, splashing water and instantly dyeing the lake red. He was so unwilling to accept this. He had just broken through to the 2nd level and he drank a sip of water. His reign had not even begun, so how could he die like this? Xiaozhan stood by the lake, looking at the body soaking in the water. He frowned slightly and complained, "Wife, why are you using so much force? I told you to be gentle and not pollute the water. We need to drink this water too." Chapter 78 The Origin of the Secret Realm emerges. Yi Yulong transformed into a human form with a whoosh, and stood beside him in a coquettish manner. I didn't use any force, it was you who exerted the force from behind, and I was just cooperating with you. So you mean to blame me? You killed him, and I didn't even touch him. Okay, then don't touch me anymore. Xiao Zhan. I was wrong. I can retrieve the body, okay? Snort. Too arrogant. Xiao Zhan can only say that you are awesome, just wait. When I liberate myself, the serfs will sing. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhan cleaned up the bodies. The bloodstains in the lake are also slowly dissipating. In a week, they waited for 2 groups of federal people to arrive here. Because this is a nearby water source, Xiao Zhan thought that people must need to drink water. Instead of looking for it blindly, it would be better to wait here. I didn't expect that after a week, I actually waited for 2 groups of people to come. However, now that he saw that the weaker people from the Black Dog Federation had broken through to the 2nd grade spirit controller, Xiao Zhan guessed that the remaining people must have also broken through to the 2nd grade. Counting the number of people, there are at most 8 groups. 8 groups of 2nd grade spirit masters are still a bit threatening. I don't know if the others can help. I can't kill them all by myself, right? Just when he was wondering whether he should continue to sit back and wait, suddenly, in the distance behind him, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky. The golden pillar of light, which looked like it could summon a divine dragon, was extremely conspicuous and attracted the attention of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. What is that? Xiao Zhan asked. Yi Yulong frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the golden light, which was like a pillar, connecting directly to the clouds. This thing, if my guess is correct, it should be the origin of the secret realm. Yi Yulong's tone was extremely solemn, and seemed to reveal a sense of disbelief. The origin of the secret realm? Hearing these 4 words, Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly changed. The origin of a secret realm is the core driving force of a secret realm. Because the secret realm is an independent spatial body, such a spatial body is not infinite, but has a range. Some are vast, even larger than the Earth, while others are tiny, as small as a football field or a basketball court. There are even some rare secret realms that are as small as a house. Because there is a range and because there are sizes, people are curious about why the sizes are different. What is the chaos at the border of the secret realm? Later, after investigation, it was discovered that all these secret realms, big and small, were actually supported by an energy called the origin of the secret realm. This source can be understood as energy supply, just like a car needs oil or a person needs food. After further research, it was discovered that the energy of the origin of the secret realm is proportional to the size of the secret realm. The greater the energy, the greater the chaos it expands, the larger the secret realm is, and the longer it lasts. The smaller the energy, the smaller the chaos that is expanded, the smaller the secret realm, and the shorter the duration. As the energy of the origin weakens, the secret realm will gradually become a dead place, and eventually it will disappear completely. The origin of the secret realm is not a ball of energy, but a concrete object presented in the secret realm. It may be a blade of grass, a tree, a stone, or a monster. In short, if a spirit master obtains the origin of the secret realm, then he can use the energy of the entire secret realm to empower and shape him. Even if he is an F-level waste, he can successfully break his own limitations after shaping nirvana, and grow into a strong man. As for how strong it will eventually grow, that depends on the energy intensity of the origin of the secret realm. In short, the origin of the secret realm can be said to be the most precious thing in the world. It is enough to make any federation scramble for it, and even go to war for it. This thing is like a small controllable nuclear fusion sun, with too many functions. It's a pity that although this thing is good, it is really difficult to find and obtain it. Even if you have a secret place and put a lot of manpower into searching it, you may not be able to find it, because it can be anything. Unless you have a special method. But at this moment, it unexpectedly appeared on its own initiative. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh that he was really lucky. Although I don't know why it appears at this time, but since it appears, there is no reason not to take a look. Let's give it a try and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Xiao Zhan said with a burning gaze. Motorcycle? Yi Yulong's bright eyes were puzzled. Isn't that something that has been outdated for over 100 years? What's so good about it? Forehead. Xiao Zhan didn't know how to explain it to her. This is what it's like to date someone from the future. You always seem like an old-fashioned antique. Although he traveled through time, he was already 6 years old when he became an orphan, and in fact he had only adapted to this world for 12 years. Many of the previous ideas have not changed. Anyway, we must fight for the origin of this secret realm. Even if there are risks, it is worth taking the risk. As long as we get this thing, we will become the ace. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists and said firmly. Yi Yulong agreed with his statement. If they could absorb the origin of the secret realm, it would definitely lay an extremely strong foundation for them. Becoming an ace is just the most basic reward. She immediately said, we need to hurry over before the light begins to fade. According to records, the origin of the secret realm appears at different times, and it is very likely to disappear suddenly. We must find it before it disappears. But we must also be aware of the dangers. We know this is the origin of the secret realm, and other people in the Federation will also know it. They will definitely compete with us for this thing. This will mean that the final melee will begin earlier. Xiao Zhan clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It's better to go earlier. If it's earlier, we won't have to sleep and work shifts every night. The tone is a bit resentful. This week, Xiao Zhan couldn't fall asleep holding Yi Yulong, and his sleep quality was poor. He has become accustomed to using Yi Yulong as a pillow, but every time he goes to sleep, he always feels like something is missing. When Yi Yulong heard this, she understood what Xiao Zhan meant and blushed slightly with shyness. She had the same idea. She was used to being in Xiao Zhan's arms, and she felt insecure and uneasy every time she slept. Xiao Zhan couldn't wait any longer. Let's go now while the golden light is still there. Otherwise, once the golden light disappears, we will really miss out on 100 million. 100 million? Yi Yulong was startled and puzzled. Are you short of money? I still have 1 billion here, is it enough? Xiao Zhan. Looking at Yi Yulong's serious expression, he said helplessly, enough, he. I don't understand the joke and it's a bit awkward to communicate. But it's okay. If a beautiful woman is embarrassed, it can only be called cute. Chapter 79, Little Baka Wants to Cooperate? Looking at Xiao Zhan's appearance, Yi Yulong also had a strange expression. After spending a long time with Xiao Zhan, she found that he always said some inexplicable words. She had never heard these words before and they were very unfamiliar to her, but when she heard him say them, she felt that they were very consistent with the mood. It's such a wonderful feeling. I don't know where he learned these words. What are you doing? Let's go. Xiao Zhan urged her as he saw her suddenly become dazed. Yi Yulong came back to his senses and said, I'm tired and don't want to leave. Xiao Zhan. I'm really impressed by you. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, and Yi Yulong immediately turned into the death scythe and appeared in his hand. I'm really getting lazier and lazier. I wasn't so pretentious before. The death scythe looks cold and creepy, but feels extremely gentle in the hand. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but pout and mutter, I haven't even been treated like an ox yet, and you're already treating me like one. What cow? Yi Yulong was puzzled. It was another word he didn't understand. The cows that didn't plow the fields. Yi Yulong? I still don't understand, but I always feel that this is not a good thing. She decided to study it carefully after returning. At the same time, after seeing the golden pillar of light, the other people from the Federation rushed towards its direction without any hesitation. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhan saw that the golden light column had begun to weaken, and he knew that he had to speed up. Fortunately, the golden light column was not far away from him, and at this speed he would still have time. But at this moment, two people suddenly appeared in his perception range, in front of him. And his speed is not slow either, and it is obvious that he is a second-grade spirit master. Xiao Zhan thought about it and made a decision, which was to kill him first. Because the origin of the secret realm is now disappearing and time is limited, when everyone gathers together, there will inevitably be a melee. And the longer that melee drags on, the worse it gets. So, if we can solve one problem now, it's one. So Xiao Zhan approached quickly. Soon they caught up with them and saw the figures, which turned out to be Junjiro Oda and Ran Muto from the Baga Federation. Junjiro Oda also noticed Xiao Zhan's arrival and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the two people from the Longsha Federation were still alive. They had even broken through to the second-grade spirit control master? It seems that they are not completely giving up. He thought about it and made a decision immediately. He did not adopt a fighting stance, but kept a safe distance while shouting at Xiao Zhan. Sir Xiao Zhan, I am Junjiro Oda. I have long heard of your great name and I admire you immensely. Meeting you here, I believe you are also here for the origin of the secret realm. I have something I would like to discuss with you. Why don't you consider it? Xiao Zhan had nothing to say to this little bastard. When meeting an enemy, he would just draw his sword. But just as Xiao Zhan was about to take action, he suddenly sensed that two more people appeared in his perception range. Immediately, he paused his attack. Xiao Baga has already discovered him. If he attacks at this time, he may not be able to kill him with one blow. If they got entangled, others would discover the two of them. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, he and Xiao Baga became the tigers. The situation became passive. He couldn't take the risk. After thinking for a moment, he replied to Oda Junjiro, "If you have anything to say, just say it." "Sir Xiaozhan, please don't be so irritable. We are all from the Asian region. We should unite and fight against those golden monkeys and black gorillas together." "You want me to cooperate with you?" "No way." Xiaozhan refused outright. But Oda Junjiro was very serious. "Sir Xiaozhan, I think you should consider my suggestion carefully. The beautiful Federation has 3 groups of people, and you and I only have 1 group each. If we want to defeat them, we have to unite." In fact, Junjiro Oda didn't want to join forces with Xiao Zhan. His target of alliance was Park Chang-gue from Korea. But those 2 idiots had such bad luck that they died early. Now he is the only one left. Of course, everyone has his or her own way of playing. He originally wanted to carry forward the spirit of Bushido, hide quietly, and then after the melee, have a fair 1v1 duel with the last person alive. Unexpectedly, the origin of the secret realm appeared unexpectedly. This is a rare and valuable thing, he has to grab it. If it is snatched away by someone else, he will really lose a lot. So, I was forced to rush here helplessly. But faced with numerous enemies, he had to think of a way. It just so happened that Xiao Zhan appeared at this time, and he was a second-grade spirit master, so he immediately came up with the idea of cooperation. Xiao Zhan was sent in by the Longxia Federation to play badly. Although his strength has broken through the 2nd level, he is definitely not his opponent. He is also confident that he can ensure his own safety by working with him. In addition, there is another point, that is, in his opinion, the Longxia people are very easy to deceive. "Sir Xiaozhan, if we work together, we can kill them all. Then we can have a fair 1v1 duel, to determine our true nature and decide life and death. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Compared to dying in their hands, you have at least a 50% chance of winning in a duel with me. Sir Xiaozhan, shouldn't you seriously consider this? We are all part of the East Asian Monster Defense Circle. If either of us gets the secret realm origin, it will be better than those stinky monkeys and gorillas getting it." Junjiro Oda continued to persuade, he really wanted to cooperate with Xiao Zhan. As Xiao Zhan listened to his words, he was originally a little passive, but suddenly he thought of a solution. He smiled wickedly and said, "I admit that what you said makes sense, and I am tempted. But you Baga people are the most untrustworthy. How can I believe what you said is true? How can I be sure that you won't stab me in the back during the battle? Sir Xiaozhan, what you said is exactly what I'm worried about, isn't it? So let me ask you a question. If the 2 of us work together, will you stab me in the back before we defeat the enemy?" "Won't." This is true. If Xiao Zhan really chose to cooperate with him, he would not stab him in the back until all the enemies were dealt with. Because once you backstab, it means your teammate becomes an enemy. This is digging a hole for yourself. Neither do I. Oda Junjiro replied in the same way, "We are both smart people and know what choices we will make. So how about working with me?" Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, "We can cooperate, but we need to keep a certain distance, and you have to walk ahead of me." "Sir Xiao Zhan, you don't trust me. What about the trust we just agreed to each other?" Oda Junjiro frowned. Chapter 80, Fooling the Little Baka. Walking in front is equivalent to leaving your back to Xiao Zhan. This is a very dangerous behavior. The back, that's something even brothers don't dare to trust. Only Kappa dares. But Xiao Zhan was firm. "I'm sorry, cooperation is cooperation, trust is trust, but I really can't trust you guys more than you. But don't worry, we Longxia people and you have been a nation of etiquette since ancient times, and we are absolutely honest. I said I won't attack you, and I promise I won't attack you. If you don't believe me, I can swear." 4. Xiao Zhan's words were sincere and heartfelt. But Junjiro Oda is not a fool, how could he agree? "Your Excellency Xiao Zhan." Just as he opened his mouth, suddenly a group of figures moved around, and a few hundred meters to their left, three blonde-haired and blue-eyed men appeared, each holding a spirit weapon in his hand. They are the three federations headed by Mikkel, the Beautiful Federation, the Sunset Federation and the Forest Federation. Seeing them, Junjiro Oda couldn't help but become serious. These three guys are so lucky that they actually got together. Why the hell am I so unlucky? Michael also saw Junjiro Oda and Xiaozhan, but they did not stop and launch an attack. Instead, they continued to rush towards the golden light column. The reason is very simple, that is, they are still some distance away from the golden light column, and they have not yet seen what the origin of the secret realm is. If we start fighting now, what if the golden light column disappears later? Then the origin of the secret realm will never be found again. There is no need to lose more than you gain. Therefore, they consciously kept a safe distance from Junjiro Oda and Xiaozhan. But he rushed towards the golden light column as fast as he could. At the same time, a few hundred meters to the right, the person that Xiaozhan first sensed also showed up. He has thick eyebrows, deep eyes, tongue-colored skin, and wears a pair of gloves on his hands. It was Shura from the Lizard Federation. When he saw Xiaozhan and others, he was stunned for a moment, seeming a little surprised. But then, his expression became arrogant and disdainful, without any sign of fear or worry. He even stretched out a hand and clenched the air fiercely in the direction of Xiaozhan and his group. Then he pointed his thumb downward and shook it twice. The meaning is very simple: you are all garbage and you all have to die. The lizard is worthy of being a lizard. It is so arrogant that it challenges so many people at once. Do you really think they are the strongest in the world? But now it is obvious that no one takes him seriously, and their attention is all on the origin of the secret realm. Not long after Shuruf appeared, another figure appeared in front of the crowd. He was burly and strong, with a bald head, holding a military axe in his hand, and exuding the aura of a tank. It's Kaleski from the Northern Bear Federation. Judging from his aura, he is at the level of a second-grade spirit controller. All of them have actually broken through to the second level. Junjiro Oda's face was extremely embarrassed. Those who remained were not easy to deal with. Of course, except Xiaozhan. Suddenly, he was startled. He found that he was currently in a position where he had been trapped in the middle without realizing it. There are people in front, behind, left and right, and he is the only one in the middle. His face was extremely serious. This was a very bad position. It doesn't matter if he hasn't taken action yet, but once he reaches the golden light pillar and a melee breaks out, he will be at the center of the battle and will definitely be the first target of concentrated fire. Baga, so unlucky. Junjiro Oda cursed loudly. He had put himself in danger all of a sudden. It was really hateful. His face was gloomy and full of worry. They glanced at the golden pillar of light. At their current speed, they would all be able to reach the golden pillar of light in less than 3 minutes. That is to say, in 3 minutes, the melee will begin. If he doesn't make a decision within 3 minutes, then he will most likely be the first to die. The current situation has obviously changed. It is no longer a matter of whether he chooses to unite with Xiaozhan, but that he must unite with Xiaozhan. If you don't unite, you will die. Unless he stops now, gives up the origin of the secret realm, and fights directly with Xiaozhan. This way, he has a great chance of surviving. But at the same time, he also lost the origin of the secret realm forever. Because of the special nature of the secret realm origin, after others have obtained it and the battle for it has not yet ended, one will only choose to carry the secret realm origin with him unless he is 100% sure of winning the final victory. Otherwise, I would definitely choose to hide. Once it is hidden, no one except the person who hid it knows the origin of the secret realm. Even if I die, I won't tell it. So, Junjiro Oda was reluctant. On one side is destiny, on the other side is the origin of the secret realm. Oda Junjiro, who was extremely conflicted, finally turned his gaze to Xiaozhan. He stared at Xiaozhan, as if trying to see some trustworthiness in his face, but he couldn't see any trustworthiness on Xiaozhan's unfamiliar face. When Xiaozhan saw Oda Junjiro's panic and indecision, he felt that his plan had succeeded and sneered. In fact, he had already sensed the location of these people a long time ago. He did this on purpose to slowly force Junjiro Oda into a desperate situation. Little bastard, you must be killed. But killing him like this would really be meaningless. Only the double death of spirit and body can. Therefore, Xiaozhan wanted to give him hope first and then give him despair, which was simply wonderful. Sir Xiaozhan, can I trust you? Looking at the golden light column getting closer and closer, Junjiro Oda knew that he had no time left, and he could only take a gamble on Xiaozhan. He still couldn't bear to give up the origin of the secret realm. Of course, you can trust me. When has our Longsha Federation ever betrayed a friend? Xiao Zhan asked back. This is the truth. Junjiro Oda knew the international status of the Longsha Federation, and he felt more at ease. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. Junjiro Oda agreed, but he immediately added a condition: you can stand behind me, but not now. You have to wait until the melee begins, then you can stand behind me. Junjiro Oda is not stupid after all. He knows how to use the life and death crisis to tie the two people together. Once the melee begins, Xiao Zhan and he will be tied to the same rope. At that time, there was no time to cooperate, so how could there be any backstabbing? Oda Junjiro, you still don't believe me? In fact, I swear on the spirit of Bushido, if I lie to you, I will commit seppuku. Xiao Zhan swore. He didn't expect this little bastard to be so cunning. Chapter 81 Divide and Kill. Hearing this, Junjiro Oda felt inexplicably strange. You are a Longsha person, what's the point of swearing an oath in the spirit of Bushido? Bushido is of no use to you. But he thought for a moment and realized that Xiao Zhan chose to swear by Bushido instead of his own beliefs. Does this mean that he wanted to gain my trust so much that he couldn't help but say that? He also wants to cooperate with me in his heart, and unconsciously has a little bit of flattery in his heart? It is very possible. For example, if a foreigner wants to gain the recognition of Fujianese people, the best way is to swear by Mazu. First, Mazu can quickly increase his sense of identity. Secondly, he knew that Mazu was a belief and a taboo. If he dared to disobey Mazu, the consequences would be worse than death. This is the reason why Xiao Zhan is now swearing on Bushido. In addition, Xiao Zhan has the weakest strength, and it is difficult for him to survive in the melee, so he can only rely on himself. Thinking of this, he became more convinced of Xiao Zhan's sincerity and said, Sir Xiao Zhan, I am truly moved and admire your spirit. I believe in your sincerity, but I still can't joke with my life. After all, the distance is not far, so a little while won't make a difference, right? Okay, then let's do as you wish. Xiao Zhan agreed. He had only said that on purpose. Otherwise, I would agree too quickly and let him see through me. Seeing Xiao Zhan agree, Oda Junjiro finally relaxed a little. The danger still exists, but it is not as great as before. So everyone ran quickly and soon arrived in front of the golden light column. It was coming from the ground, but it was not yet possible to determine what it was. However, within Xiao Zhan's perception range, he had already discovered in advance that the origin of the secret realm was a golden stone emitting powerful energy. The stone was not big, only the size of a marble. It's not a circle, but an ordinary irregular shape. But the powerful energy it exuded was as obvious as the sun within Xiao Zhan's perception range. As expected of the origin of the newly emerged secret realm, this energy is truly terrifying. Xiao Zhan sighed, he must grab this thing. At this moment, as everyone gets closer to the destination of the origin of the secret realm, the distance between them is constantly shrinking. They're about to be tied into a pile. Junjiro Oda no longer dared to stay in the middle position. The situation of being attacked from all sides, front and back, was very unfavorable to him. If he was not careful, he would be the first to die. So he slowly slowed down his pace and moved towards Xiao Zhan. Only by uniting can we win. Your Excellency Xiao Zhan. Junjiro Oda showed a hint of trust and turned to look at Xiao Zhan. But he had just said half of his words when he suddenly froze, his eyes widened and flashed with disbelief. All because a sickle filled with the chill of death was chopping straight down on his forehead. Go to hell. Xiao Zhan smiled grimly, revealing his big white teeth, as sharp as a devil. Puff. There was no time to react, no time to resist. Junjiro Oda was killed by Xiao Zhan's sickle. The body fell to the ground, and Junjiro Oda's eyes were filled with resentment. Until his death, he could not understand why Xiao Zhan attacked him. Doesn't he know that cooperation leads to win-win results? Junjiro Oda is dead, and his weapon spirit is a samurai sword. Without the weapon spirit of the spirit master, the strength of a second-grade weapon spirit can only be exerted at the first grade. And the first grade is not even good enough. What's more, she was inevitably injured because her contractual connection was forcibly severed. So Xiao Zhanma swung his scythe, drawing a line of blood and sending her down to reunite. The sudden killing startled Mikkel and others. At such a critical moment, even their temporary teammates were killed. Should we say he is stupid or should we say he is conceited? A little further away from him. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but there is no need to conflict with him before I can determine the origin of the secret realm. Everything will be discussed after the origin of the secret realm is determined. However, just because they don't attack Xiaozhan doesn't mean that Xiaozhan won't attack them. His perception has completely locked onto the shape of the origin of the secret realm. Now, even if the golden light column of the origin of the secret realm disappears, he can still find it. So, he is not worried about that now. All he needs to do now is kill, and keep killing. After taking a look, he immediately set his sights on Mikkel. They are a tri-federal combination, and their strength must be weakened first. Seeing Xiaozhan rushing towards them, Michael frowned impatiently. Why does this guy take action at such a critical moment? Doesn't he want the origin of the secret realm? He doesn't want it, but he wants it himself. Dixie, Wuxi, you two kill him first. He immediately ordered 2 people from the Forest Federation and the Sunset Federation to kill Xiaozhan. Since Xiaozhan wants to die, he won't be polite. He was still very relieved when 2 second-grade soldiers killed 1 first-grade soldier. As for him, there was no need to worry about the 3-man fight. He could just drag it out until Dishi and the other 2 killed Xiaozhan and then rush over. Yes. Daisai and Wuxi responded immediately. They were both death warriors sent by the Federation. When they entered the secret realm, they were ordered to obey Mikhail's orders. So without any hesitation, he immediately rushed towards Xiaozhan. The movements were swift and the killing moves were immediate. Xiaozhan had already expected that the 2 of them would attack, so he was not afraid at all in a 1-on-2 situation. The death side immediately became full of death energy, emitting a powerful level of suppression unique to the SSS level. Under this suppression, the spirits of the 2 assassins suddenly became weak. Even the 2 assassins were affected. Xiaozhan seized the opportunity and took the initiative to attack. He swung the magic sickle in his hand, and with the sound of it cutting through the air, he rushed towards one of the men's heads to seek his life. The assassin was shocked and quickly picked up the weapon spirit to block. But although they are both second-grade spirit masters, the difference in talent level is too huge. He is just an ordinary D grade, and his weapon spirit is a dagger. In every aspect, he cannot compete with the SSS grade. The collision between the magic sickle and the dagger is not on the same level at all. He couldn't withstand just this one blow and was knocked away. But a warrior is a warrior, he endured the severe pain and stood up immediately. At the same time, the warriors next to him also launched an attack on Xiaozhan. His weapon spirit was also a short knife. When it finished attacking Xiaozhan and had no chance to recharge its strength, it stabbed him cunningly. Unfortunately, he seriously underestimated Xiaozhan's strength. Although his old strength has gone and new strength has not yet been born, Xiaozhan's perception talent is not to be underestimated. With just a slight twist of his body, the tricky dagger brushed past Xiaozhan's clothes. Chapter 82, Reaping the Profits of the Other Side, the origin of the secret realm is in hand. Xiaozhan also seized this opportunity, turned around, gathered strength and continued the attack, swung the sickle, and slashed directly through the waist of the assassin. It was instantly divided into 2 parts. The clean and neat attack and precise grasp of the battle timing made the remaining assassin immediately realize that the man in front of him was extraordinary. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and rushed towards Xiaozhan without hesitation. In the eyes of the dead soldiers, there is no fear, only death. Either you die or I die. With only one person left, Xiaozhan was naturally not afraid. The death side's length advantage and level advantage are simply not something a broken dagger can break through. He easily blocked the attack of the assassin and kicked him away, while at the same time extending the straight scythe of death. As the assassin's body flew out, his neck hit the edge of the death scythe, which was as sharp as cutting tofu, and his head was separated from his neck. Xiaozhan immediately stepped forward to finish off the dagger, killing the dagger spirit, and then chased after Mikhail and the others. At this moment, at the golden light column, the 3 of them have seen that the origin of the secret realm is a golden stone. They formed a triangle shape, surrounding the origin of the secret realm in the middle. They looked at each other, but no one wanted to take action first. Kale Sky was running in the front just now, and he was the first one to get the bead. But he was also smart. He knew that after he got the origin of the secret realm, he would be besieged by the other 2 people. Therefore, he chose to surround but not take, and keep dealing with everyone. But just because he is smart doesn't mean others are stupid. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. Mikkel and Sharaf also understand this principle well. As a result, the three of them are now maintaining a delicate balance. The origin of the secret realm has become a hot potato. Whoever touches it first will become the common enemy of the other two. None of the three of them were fools, and they were all waiting for the other party to make the first move. But compared to Kale Sky and Sheriff, Mikkel didn't seem to be very panicked. The longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. Because he still has two helpers. Once those two kill Xiao Zhan and rush over, the balance of power will tilt towards them. When the time comes and it's 3 against 2, he can easily handle it. But at this moment, Sheriff suddenly said, "Kalesky, how about we two work together first?" Obviously, Sheriff saw the situation clearly and knew that Mikkel was the threat. Kalesky didn't hesitate much and nodded immediately, "Okay." The two of them are lone rangers, and Mikkel has two assassin helpers, so Mikkel must be killed first. Michael's heart sank as he was targeted by the two men. He looked back and wondered why the two assassins hadn't recovered yet. "Kalesky, if you cooperate with him, you should think carefully about whether he will stab you in the back. The Lizard Federation is the most shameless. Even Xiao Zhan from the Longsha Federation, who values integrity the most, can do such a thing as betraying his allies. Do you dare to trust him with your back?" Mikkel stalled for time. But Sheriff obviously didn't want to give him the chance to delay time, so he swung his fist and hit Mikkel directly. "Kalesky, I've got your back, so don't let me down." Of course, Kalesky would not make a stupid decision, so he also raised the axe in his hand and chopped at Mikkel. The two men's decisive attack made Mikkel feel the threat of death. He knew that he was no match for the two of them, so he quickly retreated backwards. Those two assassins haven't arrived yet, so he'll run towards them. Kalesky and Sheriff saw his intention, and quickly stopped him from the left and right, and seized the opportunity to attack him. Mikkel's two fists were no match for four hands, and he was beaten back again and again. He wanted to run away but couldn't, and soon he was covered in wounds. "Fuck, why haven't those two damn guys come over yet?" Michael couldn't help but swear. According to normal time, Daisai and the others should have dealt with Xiao Zhan long ago. Why haven't you come yet? Didn't even see a shadow? Could it be that Xiao Zhan was hiding in a tree not far away at the moment, watching the 2-on-1 melee with joy? He finally doesn't have to do it himself. I'm speechless. There were 18 groups of enemies in total, and I killed 13 of them. I should have gotten some benefits, right? On the battlefield, Mikkel was destined not to receive Daisai's support. After the powerful alliance between Sheriff and Kalesky, he still could not escape the fate of being sanctioned. After Mikkel's death, Kalesky and Sheriff started fighting without stopping for even half a second. Michael never received support from his death squad until his death, which means that both of his death squad members were already dead. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. As for Xiao Zhan, they didn't think he would survive. A second-grade spirit controller is fighting against two second-grade spirit controllers, and two of them are death warriors. They can't figure out how Xiao Zhan can survive? As for Xiao Zhan's killing of his allies and specifically targeting Mikkel, they attributed this behavior to Xiao Zhan being too stupid. So, at this moment, they both thought that there was no one in the secret realm, and only the two of them were left. Then the decisive battle began. Xiao Zhan was still sitting leisurely on the tree watching. His plan was very successful. He separated the people step by step and then killed them slowly. Avoid the uncertainty of a melee. It's a pity, it would be nice if I had a handful of melon seeds now. 3 minutes later, the duel between Kalesky and Sheriff was decided. Kalesky won, his axe was harder than Sheriff's fist after all. He laughed triumphantly, looking up to the sky with joy. The final victory in this secret realm belongs to him alone. Ha 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 ha. Puff. The Black Death energy drew an arc in the air, and the red line of the sickle stained with blood passed through Kalesky's neck, and his laughter stopped abruptly. He wanted to turn his head to see who had attacked him, but as soon as he turned, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a thud. It rolled several times before it stopped. But fortunately, he still saw the person who killed him. Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan killed Kalesky with one blow and also took away his weapon spirit. In this way, all the enemies in the entire secret realm were truly killed. Oh, maybe there is still one pair. After all, Xiao Zhan only knew that 17 pairs had died. The last pair may be dead or in hiding. But for now, it is safe within Xiao Zhan's perception range. He walked to the stone that was the origin of the secret realm, and at this moment the golden light column had already disappeared. The origin of the secret realm also turned into the same appearance as an ordinary stone. If the golden light did not appear, it would be impossible to tell that it was the origin of the secret realm. Now, it's Xiao Zhan's turn. Chapter 83, let me emphasize again. Two different people can sleep in the same bed. The origin of this secret realm belongs to the weapon refining category, and can be used to improve the quality of your weapon spirit. Xiao Zhan played with the stone in his hand and said to Yi Yulong, "Not all the origins of the secret realm can be used on the spirit master, because the objects they represent are different and their functions are also different. The best origins of secret realms are the spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines, which can be absorbed by both spirit masters and spirit weapons. The next level is this type of refining material, which can only be used on weapon spirits and cannot be used on spirit masters." However, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong had a life and death contract, so this didn't affect him much. If it were any other equal contract, only the weapon spirit would enjoy this benefit. But generally speaking, if one really gets such a good thing, the spirit master will probably rush to make a life and death contract with the spirit of the weapon. Like other lesser things, such as a river, a mountain, etc. The characteristic of this type of secret realm origin is that it is large, but the energy contained is the same. Even if you find it, it is difficult to get out because the entrance to the secret realm is so small. If you try to move it out like Yugong moving a mountain, it won't have any effect. You have to move it out as a whole. There is also one most dangerous secret origin left, which is that it will materialize into a monster beast. This type of monster beast, because it is transformed from the energy of the entire secret realm, is generally very powerful and extremely unruly. It would rather die than be tamed. If you send an expert to kill it directly, the origin of the secret realm will disappear. It would be a pity not to kill him. So generally speaking, if you encounter the origin of such a secret realm of monsters, don't even think about it, it's impossible. Yi Yulong returned to his human form and looked at the stone containing the secret realm's origin. He said, "This secret realm has just been born. The energy of the secret realm's origin is at its most vigorous. Absorbing it now will bring the greatest improvement to us." Yes, but this secret realm is too unsafe. Absorbing the essence of the secret realm requires an absolutely safe environment. We can't take the risk here now. Besides, there is still a group of enemies that have not appeared. We must find them first. Okay, then let's go deal with the last group first. So, the two of them began to look for the last group of people in the secret realm. A day later, Xiao Zhan and his companions successfully found the last group of people. They were already dead, so it was no wonder that they did not show up to snatch the origin of the secret realm. At this point, only Xiao Zhan and the other person were left in the secret realm. Only 8 days have passed now, and all the people have been dealt with. We can go out early, Yi Yulong said. But Xiao Zhan shook his head, gave a mysterious smile, and then took out 2 storage bags from his pocket. Seeing these 2 storage bags, Yi Yulong was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched, with a hint of shameful admiration. "I suddenly realized that making a contract with you is a wise choice," Yi Yulong said. "Why?" "Because you're very good at managing a household. From now on, how about you take care of the inside and I take care of the outside?" "I refuse." Xiao Zhan said seriously, "I'm a man who lives off his wife, so I have to be the one taking care of things outside. I can be inside, but I definitely won't be the one taking charge." "Inside? What do you mean?" Another word that Yi Yulong didn't understand. Xiao Zhan chuckled, "You'll understand later." Yi Yulong felt that Xiao Zhan's eyes were strange. "Okay, enough nonsense. We don't have much time left. This secret realm is much larger than the Baidi secret realm. There must be a lot of spiritual fruits inside. Although there is no map to report the location, it shouldn't be a problem to collect a sack of spiritual fruits, right?" Xiao Zhan shook the storage bag in his hand. He was risking his life for the Federation, so how could he not take advantage of the Federation? Yi Yulong suddenly looked a little serious. "I don't think this is a good idea. We have already taken the origin of the secret realm. This secret realm will begin to wither and disappear within 3 to 5 years. Now that these spiritual fruits have been picked, they will not grow again in the future." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect her to say such a thing. Come to think of it, the most precious origin of the secret realm has been taken away by them, so we should really leave something for others. It wouldn't matter if it could still grow, the key is that it can't grow now. "So what you mean? At least 2 sacks. Xiao Zhan? Otherwise, there will be no more in the future. Yi Yulong added. Xiao Zhan. Looking at her expression as if she wanted to plunder the entire secret realm, it was as if I could hear the sound of someone being slapped in the face. Or fan yourself with your own hands. Damn, this slap in the face came too quickly. He said, how could there be two different kinds of people sleeping in the same bed? Then let's get started now. This secret realm is still a bit dangerous, so let's not separate and search for spiritual fruits together. Good. The deadline soon arrived. Outside the secret realm, all the people from the Federation gathered at the entrance again, looking forward to seeing people from their Federation coming out of the secret territory. However, among these expectations, some are almost certain to succeed, while others are filled with anxiety and hope, while others are filled with sadness, hoping only for a miracle. Smith stood not far from Song Chaoan, with his hands in his pockets and a look of 100% confidence on his face. He looked at Song Chaoan from time to time, as if he wanted to see something from his face. After a while, he seemed a little unable to bear it anymore. Came to Song Chaoan. Mr. Song, you seem very confident in your Federation's players? If I'm not confident in him, how can I be confident in others? This is simply nonsense. Which Federation present here is not confident in its own players? If you don't trust your own players, how can you trust others? Smith was choked and felt a little unhappy. Thinking about how he didn't get anything good from him a month ago, he decided to try again now. So he winked at his two younger brothers, Nicholas and Katina. Both of them were mature lackeys, so they naturally understood what Smith meant. They looked at each other and started to perform a duet. Nicholas said to Katina, Miss Katina, who do you think will win this battle? Mr. Nicholas, excuse me for being blunt, but what you said is a bit irritating. But I'm still willing to state my position. I personally definitely support my Forest Federation, and I have absolute confidence in our players. Katina said. I also have strong confidence in the players of my Sunset Federation. Miss Katina, the players are risking their lives to fight for the honor of the Federation. I think we should do something for them. Chapter 84, Small Gambling Becomes Big Gambling. Nicholas continued, I have a tusk from a general-level monster here. It's part of my personal collection. I'd like to play a little betting game with Miss Katina on who will win. I wonder if Miss Katina is interested in this. If I win, I will give the prize to the contestant from my Federation as a token of my gratitude for his contribution to the Federation. Katina pretended to hesitate. That's a good suggestion. I was thinking of doing something for my fellow Federation players. How about this? I don't have many valuables on me, only a refining stone that can possess the attribute of blazing fire. I'll accompany you, Mr. Nicholas, for a moment of pleasure. That's great, thank you Miss Katina for your generous gift. No, I should be the one thanking you. The two of them began to have a tense confrontation. Smith watched all this and immediately showed a look of great interest, joining them. I have an ice spirit fruit here. I'd like to express my gratitude to the players from our Federation as well. Is that okay? Sure. Nicholas and Katina welcomed them. It was originally a trap set up for him. Then, Smith looked at Song Chaoan again. Mr. Song, do you want to play? You've already lost 4 games in a row. Why not join in and try your luck? Maybe you can put an end to the pentakill. With a sarcastic tone. 3 losers in a drama. Song Chaoan didn't want to pay attention to them. Now that time was almost up, he was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Although he believed in Xiao Zhan's strength, after all, the outside world knew nothing about what happened inside. So at this moment, his nervous mind was more focused on Xiao Zhan. But he didn't want to participate, but Smith insisted that he participate because this was specially set up for him. Mr. Song, aren't you very confident in your contestants? Why are you keeping silent? Do you think you don't trust them anymore? I see your contestants are still very young. It's the time for them to grow. If they knew you didn't trust them, what would they think? What do they think they are? Cannon fodder? Political tools? Will their souls be able to see God after they die? The harsh and sarcastic words made Song Chaoan a little impatient. Is your lousy God qualified to see us Longxia people? He really didn't want to participate in such a meaningless bet. But if he didn't fight back after being ridiculed like this, it would be a disgrace to the Longxia Federation. Even if it wasn't for himself, for Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, Song Chaoan would slap him in the face today. He glanced at Smith coldly. You just want to see yourself fail and make a fool of yourself in front of the Federation? Okay, then today I will see how big your cigarette burn is that you can't put it out. He immediately refused to give in and strode up to the three of them. He glanced at the items on the table with disdain and said, Mr. Smith, I heard that you have a wealthy family. Why did you take out such a cold ice fruit? You really don't take the players from your own Federation seriously. They are risking their lives for the Federation. It's really disheartening. I'm afraid even God would shake his head if he saw this. Hearing this, Smith's eyes lit up and he became interested. Mr. Song, do you mean to raise the stakes? Song Choan didn't waste any time and immediately took out a spiritual fruit and placed it in front of the three people. This is a space soul fruit. After eating it, there's a certain chance of comprehending space-related control techniques. According to its value level, this is a 6th grade soul fruit. The contestants are all sacrificing their lives. If we want to thank them, we should at least give them something worthwhile, right? Let's not give out things like the ice fruit that are not presentable. What do you think, Mr. Smith? Song Choan's aura, like a dragon and a tiger, suppressed Smith, and his expression became a little solemn. The two eyes looked at the translucent spiritual fruit in surprise. He originally just wanted to provoke Song Choan and embarrass him in front of everyone, but he didn't expect that he would be so impulsive and directly take out the 6th grade spiritual fruit. A 6th grade spiritual fruit. This is something you won't even see on the market. Is he so bold? I don't quite understand his tricks. What's wrong? Is Mr. Smith just talking nonsense? Is he not grateful in his heart? Or is it that Mr. Smith's family is poor and can't afford something of this level? Now it was Song Choan's turn to start mocking. If you want to play, play big. Even if Xiao Zhan and the others can't win today, I will make you bleed heavily. He will also bring in other people from the Federation later. Directly differentiate the winning rate of Smith and the other two. Being ridiculed by Song Choan, Smith looked a little embarrassed. But then he gave it his all. How could the hunter become the prey? He immediately asked someone to bring out a box, inside which was a white flower shaped like a bone. This flower is called the White Dragon Bone Flower. It contains very powerful vitality. As long as you have a breath left, I can save you. It is a 5th grade spiritual medicine. Although it's not as high grade as your 6th grade fruit, yours is a skill type spiritual fruit, which carries a high risk of being lost. Its actual value is far less than mine. How about I bet this with you? As he said this, Smith took back the ice spirit fruit he had taken before. The ice spirit fruit is also a 2nd grade spirit fruit, and he can't bear to give it up. Of course. Song Choan said. Smith was telling the truth. Spiritual fruits and elixirs, like the levels of imperial spirits, were divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the weakest and the 9th grade being the strongest. Secondly, spiritual fruits and medicines are further divided into 3 categories. The first category is the gain category. It is mainly manifested in the improvement of all aspects of the physical fitness of the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon, such as strength, speed, mental power, bloodline, and so on. The second category is the attribute category. This type of material is similar to the refining materials of weapon spirits and can enhance the special effects attributes of weapon spirits, such as ice, flames, glare, and so on. At the same time, it can also help integrate new attributes during the advancement of the weapon spirit. The third category is skills. It's a bit like opening a treasure chest. After eating, if you're lucky, you can directly comprehend a skill. If you're not so lucky, you'll get a skill fragment, which gives you a little understanding, but not much. You need more similar spiritual fruits to comprehend the skill. The worst luck is that you don't feel anything at all, which is equivalent to wasting it all. So Smith was right. Although the Space Soul fruit was of the 6th grade, its actual value was still better than the 5th grade White Bone Dragon flower. What about you? Song Choan looked at Nicholas and Katina again. The two men didn't expect that the small bet would turn into a big one. They hesitated and looked at Smith, who gave them a reassuring look. So they had no choice but to take out valuable items of the same level. When I put it on the gambling table, I felt a sudden pain in my body. Chapter 85. It's him, it's him, it's him. Wow, it's so lively, I want to join in too. At this moment, a shrill voice sounded. It was someone from the Kimchi Federation. When he saw so many good things, he couldn't help himself. Small effort, big rewards. Plant one fruit and you will get 18 fruits in return. This bet is awesome. You must participate. But he is cooperating with the Baga Federation. If he wins, he will have to compete directly with the Baga Federation. This is the case with the Baga Federation, and for the sake of winning, he also joined in. Seeing this, other federations hesitated for a moment and then joined in. Especially the 7 United Federations, they have the largest number of people and the highest chance of winning, so this bet is the most profitable for them. In this way, all 19 federations participated, and the precious things on the table were piled up into a small mountain in an instant. Any one of these things would cause a frenzy in the market. Even these big guys felt quite distressed. Seeing this, Song Chaoan was delighted. He hadn't even tried to recruit anyone yet, but someone came on their own initiative. This was great. Smith was also very happy to see so many people joining, even happier than Song Chaoan. His original intention was to bring these guys in and blackmail them, but he didn't expect that the meat would be delivered to his mouth before he even opened his mouth. He is really ignorant of the consequences and blindly confident. So don't blame him for being rude. Mr. Smith, why do I feel a little worried? Katina leaned close to Smith's ear and said worriedly. Smith confidently reassured her, don't worry, we've used high-tech means this time. It'll only take 3 days for all 3 groups to reach the second rank realm. I don't think anyone can be faster than them. 3 groups of second ranks are enough to kill people in the secret realm. Smith is very confident in his cheating method. 3 days is the fastest breakthrough speed. He believed no one could be faster. Unless that guy is extremely lucky and appears directly in front of the spiritual fruit, and it is an extremely lucky spiritual fruit. But how could these 2 coincidences happen? Unless he steps on 2 piles of dog shit. Humph, what's with all the talk of cultural heritage? Your IQ is just so-so. Smith looked at Song Chaoan's old face and sneered in his heart. He has now begun to think about what posture he will use to mock Song Chaoan later. Should he raise the corners of his mouth 15 degrees, or 45 degrees? Just at this moment, a manager at the entrance of the secret realm suddenly rang the clock to signal the end. The time for the 1-month secret realm battle has arrived. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions froze and they put down what they were doing. All eyes were focused on the secret realm, no one dared to blink, waiting for the figure inside to come out. At this moment, the whole audience was silent and their breath froze. Nicholas, 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 come out. The leader of the Northern Bear Federation shouted in his heart. Oda Junjiro, it's decided to be you. Look, this handsome boy is called Shuruf. Everyone has a name in their heart, and they are roaring silently in their heart, roaring that he belongs to the last survivor in their hearts. Only Smith gave a faint glance and a disdainful sneer, which showed his absolute confidence. At this moment that everyone is paying attention to. At the entrance to the secret realm, a burst of light finally appeared. People are coming out. Everyone held their breath again, their pupils dilated, and they couldn't wait to rush forward. The waves grew bigger and bigger, and then a black object emerged from it. Black? It's us, the Black Dog Federation. A certain federation immediately shouted excitedly. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to him, and those were murderous looks. It's not even finished yet, why are you so excited? Just as the Federation was about to rush forward, the black color expanded further, becoming round and angular. It was not a person at all, but a bag full of things. The man suddenly stood still. His face was filled with embarrassment. Sorry, I've never won before, I was a little excited for the first time. The others withdrew their gazes and looked at the black bag with strange expressions on their faces. What was this thing? Looks like a storage bag? Whose? Where are the people behind? Someone come out quickly. In the Longxia camp, Song Chaoan's heart couldn't help but tighten. Not seeing anyone at the first time, his heart was really beating to the extreme. Everyone was nervous, but there was only one person whose eyes were flashing with intense excitement. But this brilliance seemed to be suppressed by something and dared not burst out. He is Qin Wanfeng. When he saw the storage bag, a picture instantly appeared in his mind. It was in the bitey secret realm, the same bag, the same posture, the same person. It's him. Qin Wanfeng was breathing rapidly. He was already sure of it, but he was so scared that he didn't dare to confirm it. Because he knows very well that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Even if this hope has a 99% chance of success. Song Choan heard Qin Wanfeng's voice and turned around. Who are you talking about? As soon as he asked this question, he immediately knew the answer. You said it was him. Xiao Zhan. Qin Wanfeng didn't dare to answer him. He was sure it was Xiao Zhan, but he was also afraid it wasn't Xiao Zhan. Seeing that he didn't answer, Song Choan quickly looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, the storage bags had all appeared, and behind them, a black stick-like object appeared. And see this thing. Song Choan's blood suddenly boiled over. His breathing became rapid. It was a black stick-like thing. It was the death scythe. It's definitely the death scythe. He was too familiar with that thick aura of death. He was so excited that he suddenly grabbed Qin Wanfeng beside him and shouted, Death scythe, did you see that? That's the death scythe. That's Xiao Zhan, and the others have one. Qin Wanfeng only felt extreme pain in his arm, as if it was about to be crushed. But he had no time to take care of his hands, because the words that Song Choan said suddenly shattered his last 1% of false doubt. It's him, it's him, it's him. Qin Wanfeng's eyes were filled with tears, and the tears couldn't stop rolling. After so many years, he hasn't felt this kind of blood-boiling feeling for a long time. Although Xiao Zhan still didn't show up, he no longer had any doubts at this moment. Because the death scythe is the best proof. Seeing this, the other dozen or so people from the Federation seemed to have guessed the result. But they still didn't believe it. As long as they didn't see the last person appear, they wouldn't believe it. Just don't give up. Chapter 86, You have clearly done a great deed, but why do you feel guilty like a thief? Especially Smith. How confident he was just now, how crazy he is now. When he saw the spirit of the weapon, he knew that the person who came out was not from his beautiful Federation. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Smith's eyes were red and his whole body was trembling. It seems like every cell in my body is saying it's impossible. At this time, the people in the secret realm finally appeared. First, a foot appeared in front of everyone, wearing black combat boots, black pants, black hair, black eyes, only the skin was yellow. It's Xiao Zhan. See his face. One Federation is excited, and 18 Federations are discouraged. Smith collapsed like a deflated ball. If there hadn't been someone supporting him from behind, he would have fallen to the ground. On the other hand, when the Longsha Federation saw Xiao Zhan's face, they immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Xiao Zhan! Xiao Zhan! Xiao Zhan! Yutaki! 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 The whole audience cheered. The home court momentum is demonstrated. The sound was like waves, one after another, drowning all the other people in the Federation. Damn it, how could this happen? Smith was as angry as a green-faced, fong-toothed beast. He made so many preparations. Another collaboration, and another cheat. How come I still lost? He is unwilling to accept this. Thank you for your generous gift, Mr. Smith. I'm welcome. Song Choan heard the sarcastic words and immediately asked Qin Wanfeng to take away all the bets on the table. Qin Wanfeng smiled happily. Wow, so many valuable things. He doesn't have so many even as a director. Smith gritted his teeth, with flames blazing in his eyes. He had made so many preparations, but all of them were used as a dowry for Song Choan. Not only did I lose the wife, but I also lost my army. He was extremely angry. Suddenly, he lost his breath, his body tilted, and he fainted from anger. This scene shocked everyone. Song Choan came to Xiao Zhan as quickly as possible and held one of Xiao Zhan's hands tightly. Thank you very much, you have worked hard. Sincere heart, tears in eyes. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but shrink back. He was really not used to being treated so warmly, especially when being held by a grown man. Accustomed to holding Yi Yolong's delicate and soft little hand, Song Choan's hand felt as rough as a bamboo basket. Diaphragmatic response. Serving the Federation, dedicating oneself to the cause, even if it means death, is all that is due. Xiao Zhan pulled his hand out without leaving a trace. If Yi Yulong was in human form at this moment, he would definitely take an hour to relax. Song Choan didn't notice Xiao Zhan's disgust, and immediately waved to Qin Wanfeng to come over with the bets. Xiao, these are the Federation's thanks to you, please keep them well. Besides these, there are other things, I will personally deliver them to you after I get the application. When Xiao Zhan saw the things, his eyes suddenly lit up. They were all 5th and 6th grade spiritual fruits and medicines. Is Song Chaoan so willing to do this? He had wanted to pretend to refuse, but now he couldn't refuse. What if he refused and he took it seriously? He quickly accepted it and said, "Thank you, Uncle Song." "Well, it's all as I should." Song Chaoan nodded with satisfaction. Although these things are valuable, it is still worth exchanging them for a secret realm. By the way, Xiao Xiao, what are those 2 big bags of yours? Nothing much, just some loot. Xiao Zhan didn't dare to tell the truth, for fear that Song Chaoan would regret it and take back those good things. After all, although his 2 bags contained a lot of things, their quality was not as good as those 5th and 6th grade goodies. Loot? Song Chaoan wondered what kind of spoils could be found in the secret realm. He was about to ask one more question. But at this moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly spoke up, "By the way, Uncle Song, I took some spiritual fruits from the secret realm. Should that be okay?" "It's okay, it's just some spiritual fruit. You deserve it. Besides, how much can you take?" "Okay, thank you, Uncle Song." "Uncle Song, you are very generous and a good person." After Xiao Zhan finished speaking, he ran away. Song Chaoan looked at his back, feeling a little puzzled. This kid, he clearly did something great, but why is he acting like a thief with a guilty conscience? People who know him think he's carrying 2 big bags of loot, while people who don't know him think they're 2 big bags of spiritual fruits. Xiao Zhan was indeed feeling a little guilty. He had already taken the origin of the secret realm and swept away 2 sacks of spiritual fruits. Song Chaoan also gave him so many spiritual fruits. It would be strange if he didn't feel guilty now. "Director Qin, can we go back now?" After returning to the temporary base, Xiao Zhan asked Qin Wanfeng. "What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty?" Qin Wanfeng smiled. He knew what those 2 sacks were. "That's not the case. I've been fighting for a month and I'm tired. I want to rest." Qin Wanfeng said with a serious look, "Alright, you guys really should get some rest." "Wait a moment, I'll ask Minister Song first. If there's no problem, I'll take you back myself. Anyway, the battle is over now, so there's no need for you to stay here." "Good." Then, Qin Wanfeng went out to discuss some matters with Song Chaoan and came back soon. "Minister Song has already agreed. You can leave now." "Okay, thank you. It should be." So, Qin Wanfeng took Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong back to the Special Service Bureau base. After returning, the first thing Xiao Zhan did was to hug Yi Yulong and have a good sleep. During the 30 nights in the secret realm, he really didn't sleep well for a single day. Even in the next half month, when there was no major danger, he still couldn't sleep well even when Yi Yulong used his knees as a pillow. What he wanted was this extremely soft and warm feeling of being embraced. Holding Yi Yulong in his arms, Xiao Zhan fell asleep in a short while. Yi Yulong leaned in Xiao Zhan's arms, feeling the strong beating of his heart and the full sense of security coming from him, and couldn't help but move closer to his arms. At the same time, while they were sleeping soundly, over there in the secret realm, Song Chaoan was admiring the secret realm and was happy no matter how he looked at it. After 4 years, their Longsha Federation finally won again. Report. Just then, a soldier ran over. "Speak." "Commander, according to preliminary statistics, there are nearly 2,300 spiritual fruits in this secret realm. However, we discovered that nearly 500 of them have been picked." "What? Picked by someone?" Song Chaoan was shocked. No one had ever entered this secret realm, so how could someone have picked the fruits? Even if those contestants ate some during the competition, it wouldn't be that much less. Just as he was wondering, suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Xiao Zhan. It was Xiao Zhan carrying 2 sacks. He understood it all at once. "What a good boy, Xiao Zhan. I was wondering why you wanted to go back as soon as you came out, like a guilty thief. So this is what you did." Then, Song Chaoan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckled, putting aside other things, just based on the point of fleecing the sheep, this kid Xiao Zhan really looks like Yi Wuming's son-in-law. Chapter 87, Organizing the Spoils and Practicing Quickly. The next day, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong got up, washed up, and began to take stock of the gains from this trip to the secret realm. At the same time, select some spiritual fruits that are suitable for you, and then take them and absorb them. Before, there was no suitable time. Now that they have enough time, they must absorb quickly to improve their strength. After half a day of sorting and counting, they now have a total of more than 1,100 spiritual fruits and medicines, but most of these are low-grade spiritual fruits, such as second-grade and third-grade ones. It accounts for about 95% of the total. The remaining ones of slightly higher quality are screened and discarded, including those with duplicate functions, conflicting properties, and those that are temporarily unused. Xiao Zhan only picked out 6 or 7 spiritual fruits to use. This is really unexpected. Yi Yulong reacted normally to this. Although these spiritual fruits are good, they are, after all, the output of the welfare secret realm, and their overall quality is limited. We are already in the second-grade realm, and a large part of the spiritual fruits are no longer of much use to us. What's more, we still have the origin of the secret realm. Once we successfully absorb the origin of the secret realm, the improvement it brings to us will be enough to cover the effects of all these beneficial spiritual fruits. At that time, the effect of these spiritual fruits on us will be even negligible. Xiao Zhan naturally understood this principle. It's not that these spiritual fruits are too rubbish, but that the origin of the secret realm is too strong. One is enough to rival all spiritual fruits. However, this is also based on the successful absorption of the origin of the secret realm. If it cannot be absorbed, it is all nonsense. Immediately, Xiao Zhan picked up a few spiritual fruits and took Yi Yulong to the training room. Absorbing spiritual fruits in the training room with the assistance of artificial intelligence is more stable than having someone by your side to protect you. As soon as I walked out the door, I ran into Qin Wanfeng. Where are you going? Let's go to the training room. Then you should go. This trip will yield a lot of gains. I believe your strength will be greatly improved. Qin Wanfeng looked at the bags in Xiao Zhan's hands and felt a little envious. This kid's current family background is even richer than him, the director. He couldn't help but glance at Yi Yulong again. I sighed in my heart, rich women are also a kind of cheat. Director Qin, do you have something to talk to us about? Xiao Zhan asked. Qin Wanfeng usually doesn't come to see him, and if he does, there must be something wrong. Qin Wanfeng replied, oh, it's nothing important. You should go practice first. I'll tell you everything in detail after you finish practicing. Okay then, let's go. Etc. Qin Wanfeng took out a card and said, use this ID card to go to the training room and unlock the highest level of training privileges. No, my wife has money. Xiao Zhan chuckled, revealing his big white teeth. Qin Wanfeng really hated his showing-off face. Who the hell cares whether your wife has money or not? It's none of my business. It's not like my wife is rich. Get out. This isn't about money. The Secret Service's training room is free to use. Money won't help. You'll have to queue up if you go, but this card doesn't require you to queue, you know. Also, the training room has just upgraded its system, and some of its privileges are not yet available. No matter how much money you spend, you won't be able to experience them. Isn't this just using me as a guinea pig? Xiao Zhan said speechlessly. This isn't a test, so don't be so naive. Just one question, do you want it or not? Qin Wanfeng finally understood why this guy was able to live off his wife. It turns out that this person is so shameless. Want. If you don't want it, you will want it again. Yes, check it out. Xiao Zhan took the ID card, raised his hand, and left with his back. Thank you, Director Qin. I'll be leaving first. You little brat. The practice room is always crowded at any given time. Especially in the Secret Service Bureau, the training room is free to use, so it is even more crowded. As soon as there is a vacancy, it will be filled immediately. So, in the lounge, many people are queuing here waiting. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan had a privilege card. He just swiped the card and the super channel was immediately opened for him. A person's path is indeed more than 100 times better than others. Naturally, his peculiarity was also noticed by the people in the hall, and they all showed surprised expressions. Everyone was guessing who Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were. Boss, who are these two people? Even you have to queue here, but they can use the super lane? And they look so young. In the queuing hall, a slightly fat white-faced man said to a tall woman next to him. The woman had a very cold temperament. She sat on a chair with her arms around her chest, wearing a black combat suit. She has short hair that reaches her ears, sharp eyes, and a strong facial contour, giving people a very strong feeling. Hearing this, she also glanced at Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, but only at a glance before looking away. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to worry about yourself. If you fail this assessment, you will automatically leave my team, so that you don't blame me for not showing you favor later. Hearing this, the fat man's face suddenly turned even paler. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong had a smooth journey and entered the training room. The training room is of medium size, but not as big as the one in Baidi Yuling Academy. But at a glance, one could tell that it was more advanced than the training room at Baidi Yuling Academy, except that it lacked a little warmth. It only had a training room, not even a bed. But if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, the Secret Service is a place that emphasizes efficiency. Just swipe the card. The training room immediately started operating, the system was activated, and the welcoming voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Welcome to this training assistance session. We are happy to serve you. Special permissions have been enabled, and the latest optimized version can be used. Do you want to use it? Yes. Used successfully, you can start practicing now. Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment. Start the traceless cultivation mode. The traceless cultivation mode has been activated. The invisible practice mode is similar to the invisible browsing mode on a computer, which allows the practice room to not store all your practice data. This is a form of privacy protection. However, under normal circumstances, the Spirit Master will not turn on this function because there is no need to hide it. On the contrary, only with data can we make comparisons and have a clear understanding of our own strengths. Xiao Zhan chose to activate Wuwen mainly because he was worried that his origin of the secret realm would be leaked. This thing is too valuable, it's better if fewer people know about it. Then, Xiao Zhan said, start the body data scan. Yes, data scanning. Then a circle of light appeared, scanning back and forth over Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong's bodies. After a while, a row of data appeared in front of them. Chapter 88. What is the origin? Name, Xiao Zhan. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Muscle strength. Bone strength. Power of control, 2nd rank Spirit Control Master. Comprehensive physical strength, rank 2, upper level. Physical damage status, weak negligible. A series of data were presented, visible and invisible, concrete and abstract, all scanned out. Xiao Zhan was quite satisfied with the data, because the most important indicator here was the overall strength of the body. This is a conclusion drawn from a comprehensive analysis of various factors including mental strength, physical strength, explosive speed, endurance, etc. It may not be completely accurate, but the judgment is basically correct. The meaning of this second-grade superior is that among the many second-grade spirit masters, his physical strength exceeds the average strength and reaches a relatively excellent level. This was within Xiao Zhan's expectations. After all, he had experienced the tempering in the blood pool and the strengthening of the spiritual fruit. However, being just superior is not enough, there is still room for improvement. Speaking of which, what the hell is this body damage being so weak? Xiao Zhan was a little confused. But don't worry too much, because there is a prompt at the end that you can ignore. It means there is nothing serious wrong. He thought about it and wondered if it was because of the cut on his chest during the battle with Zhao Long. Are you physically impaired to this extent? Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Yulong's data curiously. As a result, when he saw it, he was stunned. Fuck, you have 3060? Blurt out. Open your eyes wide. I can't believe it. The old saying is absolutely true, a man's eyes are like a car with navigation, he can always find the C position among many parking spaces at a glance. Xiao Zhan just took a casual glance, and his eyes were immediately filled with the two characters 36D. Yi Yulong was startled by his exaggerated voice. When he came to his senses, his face flushed with shame and his heart beat fast. He quickly waved his hand to hide the data, and looked at Xiao Zhan with a look of shame, anger, and resentment. Are you not sure whether it is 3060? You still ask me? You often measure the size before going to bed at night. Seeing that Xiao Zhan's eyes were still looking back and forth between her and the string of numbers, Yi Yulong couldn't help it. She stretched out her delicate little hand, went to the soft flesh on Xiao Zhan's waist, and hit him hard. Ah! Xiao Zhan felt pain and came to his senses. Seeing Yi Yulong's angry expression, he immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing. With an awkward smile, he said, I'm not mocking you, I'm complimenting you. This cannot be blamed on Xiao Zhan's loss of composure, it can only be blamed on his lack of common sense. He only knew that his wife had a good figure, but he didn't know how good it was. It's just a feeling, no data. Now that I see it, I finally understand it. You still say that? Yi Yulong twisted it hard again. Fortunately, there were only two of them here, and only the two of them could hear the private conversation. Otherwise, Yi Yulong might really give him a sickle, causing the damage to his body to go from mild to severe. Xiao Zhan quickly begged for mercy. This man was hard all over his body except for the soft flesh around his waist. Seeing him in pain, Yi Yulong felt distressed again and quickly let go of his hand. However, when she let go, she also took a sneak peek at Xiao Zhan's data. When she saw this, she almost let out a cry of surprise. His face flushed and he turned away in panic. Xiao Zhan didn't notice her abnormality. After joking, he took out the Secret Realm Origin and said to the artificial intelligence, "Scan the Secret Realm Origin's energy intensity and analyze the success rate of absorption." Scanning, energy intensity comparison is excellent. Success rate analysis in progress, experimental data is insufficient, so accurate analysis is impossible. Preliminary assessment, 50% success rate. Only 50%? This is not high. Xiao Zhan was surprised. The reason why the origin of the secret realm is called the origin is because after it is absorbed by the spirit master or the spirit of the weapon, it does not improve the physical strength or the level of the power of control, but transforms and reshapes the core origin of the spirit master or the spirit of the weapon. What is the core origin of the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon? In layman's terms, it can be talent, potential, or bloodline. In short, it is a combination of various factors that affect strength. It was mentioned before that if an F-level waste can successfully absorb the origin of the secret realm, then he will have a smooth journey, no bottleneck in his cultivation, and become a strong man. The fundamental reason is that the transformation of the origin of the secret realm has reshaped his origin, causing him to undergo an essential change. In cultivation, a person's origin is like a bowl. Different sizes determine different future achievements. The power of control is like water, slowly accumulating in a bowl. Spiritual fruits and elixirs are external water, which can quickly fill the bowl. But the bowl is so small, no matter how much water you put in it, it won't help. Unless the size of the bowl is changed, and the origin is to change it, expand the capacity, and be able to hold more water, the strength will be greater. Therefore, because the origin of the secret realm directly acts on the core origin of the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon, the factors that affect whether it can be absorbed are mainly the invisible factors potential in the body. These factors cannot be determined by oneself, but can be preliminarily detected through artificial intelligence. However, generally speaking, talent is proportional to success rate. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong have the strongest SSS-level talents, but absorbing the origin of the secret realm is still half dangerous. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if it were someone else? That's why Xiao Zhan felt that the success rate was low. But in fact, a 50% success rate is not low. This is something that can change a person's destiny and is enough to achieve a class transition. The chance of death is only 50%. Is it low? If those F-level people knew about this, I'm afraid that even if 100 people came, all of them would be willing to gamble. Xiao Zhan only felt it was low because he was too talented. Is there any way to improve the success rate? Xiao Zhan asked the artificial intelligence. Special privilege. You have one chance to use perfect prediction. Once used, your success rate will increase to 90%. Do you wish to use it? Use. Xiao Zhan did not hesitate, without even thinking about it. Although I don't know what this perfect prediction is, why not use it if it can increase the success rate by 40% at once? It's 90%. Although there is still a little danger, Xiao Zhan has to go. Nothing in the world is 100% safe. Even drinking water can cause choking to death. 90% is enough. I didn't expect that the privilege card Qin Wanfeng gave me would be so useful. It even has this function. It's really amazing. Xiao Zhan sighed, thankfully he had asked for Qin Wanfeng's card at that time. Perfect prediction application in progress. Application successful, supporting materials in preparation. Preparation successful, absorption assistance can now begin, please prepare. Chapter 89. The special feature of special authority, perfect anticipation. Then, a pool like a bathtub appeared in front of Xiao Zhan. It is filled with transparent liquid, sparkling and emitting a very cool scent. Following the instructions of the artificial intelligence, Xiao Zhan did not hesitate and immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the liquid. Suddenly, a cool feeling came over me, as if it penetrated through my pores and went directly into my bone marrow. Xiao Zhan felt his body temperature drop. Yi Yulong did not turn into a spirit of the weapon this time, but also entered the liquid and soaked with Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan then released the contract space, absorbed the origin of the secret realm into it, and then he and Yi Yulong jointly activated the power of control to begin absorbing it. As they started, the liquid in the pool suddenly began to increase, slowly submerging Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. At the same time, above their heads, a transparent glass enclosed the entire pool. In this way, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were locked in the vessel like experimental subjects. However, Xiao Zhan did not feel suffocated at all. Soaking in this liquid, he could breathe as smoothly as outside. His mental energy was focused on absorbing the origin of the secret realm. Following the guidance of the power of control, he immediately felt a powerful force rushing into his body, like a wild bull, charging around. Meridians, flesh, bones, blood, cells, every part of the body was filled with powerful energy in an instant. Puff! In just that instant, his body exploded with blood, instantly dyeing the entire pool red. Xiao Zhan was almost knocked unconscious by the sudden impact. With such a terrifying impact, they still said there was a 90% success rate? I'm afraid it would be good if we could get 10%? The muscles are torn, the bones seem to be beaten, the blood is squeezed, and the nerves are blown, stretched and plucked. At this moment, Xiao Zhan felt that no part of his body belonged to him, and his soul was trembling. Opposite him, Yi Yulong was feeling just as miserable as he was. Both of them were going through extraordinary torture. Just when Xiao Zhan felt that he could no longer bear it, his body felt like it was burning in flames and was about to explode. Suddenly, a cool feeling penetrated into his body from all over his skin, calming his restless heart. It was those liquids that worked. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong felt refreshed all of a sudden. The coolness from the explosion was really comfortable. Is this the auxiliary effect of perfect prediction? It's really powerful. As his body and mind stabilized, Xiao Zhan gained energy and began to devote all his efforts to absorbing the origin of this secret realm. At the same time, Secret Service, Data Monitoring Center. A monitoring staff member's breathing became tense when he saw the abnormal data coming out of the simulated training room where Xiao Zhan was. He quickly connected to the director's communication. Director, abnormal data has been received from the mimicry training room. A large amount of medicine has been transferred into the spiritual fluid storage center, and it is still being delivered continuously. What? Send me the data right now. Yes. Director's office. A middle-aged man was frowning at this moment because the data sent from the testing center was too shocking for him. Isn't this a training aid potion that can only be used by those with the special clearance, perfect prediction? How could this be? This is Director Qin's ID card. Could it be that he's practicing on his own? Is he about to take that step? Just as he was wondering, a voice suddenly came from the door. Director Qin wants to see you. Director Qin? The director was immediately confused. Isn't Director Qin in the mimicry training room? Why did he come to see me? Old Zhang, who are you talking about in the mimicry training room? Am I not here? Qin Wanfeng walked in directly from the door. Director Zhang saw him and immediately stood up from his seat, saying in surprise, Director Qin, you're not in the mimicry training room? What do you mean? Qin Wanfeng immediately noticed something was wrong from his tone and expression. Director Zhang immediately showed the abnormal data to Qin Wanfeng. Qin Wanfeng was still a little confused, but after reading the data, his expression changed instantly. What did this kid do in there? Qin Wanfeng couldn't help but shout out in disbelief. Xiao Zhan actually used the perfect prediction authority to obtain this abnormal data. Damn it, how is this possible? Qin Wanfeng slammed the table in anger. What is he doing in there? Qin Wanfeng's first reaction was endless anger. He just gave him the ID card to make things more convenient for him, but he didn't expect that he would use the perfect prediction. That was the one he kept for himself. It took him nearly 10 years to accumulate enough merit points to be able to use the perfect prediction this time. Xiao Zhan. Qin Wanfeng gnashed his teeth, his eyes gleaming with anger, and he wished he could cut Xiao Zhan into pieces. But in the end, after a few minutes, Qin Wanfeng calmed down. Alas, this is fate. Qin Wanfeng's heart was in turmoil, and he had thousands of words to say, but in the end, they just turned into a sigh and rolled out from his throat. The matter is already a fait accompli. What's the point of him getting angry now? Besides, it was his own fault for not giving enough reminders, so how could he blame Xiao Zhan? But at this moment, his eyes seemed a little cloudy. Director Qin, do you want to stop the people inside? I can cut off the supply of medicine now. Director Zhang said angrily when he saw Qin Wanfeng's expression. He knew what perfect prediction meant to Qin Wanfeng. Its importance is no less than his life. No. It must not be broken. Qin Wanfeng said quickly. Although he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, he knew that this was definitely a critical moment for Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, and the supply of medicine must not be cut off. Because if you want to use the perfect prediction permission, you can't just use it. It also needs to be evaluated by artificial intelligence and determined to be really needed before it can be used. Generally speaking, those who use the authority of perfect prediction will think that there must be great risks in cultivation. Therefore, it must not be interrupted, otherwise Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong will be in danger of their lives. Director Zhang, retrieve the cultivation data of the people inside. Qin Wanfeng was worthy of being the director, and he quickly suppressed his emotions. He just wanted to know what Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were doing in there. Even if you force yourself to absorb the 6th grade spiritual fruit, you won't need so many potions. At present, this amount is almost more than half of the total amount of auxiliary drugs stored by the Secret Service. Of course, he wanted to know so much because he was really worried about the safety of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. I'm sorry, Director Qin, the person inside has activated the traceless cultivation mode and cannot be switched out. Director Zhang tried to adjust it and was a little surprised. He even activated the traceless cultivation mode. Did he guess that it would cause such a big impact? Qin Wanfeng was also surprised to hear this. Was he deliberately not wanting him to know? What the hell are they doing in there? Director Qin, who is this person here? Director Zhang couldn't help but ask curiously. An ID card can be stolen, but it can never be used. In his opinion, since someone inside used Qin Wanfeng's ID card, it meant that Qin Wanfeng must have allowed it. Qin Wanfeng's frustrated yet helpless look made him realize that the person inside was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, Qin Wanfeng would never give his ID card to that person, let alone show such a compromising look. Director Zhang became increasingly curious. Old Qin, is this your most proud disciple, Wuya? Just after guessing, he shook his head and said, wait, it can't be her. Given her current situation, there's no need to use perfect prediction. Old Qin, who is he? Tell me, just enduring this isn't your style. That's perfect prediction. You spent nearly 10 years to exchange it for it, and you're just giving it away like that? Chapter 90, Start with a bowl and become the emperor. Director Zhang kept asking questions, and Qin Wanfeng became impatient. Alright, stop asking. Can't you find out who he is yourself? The surveillance cameras are all watching. Qin Wanfeng was speechless now. He didn't expect that just a small negligence would waste his 10 years of preparation. But this can't be blamed on him. How could he have imagined that Xiao Zhan's practice would lead to the use of perfect prediction that even artificial intelligence would judge as a success? He didn't even think Xiao Zhan would need this kind of thing. Alas, I just hope nothing happens to this kid. Qin Wanfeng is now praying in his heart. Perfect prediction can assist people in their cultivation to the greatest extent possible and avoid uncontrollable and dangerous situations. However, it is not 100% safe and there are still risks. At the same time, in the simulated training room, Xiao Zhan was completely immersed in absorbing the essence of the secret realm. He had no idea how much shock the use of perfect prediction had caused to those leaders. Time just passes by like this. A week passed. Office of the Director of the Secret Service. Qin Wanfeng stared at the data changes in the simulated training room with a serious expression. It's been a week and it's not over yet. What on earth are they doing in there? Just then, a communication came from Director Zhang. Director Qin, the supply of perfect prediction medicine has run out. If these two little guys can't finish it today, the supply will be automatically cut off. What on earth are they cultivating? This perfect prediction of energy consumption is simply terrifying. When the old director broke through from the 6th rank to the 7th rank, he didn't consume this much. Director Shang's voice was filled with shock. The privilege of perfect anticipation is rarely used, and may not be encountered for several years. One reason is that ordinary people simply cannot get this privilege. In the entire Secret Service, there are only 2 or 3 people who have this privilege. Secondly, even if you receive this privilege, you may not be able to use it. This is because it must be evaluated by artificial intelligence and approved only after it determines that you meet the necessary conditions for use. In layman's terms, this necessary condition for use means that if you don't use perfect prediction, you will most likely die. Just like when Xiao Zhan was using it, artificial intelligence made an application, and this application was actually an evaluation with big data. After Xiao Zhan entered the potion pool, his body exploded into a bloody mist and he almost died. This was the result that confirmed the passing of the assessment. This is also the reason why Xiao Zhan thought his success rate was only 10% when he experienced that kind of pain, and not 50% at all. As for why the figure was 50%, it was purely because of insufficient experimental data. However, the artificial intelligence also took this into consideration, so it shifted the weights during the evaluation and ultimately gave Xiao Zhan the result of application successful. Qin Wanfeng couldn't help but frown as he listened to Director Seng's words. If all the perfect prediction auxiliary potions of the Secret Service have been used up and Xiao Zhan and the others have not finished, then Qin Wanfeng will have no choice. This medicine is expensive to make. Although it is rarely used, the amount produced is also small. Even if we rush to make it now, there is no way. Qin Wanfeng felt deeply depressed and looked out the window. The only thing he could do now was to pray that everything would go well. In the mimicry training room, the auxiliary potion that Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong soaked in turned from clear at the beginning to blood red, and now, it turned clear again. And in the secret origin of his contract space, after 7 days, only a little faint light remained. It will soon be completely absorbed by Xiao Zhan. About an hour later, the last glimmer of light disappeared. Then the closed pool was opened, and the clear potion began to fade away. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong also opened their eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw a hint of fear and a hint of joy in each other's eyes. During the 7 days of absorption, in addition to the initial severe pain, I experienced various soul-touching pains afterwards. There were several times when they almost couldn't make it, but at every critical moment, the auxiliary potion would provide them with great help and help them resist the pain. It can be said that if it were not for the help of auxiliary potions, Xiao Zhan and the others would definitely not be able to hold on and would fail to absorb. This time, it was really thanks to this privilege of perfect anticipation. Xiao Zhan sighed and said that he had to collect Qin Wanfeng's ID card, otherwise they would not dare to absorb the origin of such a secret realm. The two of them decided to thank Qin Wanfeng later. Afterwards, the two walked out of the pool. Their clothes were dry and the artificial intelligence directly extracted the excess water molecules on the clothes. After coming out, Xiao Zhan felt his body. I just felt relaxed all over, like a clear river flowing, without any feeling of blockage at all. From the inside out, from body to soul, his entire being seemed to have been sublimated. He activated the power of control a little more, and suddenly it became smoother than ever before. The power of control gushed out like water using a pressure pump. Just a slight movement and it was pushed to the extreme. This speed of operation surprised Xiao Zhan, because in this way, Xiao Zhan could display powerful control skills in the fastest time when fighting with others. Shorten the pre-swing time and make it hard to guard against. He carefully felt other situations and found that not only the speed of the control force increased, but the delivery volume of each circle also increased. In addition, the energy purity contained in the power of control has also been improved, as well as the endurance of the meridians, the filtering efficiency of the contract space, the strength of the space, and countless other changes. All these changes made Xiao Zhan extremely happy. The only disappointment was that the total amount of control power did not increase at all. On the contrary, it decreased a lot, just maintaining the realm threshold of a second-grade spirit controller. But this cannot be considered a disappointment. Because this seems to be a reduction, but in fact it is also an enhancement. After all, although the total amount is smaller, the quality of the defensive power has been improved. The result is that the same trick of fish lantern soul attracting now not only requires less energy but is also more powerful. Coupled with these changes in operating speed, Xiao Zhan's control skills will become faster and more powerful. The enemy simply can't bear it. This is the reshaping from the source. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh. It is worthy of being a transformation that directly acts on the core essence of the human body. Although his strength at the moment has not been greatly improved, his combat power has doubled. Previously, Xiao Zhan fought against 100 first-grade spirit masters. So now, the starting number is at least 200. This is the reshaping from the core origin. You start with a bowl, and become the emperor directly after reshaping it. Chapter 91, Comprehending Space Skills, Dimensional Space. Simply calm down. Then, Xiaozhen took out the two spiritual fruits and herbs he obtained in the Bitey secret realm, the Black Bana and the Death Lantern Eye. Black Bana can enhance the concentration of Death Aura and improve spiritual power. In addition to enhancing Death Aura, Death Lantern Eye can also strengthen the eyes of the Spirit Master. These two spiritual objects are almost not dangerous and can be absorbed with confidence. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong each took one. He ate the Death Lantern Eye and Yi Yulong ate the Black Spider Lily. The two of them have a life and death contract. It doesn't matter who eats it, the main reason for each person to eat one is that it comes faster. After eating the Death Lantern Eye, you will immediately feel a ball of gentle energy gathering around your eyes, like being gently massaged, and you can clearly feel the changes. After a while, this feeling disappeared, and when I opened my eyes again, the most intuitive feeling was that my vision became clearer. He plans to let artificial intelligence test how far it can see. But at this moment, his mind suddenly perked up, as if there was something extra, but when he recalled carefully, there was nothing there. It's like a shooting star passing by, giving people an illusion. He turned to look at Yi Yulong, because he knew it was not an illusion. Yi Yulong also turned to look at him. The two of them were connected in many aspects, so she also felt the spark of lightning just now. A black flower. Yi Yulong said. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with surprise. That feeling just now was a flash of inspiration from the control technique, which can only be realized under special circumstances. I didn't expect that absorbing this black bianhua would lead to such a low probability event. Xiao Zhan felt that he was so lucky. The black-red spider lily is not a skill-based spiritual fruit. It is often used for direct absorption, and is occasionally used as a material for the advancement of weapon spirits. Only when it is used as a material and integrated with the spirit of the weapon, there is a slight chance that the inspiration of the control skill will appear. This slight chance, to say it was 1 in 10,000, wouldn't be an exaggeration. But now, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were only absorbing it directly, and they were able to gain this little bit of understanding. All I can say is, his comprehension is incredible. I think it is very likely that the origin of the secret realm has transformed our core, which led to this momentary understanding. Yi Yulong said. Xiao Zhan agreed with her statement, but he felt that this was only part of the story. Core transformation could improve comprehension ability, but it could not improve it so strongly. Compared to this practical reason, he would rather believe that he is just too lucky. Luck. That is a person's true strength. Xiao Zhan had long discovered that his luck had never been bad since he signed the life and death contract with Yi Yulong. No matter what, since this hint of understanding has appeared, it is an opportunity for us to enhance our strength. It's a pity that there is only this one black-red spider lily, otherwise, we might be able to fully comprehend it quickly. Xiao Zhan said. Skills like this one gained through spiritual fruits sometimes cannot be fully comprehended in one go, so the speed of comprehension can be increased by consuming them multiple times. Otherwise, you can slowly understand it over time through that hint of inspiration. It's okay. This kind of thing is hard to come by. We still have a lot of time, so take it slow. Yi Yulong comforted. Although there were many control skills in the notes that Yi Wuming left for them, it didn't seem to be a big deal if this one was missing. But you have to know that the control skills are the most powerful only when you comprehend them yourself. Now Yi Yulong is in the weapon spirit form and has not yet started to advance. They can learn and use Yi Wuming's control skills. However, once Yi Yulong's weapon spirit begins to advance and is inlaid with and expanded with other attributes, the control skills left by Yi Wuming may no longer be of any use. Therefore, for Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, although this flash of inspiration was weak, it was of extraordinary significance. Don't think too much about it for now. There are still a few spiritual fruits left. Let's absorb them first. Xiao Zhan said this and took out a translucent spiritual fruit. This spiritual fruit is exactly the 6th grade spiritual fruit that Song Chuan used as a bet, the Space Soul Spirit Fruit. This is a skill-type spiritual fruit. After eating it, there is a chance to comprehend space-type skills. Xiao Zhan looked at it with a fiery gaze. The skill probability of this spiritual fruit is not comparable to that of the black-red spider lily. According to big data statistics from artificial intelligence on people who have taken this spiritual fruit, the probability of directly comprehending a complete skill after eating this spiritual fruit is about 10%. This is a fairly high probability. There is a saying that goes, space is supreme, time is king. Space-related skills are what almost all spirit masters yearn for, and Xiao Zhan is no exception. He picked up the space soul fruit with a burning gaze and murmured, "I hope my good luck can continue," he said, and then he swallowed the spiritual fruit in a few mouthfuls. Afterwards, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to immerse himself in the understanding. This kind of skill-based spiritual fruit will generally give people some insights, which are more or less different, and it is very rare for people to have an embarrassing situation where they feel nothing. Therefore, Xiao Zhan must devote himself wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Yi Yulong, who was standing next to him, also picked up some of the remaining enhancement-type spiritual fruits and absorbed them together. Men and women working together make work less tiring. Harmony of yin and yang leads to becoming an immortal or a Buddha. At the same time, Director's office. Qin Wanfeng looked at the data that had calmed down and finally breathed a sigh of relief. These two little guys finally stopped. If they continue like this, my heart won't be able to bear it. He relaxed in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. These two guys have taken advantage of me so much. I'm afraid they won't be able to do that unless they stay and work for me for 2 years. Another week later, Xiao Zhan, who was sitting cross-legged in practice, suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Then he stretched out his hand in the air, and an inch in front of his hand, the space began to twist like ripples. Then Xiao Zhan picked up a spiritual fruit and threw it towards the distorted space. The next second, a magical scene happened. When the spiritual fruit touched the distorted space, it disappeared. Disappeared out of thin air, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhan's face suddenly showed surprise. I'm so lucky. I actually comprehended the spatial skill, the dimensional space, all at once. The excited words reached Yi Yulong's ears, and her bright eyes couldn't help but reveal joy. Immediately afterwards, her hand stretched out in the same way as Xiao Zhan's, and an identical distorted space appeared. She reached in and her hand looked like it was being swallowed. But she only swallowed half of it, then took it out again, and then there was an extra spiritual fruit in her hand. This spiritual fruit was exactly the one that Xiao Zhan had just put in. Yi Yulong was extremely delighted. It's indeed a spatial skill. It's like a bug. With this dimensional space, everything we do will be much more convenient in the future. She thought of the battle for the secret realm some time ago. If this kind of skill existed at that time, they could just bring in some things and carry out a crushing massacre. Yes, from now on we don't have to be conspicuous bags anymore. When we enter the secret realm, we don't have to worry about not having enough space to put our things. Xiao Zhan agreed. As a world where power is respected, Xiao Zhan has always complained about the lack of things like space rings. This is so inconvenient. You have to carry several large lumps with you wherever you go, as if you are afraid that others don't know that you are wealthy. Now, finally I have this skill. From now on, you won't have to worry about killing people, robbing goods, or seizing opportunities. Especially the secret place, my mom no longer has to worry about me not being able to move everything. Listening to Xiao Zhan's words, Yi Yulong couldn't help but frown, remembering that he had been dominated by Xiao Zhan's clever intelligence twice. Yes, I won't be used as a carrying pole anymore. Chapter 92 Rewards are issued, a banner and 500 yuan? The training room hall. Wu Ya and a male spirit master walked out of the training room. When passing by the training room, he subconsciously took a look at the usage of the training room, and his eyes focused on an advanced training room. It showed that the training room had been used continuously for 15 days, 3 hours and 8 minutes, and the countdown was still going on. What's wrong? Asked the man next to him. He is a man wearing glasses, with a thin figure and a soft face, giving people a very gentle feeling. His name is Su Wen. There was a red pattern between his eyebrows, exactly the same as the one between Wu Ya's eyebrows. Obviously, he and Wu Ya signed a life and death contract. Nothing. Wu Ya spoke in a calm tone and walked outside. Su Wen naturally knew Wu Ya very well. He glanced at the room and the time and said, I heard that the people using this room are called Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, and they are using the teacher's ID card. It's none of my business. I know, I'm just explaining it to you. At this moment, the time in the room suddenly stopped. Not long after, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were seen appearing in the privileged passage. The appearance of the two naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. It's been 15 days, and these two people finally came out. It's really a privilege. Someone sighed. Yes, the merit points they consumed in 15 days are more than I have consumed in my entire life. Whose family are these two people from? I've never seen them before. Sighs were heard one after another. Seeing this scene, a gleam of light flashed in Wu Ya's eyes, and she couldn't help but look at Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Su Wen next to him added, I heard that these two people even used the teacher's special privilege, perfect prediction. Hearing this, Wu Ya's pupils shrank noticeably. But she has a strong ability to control her emotions. You don't have to tell me this. I know, I just wanted to say it. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong walked out of the training hall. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, I was summoned by Qin Wanfeng. Xiao Zhan placed all the spiritual fruits into the dimensional space and glanced at Yi Yulong. It's just right. It's time for us to leave here. Yi Yulong nodded. They have been here for more than a month and a half. Although they have gained a lot, the academy is the most suitable place for them at this stage. So they came to Qin Wanfeng's office. Qin Wanfeng saw the two energetic people appear. He hadn't seen them for more than 10 days, and he felt that something big seemed to have happened to Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. But when you feel it carefully, you can't feel it at all. How's the harvest? Good. With so many spiritual fruits and such a big commotion, I thought you were going to break through to the 3rd level. The difference in realm is greater than a chasm. Breaking through is not that easy. It's not that easy, but others don't have as many resources as you do. When he said this, Qin Wanfeng's tone was a little sour. It took less than 2 months for Xiao Zhan, the kid, to break through to the 2nd level after awakening. In other words, it takes more than 20 days to reach 1 level. This terrifying cultivation speed is not as fast as that of the former god of war Yi Wuming. This has completely broken the fastest cultivation record in history. The key point is that he and Yi Yulong both broke through to the 2nd level, which is worth considering. Moreover, these two people have so many spiritual fruits, so many that it's outrageous. I earned this through my own ability. Xiao Zhan's tone was a little cold. He thought Qin Wanfeng wanted him to make a contribution. Don't be nervous. I don't mean to ask you to hand it over. Qin Wanfeng knew that he had misunderstood. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have thought so. But now that you've said that, I'm starting to suspect you're setting me up. Ha ha. Qin Wanfeng laughed loudly. You used my privilege, so it's not too much for me to set a trap for you, right? You wanted to give it to me yourself. Xiao Zhan spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Then I didn't ask you to use perfect prediction, did I? When talking about this, Qin Wanfeng couldn't help but get emotional. Forget it, let's not talk about this. He waved his hand again to clear his emotions, then asked, what are your plans next? Back to school. I have a suggestion. No suggestions. Qin Wanfeng was suddenly choked and his teeth itched, and he clenched his fists. I haven't even said anything, and you don't accept my advice. He had dealt with so many troublemakers under his command, but Xiao Zhan always managed to challenge his limits. Just listen to what I have to say first. He took a deep breath. You've performed a great service for the Federation this time. I was originally going to award you a first-class Medal of Merit, but since you broke the law before, your merits and demerits are offset. But don't worry, even though you'll lose your merits, you'll still receive every bit of the rewards you deserve. What reward? Yes. Qin Wanfeng handed Xiao Zhan a box. Xiao Zhan took it and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. It turned out to be a banner in 500 federal coins. Depend on. It's already been 128 years in the new calendar, and the inheritance hasn't been broken yet? Thank Uncle Song for his great efforts on my behalf. Xiao Zhan's smile was sincere. He had not forgotten that when Song Chaoan left, he said that he would get him an extremely generous reward. Ah, this banner is really generous. There's no need to put on that smile that's uglier than crying. There's no one else here, so you can show your unhappiness. Qin Wanfeng said. No, I'm very happy. Xiao Zhan's smile became even more sincere. Qin Wanfeng was too lazy to say more and took out another card. The silk banner and 500 yuan are traditions. This is a symbolic ceremony of honor and it is a must. The real reward is that you can enter the secret realm anytime, anywhere, unconditionally, and obtain what you need. Besides these, there are some other things, but I won't go into detail one by one, as they won't mean much to you. In addition, the Federation will also combine your name and Yi Yulong's name to name the secret realm we are fighting for, and name it the Zhanlong Secret Realm. After hearing his words, Xiao Zhan's smile was truly sincere this time. This reward is quite substantial. Thank the Federation for me. But the name is a bit unpleasant. Zhanlong, am I going to kill my own wife? Xiao Zhan suggested, could you please help me apply for it? Just call it Yulong's Secret Realm. It's just a name. It has been announced and cannot be changed. Besides, if I ask you to kill your wife, would you really do it? Xin Wanfeng said indifferently. That's definitely not the case. That's all. Xin Wanfeng spread his hands. The name isn't important. What's important is what's inside. You can go in any time. This is a unique privilege in the entire Federation. Chapter 93, Joining the Secret Service. Xiao Zhan chuckled. Actually, what he wanted to say was that the things inside were not important. He has taken the most precious origin of the secret realm. What else is important in it? What is this card? Xiao Zhan changed the subject and picked up the card Qin Wanfeng had just given him. This card looks a bit like Qin Wanfeng's ID card. This is the Secret Service ID card. It's the federal government's recognition of you. With this card, you can enjoy various benefits within the Secret Service. ID card? Xiao Zhan looked up at Qin Wanfeng. So you want us to join your Secret Service? Isn't my Secret Service good? Qin Wanfeng asked in return. Graduates from the 4 major colleges will enter various federal departments. My Secret Service has good benefits, free food and accommodation, high salaries, and low risk. It's a very popular department, the absolute first choice. So many people are vying to get in. You haven't even graduated yet, but you can join the Secret Service. This is only possible because I risked my reputation and applied for it. Besides, it's not a bad thing for you to join the Secret Service right now. The training facilities here are no worse than those in the academy, and there are more opportunities for training. Only through fighting can you grow faster. Listening to his words, Xiao Zhan's expression was calm. He didn't really want to stay in the Secret Service. His idea was to join the army directly after graduation, because the Yi family was a military family and this was the path he had to take. Of course, this is also the path he likes to take. The same is true for Yi Yulong. Although the Special Service Bureau is also a combat position, it involves too many internal and interpersonal matters, which Xiao Zhan does not like very much. He doesn't like fighting with people because it's too restrictive. He likes fighting with monsters and beasts. It's either you die or I die. What are your thoughts? Tell me. Qin Wanfeng had seen countless people and could see that Xiao Zhan was a little hesitant. Yu Taiki and I wanted to join the military, not stay in the Secret Service. Xiao Zhan also said it directly. Hearing this answer, Qin Wanfeng nodded without showing any surprise. It's normal for you to want to join the army. You come from a military family. Your Yi family won't agree to let you go anywhere else. But this doesn't conflict with your stay in the Secret Service. You haven't graduated yet, right? Xiao Zhan replied, I think it won't be long before we graduate. Graduation from the 4 major academies is not calculated based on time, but on strength. As long as you reach the level of a 3rd grade Spirit Master, you can graduate. Don't think that the 3rd grade strength is low. This combat power is absolutely the backbone of the world. You know, based on the lowest B-level talented students admitted by the 4 major academies, their average graduation time is about 5 or 6 years. After graduation, they can directly take up small management positions. In this world, 90% of the soldiers in the army, the main force that fights against monsters, are only 1st grade Spirit Masters. Therefore, the 3rd rank is an absolutely powerful force. When Qin Wanfeng heard Xiao Zhan's answer, he was a little surprised at his speed, but after thinking about it, it was reasonable. With Xiao Zhan and the others' terrifying cultivation speed, it really wouldn't take long. He smiled and said, That's fine. Stay as long as you can. If you want to leave at that time, I will definitely not stop you. Xiao Zhan was silent. Why do you insist on letting us stay? Hearing this question, Qin Wanfeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, The path of a genius must always be somewhat unique. For people like you, staying in the academy is actually just a waste of time. I can say with certainty that if you return to the academy, you will not grow better than I did here. Xiao Zhan could not deny this, it was the truth. After all, the academy is an academy, and it focuses more on the growth of strength. The Secret Service, on the other hand, focuses more on actual combat capability than strength. With Xiao Zhan and Yi Yolong's cultivation speed, they will not lack strength. What they need more is the combat power that can adapt to this world. And the Secret Service can give them this opportunity. Of course, you can also join the army. But the army is even more dangerous. If you are unlucky, you will die in the mouth of a monster before you grow up. And the Secret Service is obviously a good place for transition. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were discussing in the consciousness space. After a while, they both decided to stay for the time being. But what's in it for me? Xiao Zhan stared into Qin Wanfeng's eyes. Qin Wanfeng was suddenly startled, and his slightly raised eyebrows made him a little slow to react. Benefit? After a few seconds, he suddenly understood, shook his head and smiled softly. You kid, you only think about benefits. My Secret Service made an exception to let you in. Isn't this benefit enough? He thought of the first time he met Xiao Zhan. At that time, Xiao Zhan asked what the benefits of participating in the battle for the secret realm were. I thought it was a joke at the time and didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that this is the boy's nature. No gain, no early rise. No wonder he could pick so many spiritual fruits. Xiao Zhan chuckled and waved the ID card in his hand. The fact that you prepared this card for me in advance instead of asking me first is enough to prove that you can still give me some benefits. Have to. This brat is really smart. What should I do if he suddenly feels a little regretful about keeping him? Will he drain all the resources of his own Secret Service? Your card has been given adjusted permissions. Aside from a few top-level privileges, it's no different from my ID card. Is that enough? It's just enough. Xiao Zhan was a little disappointed. Of course, it's just an act. Qin Wanfeng snorted, thinking he was being ungrateful after getting the advantage. Let me introduce two people to you. He pressed a communication button. After a while, two people walked in. There was a man and a woman. The man wore glasses and looked very gentle. The woman had short, sharp hair and a very strong temperament. There is a pattern between their eyebrows. It was Wu Ya and Su Wen. It was the first time that Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong saw these two people. They looked a little curious, especially when they saw the life and death contracts on their foreheads, which was rare in the Secret Service Bureau. Wu Ya and Su Wen were a little concerned about Xiao Zhan and the other one. I was a little surprised to see them here. Teacher, are you looking for us? Wu Ya and Su Wen said in unison. Teacher? This title made Xiao Zhan even more curious. Qin Wanfeng was actually their teacher. Qin Wanfeng nodded and began to introduce them. Wu Ya, Su Wen, they are my students and also the captains of the first team of the combat unit Special Forces. These two are Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. You should already know them. It was they who represented our federation and achieved the final victory in this battle for the secret realm. Chapter 94 9th Level Realm, 9th Level Divine Control. Hello. The four of them simply asked hello. Neither of the two girls extended their hands to shake hands. Only Xiao Zhan and Su Wen shook hands a little awkwardly. As soon as the two came into contact, they saw the look of comrades in arms in each other's eyes. Suddenly the affinity increased greatly. Xiao Zhan, you two will be under their care for the time being. Your main focus should be cultivation. Occasionally, there will be some less dangerous missions, so you can join them. After saying that, Qin Wanfeng turned to Wu Ya and said, take good care of them and try to help them grow up quickly. Faced with Qin Wanfeng's arrangement, Wu Ya frowned and said, Teacher, the Special Forces team is not a place for growth, but a place for fighting. I don't think it's appropriate for you to let them join. The words were very direct, and no face was given to Qin Wanfeng. This is in line with her strong temperament. Qin Wanfeng's face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, this is an order, not a request for your opinion. Yes, teacher. Wu Ya immediately corrected her attitude, but from her stubborn posture it was still clear that she did not quite accept the order. Qin Wanfeng ignored her and just subconsciously glanced at Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. I snorted in my heart. The entire Secret Service will never allow a third person to ride on its head. Alright, you guys go ahead. There's been a missing persons incident lately that's been causing quite a stir. You two could take Xiao Zhan and the others to investigate and gain some experience. Yes, teacher. Then Wu Ya walked out of the office. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong looked at each other and followed him out. Wu Ya's dissatisfaction with Xiao Zhan and the others was directly expressed on her face. She didn't say a word along the way, nor did she show any willingness to obey Qin Wanfeng's wishes or take care of them. Su Wen's attitude, on the other hand, was very good, just like his temperament, gentle and proactive in talking to Xiao Zhan and the other two. But what he said were some unimportant things, mainly to ease the atmosphere. Brother, are you a henpecked man? Su Wen slowed down his pace and pulled Xiao Zhan to walk slowly at the back. Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was pulling him aside to whisper something, but it turned out to be just like this? A henpecked man? You are the henpecked one, your whole family is henpecked. Su Wen chuckled, brother, don't pretend. I can tell at a glance that you're a henpecked man. I'm the same as you. We're brothers in distress, so there's no need to hide it. Xiao Zhan quickly stopped talking. I wasn't being mean, I was just loving my wife. Unexpectedly, Su Wen gave him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with amazement. Brother, your ancestors are from Sichuan, right? Your bloodline is very pure. Depend on. Xiao Zhan was speechless. You are such a stupid husky, and your bloodline is pure. I'm really not a henpecked person. I understand. You don't need to explain. No alcoholic would admit that he is drunk. Xiao Zhan knew that this kind of thing was hard to explain. When someone determined that you were a henpecked person, any excuses you made would be useless. It will only make things worse. Even if Yi Yulong came to prove it, Su Wen would only think that Yi Yulong was giving face to Xiao Zhan in public. Okay, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't believe you came to me just to prove that I'm a henpecked man. What if I say yes? Boring. Xiao Zhan immediately sped up and moved away from this guy. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Similarly, if you stay with a henpecked man for too long, he will really become one. Su Wen quickly pulled him back and chuckled, it was just a joke. I actually wanted to tell you that Wu Ye doesn't have any bad intentions. She's just a strength freak. She simply can't stand seeing someone weaker than her on her team. She's not targeting you on purpose. Xiao Zhan understood. The new generation female version of Master Duan Shuilu. It's not about looking down on one person, but looking down on everyone. What's your level of strength? Xiao Zhan asked curiously. 4th rank. It turned out to be the 4th grade. Xiao Zhan was a little surprised. No wonder he was so arrogant. With the strength of the 4th rank, he did have some capital. As we all know, there are 9 levels of cultivation. But few people know that the 9 grades are further divided into detailed categories. Among them, the 1st to 3rd grades are called low grades, the 4th to 6th grades are called middle grades, and the 7th to 9th grades are called high grades. There is a very difficult to cross gap between low grade and medium grade. If you cross the 3rd grade realm and enter the 4th grade realm, your strength will have a qualitative leap. However, 80% of spirit masters are stuck at the 3rd level and will never be able to advance to the 4th level in their lifetime. Entering the 4th level is just the beginning, which means that you are qualified to join the ranks of the strong. Similarly, there is a gap between the 6th and 7th grades, and this gap is even greater. At this stage, another 80% of people will be eliminated. After successfully entering the 7th level, don't think that you can relax and think that you have entered the high-level stage and the 9th level is just around the corner. If you have this idea, you are totally wrong. Because the 7th rank is the beginning of your true entry into the ranks of the strong. After the 7th rank, each rank has a different name. The 7th rank is usually called the 7th rank Imperial Master, who can guard an area alone. Yi Wuming is a 7th rank Imperial Master. With his powerful strength, he alone killed many monsters on the border, frightening them so that they dared not attack. He thus created decades of peace. You can imagine how strong it is. The 8th rank is generally respected as the 8th rank Imperial Saint. Just this title is enough to protect the country for a lifetime. In the entire Federation, only one person had emerged so far. Yet, this one person had forcibly carved out a pure land in the demonic world, allowing human civilization to continue. As for the 9th rank, that was a realm derived from theoretical data by artificial intelligence, a legendary realm. Since the mutation, no such person had appeared in the world. Its realm is called the 9th rank Divine Control. According to artificial intelligence's speculation, if a 9th grade divine driver appears, all the monsters in the world will be eliminated, and humans will be able to return to the peaceful world of 100 years ago. Therefore, the 4th grade may seem to be only 1 grade higher than the 3rd grade, but its actual combat power is not just a little bit stronger, at least a little bit stronger. It can be said that Xiao Zhan now believes that if he faces a 3rd grade spirit controller, he is 100% sure that he can kill the opponent. And it's easy to kill the opponent. But if he faces a 4th grade spirit controller, he can only run. Maybe he can rely on his control skills to survive 1 or 2 moves, or maybe he can't survive any move at all. In short, Xiao Zhan had no confidence in defeating the 4th rank. However, after knowing this, Xiao Zhan was not at all shocked, but became even more excited. Because only the strong can guide others to become stronger. Soon, Xiao Zhan and the others followed Wu Ye to a large room similar to a warehouse. As soon as I came in, a fat white man ran up excitedly. "Boss, why did Director Qin ask you to go? Is there a mission? I'm almost going crazy." "Eh? Aren't these two?" Chapter 95 Special Forces Team 1. Halfway through his words, the fat man was stunned. "Isn't this Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong? These two people have become quite famous these days." It was not just a matter of competing for honor for the Federation, but also because the two of them used their special privileges to stay in the highest level training room for a full 15 days. 15 days? The amount of merit points consumed is something many of them cannot earn in their entire lives. This level of backdooring is like treating the Secret Service as your own home. Many of them even suspected at one point whether Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were Qin Wanfeng's illegitimate children. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Yuan, and I'm very happy to see you here." Fatty Lu Yuan immediately extended his hand to show his attitude. "Although I don't know why these two people appear here, it's always a good idea to build good relationships with them. Maybe I can experience the most advanced mimicry training room in the future." After all, although the mimic training room is free, it is only available in the main hall. For a single room like that, you need to exchange for merit points. To obtain merit points, you need to complete tasks. If you are greeted with a smile, of course you should smile back. Xiao Zhan also extended his hand to shake hands with him. After shaking hands, Lu Yuan reached out his hand to Yi Yulong again, a little impressed. "What a peerless beauty. I only took a quick glance at it when I was in the training hall before, and I was amazed at it at the time. Now that the real person is right in front of me, I know what a true beauty is. She is simply beyond words." But unfortunately, Yulong is not only incredibly beautiful, but also freezingly cold. In response to his goodwill, she just glanced at him coldly and gestured for him to go away. She really didn't give him any face at all. Lu Yuan was so embarrassed that he could only smile awkwardly, but fortunately Xiao Zhan came out in time to smooth things over. "This is my wife, Yi Yulong. She's a bit introverted, so don't take it too seriously." No, I understand." Lu Yuan said he understood, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. "You call her introverted? The look she gave me just now was icy cold from beginning to end. If I didn't have thick fat and little water, I would have been frozen into ice by her, okay?" He knew that Yi Yulong might have a bad temper, and was probably the same as their captain Wu Ye. He had to be careful with him in the future and not provoke him. At this time, hearing the noise, other people in the room also came out. Xiao Zhan took a look and saw that there were a total of 10 people, not including him and Yi Yulong, 5 men and 5 women, all wearing uniform clothes. Obviously, this should be the total number of people in this team. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, and they looked at these two people with a certain reputation with curiosity. After a while, someone couldn't help but ask, "Captain, can't you introduce these two people?" They knew that Wu Ye would not bring two people here for no reason. Wu Ye was packing her things. When she heard the question, she said without looking up, "Xiao Zhan, Yi Yulong, from now on, they will be members of our team." "What? Our team members?" Someone immediately couldn't help but question, "Captain, are you kidding? If I remember correctly, they are at most second-rank spirit masters. Why did they join our special forces? This is not a joke, this is an order. Even if it's an order, it won't work. A second-rank spirit master, who will protect you if you encounter danger during a mission? Isn't this just sending you here to die?" Wu Ye suddenly put down what he was holding and looked at the team member with a cold gaze. "This is an order." The team member choked and his face turned red. "But I didn't dare say anything. It is the duty of soldiers to obey orders, and the same goes for the Secret Service." However, even though he stopped talking, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He walked up to Xiao Zhan and warned him sternly, "Kid, I don't care how powerful your connections are, I advise you to leave the special forces. This is not the place to get rich. Be careful, you might die without knowing how. Remember, this is not a threat, it's a kind reminder." "Really? Thank you so much for your kind reminder. But your reminder seems to be of no use, because I'm not here to gild myself." Xiao Zhan smiled casually and didn't take his words to heart at all. Then he looked at Wu Ye. "Where is my new dormitory room?" Wu Ye looked at Xiao Zhan's confident reaction and, as always, showed her dislike. She said to Lu Yuan, "Take them to the dormitory." Okay, boss. Lu Yuan quickly took Xiao Zhan and the others away. The atmosphere was a bit subtle and it would be bad if a conflict occurred. In the Special Forces, few people have good tempers. After they left, the Special Forces members asked again, "Captain, are you really planning to keep them here?" Wu Ya was too lazy to answer them. She just took some documents and left. She doesn't like to talk nonsense. Especially repetitive nonsense. Several Special Forces members couldn't get an answer and didn't dare to continue questioning Wu Ya, so they could only turn their attention to Su Wen. Su Wen smiled gently. "This is Director Qin's order. Xiaoya has already objected, but it's useless." Of course they knew it was useless. With Wu Ya's temper, she wouldn't bring the person back even if he was useful. But they didn't understand. A second-rank spirit master with this strength coming to our team, isn't that just asking for death? Everyone in our team is in third rank? If Director Qin wants to give him a promotion, wouldn't it be better to send him directly to the second or third team? Su Wen said, "Didn't he say that he wasn't here to gild himself? It's not gold plating. Are you here to kill monsters?" Even monsters wouldn't believe this. "Anyway, when the time comes to go on a mission, I won't be teaming up with this encumbrance." "Alright, stop complaining. It's a done deal. If it can't be changed, we just have to accept it. He's our teammate, you can't say that." Su Wen interrupted his complaints and asked, "How are the recent missing persons cases progressing?" "There hasn't been much progress. We've sent 2 or 3 waves of people out, and we haven't found any useful information." "Okay, I understand. Increase the intensity." "Yes." Lu Yuan took Xiao Zhan and the other 2 to the dormitory. On the way, Lu Yuan asked curiously, "Brother, how did you come up with the idea of joining our special forces?" "We didn't want to come here. It was arranged directly by Director Qin." Xiao Zhan replied. "What's your relationship with Director Qin?" "It doesn't matter." "Oh." Lu Yuanming blinked in understanding. "It doesn't matter, it just means it matters a lot." The smile on his face immediately became more innocent. "Brother, this is your dormitory. You can enter by swiping your ID card. Thank you for showing me the way. It's as it should be. We're all teammates. By the way, they didn't mean any harm just now. They really were thinking about you. Special Forces missions are always risky, and I'm not exaggerating. I think if you..." Chapter 96, Instructor Mincy? Battle Spirit Form. Needless to say, now that we're here, we won't back down. Xiao Zhan interrupted him. "I'm sorry for being so abrupt. But it's actually a good thing for me that you can stay here." "What do you mean?" Lu Yuan smiled politely. "I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I'm the weakest in Special Operations Team 1. Every once in a while, the Special Operations Team will conduct an internal assessment, and those who fail the assessment will be assigned to Team 2. I was quite worried before, afraid that I would be sent down to the second team, but now that you're here, I'm not worried at all." Don't mind me, it might sound a bit insulting, but I'm just stating a fact." Lu Yuan smiled very frankly. Teeth are brighter than white. It can be seen that he really has no malicious intention of mocking. He looked at Xiao Zhan and felt that this was simply a stepping stone sent to him by God. Oh no, it was a gift. Xiao Zhan didn't care, but seeing him so happy and confident, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "I wonder what realm you are in?" "In our team, except for the captain, everyone else is a 3rd grade, including me." "A little proud." "Oh." Xiao Zhan raised his lips. 3rd rank? I thought he was of different rank. He couldn't beat Wu Ya, who was of the 4th rank, but this fat guy of the 3rd rank should be easy to defeat, right? "Since you are so happy, aren't you afraid that I will ask Director Qin to open a back door for me?" Xiao Zhan couldn't help but want to tease the fat man. I thought Lu Yuan would pale when he heard this, but I didn't expect him to be worried at all. "I'm afraid you can't use this back door. You're not the first to make an exception by arranging for someone to join the Special Forces. But once you join the Special Forces, you must abide by the rules of the Special Forces. Even Director Qin can't change that." "Why?" "It's very simple. Think about it. Special Forces exist to resolve crises. Relying on connections to arrange for someone to come in is no problem, as long as you have the ability. After all, the Special Forces are for the most capable. But if you're not strong enough and still want to stay in the Special Forces, then who will handle the crisis missions that arise?" You can't just rely on someone without the strength to do it, right? That would be like giving yourself away. Xiao Zhan understood. This principle is just like when a person without ability goes to someone with connections to get a job, he will usually be given a leisurely job. Because it is a core position, if you don't have the ability, not only will you be demoted if you get promoted, but it will also cause losses to the group. Core combat positions like those in the special forces are of paramount importance and should not be touched lightly. Seeing Xiao Zhan's thoughtful expression, Lu Yuan thought he was disappointed. He patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be sad, brother. I can see that you are a person with potential. Although you won't be able to stay in the first team for long, you will definitely shine in the second team. If, thanks to you this time, I can comprehend the war spirit formed from Instructor Mincy and break through to the 4th rank, then I will never forget you." As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing out loud again. This guy really has no scheming at all, he is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Who is Instructor Mincy? Why should I comprehend the war spirit form from her? Isn't that something I comprehended on my own? Xiao Zhan was concerned about something different and asked curiously. The battle spirit form is the mark of entering the 4th rank, representing that the spirit master and the weapon spirit have reached a state of fusion. It cannot be simply understood as fit. Compatibility is the necessary foundation for the fusion state, and the fusion state should be understood as the degree of development of the spirit of the weapon. The battle spirit form of each spirit master and weapon spirit is also different. Only those who successfully develop the battle spirit form can be called the 4th grade. The power of the war spirit form is extremely strong, and is fundamentally different from the power of a 3rd grade spirit controller. It's not a world of difference, but at least it's the difference between a bicycle and a BMW. This is also the reason why the 3rd and 4th grades are divided into low and medium grades. Hearing Xiao Zhan's question, Lu Yuan, for once, closed his heart and smiled mysteriously. "This matter is still too far away from you. You shouldn't know too much, lest it affect your cultivation. Anyway, as long as you can stay in Team 1, you'll know who Instructor Mincy is." After he said this, Xiao Zhan's curiosity was aroused. Because it was the first time he heard that someone could help you comprehend the war spirit form. Looking at Lu Yuan's happy smile, Xiao Zhan could only say sorry in his heart. "Since you don't want to tell me, I'll have to go see her myself." Patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder, Xiao Zhan spoke earnestly, returning the encouragement he had just given him. "Work hard. I believe you can definitely meet Instructor Mincy and break through to the 4th rank." "Of course." Lu Yuan laughed and gladly accepted Xiao Zhan's encouragement. "But I feel something is strange for some reason. The position of this character seems a little wrong?" However, he was a carefree person and didn't think about it too much. He chatted with Xiao Zhan for a few more words and then left the time to them. "It's getting late now." After he left, Xiao Zhan entered the room, washed up with Yi Yulong, and then each of them ate a spiritual fruit that could enhance their health to moisten their throats before taking a rest. The same spiritual fruit has the best effect when eaten for the first time. If you eat it again, the effect will be greatly reduced. But Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong don't care, they have plenty. No matter how small the effect is, it is better than no effect. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. It would be a waste not to eat it. So I just eat it as a snack every day. Early the next morning, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong prepared to practice. But Wu Ye called them over. She handed a piece of information to Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Beside them were Lu Yuan and a woman named Su Qing, who was Lu Yuan's spirit weapon. The disappearances in Carp City have already caused a significant impact. The director has requested that we resolve this issue completely within a month. However, up to now, we don't have any useful information other than the missing persons list. I decided to have the 4 of you investigate the situation in person. Make sure you find any useful information." "Yes." Lu Yuan and Su Qing responded immediately. Xiao Zhan was still a little unaccustomed to it and was a little slow, but he caught up. "Yes." Wu Ye was as indifferent as ever. "You can leave now. Remember, if you encounter something you can't solve, don't be stubborn. Report it to me immediately." "Yes." Now there was a unanimous response. But Yi Yulong remained silent the whole time. In her opinion, no one in this world can order her around. Chapter 97 Carp City, Deputy Director Long Jiang. Wu Yadwa glanced at Yi Yulong, but didn't bring it up. It wasn't that she was being kind, or that she felt she couldn't control Yi Yulong. But in her heart, she didn't regard Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong as her subordinates and teammates at all. She doesn't recognize them yet. So it doesn't matter whether Yi Yulong agrees or not. Afterwards, Xiaozhan, Lu Yuan and others set out and arrived at Carp City. I'm new here and I'm not familiar with the place. The first thing they had to do was meet with their Secret Service contact in the city. Met at a cafe. Before the person arrived, Lu Yuan looked at the contact information in his hand and was a little surprised. This Long Jiang is quite capable. He has a C-level talent. He is not even 25 years old, but he is already a third-grade spirit master. His training speed is really fast. C-level talent is a graded talent. With normal practice, one's strength can reach the third level. If one encounters some opportunities, then it is possible to break through to the fourth level. B-level talent, normal practice can reach the fourth level, and subsequent breakthroughs also depend on opportunity. This is also the reason why the 4 major Imperial Spirit Academies only recruit students with B-level talents, because B-level represents the middle quality and represents elite strength. In this world, monsters are extremely powerful and often cause massive deaths as soon as they appear. Therefore, when the Yuling power system was developed, it was designed to quickly replenish combat power. It gradually developed into a situation where the cultivation speed was fast in the early stage, but slow or even stagnant in the later stage. C-level talent, according to the normal cultivation speed, generally takes about 10 years to reach the third level. If there is no opportunity in the later stage, then it will be stopped for life, and it is normal to remain the same for decades. And this Long Jiang, in less than 7 years, actually broke through to the third level. This speed is quite fast. And the key point is that this guy has no background and relies entirely on his own abilities. No wonder he can become the deputy director of Carp City at such a young age. Lu Yuan added. Please note that the value of the deputy director here is different. First of all, Long Jiang is from the Ming Department of the Special Service Bureau. The Ming Department has a large personnel base, so its combat effectiveness is generally low. Secondly, this is just a branch, not the headquarters. There are many branch directors, and every city has one, and some large cities even have several branches. Carp City is a small city. Everyone has his own destiny. Perhaps Long Jiang has experienced things that ordinary people have not experienced, which is why he has achieved what he has today. Xiaozhan said. Although talent determines everything in this world, hard work is not completely useless. Then he's even more awesome. Lu Yuan said, a glint of admiration in his eyes, I have to get to know him better. As he was speaking, the sound of crisp wind chimes came from the door of the cafe, and a tall man in a black leather jacket walked in. Behind the man followed a woman also dressed in black. The man was wearing a black hat that covered the upper half of his face, and only his strong chin and sharp face could be vaguely seen. Hello, I'm Long Jiang, and this is my contract partner, Lucy. Welcome both comrades. The man walked up to Xiaozhan and the others, took off his hat, revealing an extremely resolute face, and his eyes showed the vicissitudes of life. This is a man with a story. Hello, I'm Xiaozhan, and this is my wife, Yi Yulong. Hello, I'm Lu Yuan, and this is my contract partner Su Cheng. Lu Yuan looked at Long Jiang and found that he was indeed a capable man with extraordinary bearing. Shake hands with each other. Sit casually. Long Jiang's gaze lingered on Yi Yulong for half a second longer, especially on her forehead. You two are new to the Special Forces, right? I did some research before coming here and saw that Miss Yi Yulong has an SSS weapon spirit talent. I'd like to ask if that's true? Long Jiang asked curiously. Hearing this, Lucy beside him looked at Yi Yulong in surprise. Xiaozhan replied with a smile, could it be possible that the information from the Federal Statistics Bureau is false? Long Jiang looked at Xiaozhan and smiled faintly. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I know that Mr. Xiaozhan, at such a young age, can become a second-grade spirit control master. His talent is definitely more than F-level. This is clearly questioning the authenticity of the information provided by the Statistics Bureau. Director Long's judgment is correct. I am indeed not F-level. Xiaozhan said with a smile. But even after admitting it, he didn't say that he was SSS-level. However, Long Jiang obviously didn't care about Xiaozhan's talent. He was more interested in Yi Yulong. So, Miss Yi Yulong, are you really SSS level? He looked very excited, his eyes were trembling, and there seemed to be a fire burning in them. This was completely inconsistent with his previous appearance of being weathered. Xiaozhan felt a little unhappy when he saw him like this. Looking at your wife like this in front of me, isn't that too much of a disrespect for me? just about to explode. At this time, Long Jiang himself also realized his embarrassment and quickly restrained his emotions. He apologized, "I'm sorry, I was rude. I was really a little excited. My talent is low, only C-level, and I've never even seen an S-level weapon spirit. This is my first time encountering the legendary SSS-level, and I'm very excited. I'm sorry if I offended you too." Even the phrase, "the legendary SSS-level," was used. It can be seen that Long Jiang was really excited, so excited that he was incoherent. You know, although there are few SSS-level spirit weapons and it is rare to awaken one in a year, but when added up over the years, there are still a lot of them. Since he had apologized, Xiao Zhan couldn't get angry anymore. He just felt a little uncomfortable looking at Long Jiang. He knew that an SSS-level spirit weapon was what all spirit masters yearn for, but Yi Yulong was his wife now, so other men could not look at her with that kind of eyes. By the way, the four of you have come from far away and must be tired from the journey. Why don't you take a break today? I will take you to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Carp City. Long Jiang knew that he had lost his composure and quickly changed the subject. Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand and refused. "We appreciate Director Long's kindness, but we're here on a mission from above. Time is tight and the mission is heavy. If we want to have fun, it won't be too late to wait until the mission is over." Yes, it's my fault for not thinking it through. Then how about Director Long, please tell us the details. Sure. Long Jiang immediately transmitted the prepared information to Lu Yuan and Xiao Zhan, and then said, "According to our investigation, this missing persons incident has actually been going on for quite some time. It's just that the number of missing persons was small before, so they were always handled by the police department. Then the number of missing persons suddenly increased, and the police department was helpless, so they handed it over to our secret service. During this period, our detailed investigation revealed that the majority of missing persons were women, with a small number of men. Their ages varied, but they were all over 18 years old, and the majority were students. We suspect this was a targeted act of retaliation." Listening to his words, Xiao Zhan and Lu Yuan just nodded lightly. They had already seen this information a long time ago, and what Long Jiang said now did not contain any new clues. "Then Director Long, what do you think is the reason for their revenge?" Lu Yuan asked. Long Jiang shook his head. "I don't know. We don't even know if the suspect is a man or a woman, or if there are many or few people. We can't tell the purpose of their revenge." Chapter 98. I envy myself too. Can you take us to see the missing scene? Lu Yuan asked. "There are many places where the disappearances took place, they are disorganized and there is no pattern to the crimes," said Long Jiang. "Then take us to the area with the most missing people." "Leaving now?" So, the 6 people came to a university town. There are 2 Yuling colleges here, and all the surrounding commercial activities revolve around these 2 colleges. It is just the end of get out of class time, so you can see many energetic men and women. They are all in pairs. Xiao Zhan looked at them and always felt that he was a little miserable. At the same age, they can enjoy a good life in college, but I have already started to work like a slave for others. "Hello, Director Long." On the way, he met 1 or 2 students from time to time, and they all greeted Long Jiang politely. "Are you familiar with them?" Xiao Zhan asked. Long Jiang explained, "I'm not very familiar with them, but most of the missing people are these students. I've been to the college to investigate so many times that I'm naturally familiar with them." While talking, I met another person who looked like a teacher. "Director Long, I was just looking for you. The information you requested has been approved and I've sent it to you. Please check it." "Okay, thank you, Director Zhang. It's what we should do. It's all for the safety of the students." Director Zhang didn't talk much and left soon. Xiao Zhan watched him leave and asked Long Jiang curiously, "Who was that just now?" "Oh, that's the dean of Guangwu Yuling Academy." Long Jiang replied. "What information did you just ask him for?" "It's their students' personal information. To facilitate the investigation, since their academy is private, they can't easily disclose information. This incident had such a huge impact, so they agreed to give it to us." "Oh. Let's go to the small park over there. It's a holy place for couples to date, and many people have disappeared there," Long Jiang suggested. "Okay." Although it is called a small park, it is actually not small. It has mountains, water, and facilities. It is a well-developed park. It is connected to a large forest around it, giving it both urban and natural atmosphere. When Xiao Zhan and his friends arrived here, they could still see many couples dating here. Although the impact of missing people was huge, it was obviously unable to make these adolescent students resist their impulses. Xiao Zhan and his companions carefully surveyed the terrain and asked some students, but they did not get any useful information. Soon it was night, and the number of people here not only did not decrease, but increased. Xiao Zhan and his men planned to wait and try their luck, but until midnight, there was still no movement. Seeing that the number of people was decreasing, Long Jiang felt a little impatient and said, "Let's go back. There are a lot of surveillance cameras here. If anything happens, we will be notified immediately. If surveillance is useful, we wouldn't be so clueless," Xiao Zhan said. He had noticed a lot of surveillance cameras here a long time ago, but with so many people missing, the surveillance cameras didn't capture anything. On the one hand, the suspects have the ability to block surveillance, and on the other hand, young couples specifically choose to play in those blind spots of surveillance. Long Jiang didn't care about Xiao Zhan's tone and just said, "It's really late now. I've arranged for people to patrol here all night. There's no need for us to stay here. After all, we have more important things to do, right? This is the truth, and the division of responsibilities must be clear. If the big boss does these small fries' work, then who will do the big boss's work?" Xiao Zhan and his companions had no choice but to get into Long Jiang's car and return to the accommodation room he had arranged for them. "You should get some rest early. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. I live in the dormitory building next door." After Long Jiang arranged everything for them, he prepared to leave. "By the way, how many days do you plan to stay here this time?" he suddenly asked before leaving. Lu Yuan was about to blurt out a question when he heard it, but Xiao Zhan interrupted him and looked at Long Jiang. "Why are you asking this? Don't get me wrong, I'm just planning what to do next." Seeing Xiao Zhan's unfriendly tone, Long Jiang hurriedly explained. "The exact time is uncertain. We came here in person this time, so we have to gain something before we leave, right? Okay, then I'm relieved." Long Jiang nodded, then turned and left. After Long Jiang left, Lu Yuan turned to look at Xiao Zhan. "Do you think there's something wrong with him?" "That's not the case, but we still need to be vigilant." "Yeah, that makes sense." Lu Yuan nodded and walked into his room. However, when the door was closing, he saw Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong being so intimate, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. The life and death contract is so good. At such a young age, they can live in the same room. I'm so envious. He and Su Qing live separately. Normally speaking, even if it is an equal contract, as long as the relationship is good, they can live in the same house. But it is obvious that Lu Yuan and Su Qing's relationship has not reached that point yet. Xiao Zhan also knew the reason for this, which was that both parties or one of them were not satisfied with their current contract partner and wanted to find a better one. This phenomenon is common among the third rank and below. After reaching the fourth level, this phenomenon will be greatly reduced. Because the fourth grade war spirit form requires the joint understanding and fusion of both parties. After it is finally fused together, if you want to change the contract object, the war spirit form will disappear. Although his strength level was still there, the time and energy wasted in re-merging the combat spirit form with the new contract partner would be measured in years. The gain does not outweigh the loss. Therefore, this qualitative improvement in strength is precisely a mandatory constraint on loyalty. This era is much better than Xiao Zhan's promiscuous era. Loyalty is the main theme of this era. Xiao Zhan just smiled at Lu Yuan's envy and said, "I envy myself too." As he said that, he put his arm around Yi Yolong's waist. "I was a bachelor in my previous life, but now I have a wife, and such a beautiful one at that. Shouldn't I show off to her all the time?" You. When Lu Yuan saw this arrogant scene, he suddenly wanted to slap his size 42 shoes on Xiao Zhan's face, making it impossible to get them off even if he tried to pick them off. It's so abominable, it's too much to bully the dog. You can't play like this. With a bang. He closed the door, not wanting to see Xiao Zhan's smug face. I felt a wave of contempt in my heart. I envy myself too. Slightly. Lu Yuan twisted his waist and head and imitated Xiao Zhan's speech, and he almost felt sick to death. Is this something a human can say? This damn rotten smell of love. Chapter 99 Night Attack, Warning. Outside the door. Yi Yulong immediately punched Xiao Zhan's chest in annoyance. Their perception was sharp, and the tone in which Lu Yuan imitated Xiao Zhan's words in the room after closing the door was heard clearly by the two of them. Yi Yulong felt his face burning hot. But Xiao Zhan couldn't help but laugh and didn't care at all. On the contrary, I feel better. Because he discovered that what was even happier than falling in love was falling in love in front of single people. This feeling is simply wonderful and beautiful. His smug smile made Ji Yolong's face even redder, and his hands changed from beating to pinching. Xiao Zhan quickly lowered his voice. I'm speechless. How can all women in the world achieve the same way of pinching the soft flesh around their waists without being taught? Then, he and Yi Yulong entered the room. After washing up, the two snuggled in bed. There's something wrong with that Long Zhang. We have to keep an eye on him. He's been looking at me in a strange way all day. Yi Yulong leaned in Xiao Zhan's arms, resting his head on his arm and said. She has a gift of perception and can detect any strange movement of Long Zhang. All day long, Long Zhang's eyes were always looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. With a hint of passion and a hint of pursuit. Yi Yulong often saw this kind of gaze, because in the academy, the students all looked at her with this kind of gaze. However, as the deputy director of the Special Service Bureau of the Ming Department, Long Jiang also had this kind of look towards Yi Yulong, and it lasted for a whole day, which was a bit wrong. You know, she and Xiao Zhan have a life and death contract. Most people would lose most of the heat in their eyes when they saw the beauty of her forehead. Xiao Zhan's face was filled with contemplation. He naturally noticed Long Zhang's unusual behavior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so indifferent just now. If he dares to look at you like that again tomorrow, I will definitely teach him a lesson forever. Xiao Zhan thought about it and felt that it was necessary to teach Long Jiang a lesson. Although strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with his eyes, Xiao Zhan couldn't stand it if he kept looking at him like that. Don't teach me a lesson, I will dig out his eyes tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Yi Yulong is even more ruthless than Xiao Zhan. Her tone was so cold that it didn't sound like a joke at all. Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned, and then he could only sigh that Yi Yulong was worthy of being Yi Yulong, and his style of doing things was much more disrespectful than his. No, this is not a lack of respect, this is mental cleanliness. She did not allow herself to be looked at in that way by other men, even though that look did not contain any evil desires. It was precisely because she had no evil desires that Yi Yulong was able to endure until now, otherwise, she would have exploded on the spot. However, even if this look seemed normal to outsiders, Yi Yulong was unwilling to let it stay for long. I can only be looked at by you. Just as Xiao Zhan was lamenting Yi Yulong's cleanliness, she suddenly said. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression was slightly stunned, and a touch of sweetness suddenly flowed through his heart. Then, he looked straight at Yi Yulong, with a grin on his face, that I want to see it now. A blush quickly appeared on Yi Yulong's fair and tender face. He lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Xiao Zhan. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan's heart moved, and he knew what to do next. Maybe tonight is the night to prove himself a man and immediately extend his claws. But just then, suddenly there was a sound of glass explosion. A bullet was fired from outside. Xiao Zhan jumped up from the bed almost as a conditioned reflex, and at the same time, the death demon scythe transformed by Yi Yulong was already in his hand. Bang! The bullet did not hit Xiao Zhan, but hit a vase in the house. Xiao Zhan immediately sensed the outside world and wanted to catch up. But he was surprised to find that the guy was out of his perception range, and Xiao Zhan was a little hesitant. That person has left. At this time, Yi Yulong's voice came. Although the murderer was beyond their range, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were unable to determine their exact number and strength. However, their ability to sense murderous intent required a certain distance. Xiao Zhan glanced at the shattered vase, was silent for 2 seconds, and then said, the other party doesn't want to kill us. This is more like a warning. In the situation just now, even if the bullets were aimed at Xiao Zhan and the other two, they would be able to react in the fastest time. The bullet is very strong. But in this world, it is limited. This kind of attack without attack is more like a reminder. At this time, there was a hurried knock on the door. Xiao Zhan, are you all okay? It was Lu Yuan's voice. Xiao Zhan opened the door and saw the anxious expressions of Lu Yuan and Su Qing. He shook his head and said, nothing. What happened? Lu Yuan asked. It's a warning from the enemy. Xiao Zhan pointed at the broken vase. Lu Yuan and Su Qing's faces suddenly became serious. They had just arrived, and already they were taking action so soon? At this time, Long Jiang also rushed over. Seeing the situation in the house, he hurried forward and asked with concern, what happened? Are you not hurt? It's nothing serious, just a warning. Long Jian walked into the room and took a quick look at the scene, then looked at Xiao Zhan and the death demon scythe in his hand. Then he said solemnly, "I didn't expect these guys to be so bold as to attack you directly. It seems that your appearance has frightened them. You can't live here anymore. It's too dangerous. You should stay in the security room. It's safe there, but the conditions are a little worse." "Okay," Xiao Zhan replied. Although it seems that the other party has no intention of killing them at the moment, it is always better to be cautious. Afterwards, Long Jiang arranged new rooms for them. "Before leaving," he said, "you can stay here with peace of mind. There are guards patrolling outside, and the house is made of special materials. What just happened will definitely not happen again." "Good. Wait until Long Jiang leaves." Xiao Zhan's eyes turned cold. These guys are really fast. They started to attack us so quickly. Do you suspect there's a mole in the Secret Service? Yi Yulong had already returned to her human form by this time, wearing a soft silk pajamas dress that perfectly fit her figure. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but take a second look and said, "It's only natural that there's a traitor. With the Secret Service's capabilities, it's impossible for over 20 people to go missing and not have a clue at all. If that's the case, then he's truly a useless person." "Then who do you think the traitor is?" "I don't know. After all, most of the Secret Service knows we're coming down here." Yi Yulong was silent for a while. Could it be Long Jiang? "There is suspicion, but no evidence. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. I'll go to the academy tomorrow to find out about the situation. It's getting late today, let's get some rest." As he spoke, Xiao Zhan walked towards the bed. Yi Yulong had no choice but to go to bed and lie beside him. Looking at Yi Yulong's graceful figure, Xiao Zhan suddenly murmured, "What a pity. What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't see it just now." Yi Yulong. 2 seconds later, Yi Yulong said, "If you want to see it, I'll show it to you now." "Forget it, there's no such atmosphere anymore." Xiao Zhan waved his hand again. He wanted more than just to see, he wanted to understand it in depth. It's just that something like that just happened. Now he was in no mood at all. Turn off the lights and go to bed. At the same time, in a dim room, a person covered in black was communicating with several people via video call. Chapter 100 Conspiracy. "Boss, with this list of students, it will be much easier for us to choose our targets. We don't have to investigate them one by one," a man said excitedly in the video. "By the way, boss, are we still doing the same thing these days, waiting for them to leave before taking action?" another person asked. "No, there's a little change this time," said the man shrouded in black. "What changes?" "We can't let them go this time, we have to let them stay." "Stay? Boss, you mean we should take action against the Secret Service?" Several people were shocked. They're from the Secret Service, or the Special Forces. They're completely different from the cats and dogs that came before. The man didn't care at all. "Anyway, just follow my instructions and prepare. Although there will be some risks this time, it's worth it compared to the benefits we gain, so you must be fully prepared this time." "Yes, boss." Hang up the video. The man thought about it and made another video call. "What's up?" When the video was connected, there was also a man on the other end. There was a scar on his face, and he looked somewhat similar to this man. He was in a relatively dim environment. Next to him lay a pale, weak woman. "Brother, this is great news." "How big is it? Is it bigger than my breakthrough to the 6th rank? Brother, are you going to break through to the 6th level? It's not that easy. This woman is no good." Scarface sighed, looked at the woman next to him, and kicked her several meters away with disgust. "Don't worry, brother. I found a suitable person for you. Forget it, S-rank ones are no longer of any use to me, keep them for yourself." "Brother, it's not S-level, it's SSS-level." "What? SSS grade?" The scarred man's tone suddenly became more serious, he couldn't believe it. "Are you sure it's SSS grade? It's not fake? Have you verified it with your own eyes?" The 3 questions in a row aroused the man's emotions. "It has been verified. It was just verified to be a sickle. The strong aura is definitely SSS grade." Hearing such affirmative words, Scarface's face moved closer to the screen with excitement. The scar on his face was like a centipede, running through the entire right side of his face, which was extremely terrifying. Fanaticism burned in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down and said, SSS-level is hard to come by. How did you find her? What is her identity? She's from the Secret Service Special Forces. Special Forces? Scarface's expression suddenly became cautious. Could this be a decoy they deliberately put out? Brother, you're overthinking it. If it were you, would you be willing to release an SSS-level bait? Although they are from the Special Forces, they are not the same group that are tracking us. They are here to investigate the missing persons case. Several groups have already come. After hearing his explanation, Scarface felt somewhat relieved, but then he asked, she's from the Special Forces. I'm afraid you don't have a solution? How long will they stay? I'll send someone to support you right now. No need, big brother. I can handle it. Can you handle this? Yes, I can handle it. Big brother, you don't know that woman and her spirit master are only second grade. It's easy for me to take her down. Second rank? Special Forces again? Scarface frowned slightly. When I heard you say that, it felt a little strange. Only second rank people can join the Special Forces? I've inquired with the people who were with them. Both of them got into the Special Forces through connections, and it's said that their connections are quite strong. I see. Scarface nodded, and after a moment's thought, he asked worriedly, are you sure you really don't need me to send anyone? Oh, really, that's not necessary. The man suddenly looked a little impatient. Brother, you have to choose to trust me. I can't always ask you to take responsibility for everything behind me, right? What's the point of me coming out then? You didn't believe me before, but look, I've been in Carp City for 2 or 3 years now, and nothing has happened. After hearing the man's rebuttal, Scarface didn't know what to say. He knew his younger brother's personality and was too strong-willed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run to Carp City, thousands of miles away. Alright, just be careful. If all else fails, just give up on Carp City. I'll always have your back. Don't worry, big brother, there will be no problem. A mere second grade is no problem for me. Wait until I bring her back to you, and you will definitely be able to break through to the 6th rank. The man then hung up the phone. He leaned towards the chair behind him, and the light dispelled the darkness on his face, revealing a familiar face, Long Jiang. The next day, Xiao Zhan and Lu Yuan divided the work. One went to the college to get more information, and the other went to the small park to try his luck. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong came to the academy and asked some teachers and classmates about the missing students. I thought I could get some useful information, but it turned out to be the same as the information provided by Long Jiang, with almost no progress. After a busy day, the two returned to the house. Lu Yuan and his companion also returned, but similarly found nothing. 4 people gathered together. Lu Yuan said, I really don't have any clue at all. The disappearance area is scattered and the time span is long. I can't investigate further. It feels like something is blocking the way. You can't say I have no clue at all. Xiao Zhan pulled out the missing persons data and analyzed it, saying, though there are both men and women among these missing persons, the majority are women. There are only a few men, perhaps 3 or 4. Moreover, among these women, nearly 80% are not first-grade spirit weapons. But their talents are quite good, concentrated in the B and A levels. There are also those with poor talents, but they also account for a very small proportion. So, these people actually had a target in mind when they took action. Lu Yuan said, having a goal alone is useless. Those people are missing, their contracts are broken, and we don't even know if they're dead or alive. It's highly likely he's still alive. How can you be sure? If the purpose was simply to kill, there's no need to kidnap them. With their elusive abilities, wouldn't it be enough to just kill them right there? That makes sense. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. It's not revenge, nor is it for money. After all, there's no redemption information. So their goal is to target these students themselves? To be precise, it should be because of their talents. Xiao Zhan corrected. He looked at the photos of these students. They were all beautiful and ugly, and it was obvious that they were not doing it for sex. The only value point is talent. Chapter 101, Encirclement and Killing. Going for their talent? Then why did they capture them? To train them into death squads? Damn! Could it be that they were sold to a barbaric region to continue the family line? That's not right. If they're being sold to a ferocious area, they should only capture those with high talent. How do you explain those with low talent? Lu Yuan became more and more confused. Those with low talents may have special needs, or they may be serving as a cover to deliberately disrupt the direction of the investigation. Xiao Zhan explained. That being said, it does make some sense. In that case, this is a gang crime, and it was premeditated. Lu Yuan said. I can't be sure, but it's definitely a gang. Even one or two people can't do it without leaving any traces. Xiao Zhan then continued, isn't the small park connected to a forest area? That forest is undeveloped and connected to the outside world. It's very likely that the person was taken away through the forest. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. The other end of this forest is connected to the savage land, which is quite convenient. In short, if we want to find a breakthrough in this matter, I think we should start from those around us. What do you mean? Lu Yuan's voice gradually became softer. Xiao Zhan chuckled, with so many people missing, I don't believe you say there's no useful information at all. Lu Yuan also understood. In the next few days, Xiao Zhan did not go to the academy to investigate information. Instead, he chatted with the people from the Secret Service Bureau while on patrol, to see if he could get some useful information. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, began an investigation of the forest outside the small park. After that night, the person who warned Xiao Zhan never appeared again. This forced Xiao Zhan to be cautious, as he felt a crisis was approaching. On the fourth day, Long Jiang suddenly found Xiao Zhan and the others and told them that the suspect had appeared again and had been spotted by patrol officers this time and was now being pursued. Ask them if they want to go. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the others followed to the scene without hesitation. The incident occurred in the small park again, and as Xiao Zhan had expected, the suspect's escape route was the forest. The group immediately chased after him. However, when they were halfway through the pursuit, they found two roads. Let's chase them separately? Long Jiang suggested immediately. Okay. Lu Yuan said. Long Jiang immediately made arrangements. Captain Yang, you take Comrade Xiao Zhan and pursue from the left, while Comrade Lu Yuan and I will pursue from the right. Yes. Xiao Zhan listened to his arrangements, but a barely perceptible sneer flashed in his eyes. Okay, remember to keep communicating. After Long Jiang finished speaking, he and Lu Yuan and others immediately followed into the road on the right. Mr. Xiao Zhan, let's chase after him quickly. Captain Yang said immediately. Okay, you lead the way. Xiao Zhan replied. The crowd split into two groups. Xiao Zhan chased for about 10 minutes, but could not find any trace of the suspect, and the further he went inside, the less obvious the road became. Obviously, although these roads are walked on, the number of people is small. The roads ahead are mostly walked on by playful young couples. Captain Yang seemed to have a clear goal and his steps were firm. Xiao Zhan followed behind him, neither hurried nor slow, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan stopped. Captain Yang, who was in front, noticed that he hadn't caught up, so he stopped and looked at him. Mr. Xiao Zhan, what's wrong with you? Did you notice anything? Nothing, just feels a little off. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Zhan walked in front of him and looked at the road ahead with a serious expression. Suddenly, he said, there's something wrong with you. Captain Yang hadn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Zhan turned around suddenly, and at the same time, a black light appeared in his hand. A flash of black instantly tore through the air, streaking a cold light in the air, and passed through Captain Yang's neck, splashing bright red. Captain Yang was caught off guard and his head was knocked off. He rolled on the ground several times, his eyes wide open. The other team members were stunned. They were unable to react to the sudden scene. When they looked at Xiao Zhan again, they found that he was actually rushing towards them. Attack in haste. But they were too weak. Xiao Zhan only needed to swing his sickle to take away a life. These team members are all at the first level, and only Captain Yang is at the second level, but he had been killed by Xiao Zhan in advance, so these people could not withstand Xiao Zhan's terrifying killing at all. However, Xiao Zhan had only killed 2 or 3 people when 20 or 30 people suddenly emerged from the dense forest around him. They all held spirit weapons in their hands, and when they saw Xiao Zhan, they rushed over without saying a word. When Xiao Zhan saw them, he was not panicked. Instead, a cold light flashed in his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Possessing the gift of perception, he had long been aware of the presence of these people. Even though he knew there was an ambush, he still dared to rush in alone, which shows that he was absolutely confident that he could kill all these people. 7 second-grade spirit masters and 27 first-grade spirit masters, you think you can take me down with just this little bit of strength? Xiao Zhan was disdainful. With just a quick glance, he knew clearly the strength of these people. That's all? Who are you looking down on? He killed a team member in front of him with a sickle, then he aimed at the second-grade spirit master closest to him, and instead of retreating, he advanced and confronted him head-on. The second-grade spirit master was a man about 30 years old. When he saw Xiao Zhan not only not running away but also daring to attack despite being surrounded by them, he seemed to have thought of something and was filled with anger. Damn it, it's great that you're talented. I hate talented people like you the most. Get out of my way, I'm going to kill him myself. The weapon in his hand was a ring-shaped knife, which, combined with his arrogant aura, gave him a feeling of being a lone warrior blocking the way. It's a pity that in Xiao Zhan's eyes, his behavior was simply seeking death. Bang! The death sight was swung out, colliding violently with the ring knife. Originally thought it would be a stalemate, but surprisingly, after just a touch of less than a second, the ring knife was knocked away by Xiao Zhan. The next second, the death side swung over and cut the second-grade spirit master in half. This scene directly shocked everyone, and those first-rank minions stopped their charge abruptly. In one encounter, he killed a second-grade spirit master. Is this guy really also a second-grade spirit master? The remaining 6 second-grade spirit masters also looked solemn in an instant and looked at each other in confusion. It feels a bit strange. This man clearly only has an E-level talent, but his weapon spirit is only B-level. How did they form a contract? At this moment, Yi Yolong's doubtful voice entered Xiao Zhan's mind. Chapter 102, Evil Cultivator, Master-Servant Contract. Their perceptive talents allow them to determine each other's talents. This can be seen from the first time Yi Yolong found Xiao Zhan. When Xiao Zhan heard this, he was also confused. No wonder the second-grade spirit master is so weak. He just used only 70% of his strength in this move, and the opponent couldn't take it. In a normal battle against a second-grade spirit master, Xiao Zhan would usually have the upper hand. Not only did he have the SSS-level Death Demon Scythe to suppress lower-level weapon spirits, but he also had a huge advantage in his core origins. But even so, the opponent wouldn't be so weak that he couldn't withstand a single blow. This guy just now was so weak. Xiao Zhan had a feeling that if he attacked with all his strength, he would probably be able to blow him to pieces. Suddenly, he felt that the face of the ring knife spirit that was knocked away looked a little familiar. If I think about it for a moment, isn't this the missing woman on the list? So, what's going on? In doubt, those people rushed towards Xiao Zhan. They swarmed in, wanting to combine their strength to kill Xiao Zhan. The remaining 6 second-grade spirit masters also attacked Xiao Zhan from 3 directions. Xiao Zhan's strength was a little beyond their expectations. They were no match for him if they fought him alone, so they had to play to their strengths. Facing the attacks of these people, Xiao Zhan did not hesitate and used the fish lantern soul guiding technique. This was the first time he used it after becoming a second-grade spirit controller. After his core essence was transformed, he suddenly felt a different sense of release. Thicker and bigger, faster and stronger, and longer lasting. The thick aura of death surged out like something, scaring even Xiao Zhan himself. In just a blink of an eye, everyone was enveloped. Panic and fear grew in the darkness, and screams were heard in the ears. The spirit masters who were shrouded in darkness could not see the light, and the spirit in their hands became the light that saved them. Swing your sword freely, and if anyone gets close, draw your sword and attack. There is no time to distinguish between friend and foe. Xiao Zhan walked in the darkness as if he were in the daytime, with ease. Wherever he passed, his sickle harvested life after life. In less than a minute, all the people fell in front of him. With a swing of the magic sickle, no drop of blood is stained, and the hands are easily dried without feeling wet at all. Xiao Zhan walked up to one of the weapon spirits. When he realized that the first weapon spirit looked familiar, he paid attention to the weapon spirits of the others. It turned out that the weapon spirits of these second-grade spirit masters were all missing people. He was very surprised. But what surprised him even more was how these weapon spirits had all formed contracts with this group of people. Regardless of whether this group of people are good or bad, their talents are far inferior to theirs. Anyone with a normal mind wouldn't sign a contract. Who are these people? How did you come to form a contract with them? Xiao Zhan asked with a little caution. These women have made a contract with them, so it is possible that they have become a group now. When the weapon spirit saw Xiao Zhan, she looked very frightened. She had clearly felt Xiao Zhan's terrifying strength just now. She didn't know Xiao Zhan's identity and was afraid that she would be killed, so she told him everything in a hurry. These people are not good people. We are students of the academy. They kidnapped us, abused us madly, and forced us to sign a master-servant contract with them. They exploit our talents, madly squeezing out our value, allowing their own strength to rapidly increase. Then, once they've squeezed us dry and our spirit forms are damaged, they abandon or sell us off. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Zhan cautiously. I hope Xiao Zhan is here to save them. After hearing her words, Xiao Zhan's heart started pounding and he understood everything at once. I understand why the missing ones are all these highly talented people. These damn guys are actually a group of evil cultivators. As mentioned before, there are 3 types of contracts, the most evil of which is the master-servant contract. This kind of contract can be used to suppress the power of the contract during practice, forcibly extracting the other party's core essence and various attributes to strengthen oneself. This can help speed up the cultivation process, but correspondingly, as a servant, this will damage the core essence of the servant. The spirit master's contract space will become weak and he will no longer be able to control spirits. The spirit of the weapon will have its form damaged and cannot transform into a spirit of the weapon. Xiao Zhan didn't expect to meet such a group of evil cultivators here. I'm from the special service. I'm here to rescue you. Are you the only ones still alive? Where are the others? Xiao Zhan asked hurriedly. When the spirit of the weapon heard this, she burst into tears of excitement. After being tortured for so long, she finally saw hope. After hearing this, the other weapon spirits also ran to Xiao Zhan and cried. However, there are also some weapon spirits that are quietly running outside. Xiao Zhan knew without hesitation that these weapon spirits were originally in cahoots with these evil cultivators, so he immediately raised his sword and killed all of them. There are still some people alive, but... The spirit of the weapon looked unhappy. Xiao Zhan also understood something and clenched his fists. Take me there. She hesitated subconsciously, fear in her eyes, and it was obvious that the place scared her. But thinking of Xiao Zhan's strength, she bravely stood up and said, They have already sent out all their forces to deal with you this time. There is only 1 second-grade spirit control master and a few first-grade guards there. I will take you there. We'll take you there too, said several other women. They are mainly afraid of encountering danger again if they stay here. Xiao Zhan didn't want to bring so many people with him, it was too troublesome, but it was indeed dangerous for them to stay here, so he had to take them all with him. But it's not as troublesome as I imagined. The 7 women directly turned into weapon spirits, which can fly at low altitudes, so they led the way silently, and the scene even looked a bit cool. Swords, spears, and halberds give her a sword girl vibe. At the same time, the other side. Long Jiang, Lu Yuan and others were chasing the suspect. Although they were moving very fast, there was no sense of urgency on Long Jiang's face. On the contrary, he was a little worried. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any news or notification after so long? Could there have been an accident? That shouldn't be the case. They've all come out in full force. With such a large force, there's no way we can't capture him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. I have the communication in my hand, but I still haven't received the news I want. Comrade Lu Yuan, stop chasing. I don't think they're going this way. We're already very deep in the enemy territory. If we continue chasing them, we'll enter the demon beast area. Long Jiang felt that something must have happened and he had to go back to check the situation. Chapter 103. My hands are shaking, let us start over again. Lu Yuan stopped, a little out of breath. After chasing for such a long distance, he still didn't see any trace of the suspect, and he suspected that he was chasing in the wrong direction. I don't think this is the way to go. How about this, Comrade Lu Yuan? I'll leave a few people with you. Keep an eye out on the way back to see if the suspect has hidden. I'll take 2 people with me to Comrade Xiao Zhan to check on the situation. Okay, be careful. Lu Yuan couldn't see any clues. Long Jiang immediately took a few trusted aides and chased in the direction of Xiao Zhan at full speed. Soon, he arrived at the scene of the battle. The bloody scene with corpses everywhere made him furious and he couldn't believe it. What the fuck is going on? How come everyone is dead? Where is Xiao Zhanren? He took a quick look at the corpse and immediately discovered that 7 spirits were missing. There is only one way to get here. He didn't meet Xiao Zhan and the others on the way here, which means that Xiao Zhan must have gone forward. And in front of them is their hiding place. It must be those women with weapon spirits who led the way. Damn it! Long Jiang is very angry now, but also a little regretful. He originally thought that with 8 second-grade spirit masters, plus nearly 31st-grade spirit masters, they could easily capture Xiaozhan. Therefore, he deliberately walked with Lu Yuan to provide an alibi. But I didn't expect that such an accident would happen. Could it be that someone is secretly helping? This idea suddenly flashed through his mind again, but he quickly shook his head and rejected it, because he had arranged everything here in advance and no one could come here, so it was absolutely impossible for anyone to help. Then it could only be caused by Xiaozhan and the other two. A second-grade spirit master possesses the lethality that only a third-grade one can cause. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Damn you, Xiaozhan, I didn't expect you guys to have some skills. No wonder the special forces let you in through the back door. Chase. Without further ado, he immediately rushed towards his nest. It is too late to call for help now. He absolutely cannot let Xiaozhan discover his lair, and he cannot let Xiaozhan get out alive. At the same time, under the guidance of the 7 weapon spirits, Xiaozhan soon entered a denser jungle. It's nearby, but we don't know the exact location. They always have a special person to lead the way. The spirit of the weapon brought Xiaozhan to a place in a valley. This location is very ordinary and you can't see anything with the naked eye. Xiaozhan remained silent and just used his perception talent to check. It only took him a second to determine a location. It turned out to be an illusion, covering the entrance. He walked over immediately, but just as he was about to enter the entrance, a long spear suddenly shot out from inside and headed straight for Xiaozhan's face. Xiaozhan's face remained calm as he bent down and leaned back, narrowly avoiding the stab. At the same time, he swung the death scythe in his hand, not even needing to determine the position with his eyes, and slashed at the illusory spot. Puff! The devil's sickle felt like flesh being cut. The next second, Xiaozhan's waist suddenly stood up like a spring, and he jumped through the cover of the illusion and entered the real environment inside. The environment is a bit dim, and it is a nest built on the basis of a cave. At the entrance, a fantasy stone is embedded. It is this stone that creates an illusion that seems as real as it is. Xiaozhan ignored the corpse that had just been killed at his feet, and with the murderous aura of the magic sickle, he launched an attack on the 3 remaining male spirit masters inside. The 3 men had clearly not expected someone to rush in, their faces filled with panic. However, the commotion just now had them reacting as quickly as possible, and they all rushed towards Xiaozhan, clutching their weapon spirits. But their strength was too weak. A first-grade spirit master couldn't even withstand a single move from Xiaozhan. Swish, swish, swish. 3 dull sounds were heard, and only 3 corpses were left. After using his perception talent to scan the entire nest and confirming that there were no male spirit masters present, Xiaozhan began to look at the nest carefully. Just one look and his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and his breathing became rapid. This lair looked like a doghouse, with female spirits imprisoned in cages like dogs. They were dressed in rags, looked listless, and had been tortured beyond recognition. There were even several people who were completely naked and were thrown aside. All we see in them is that they are dying and may die at any time. Xiaozhan's blood boiled, his hands trembling. These evil cultivators were truly inhuman. They were destroying the weapon spirit like this. Xiaozhan cut open the cage, then found clothes for them to wear so that he could take them out. But a large number of these women were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They just huddled in the corner, completely losing the desire to survive. In their eyes, there is only infinite fear and numbness caused by being tortured to the point of losing hope. When Xiaozhan saw this scene, he became even more furious and couldn't vent it. I wish I could cut these beasts into pieces. Just then, a scream was heard outside the nest. It's those spirit weapons. Xiaozhan took a quick look and saw that it was Long Jiang and several of his trusted aides who had caught up with them. He hurried out of his lair. I saw that Long Jiang had already controlled the 7 weapon spirits. They were kneeling on the ground, with several guns pointed at their heads, and they could be killed at any time. Xiaozhan, do you want to be a savior? Long Jiang grabbed a weapon spirit in his arms and placed the long knife in his hand on the neck of the weapon spirit. The long sword is his weapon spirit. He knew that the gun was useless against Xiaozhan, but it was useful against these weapon spirits. Long Jiang, why are you doing this? Xiaozhan asked angrily while thinking about how to save these weapon spirits. They are all under tight control, and even if the fish lantern is used to attract souls, it may not be possible to rescue them all. Death is looming, and these people are likely to shoot directly at the weapon spirit in panic. At such a close distance, there is no doubt that they will die. The death stare is a good way to rescue, but he has not yet mastered it and cannot use it. He is very anxious now. Xiaozhan, I don't want to waste my time with you. Now, let your weapon spirit dissolve its weapon spirit form, and you two surrender obediently. Otherwise, I will kill these people. I'll give you 3 numbers. If you don't surrender, I'll kill one immediately. 1. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a woman fell to the ground. You. Oops, sorry, my hands are shaking. Let me try again. Long Jiang looked nonchalant. Killing a person was like a joke. The veins on Xiaozhan's hands bulged. This scumbag had absolutely no respect for life. It was as if he simply wanted to tell Xiaozhan, don't think that I don't dare to kill people, killing is just child's play to me. 1. The voice demanding death came out of Long Jiang's mouth again. Chapter 104, Second Rank versus Third Rank, Abandoned Hostage. The look he gave Xiaozhan was filled with a sinister smile. Xiaozhan's mind was spinning rapidly, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. He only had about 2 seconds to think of the best way to rescue him. But these 2 seconds are not enough. His CPU may have burned out, but he can't figure it out. Hostage threats have always been a difficult issue since ancient times. 2. Long Jiang's voice urged again. Besides the cold grin on his face, there was also a hint of amusement. Special forces? Yi family? So what? Once it falls into Long Jiang's hands, no one can help it. Xiaozhan became more and more anxious. In this situation, he couldn't calm down at all, let alone come up with any useful methods. He subconsciously looked at those women. Those women kept their lips tightly closed. Although they did not shout for help, their eyes could penetrate people's hearts more clearly than the cries for help from their mouths. Xiaozhan was anxious. Long Jiang sneered wantonly. The more anxious Xiaozhan was, the more likely he would compromise. Therefore, he deliberately dragged out the tone of this last sound to put strong pressure on Xiaozhan. And 3. Boom! Like a hammer. The final verdict of Long Jiang has been announced. But Xiaozhan still couldn't think of a solution. Long Jiang sneered and immediately killed the woman in his hand without any further ado. But at this moment, Xiaozhan suddenly moved. His eyes calmed down instantly, his anxiety disappeared, and he became cold and ruthless, as if he had suddenly become a different person. At the same time, waves of death energy surged out from the magic sickle, enveloping everyone in an instant. Bang! 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 At the moment when darkness almost enveloped us, the expected gunshots rang out. In Xiaozhan's perception, those women were shot through the head and fell to the ground without breathing. But he had no expression on his face, and even ignored these minions. The cold light of the magic sickle in his hand flashed, and he went straight to take Long Jiang's life. Xiaozhan, you really have guts. Long Jiang was surprised that Xiaozhan made such a decision, but he did not kill the woman in his hand. Instead, he used her as a human shield and stood in front of him. Xiaozhan's aura of death made him lose his direction in the darkness. But he was not panicked at all, because his talent was sharp hearing. He could identify the location by sound and knew Xiaozhan's position very clearly. At this moment, Xiaozhan was fighting towards him from the side. Long Jiang snorted coldly, and was fully prepared. He activated the power of defense in his body, and a faint green light appeared above his weapon spirit. This is his ultimate control skill, the air-breaking slash. The two of them were close in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, Long Jiang suddenly threw the woman in his hand towards Xiaozhan like a sandbag. At the same time, he used his flying skills and leaped out like a fish, killing Xiaozhan. The long sword glowed with green light, dispelling the aura of death around it, and wherever it passed, it directly tore open a piece of clear sky. It's the sky-breaking slash. The three of them formed a line, and he wanted to kill them together with the woman and Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan looked at the woman who suddenly flew towards him, his eyes fluctuated a little, but were instantly replaced by indifference. In his hand, the magic sickle was filled with deathly aura, even more so than before. Call. The devil's sickle was swung with all its strength, and the bright red sickle blade was filled with the determination to kill, with no sign of holding back. This turbulent scene surprised Long Jiang again. Xiaozhan's decision really surprised him. It was not like the style of the Secret Service at all. But he couldn't care less at the moment. The skill of control had been used, and he had to drink a mouthful of blood. The long sword was fierce and ruthless, cutting into the woman's body. Blood spurted, and with the powerful force of defense, he continued to slash towards Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan also swung out his death scythe, but because the woman was standing between the two of them, his death scythe, like Long Zhang's, also hit the woman. The same blood splatter. The woman suddenly let out a shrill scream, her eyes bulging out. She couldn't see Xiao Zhan's location, but her eyes were full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that she would be abandoned by both of them. At this moment, compared to the passing of her life, her heart was even more desperate. Bang! The sky-breaking slash and the death scythe collided with each other. The powerful force blew the woman's body away, and the power of defense poured out wildly. Long Zhang was shocked and took a step back. Xiao Zhan took 3 steps back and quickly hid in the aura of death. After all, his slash was not a defensive skill. He used a second-grade normal attack to counter a third-grade ultimate move. He only took 3 steps back. It cannot be said that Xiao Zhan was weak. A hint of shock flashed in Long Zhang's eyes. His own control skills did not hurt Xiao Zhan, but instead allowed him to block it without any injury? What kind of monster is this guy? He thought of the tragic deaths of his men, and his expression instantly became solemn. Play the pig and eat the tiger? He snorted coldly. This kind of melodramatic scene would never happen to him. At this time, Xiao Zhan attacked from the side again, holding the sickle in both hands, and chopped down at him mercilessly with the posture of splitting Mount Hua. The death scythe is a powerful weapon, so the movements require big openings and closings, using explosive force to charge into the enemy's defensive position and make it collapse. Therefore, the whistling wind brought about by this chop can demonstrate its full power. Long Jiang was a third-rank warrior, and his weapon spirit was a broad-backed broadsword, also known for its fierce and aggressive moves. Therefore, facing Xiao Zhan's attack, he had no reason to retreat. So I swung it up. However, as soon as he made contact, he felt something was wrong. The powerful SSS-level talent suppressed his weapon spirit, making it difficult for it to exert its ultimate power. Coupled with Xiao Zhan's terrifying basic attack power, his own basic attack was simply no match for Xiao Zhan. Just this one move made his face distorted. Xiao Zhan took advantage and took the lead, attacking crazily, using his strength and the aura of death to disrupt Long Zhang's defense step by step. At the same time, he used his subtle predictive perception to launch an attack on Long Zhang's defensive gaps. Hey, Longjiang is hard to defend. If one step is chaotic, all the steps that follow will be in chaos. The middle door is wide open. Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity and slashed Long Zhang's chest with a magic sickle. At the critical moment of life and death, Long Jiang reacted quickly and took a step back to the extreme. The devil's sickle passed by, leaving a deep gully, but fortunately he was not cut in two. Long Jiang was furious. The severe pain in his chest made him feel a little scared. Xiao Zhan's strength was too terrifying. He was a third-grade spirit control master, but he was beaten like this by a second-grade one and almost died. This made him unbelievable. What's more, what he couldn't believe the most was that this guy Xiao Zhan didn't have the style of the Secret Service at all. Kill hostages faster than I can. It's really a backdoor deal, right? No rules at all? A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He had been holding back some strength because he was afraid of killing Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong at the same time. But now, he realized that he was totally wrong. He couldn't hurt them at all, and even his own life was in danger. Damn it, screw that SSS-level weapon spirit, just let it die. Brother, I'll find you another one later. I can't do anything about this one today. Long Jiang muttered to himself. Then, his aura suddenly increased, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand emitted a green light. The weakness that had been suppressed by the SSS-level spirit weapon was swept away in an instant. She regained her original vitality, and even more. Xiao Zhan was shocked by this scene. He is actually burning the essence of the weapon spirit. Chapter 105 Burning Origin, 4th rank Long Jiang. Generally speaking, the burning of the origin is done by the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon together. But now, Xiao Zhan only saw the origin of the weapon spirit burning, while Long Jiang's origin did not move at all. This only means one thing, that is, Long Jiang and this spirit also signed a master-servant contract. Only with a master-servant contract can one person burn. There was a cold look in Xiao Zhan's eyes. The leader of the evil cultivators deserved no death. He gripped the magic sickle tightly and rushed towards him. Long Jiang's strength increased greatly at this moment, and the essence of the weapon spirit was burning, so that he was no longer suppressed by the level of the SSS-level weapon spirit, so at this moment his third-grade strength was released to the extreme. The long sword glowed with green light and exploded with a slash, facing the deathly aura around it. The aura of death was immediately dispelled. After a few more slashes, the originally rolling aura of death gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Long Jiang and Xiao Zhan inside. With his vision, Long Jiang took the initiative when facing Xiao Zhan again. He no longer had to rely on his sharp hearing talent to attack. He immediately swung his long sword and swept it across. His energy was as high as a rainbow, completely different from his previous state. Xiao Zhan was not willing to be outdone, so he used his defensive power to collide with it, but as soon as it came into contact, he immediately felt a pressure and couldn't help but take several steps back. Seeing this, Long Jiang twisted his lips into a smile and launched a series of attacks, like raging waves, one after another, putting Xiao Zhan at a disadvantage in an instant and making him exhausted from defending himself. Don't resist. The essence of the weapon spirit will only burn for a few minutes, and the strength of a third-grade weapon spirit cannot reach the fourth grade when it burns its essence alone. As long as we can hold out for these few minutes, Long Jiang will be a useless man. Yi Yolong's voice entered Xiao Zhan's mind. Xiao Zhan nodded and immediately changed his strategy. Instead of choosing to confront it head-on, he used the subtle trajectory prediction of his perception to deal with Long Jiang. Long Jiang's attack was fierce, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and every move was deadly. But the sudden surge in strength made him lose the ability to use his skills, or rather, he simply disdained to use his skills to attack. His mind was filled with the thought of killing Xiao Zhan quickly. In this way, his attack really looked like that of a tiger that only knew 3 moves. So Xiao Zhan felt extremely relaxed after choosing to dodge. It seemed that he was retreating step by step and was in a mess, but in fact, everything was under his control. Xiao Zhan's dodge made Long Jiang a little proud at first, but as time passed, he gradually discovered that something was wrong. Although his attack was swift and Xiao Zhan was in a state of panic, a closer look revealed that Xiao Zhan had not suffered any damage at all. In contrast, his own weapon spirit's essence had been consumed by the burning. He immediately understood that Xiao Zhan was stalling for time. However, even if he understood it, he found that he had no other options. He had no strength left and chose to attack with all his strength, but Xiao Zhan was still as slippery as a loach. What could he do? Xiao Zhan's perception can give him the initiative in almost every battle. He can launch tricky attacks when advancing and defend impeccably when retreating. He is good at both offense and defense. Unless the gap in strength is too big, there is no way to deal with Xiao Zhan. As time went by, Long Jiang became more and more panicked. He could clearly feel that the power of the weapon spirit in his hand was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning, and it was gradually weakening. Within half a minute, the weapon spirit would completely lose its power and become a waste. On the other hand, Xiao Zhan was not hurt at all except for being a little embarrassed. Even the power of defense didn't seem to be consumed much. This guy's physical fitness and core completely surpassed the second rank. Thinking of the death he was about to face, Long Jiang finally couldn't help it. His face turned grim and he gave it his all. Xiao Zhan, you really surprised me. Step by step, you've pushed me into a corner. In that case, then you can come with me. At this moment, Long Jiang burst out with a strong determination to die. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged, increasing by several degrees in an instant. At the same time, the weapon spirit, which had originally begun to decline, began to burn crazily again. A green light shone brightly, like a dazzling radiance. This is because Long Jiang himself has also burned his origin. After seeing his own death, Long Jiang completely let go and no longer had any reservations. Even if he dies, he must take Xiao Zhan with him. The dual burning of the essence of the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon allowed his strength to reach the terrifying 4th level in just a moment. The 4th level is the middle level, which is a qualitative change. The core origin and everything else have undergone a qualitative improvement. Although Long Jiang was forcibly promoted to the 4th grade, only the surface strength was improved, and the core origin and other things were not improved, and there was no iconic fighting spirit form. But even so, it was not something Xiao Zhan could handle. Xiao Zhan immediately felt a heavy momentum coming towards him. It was as if he was standing on the beach, facing a giant tsunami, leaving him with no way to escape. Xiao Zhan, go to hell. After Long Jiang burned his origin, he launched a fatal attack on Xiao Zhan without any hesitation. Sky-breaking slash. The long sword was no longer just emitting a green light, but the entire spirit of the weapon had turned into a green light. This is its dazzling peak, but also its last glory. Xiao Zhan was locked by the powerful aura of the fourth rank, his perception was infinitely compressed, and he could no longer play his due role. Faced with this overwhelming attack, he had no choice but to stand firm and fight. The skill of control, Fish Lantern attracts souls. All the defensive power in the body is activated and released without cost at this moment. The aura of death was aroused to the extreme, enveloping the place like the roar of a demon. Long Jiang was not afraid at all, and it could even be said that he did not take this control skill seriously at all. He rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. The green light formed a sharp blade shape in front of him, which protected him behind him and directly tore the death aura in front of him into pieces. Even the soul-guiding fish lantern could not stop Long Jiang's progress and was shattered in an instant. This was the first time that Xiao Zhan's control skill had lost its effect. The disparity in power between the four ranks made him feel powerless, which could not be compensated by a powerful control skill. There was a look of arrogance and complacency on Long Jiang's face. The thick aura of death was torn into two halves by him. Xiao Zhan, who was at the center, immediately became an unavoidable living target. At this moment, he could finally sentence Xiao Zhan to death. Go to hell! Long Jiang roared to vent the hatred in his heart. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with deep thought. At this moment of death, he was unusually calm. So calm as if he had given up resisting. But Long Jiang doesn't care about that. Whether it is a real compromise or a fake compromise, he will not miss this opportunity. Chapter 106, Killing without blinking an eye, but not cold-blooded. The long sword came to Xiao Zhan's chest. At this time, Xiao Zhan also moved, but he did not dodge. He just threw the death demon scythe in his hand out fiercely. This scene made Long Jiang sneer. A life and death contract. Do you think that throwing the weapon spirit away can save her life? I'm afraid he was confused before he died. He completely ignored the flying magic sickle and slashed straight towards Xiao Zhan's chest. As long as Xiao Zhan died, the magic sickle would naturally die. Bang! The powerful slash hit Xiao Zhan's chest as expected. The fourth grade power was released, causing his body to be swiftly blown away like the powerful wave ball swung by Kawamura Takashi. The whole person was directly knocked into a bow shape in the air, hit the tree, destroyed the tree, hit the tree again, and destroyed the tree again. One after another, they destroyed dozens of trees before they stopped. He lay limply on the ground, motionless, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this scene, Long Jiang gasped, and his tense face finally relaxed a little. This Xiao Zhan's strength was beyond his expectations. With the strength of a second-grade cultivator, he was forced to burn his own essence to kill him. He glanced at the weapon spirit in his hand. It had become dim, and although it still retained its form, it had lost all its aura and was no different from an ordinary weapon. He threw the weapon spirit away, picked up the pistol on the ground, and walked towards Xiao Zhan. Even if Xiao Zhan died, he would whip his corpse. The spirit of the discarded weapon also turned into a human form the moment it was thrown away, but it was already lifeless and became a corpse. After signing a master-servant contract and having its essence forcibly burned, the spirit of the weapon will have no chance of survival and will only die. However, the weapon spirits and spirit masters who actively burn their essence may still have a chance to survive by becoming disabled and living like ordinary people. Long Jiang could not control his burning origin to stop. Once the origin started burning, it could not be stopped. But he believed that he would not die, at most he would be a disabled person. Although he is a useless person, it is no different from being dead. Therefore, he now hates Xiao Zhan to the core and wants to whip his corpse. I will whip Yi Yulong's corpse later. He walked towards Xiao Zhan with a grin. But at this moment, a sound of breaking winds suddenly sounded behind Long Jiang. Long Jiang's body shook violently and he turned around in surprise. But just as he turned around, a black devil sickle pierced through and directly cut off his neck. A circle of blood appeared, Long Jiang covered his neck, his eyeballs suddenly bulged out, and his pupils shrank sharply. It was all incredible. How is that possible? Isn't she dead? How are you still alive? His full-strength attack from the fourth rank couldn't kill Xiao Zhan? This. He was no longer able to think. His body tilted and he fell to the ground with a thud. His head rolled several meters away like a ball. When he stopped, he was looking in the direction of Xiao Zhan. In his eyes, Xiao Zhan stood up holding up the death scythe. He was in a very disheveled state, covered in dirt, his clothes were torn and covered in blood. But only on the chest was there a patch of snow white, flawless and smooth, with a layer of colorful shimmering light under the sunlight. That was the colorful soft scale that Ji Wuming left for Xiao Zhan. It is enough to withstand the full force attack of a 6th grade spirit master. How is it? Are you okay? Yi Yolong's concerned voice sounded. I prefer to lean on your soft arms rather than supporting a hard spirit on my own. Xiaozhan couldn't help coughing twice, and his face turned pale. Although the colorful soft scales helped him to block the attack, he was not completely unharmed. Those dozens of trees he hit were not in vain. They caused him to feel a dull pain in his chest. After hearing Xiaozhan's words, Yi Yulong immediately turned into human form. She was just worried about other dangers. However, after reacting and taking a quick look, he confirmed that there was no danger. Xiaozhan naturally put his arm around her waist without hesitation and rested his head in her arms. It was indeed soft and comfortable. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but he felt really bad after being knocked down just now. Well, it really doesn't feel good. Don't disbelieve it, it's really true. Supporting others, they walked towards the old nest. Passing by Long John's body, Xiaozhan showed a hint of relief on his face. Fortunately, his father-in-law left him something to save his life, otherwise, he would have been in great danger today. As expected, the strength of the 4th rank was not enough for him to fight against opponents of higher levels. In front of Long Jiang, who had forcibly raised his 4th rank, Xiaozhan had no power to resist. He couldn't help but think, if he challenged Wu Ye in the form of a war spirit, how badly would he be beaten? I heard that her weapon spirit takes the form of a pair of boxing gloves, so I guess one punch from her would explode. Arrived at the entrance of the nest. Seeing the innocent spirits that died at the entrance, Xiaozhan couldn't help but feel depressed again. Xiaozhan felt a little depressed about their deaths. He didn't want them to die. If there was a way, Xiaozhan would definitely save them. But at the same time, Xiaozhan would rather not let himself die than let them die. Because half of his life now belongs not to him, but to Yi Yulong. It's just that the idea is like this, but when it actually happens, the feeling is different. Yi Yulong looked at Xiaozhan's expression and knew that he felt a little uncomfortable. He was different from himself. The life he had experienced was far from enough to make his heart as hard as stone. It's okay, leave things like this to me from now on. Yi Yulong comforted. In the previous battle, Long Jiang initially used hostages to threaten Xiaozhan to make a choice, and Xiaozhan was anxious. But suddenly, in that instant, he became extremely indifferent and even killed the weapon spirit without hesitation. In fact, that was not Xiaozhan's original intention, but Yi Yulong took over the control of Xiaozhan's body. It was not until the hostages were dead that Xiaozhan took over the initiative and carried out the subsequent battle. Looking at the corpse, Xiaozhan sighed. He is not the kind of person who looks back. The person is already dead, and there is no point in dwelling on these things. He has already done his best. In that situation, even if Yi Yulong didn't take action, he would eventually choose to take action. However, the difference between him and Yi Yulong is that he can't be as decisive as Yi Yulong. The 2 seconds given by Long Jiang were not enough for him to accept this decision so comfortably. He needed enough time to buffer. He kills without blinking an eye and he kills decisively, but this is only directed at his enemies. Xiaozhan is far from being so cold-blooded towards these innocent people. This has nothing to do with time travel, it has nothing to do with the psychological age of nearly 40, it has to do with life experience. Although his life experience was full of suffering, it was not dark. In fact, it was full of warmth. Therefore, this kind of thing that goes against his psychology makes him very uncomfortable. Even though he knew he had to do this, the pain in his heart was real. Thanks, Xiaozhan said to Yi Yulong. Chapter 107, The Divine Dissociation of the Imperial Skills, Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong's contradiction begins to emerge. Just then, a figure ran over from a distance. He was covered in blood and holding a guandao in his hand. It's Lu Yuan. Seeing Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong safe and sound, as well as the bloody scene around them, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Looks like I'm late. How are you? Although Lu Yuan arrived late, he was covered in blood and it was obvious that he had experienced a tough battle. Lu Yuan glanced at himself and smiled, I'm fine. It's all the blood from those bastards from the Secret Service. Damn, the Secret Service is almost ruined. As soon as Long Jiang left, I immediately chased after him, but was stopped by those bastards. Luckily, you're okay. Wait, you're okay? Xiaozhan frowned, why, do you hope something bad happens to me? No, that's not what I meant. Lu Yuan waved his hands quickly, but the shock was still in his eyes. What I mean is that Long Jiang is a third-grade spirit control master. You fought him, and you're fine? What about the Long Jiang people? Did you beat them away? He didn't run away. He was lying on the ground and sleeping. On the ground? Lu Yuan turned around and looked around, and sure enough, he found the moving body. I couldn't help but exclaim, "It's unbelievable. This, you actually killed him?" Full of shock. He's a third-rank spirit master. Yes. You actually killed a third-rank spirit master. And you're not hurt at all? You can't say it's okay. Where are you hurt? The clothes are torn. Lu Yuan. Why the hell don't you just die? After a long while, Lu Yuan recovered from his surprise. He approached Xiao Zhan and said, "Brother, tell me the truth. What do you think will happen if I fight you?" "You'll be lying on the ground like him." Xiao Zhan pointed at Long Jiang. "Isn't it possible?" Lu Yuan was a little skeptical. Judging from the current battle scene, Xiao Zhan's strength was indeed the best in Class 2, not just ordinary strong. But Lu Yuan doesn't think he is weaker than Long Jiang. He doesn't know for sure whether Long Jiang will be killed or not. In response, Xiao Zhan did not refute, but just smiled. Lu Yuan was indeed stronger than Long Jiang, his talent was there. However, this did not mean that Lu Yuan could defeat Xiao Zhan. Without burning the core essence, Xiao Zhan swept through all the third-grade ones. Of course, if both of them were burning their core essences, Xiao Zhan could also sweep through the third rank. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Have you notified anyone? Come and clean up the battlefield. I've already notified them. They'll probably be here soon. Lu Yuan released his weapon spirit. He had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle, so he took this opportunity to recover. Xiao Zhan nodded, then walked into the nest, taking advantage of the fact that no one had arrived yet to see if there was anything good. With the sensory scan, there was nowhere for things to hide, and soon Xiao Zhan discovered something. But these things were of no use to him, except for one thing that aroused his interest. This seems to be a method of practicing the art of controlling. He picked it up and took a look at it, and was immediately surprised to find that it was a rare mental power control technique. However, after seeing the detailed introduction of this control skill, Xiao Zhan's face suddenly became a little ugly. The name of this control skill is Shinli. It is not an offensive-defensive technique, but a controlling defensive technique. Its function is to make people obedient, no matter if the other party is a spirit master or an instrument spirit. After using it, the other party will develop a sense of dependence on it. This is the same as the obedient water in the previous life. It's just that the obedient water comes quickly and violently. This control technique focuses on a chronic effect. It is not enough to use it once, but requires multiple and long-term use. The purpose and benefit of using it this way is to shift the other person's subconscious mind, making the other person think that they are really dependent on you, thus creating a false intimate relationship. This kind of relationship, over time, will leave a deep imprint on the soul, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. Even if this control is later lifted by others, they will still believe that they really have feelings for the other person, thus achieving true inseparability. This is a skill used by evil cultivators like Long Jiang to control spirits. After reading the introduction, Xiao Zhan immediately understood why Long Jiang's spirit was so obedient. Because of the signing of the master-servant contract, the spirit master can control the spirit of the weapon, or the spirit of the weapon can control the spirit master. However, the master-servant contract is not omnipotent. Its actual difference from other contracts is only reflected in the inequality in contractual status. The specific manifestations are the inability to terminate the contract, the inability to transfer control of the body, imbalance in cultivation feedback, forced burning of the other party's origin, and so on. However, it is impossible to allow the servant to be controlled like a puppet. The servant's spiritual will can still resist. This resistance may seem harmless and may seem to have no effect on the master, but it is actually fatal. The most obvious and fatal point is the qualitative change between the third and fourth grades, the battle spirit form. Because if the spirit master and the weapon spirit cannot communicate with each other and cooperate with each other, they cannot merge into the form of a war spirit. The mandatory nature of the master-servant contract almost destined that there would be an unbridgeable gap between the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon. As long as there is a gap, it is impossible to fuse into the battle spirit form, and a third-grade cultivator will never be able to break through to the fourth grade in his lifetime. With this control skill, this problem of separation can be solved. No wonder this control skill is named Shinli. They appear to be in harmony but are actually at odds with each other. On the surface, they have a close relationship, but in fact they have two minds. Understanding the reason behind this, Xiao Zhan immediately wanted to destroy this disgusting control technique. But at this moment, Yi Yulong stopped him. Although this control technique is evil, it can be a good skill if used properly. What's the meaning? Yi Yulong explained, this control technique is naturally an oppressive shackle for two people whose hearts are not together. But if it is for two people whose hearts are together, it will become a fuel for fusion. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan understood what Yi Yulong meant. She wanted to keep it for her own use. But if that's the case, will we still be ourselves at that time? Xiao Zhan was a little worried. Everything has its limits. This is a technique that requires long-term use. As long as we control the frequency, it won't be a bad thing for us. But Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, not quite accepting her idea. Compared to using this kind of thing to strengthen our relationship, I would rather overcome numerous difficulties and make it to the end myself. How are we going to get out later? Yi Yulong suddenly asked such an irrelevant question. Go out. Xiao Zhan didn't know why she asked that, but he answered anyway. Would you like to take a ride if there's a car? Of course we take the car if there is one. That's exactly the truth. Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment, then he understood what she meant and immediately retorted, that's different. Feelings and the way you travel are not the same thing. It's essentially the same thing, and we both ultimately reach our goal. Since the goal is the same, why not use a faster method? Xiao Zhan was suddenly silent after hearing her question. He looked into Yi Yulong's eyes. The determination in her eyes suddenly made Xiao Zhan feel a little unfamiliar. After a long silence, he looked into Yi Yulong's eyes and asked seriously, so, what do you think of our relationship? Chapter 108, White hair cannot be replaced by snow, meeting is already a good omen. I just see the essence through the phenomenon. Then what is our essence? Is it a transaction? Xiao Zhan's voice grew colder, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yi Yulong. He knew that Yi Yulong was a person who focused on the goal. As she said, she could see through the essence of things at a glance, and those complicated interferences in the middle would not have any effect on her. This is why she is always so decisive in every decision she makes. She only analyzes the pros and cons of the results and never cares about the process in between. Xiao Zhan admired her character very much. He felt that she could compliment him, just like when he was fighting against Long Jiang just now. When he was hesitant, she was able to make the fastest and most accurate choice. He also liked Yi Yulong's personality more and more. But now, what makes Xiao Zhan feel suffocated is that Yi Yulong actually treats their relationship in the same way. This was unacceptable to him. So, what did she take their relationship as? Is it a joke? Or a deal? When Yi Yulong faced Xiao Zhan's questioning, she subconsciously wanted to refute, but after seeing the disappointment in Xiao Zhan's eyes, she suddenly realized something. If you don't like it, then don't have it. No need, just keep it if you want. We're already tied together anyway, right? Xiao Zhan laughed at himself, placed the control technique in front of her, and then walked out. Yi Yulong looked at Xiao Zhan's leaving back, her expression as calm as ever, but a slight glint in her eyes betrayed her emotions. But looking at the imperial skills in front of her, she didn't know how to make a decision for a moment. Xiao Zhan came outside. At this time, the reinforcements had also arrived. Fatty Lu Yuan came to greet them and said, "Brother, I just heard that you were going to take a car, so I reserved one for you." You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but feel depressed. No, whoever wants to ride in this crappy car can do it. Ha! Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Zhan's back as he walked away, his fat face full of confusion. What? Didn't you say you wanted to take a car? Why don't you sit down again? If you don't want to sit, then don't sit. Why are you so angry? Coincidentally, Yi Yulong also came out at this time. Lu Yuan smiled again, "Sister-in-law, do you want to take the car?" Roll. Lu Yuan. No, there's something wrong with you too, right? It was you who asked for a ride in there. Seeing that you have worked hard, I kindly asked for one for you. It would be fine if you just don't thank me, but why are you cursing at me? Humph, forget it if you don't want to sit, I'll sit by myself. At the same time. In an unknown place, in a room. When Scarface saw the news of Longjiang's death, he smashed the table in front of him with a palm, and was extremely furious. How could this happen? Why did you abandon me and leave me? Brother. Xiao Zhan. Yi Yulong. The hatred for killing my brother is irreconcilable. I will make you pay with blood. Someone, check for me. I want all the information about Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong. Check from the moment they were born, not a single day less. Yes. 1 day later. Xiao Zhan, Lu Yuan and others returned to the Special Service Bureau. Qin Wanfeng commended the 4 of them and originally gave them a month, but unexpectedly, the problem was solved in less than a week. Worthy of praise. Wu Ye also expressed her approval of Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, especially after seeing the report that Xiao Zhan fought against dozens of people at once and even killed the 3rd-grade spirit master Long Jiang. It's even more impressive. A 2nd-grade cultivator could kill a 3rd-grade cultivator, at least she couldn't do it at first. If Wu Ye knew that the Long Jiang killed by Xiao Zhan was actually a 4th-grade dragon, what would she think? After the commendation ceremony, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong returned to the dormitory. After washing up, the 2 lay on the bed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, like a young couple having a quarrel. We should have a serious communication. Yi Yulong said. They haven't spoken a word to each other for a day. Good. Xiao Zhan also knew that it was not a good idea to remain silent like this. Their contract is not an equal one, and if irreconcilable conflicts arise, there is still a way to terminate the contract. The life and death contract compels them to only use repair as a way to deal with broken relationships. Let me first state my feelings. Since we have signed a life and death contract, we should carefully cultivate our relationship. Whether the final outcome is good or bad, it's all the result of us following our own hearts. If there's a connection, that's great. If there's no connection, that's fine too. I don't want to use this bullshit divine separation to strengthen our relationship. Doing so will only make me feel that I am not indispensable to you in your heart. Xiao Zhan tried his best to express himself calmly. Although the life and death contract destined them to be dependent on each other, it was a forced bond. Rather than physical binding, Xiao Zhan wanted a fusion of souls. Otherwise, why would Xiao Zhan be willing to give up the use of his talent expansion for her? Is it really enough to threaten him just because of her death threat? Based on his understanding of Yi Yulong, she wants to live more than anyone else. Xiao Zhan doesn't use his talent simply because he doesn't want to. After hearing his words, Yi Yulong was silent for 2 seconds. In my heart, I can't live without you, and it is precisely because you are you that I will use Xinli. I want to be with you till the end. I don't want us to go to the other side. We should have the same idea on this point. Yi Yulong said this and looked at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan also nodded. Yes, I want to be with you until the end. Since we all want to make it to the end, why can't we use Xinli? You like me, and I like you too. There is real love between us. I have made my efforts for this happy outcome. Xiao Zhan said, you're right. This is the result I want. But I don't want to rely on external forces. What I want is for our hearts to slowly grow closer. As long as the result is good, why should we care about the process? I have not betrayed you, and I will not betray you. My feelings for you are pure and without impurities. Yi Yulong said. Xiao Zhan shook his head gently. Have you ever thought that sometimes the process is also a result? Maybe for you, the result is the result, but for me, the process is also a result. A flower knows it will wither, so why does it bloom? A person knows they will die, so why does he live? The result is not important, it's the process that counts. If we knew we would break up, why did we stay together? Isn't it because I want to love you infinitely within a limited time? The process of loving you is far more important than this false result you bring me. You are too utilitarian. How can white hair be replaced by snow? Meeting you is already a blessing. Chapter 109, Lousy Shudao Mountain? Yi Yulong listened carefully to Xiao Zhan's words. Facing Xiao Zhan's sincere and somewhat hopeful gaze, she remained resolute. I only know that I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you either. That's why we should work harder instead of relying on external forces. Do you understand? Xiao Zhan smiled, his tone gentle. He felt that Yi Yulong was about to be convinced by him. I still think there is nothing wrong with what I did. Yi Yulong said. Xiao Zhan. Ma mai pai. So all the words I just said were just talking to a deaf ear? You can be a difficult fish to catch, but you cannot be a stubborn donkey. I'm tired. Let's destroy it for one night and talk about it tomorrow. Xiao Zhan simply lay down. I'm afraid it's impossible to decide the winner with Yi Yulong tonight. He now truly understood Yi Yulong's seeing the essence through the phenomenon. Some people's personalities really cannot be changed by just a few words. Even in a romantic relationship. The reason why Yi Yulong is precisely because of her results-centered way of thinking. In her eyes, the process is something that can be ignored. This was the character that Xiao Zhan liked about her, but now, it had also become a character that gave him a headache. Xiao Zhan lay down, not wanting to discuss this topic for the time being. Yi Yulong also knew that neither of them could convince the other, so he could only lie down as well. However, her eyes, looking towards the ceiling, were filled with confusion. She didn't understand why Xiao Zhan had to focus on the process. There was love between the two of them, and they could be together forever in the end. How many people yearned for such an outcome? Isn't that good? She couldn't understand Xiao Zhan, but she knew that this was the current conflict between the two of them. Until the conflict is resolved, she will choose to respect Xiao Zhan's decision and not learn and use this skill. The two of them lay quietly, each with their own thoughts in their minds. This was the first time since they started sleeping in the same bed that they didn't sleep next to each other. Half an hour later. Xiao Zhan's mind was as clear as a mirror and he couldn't sleep. Not used to it. Want a hug? Yi Yulong's voice suddenly came. Hug. I can't sleep without Xiao Zhan holding me. A soft fragrant breeze blew over him, and his arms were filled with tenderness and firmness. Xiao Zhan immediately felt at ease. The clear mind suddenly became sleepy. Quarrels are quarrels, but it doesn't mean that we don't love each other anymore. Holding Yi Yulong, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, my wife is the best sleeping pill. Let me make it clear first, I can hold you, but I didn't agree to let you use that skill. Xiao Zhan made his words clear first to avoid Yi Yulong misunderstanding. Are you angry? Yi Yulong asked. A little at first, but after knowing that I am your only you, I stopped being angry. Then kiss? You want to seduce me? And then make me agree to it? That's impossible. Xiao Zhan would never be blinded by beauty. No, I just can't sleep without kissing. Yi Yulong said. Real? Real. You can kiss then. Xiao Zhan was about to move forward, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Yi Yulong looked at him in confusion. Xiao Zhan stepped back and snorted at her arrogantly. Why do I always have to be the one to kiss you? I'll get tired of it if I do that for too long, okay? Can't you just kiss me first? I don't feel your love, so I won't kiss you anymore. Yi Yulong. I suddenly had a thought in my mind. I don't know whether it is a good idea or not. She knew that Xiao Zhan was deliberately acting like a child. A man would only act like this when he felt loved. She had seen Xiao Zhan like this many times. In the past she would always agree to him. But today, a sly look suddenly flashed in Yi Yulong's eyes. Are you sure you don't want to kiss me? No. I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to kiss me? No. Really not kissing? Really? Then don't blame me for being rude. What are you going to do? Xiao Zhan suddenly had a bad premonition. I'll count to 3. Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was shocked. This inheritance had been broken for more than 100 years. Where did she find this sentence? Yi Yulong smiled cunningly, and she felt very satisfied when she saw Xiao Zhan's stunned old friend look. It really works. The bloodline has awakened. Ever since she heard those strange words from Xiao Zhan in the secret realm last time, she had gone to look through the classics on purpose. Only then did she realize that those words were all jokes from Gu Yuanyin, so she wrote down all the interesting jokes. She remembered Xiao Zhan saying that according to his ancestral home, Xiao Zhan was from Sichuan. There was a mountain in Sichuan in the past, which was Laozi Shudao Mountain. Xiao Zhan's attitude just now was a bit strong, so she tried it on a whim, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. Xiao Zhan's nervous look made Yi Yulong feel like he had discovered a new world. When Xiao Zhan saw Yi Yulong suddenly shout out such a sentence, he was also shocked. How did she know this sentence? He hurriedly suppressed the shock to his bloodline caused by these words, and suddenly felt something was wrong. This woman wanted the throne of the family. No, absolutely not. This woman is already strong enough. If she masters this killer weapon, I'm afraid I'll never be able to turn things around. The day of turning things around. This must be there. Xiao Zhan thought quickly in his mind, wondering how he could nip this dangerous tendency of hers in the bud. Suddenly, he saw a sly smile in Yi Yulong's eyes. He was shocked and immediately understood that Yi Yulong was testing him. She was not sure about it. Because the real count to 3 is full of absolute suppressive power, it is the confidence that can suppress eternity, and it is comparable to the arbitrary courage and determination of Emperor Huang Tian. Not her sneaky and cunning type. Therefore, Yi Yulong actually only learned the basics and did not learn the laws of heaven and earth contained in this sentence. Xiao Zhan was excited. After realizing this, he suddenly became full of energy. Looking at Yi Yulong, he sneered. Shudao Mountain is indeed powerful, but don't forget that there is He Chang and Shu. Today, Xiao Zhan will follow the example of our generation and completely suppress Yi Yulong. Let her know what the family throne is. What do you mean by count to 3? How can you say such dirty words, Yutaki? This trick is easy to crack, you just need to act like you are not afraid. Other attitudes are casual. Sure enough, Yi Yulong was confused. Huh? Why doesn't this trick work? Doesn't the book say it's very useful? Is it because the opening method is wrong? She decided to try again. I'll count to 3, 1. Phew. Xiao Zhan almost couldn't help laughing. Yi Yulong is really cute. She is obviously not a hot girl, but she insists on pretending to be one. The essence of the word lousy was missed. Okay, forget about counting to 3. Today, even if you count to 30, 300, 3,000, or even 30,000, I won't kiss you. You must kiss me today. Xiao Zhan's tough attitude once again demonstrated his masculinity. Yi Yulong was even more confused. Xiao Zhan's behavior was completely different from what was described in the book. Liar's book. Yi Yulong himself felt ridiculous. How could he believe such unfounded words? There was no other way. Seeing Xiao Zhan's determined look, Yi Yulong could only choose to compromise and kissed Xiao Zhan on the lips. Xiao Zhan's plan succeeded, and he felt happier than eating honey. Humph, you want to increase my intensity? Do you really think I traveled through time in vain? Your buds must be nipped in the bud. You just counted to 3, so you have to kiss me 3 times. Yi Yulong could only satisfy him and kissed him 3 times. Xiao Zhan nodded repeatedly. Well, leave now. Remember not to swear next time. Chapter 110 New Mission. The next day. After Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong got up, they had nothing to do, so they went to the training room to practice. The problem from last night was not resolved, but the two of them tacitly agreed not to discuss it further. In addition, he experienced the battle with Long Jiang. They also discovered their own problems, that is, although their overall quality is very strong and they are hexagonal warriors, they do not have any outstanding points. This makes their performance in battle seem mediocre. Especially the control skill of Fish Lantern Soul Attraction. As his strength increased, Xiao Zhan felt that this skill was a bit insufficient. The effect of its attack is more inclined towards illusion, and the moves that ultimately cause damage are still the same as ordinary attacks. Once the enemy's mental strength is very strong, Xiao Zhan's skill will be useless. This trick is not effective in one-on-one combat, but it can be used in group battles. Therefore, Xiao Zhan must now quickly cultivate the skill of Death Gaze control, and it would be best if he could also cultivate the instantaneous comprehension of the Black Bianhua. There are not many skills in the notebook left by Yi Woming, only 6 control skills, and each control skill requires corresponding strength to practice. With the help of the spiritual fruit, Xiao Zhan can practice the Death Gaze control skill that can only be practiced at the 3rd level in advance, and for the next control skill, he must reach the 4th level of strength before he can practice it. It's not that his physical fitness is not up to standard, but the prerequisite for the next control skill is that he and Yi Yulong need to merge into the form of fighting spirits. The two came to the training room. Those who have privileges can directly enter the highest level training room, which makes Lu Yuan, who happens to be practicing here, envious. Choose the traceless training mode. After entering the training room, Xiao Zhan still turned on the invisible mode as usual. He already had a sense of vigilance, and now after what happened in Longjiang, his sense of vigilance became even stronger, and he was even more reluctant to reveal his own and Yi Yulong's physical data. How many merit points are needed to redeem the Black Spider Lily? Xiao Zhan asked the artificial intelligence. If he wanted to quickly comprehend the technique of controlling through that momentary flash of inspiration, he would need to consume more black bana. There is a spiritual herb plantation in the Secret Service Bureau. Any spiritual herb that can be grown can be exchanged, but merit points are required. Merit points are obtained by completing tasks. Xiao Zhan and Lu Yuan completed the task excellently, so the points that were originally for one team were all divided among them. Among them, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong killed the most enemies and made the greatest contributions, so they also had the most points, a total of 3,000 merit points. Special privilege: unlock the exchange privilege for Black Bana, 1,000 merit points for 1. Can only redeem 3 plants? Xiao Zhan could only be shocked at how cruel this special service bureau was. He had risked his life to get 3,000 points, but in the end, they could only exchange them for 3 plants? Although this black-red spider lily is of a higher level, there are not many spirit weapons with the attribute of death, and the demand is not high. Are you going to rip you off like this? I have special privileges, can I get a discount? Xiao Zhan asked. No, special privileges can only unlock redemption qualifications, not discounts. Okay. If you don't have this special privilege, you won't be able to redeem points even if you have them, right? How about it? Do you want to exchange it now? Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Yulong and asked. After experiencing what happened last night, Xiao Zhan understood one thing, that is, this woman is smarter than himself. She can judge at a glance whether the value of the choice made matches the consequences of the choice. This is very strong. Although Xiao Zhan could also make the judgment, his speed was not as fast as hers. Therefore, in order to save himself from worry, Xiao Zhan made a decision, that is, to ask his wife for help whenever he was in doubt. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use your brain, since it's so useful? You can redeem it now. Yi Yulong immediately gave the answer and explained, the comprehension of the control skills is extremely consistent with one's own attributes. Although we can practice the control skills left by our father, it is not a perfect match after all. Even in the subsequent advancement and strengthening, our development path will go against the control skills he left behind, so we must comprehend our own control skills. What she said is very important, even though Yi Wuming left them 6 control skills. But whether or not all of them can be cultivated is still another question. Weapon spirits can be strengthened and developed. If Yi Yulong's subsequent development path is different from her mother's, then there is a high probability that the subsequent control skills will not be used. Even if the development route deviates slightly, its power will be greatly reduced. Therefore, it is very important to develop your own control skills. Xiao Zhan also knew this, so he just asked her, do you want to exchange it now, instead of asking her, do you want to exchange it? After all, they still had the death gaze control technique to practice, and he was worried that they might not have enough time. What if I go out to do a mission in the middle of the journey and fail to cultivate successfully, wouldn't that be a loss? But Yi Yulong is obviously a confident person, she wants it all. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Xiao Zhan did not hesitate and listened to his wife and immediately exchanged for 3 black-red spider lilies. This time, the points were directly reset to 0. Let's start practicing. Without further ado, after getting the black-red spider lily, the two of them immediately began to practice. Soon, half a year passed. During the past 6 months, Xiao Zhan finally succeeded in practicing the death stare, a control skill. He simulated a battle in the training room and found that he could kill an average 3rd-grade spirit controller in just a moment. Unless the opponent's mental strength exceeds the 3rd level, there is no room for struggle. Killing is invisible and hard to guard against. There is a shortcoming, it cannot be used continuously. Because using this skill also consumes your own mental energy, after using it, you need to rest for at least half a day before you can use it a second time. As for the other control skill that needs to be comprehended by oneself, although it is effective, the progress is still far behind. During this period, he completed 2 more tasks, earned some points, and then exchanged them for 2 black-red spider lilies. However, after using it, this control technique is still a little short of final perfection. Don't think that taking half a year to develop a spirit control skill is too slow. You should know that a spirit control master can only learn a few spirit control skills in his entire life. Generally speaking, starting from the 2nd level, one will comprehend a control skill in each realm. In addition, the power of the control technique is directly proportional to the level of strength at the time of comprehension. The higher the level, the greater the power of the control technique. After all, this kind of comprehended control skill is a combination of the various attributes of the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon, and it is finally transformed into the control skill that best suits the two of them. Although Xiao Zhan is now a 2nd-grade cultivator, his overall physical fitness is not inferior to that of a 3rd-grade cultivator. In addition, the control skill he comprehended was mediated by high-grade spiritual herbs such as the black-red spider lily, and the chance of success was already very small, so the overall difficulty was definitely at the 4th level. According to the calculations and simulations of artificial intelligence, once this control skill is fully mastered, its power will definitely be comparable to that of the 4th level. So, although the speed was slow, Xiao Zhan was very happy in his heart. If he succeeds, he will have a real trump card. Now he has no points and no tasks, so he plans to use his time to reach this final stage of comprehension. According to his estimation, in about another month, he would be able to fully display this control skill. But just at this moment, the mission came. Xiao Zhan was speechless. It was such a timely moment, but there was nothing he could do. He could only let it go for the time being. Wu Ye gathered all the members of the Special Operations team together. Including Wu Ye and Su Wen, there were a total of 12 people in the Special Operations team, or 6 pairs. A demonic beast has appeared in Shengquan village. Preliminary estimates suggest it's a 4th-grade demonic beast, and it's already caused considerable casualties. Our superiors have ordered us to depart immediately to eliminate this demonic beast. You have 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, set off immediately. Yes. Everyone responded and began to prepare. 10 minutes later, everyone boarded a plane and headed for Shengquan village. Chapter 111, The Spirit Master Who Doesn't Rely on Weapon Spirits to Fight. On the plane, Wu Ye played a video for everyone to watch. In the video, a 14-member team from the Secret Service encountered a white ape-like monster in a forest. The team took the lead in launching an attack, but after just a few encounters, the team was defeated by the monster and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only one person escaped with the weapon spirit. The captain of this team is quite powerful, a 3rd-rank spirit master, and the other team members are all 2nd rank. But their strength was no match for the spirit-patterned white ape, and they were defeated in just one move. So our mission goal this time is to kill this monster directly, there is no need to capture it. Wu Ye said to everyone. Generally speaking, for any monsters that appear in the territory, as long as they are not too strong, the special service will give priority to capturing them alive. This is not about protecting life or showing love. Rather, these monsters have huge research value, whether it is used to try to tame them, or to conduct live experiments, or to extract genes for biological research and development. In short, a living and powerful monster has high research value. There are also many such monsters in the Secret Service. However, preliminary analysis of this spiritual patterned white ape showed that its strength had already posed a threat to them, and if they wanted to capture it alive, they would have to pay a huge price. So, just kill him directly. An hour later, everyone arrived at the outskirts of Shengquan village and landed. Shengquan village is a village nestled in the mountains, nestled beside a river and detached from worldly affairs. In this world where technology and monsters coexist, such ancient villages are rare. There is a spring in the village that feeds the entire village, so it is called Holy Spring Village. In the past, they were peaceful. But in the past 2 days, they have been in a panic and dare not live in the village. Hello, Captain Wu, I'm Lin Feng, the person in charge here. As soon as we landed, someone came up. It was a middle-aged man. Lin Feng, the head of the Secret Service Bureau's Ming Department. This monster is so ferocious that one of our teams was almost wiped out. Now that you're here, we can finally rest assured. He looked at the Special Operations Team 1, whose spirit was completely different, and a look of relief appeared on his face. But when his eyes swept over Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, his expression was slightly stunned. These 2 people are too young, completely different from the mature others. He thought about it and couldn't help but speak. Captain Wu, the monster this time is preliminarily estimated to be a 4th-grade monster. We can't be careless. He glanced at Xiao Zhan, his meaning was very clear. Wu Ye said coldly, this is our special forces business, you don't have to worry too much. No, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Since Captain Wu doesn't like it, I'll just shut up. Tell me what the situation is now. Wu Ye said in a commanding tone. This made Lin Feng a little unhappy. But he had no choice. Strength means the right to speak. It's their own fault for not being awesome. Lin Feng immediately pulled out a video clip. This is footage captured by a drone search. After their initial encounter with us, this white ape hid in the mountains. The mountains are shrouded in fog and haze, the terrain is rugged and complex, and there is a special magnetic field, so drones cannot enter. Therefore, killing this white ape is a complicated and dangerous situation. Wu Ye watched the video and found no useful information. She only saw the white ape disappear in the fog. Then she turned back and prepared to lead her team into the mountains. At this time, Lin Feng hurriedly called out, "Captain Wu, there are 2 villagers here who are very familiar with the road inside." They volunteered to lead the way. Wu Ye turned around and saw 2 villagers, a man and a woman, who looked to be in their 30s. "Are you also spirit masters?" "Yes. It's dangerous to lead the way. Are you sure you want to go?" The man was very determined, even with anger on his face. "This monster killed my family, I must take revenge." "Leave the revenge to us, and lead the way to you." Wu Ye agreed to his request. The mountains were foggy and the dangers were unknown. It would be a good thing to have someone familiar to lead the way. "May I have your name?" "My name is Dashan, and this is my wife Xiujuan." "Okay, you must obey my instructions on the way." "Yes." So, the group set off. There was a drone exploring the road ahead, so the walk was easy. In the second half, the drone was no longer effective as the road became bumpy and visibility was poor. Dashan warned from the front, "The mountains are foggy all year round, and there are many low-level monsters living there. They are very good at camouflaging, and most of them are poisonous. You have to be careful." This reminder is necessary. But this is only for the rest of the team. For Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong, their perception abilities are like cheats in any terrain environment. Misty jungle mode? Does not exist. After walking for nearly 2 hours, everyone found the trace of the spiritual white ape. A tuft of bloody hair. It seems that although the team was destroyed, they did cause damage to the monster. There is a big cave ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be hiding in the cave. Dashan said. "How do you know it's hiding in the cave?" Wu Ye asked. "Oh, because this monster didn't actually appear suddenly. When we entered the mountains before, we would see the shadow of this monster from time to time." Dashan explained. "Then why didn't you report it in advance? This monster has never harmed us before. In addition, few people in our village go out, so we ignored it. Who knew it would suddenly go crazy?" Wu Ye listened to his explanation and said indifferently, "Monsters are not animals. Their home is either a cage or hell." Yes, I understand." Dashan said dodged. Wu Ye's aura was so strong that even a grown man like him didn't dare to look directly at her. Then Dashan continued to lead the way and headed towards the cave he mentioned. After walking for a while, suddenly, within Xiao Zhan's perception range, he sensed the energy fluctuations of the monster. But at the same time, he also discovered someone. "There is a person 1,000 meters ahead." Xiao Zhan reminded immediately. Hearing this, everyone stopped immediately. "Are you sure there's only one person?" Wu Ye asked emphatically. Xiao Zhan knew what she meant and quickly said, "There's only one person, a man, without a spirit weapon, and that person seems to be fighting a monster." Xiao Zhan suddenly felt a little unbelievable. How strong is this person who dares to fight monsters with his own strength without relying on the spirit of the weapon? Chapter 112, Not Knowing What's Good for You. When the others heard this, they were also shocked. A 4th-grade demon beast was a task that their entire team had to handle with caution, but the other party could handle it alone? Which master is practicing here? Let's go and take a look immediately. If necessary, we can lend a helping hand. Wu Ye decided immediately. No matter who is fighting the monster, Wu Ye will go to help. Dashan, you two just stay here and don't go anywhere else. Wu Ye turned around and said. After all, they are both villagers, and I have to protect them when I get there later. Good. The mountains also responded. So Wu Ye immediately took the team to the cave. After their figures completely disappeared in the vast fog, Dashan's honest expression suddenly became gloomy, and then he quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Captain, do you think it's normal for a villager to have reached the level of a 3rd-grade spirit master? While on the way, Xiao Zhan suddenly asked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was moving forward suddenly stopped. Wu Ye frowned deeply. You mean Dashan? Yes. Xiao Zhan nodded. He sensed Dashan's strength from the beginning, but Dashan also generously admitted that he was a spirit master at the time, so Xiao Zhan didn't think much about it. An era where everyone controls spirits. It is not surprising to see 1 or 2 masters in the mountains, villages, and forests. What's more, he just sensed someone fighting a 4th-grade monster with his bare hands. However, just as they separated from the mountain disappeared from Xiao Zhan's perception at a very fast speed, and did not return to the original route. This strange behavior made Xiao Zhan suspicious. Only then did he say it. When everyone heard Xiao Zhan's affirmative answer, they couldn't help but look at each other. They really didn't realize that Dashan was actually a third-grade spirit master. Wu Ye was also surprised. She didn't think too much about it at first and just regarded Dashan as an ordinary villager. But I didn't expect that he was actually a third-grade one. This is worth discussing. Is he the only one with such high strength, or are all the people in the village so strong? Is there any purpose for him to lead the way? After thinking for a moment, Wu Ye couldn't come to a conclusion because there was too little information. She could only say, it's indeed strange that a third-grade spirit master appeared in a wild mountain village. However, this has little to do with us for now. Our main goal is to kill the monster. After a pause, she continued, if he appears within your range of perception, please pay more attention. Yes. Xiao Zhan responded. Although Dashan is strange, it is highly likely that he is not trying to harm them, otherwise the wrath of the Secret Service would be something that Shangquan village alone cannot withstand. Move on. 1,000 meters is not far, and even though the fog blocked our view, we arrived there quickly. As soon as I got closer, I heard an angry roar of a beast. Then, a gray-haired old man was seen being slapped away by a giant white ape over 5 meters tall. He hit a rock and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately knew that this old man was no match for the white ape. If he wants to fight against a 4th-grade monster without a weapon spirit, he must at least have 5th-grade strength. Seeing this, Wu Ye also urgently ordered, Xiao Zhan, you are responsible for taking this old man to a safe place. Everyone else, come with me and kill the monster. Yes. At the command, the team immediately took action. Wu Ye took the lead and turned into a pair of red boxing gloves and appeared in Su Wen's hands. There were flames burning on her fists, and scar-like lines were wrapped around them. This is exactly Wu Ye's weapon spirit form, the explosive boxing gloves. S-level spirit weapon. This was the first time Xiao Zhan saw Wu Ye's weapon spirit form, and also the first time he saw Su Wen using a weapon spirit. With just one glance, he felt that the two of them were different from others. The impression given to Xiao Zhan by others was that the spirit master was the spirit master, and the weapon spirit was the weapon spirit, and the two could be separated. In the hands of the spirit master, the weapon spirit was more like an ordinary weapon. But Wu Ye and Su Wen gave Xiao Zhan the feeling that they were inseparable. Although it is still a weapon spirit and a boxing glove in essence, it is one and the same, giving a sense of fusion of man and sword becoming one. Once separated, they die. This made Xiao Zhan feel a surge of longing in his heart. Is this the manifestation of a 4th-grade war spirit? He spoke out subconsciously. Lu Yuan, who was standing nearby, happened to hear this and couldn't help but laugh. This isn't the battle spirit form. The true battle spirit form hasn't been revealed yet. It's going to scare you when it does. Can it be even stronger? Hearing this, Xiao Zhan became even more fascinated. The mere overflow of this aura gives people a feeling of immense power, but unexpectedly, this is only the most superficial. So what does the true form of a war spirit look like? Just as he was expressing his feelings, Su Wen rushed forward with his fists raised. He wore a pair of glasses, had a thin body, and a gentle temperament, but used boxing gloves that were completely opposite to his temperament. The huge contrast can be best described in one sentence: even scholars are crazy. He rushed forward and punched the spiritual patterned white ape. The spiritual white ape didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear. It was attacking the old man with all its might and was caught off guard. It took several steps back before stopping. With a low growl, he turned to look at Su Wen, his blood-red eyes revealing endless anger. Bearing fangs. He roared again, raised his fist that was as big as a suitcase, and swung it towards Su Wen. Su Wen took the lead and attacked with flames burning on his fist. As the strongest force in the team, he naturally has to attract the most direct firepower. The other team members also launched an attack at this time, besieging the spiritual pattern white ape from all directions. They cooperated very well and attacked in an orderly manner. They did not attack in a blind and unified manner, but instead countered the moves when necessary, attacked when necessary, and defended when necessary, truly demonstrating the perfect combination of offense and defense. Xiao Zhan also took this opportunity to quickly come to the old man. However, he didn't expect that as soon as Xiao Zhan approached, the old man turned around and slapped Xiao Zhan with his palm. Damn, this old bitch doesn't know what's good for her? Fortunately, Xiao Zhan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding the palm. Bang! Gravel was flying everywhere. The old man's palm was so powerful that it actually smashed a piece of stone into pieces. Xiao Zhan's eyes twitched. His strength was no less than that of a third-grade spirit master. He can display the strength of the third rank solely by his own strength. What level of strength is he at? Before he could think about it, the old man rushed towards him again. The sword in palm are full of wind and power. It will definitely be uncomfortable if you are hit by them. Xiao Zhan was not one to suffer a loss, so facing the old man's ignorance, he immediately swung the magic sickle at him. Chapter 113 Holy Spring Crystal. The collision between the weapon spirit and the fist immediately unleashed a powerful force. Xiao Zhan was prepared. Although this old man had no weapon spirit, he dared to fight the monster head-on, so his strength should not be underestimated. He swung the sickle with all his strength. But what he didn't expect was that the old man seemed to be just a show-off. The collision between the two lasted for less than half a second before the old man was knocked away by Xiao Zhan. It hit the stone wall with a bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly staining his white beard red. The old man stood up, looking somewhat shocked. This young man only had the aura of a second-grade cultivator, but the power he unleashed was comparable to that of a third-grade cultivator. He suffered a loss. Old man, calm down. We are here to kill the monster, not you. When Xiao Zhan saw the wounds left by monsters on the old man's body, he knew that this was the main reason why he was defeated so easily, so he immediately stated his purpose. After all, he was a member of the Federation and didn't want to kill a good man by mistake. I thought the old man would stop attacking after hearing this, but I didn't expect him to show even more hatred towards Xiao Zhan. It's not a monster. I absolutely won't allow you to kill it. As he spoke, the old man's beard fluttered in the wind, and bright red blood stuck to his teeth, venting his hatred for Xiao Zhan and others to the extreme. At the same time, a ball of pure energy gathered in his hands. Feeling the power of that ball of energy, Xiao Zhan's face became solemn. Old man, are you seriously ill? Look at the crazy look on this monster's face. Tell me, if it's not a monster, what is it? Besides, weren't you trying to kill it just now? Does that mean only you are allowed to kill it, and we are not allowed to? Xiao Zhan felt baffled. This old man acted as if others were trying to steal his credit. No one else is allowed to kill. Who do you think you are? The key is that if you want to stop others, you must have the ability to do so. If you can really kill the monster by yourself, who would want to compete with you? But not only did the old man not listen to Xiao Zhan's words, but the energy in his hands grew bigger and bigger. Kid, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Now I'm giving you a chance. Let your people leave immediately, otherwise you won't be able to leave even if you want to. At this time, the old man was still warning. But how could Xiao Zhan leave? He didn't know what the old man was trying to do, but he knew he had to stop him now. Immediately, he took the initiative to attack without any hesitation. The power of control was activated, and the aura of death was released, like a black cloud destroying a city, suddenly surging towards the old man. The skill of control, the fish lantern attracts souls. Upon seeing this, the old man's eyes flashed with surprise again. He was able to release such a powerful control skill so quickly. Is this guy really just a second-grade spirit control master? Without time to think about it, Xiao Zhan's control skills made him feel a little threatened. And as the aura of death was released, Xiao Zhan's figure was also hidden in the aura of death. The old man was afraid of completely losing his target, so he hurriedly urged the energy in his hands and released it suddenly. The energy gushed out like a beam of light, easily extinguishing the surging aura of death and dissipating it like passing clouds and smoke. The violent power it brought directly created a deep gully on the ground. The rubble flew everywhere, disappearing along with the scattered aura of death. Boom! The energy surged, piercing through the ball of deathly energy directly. Its power remained undiminished as it struck the forest behind it, making a deafening roar. It attracted the attention of Su Wen and others. However, after the loud noise, the deathly aura dissipated, but no trace of Xiao Zhan was seen. The old man hesitated and was about to take action when suddenly a sharp gust of wind came from his left side. Then he felt a pain in his left ribs as if they were broken, and his body flew out uncontrollably. There was another loud bang, and it hit the stone wall. When he came to his senses, a cold black magic sickle was already on his neck. Old man, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the fact that you just dealt with the monster, I would have killed you long ago. Xiao Zhan's cold voice sounded. The icy cold air on his neck seemed to penetrate his bones, causing the old man to shiver unconsciously. Facing Xiao Zhan's cold eyes, he knew that if he continued, Xiao Zhan would definitely kill him. A look of pain and unwillingness suddenly appeared in his eyes. If you want to kill it, kill me first. You want to use it to force me to hand over the Holy Spring Crystal? It's absolutely impossible. The old man simply closed his eyes, determined to die. Holy Spring Crystal? Xiao Zhan was a little confused about what the old man was saying. Old man, we are here to kill monsters, not to force you. We have never heard of this Holy Spring Crystal you mentioned. Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly opened his eyes again. The resolute determination to die just now disappeared in an instant, replaced by a strong sense of surprise and doubt. Who are you? The old man asked, staring into Xiao Zhan's eyes. The Secret Service. Federal government? Aren't you the people Dashan sent? The old man was stunned for a moment, and then his attitude softened significantly. Dashan? The villager who led the way? Seeing Xiao Zhan's expression, the old man knew that Xiao Zhan and the others really knew nothing. Misunderstanding. What a huge misunderstanding. He quickly pushed away the sickle on his neck and said, You have been used by the mountain. What do you mean? Explain clearly. Xiao Zhan asked quickly. Thinking of Dashan's strange behavior before, he instantly realized that this matter was not that simple. The old man looked at the people and monsters fighting in the field, his expression a little nervous. This spirit pattern white ape is not a monster, but the guardian beast of our Shengquan village. It has protected us for nearly 100 years. It has a gentle nature and never kills innocent people. The reason it has become so violent now is all because of the mountain. Dashan wanted to get the Holy Spring Crystal from me. When I refused, he attacked the guardian beast to force me to give it to him. Now that you've arrived, you've fallen into his trap. Xiao Zhan was confused by what he said. He understood a little, but also didn't understand. What trick did he use on us? You have become his accomplices in forcing me to take out the Holy Spring Crystal. He is using your power to deal with the spirit pattern white ape, making you both lose, and then taking the opportunity to seize my Holy Spring Crystal. Both sides suffer? Seize the old man as Holy Spring Crystal? Xiao Zhan was becoming increasingly confused the more he listened. How can he, a third-rank spirit master, ensure that we and the demon beast will both be defeated? We're a team. Besides, even if both we and the demon beast are defeated, what does this have to do with seizing your Holy Spring Crystal? Chapter 114, Listen to your wife when you are undecided. Of course it's related, the old man said. Because the thing that restored the spirit pattern white ape to normal was this Holy Spring Crystal. The reason why the spirit pattern white ape became so violent is because Dashan got a piece of ghost blood eye from somewhere and polluted the spirit pattern white ape's mind. It just so happens that his weapon spirit is a mask that can control this evil energy. He can then control the spirit pattern white ape to maintain a balance of strength with your team. If you are strong, he will be strong. If you are weak, he will be weak. In short, you will end up in a situation where both of you suffer losses. Once both sides are injured, then as the village defender, I must use the Holy Spring condensed crystal to restore the spirit pattern white ape to normal. And at this time, he can easily seize the Holy Spring Crystal. After hearing what he said, Xiao Zhan finally understood the whole story. But what made him even more concerned was that he heard the 3 words ghost blood eyes from the old man's mouth. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You mean to say that the Holy Spring Crystal can remove the evil spirit from the ghost blood eye? The old man looked a little hesitant. I'm not 100% sure, but this is the record left by the previous village guard. It is precisely because Dashan knew this that he wanted me to take out the Holy Spring Crystal to help him embed the ghost blood eye. But this is just a possibility. Dashan is my disciple, so I definitely won't let him take any risks. Furthermore, this Holy Spring Crystal only appears once every 100 years in our village. Of course, I can't give it to him like this. I didn't expect him to resort to such ulterior motives and attack the guardian beast directly. Therefore, if I want the guardian beast to return to normal, I must use the Holy Spring Crystal. This Dashan, I was completely blind to choose him as my disciple. The old man spoke with deep regret and looked extremely heartbroken. After saying this, he tightly grasped Xiao Zhan's arm again, his eyes blazing with pleading. Boy, quickly go tell your people not to kill the spirit pattern white ape. It's not a demon beast, it's a guardian beast. Xiao Zhan took his hand away and gestured for him to calm down. Didn't you already say that the mountain would cause both of us to suffer losses? Are you still worried that we might kill it? After hearing this, the old man calmed down immediately. He looked around and said, if we want to control the spirit pattern white ape, we must be close enough. Dashin must be hiding somewhere, waiting for the opportunity. Let's go look for him.
Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's lips curled up into a barely perceptible smile. Within his perception range, he had already locked onto the existence of the mountain, hiding behind a rock 500 meters away.
The location was very secluded and hidden by the thick fog, so no one could find him.
Xiao Zhan immediately prepared to move forward and capture and kill Dashin. But at this moment, Yi Yolong's voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Don't kill Dashin yet.
Wait until he comes out, and then we'll use his trick against him and get the Holy Spring Crystal. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhan immediately understood what he meant. They also have a ghost blood eye on their hands. This ghost blood eye is a top-tier weapon refining material, coveted by every weapon spirit.
However, due to its evil aura, everyone avoids it.
If the Holy Spring Crystal can really remove the evil spirit from the ghost blood eye, then for Xiao Zhan and the others, this is definitely an opportunity second only to the origin of the secret realm.
However, such behavior is somewhat contrary to benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Isn't this a bad idea? Xiao Zhan was a little conflicted. There's nothing wrong with it. This is a huge opportunity for us. Do you think we can find other such opportunities if we miss this one? Yi Yulong asked.
Her tone was always firm. Whatever she said was the result that had already been considered.
Xiao Zhan couldn't help but remain silent. Yi Yulong was indeed right. If you miss this great opportunity, you may never find it again. Only. Isn't this too immoral? Doing something dirty in front of this old man? If you take it and give it to me, you are immoral, what does it have to do with me? Or if I take it and give it to you, I am immoral, what does it have to do with you? This.
Xiao Zhan suddenly realized that what Yi Yulong said made a lot of sense, and he was speechless.
My wife gave it to me, so you should look for my wife, not me. What a shameless thing to say. Damn this unscrupulous daughter-in-law. Really likable. Xiao Zhan made a decision immediately and listened to his wife. Want to ask why? As I said, when in doubt, listen to your wife. How can we find it in such thick fog?
So Xiao Zhan directly rejected the old man's suggestion. The old man was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe that Xiao Zhan refused so readily.
Boy, you are from the federal government. Your duty is to protect the people and solve the crisis. Yes, that's right, but in this thick fog, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's no way to find him. Then you can't just sit there and watch Dashin succeed, right?
Don't worry, besides finding him, there is another way to resolve this crisis.
What method?
Just wait here. After saying that, Xiao Zhan came to Su Wen with the magic sickle. Then he told Su Wen what had just happened in a long and concise manner. Hearing this, Su Wen frowned deeply.
No wonder I was wondering why this monster was always stronger than us. It turns out it's being controlled by someone. Go find that person. I can't find it.
That person has the ability to block perception.
Xiao Zhan lied. If he found it, how could he get the Holy Spring Crystal? Even you can't find it?
Su Wen was a little surprised.
At the same time, I am a little worried. If it is really as Xiao Zhan said, and both sides are defeated, wouldn't it be easy for Dashin to kill them?
Xiao Zhan immediately added, we can pretend to be injured and don't have to attack with all our strength. Dashin will surely reduce the strength of the spirit pattern white ape. In this case, the outcome will still be a loss for both sides, but we have the strength to fight back. When Dashin comes out, we can take him down in one fell swoop.
Hearing this, Su Wen's eyes lit up. This is a good idea.
So, while he and Xiao Zhan were fighting, they passed messages to everyone one by one, asking them to gradually slow down their attacks. The purpose of gradually slowing down is, on the one hand, to prevent Dashin from getting suspicious, and on the other hand, to prevent the spirit pattern demon ape from reducing its strength out of sync and getting hurt.
Sure enough, after gradually slowing down its attacks, the spirit pattern demon ape's strength also decreased a lot. But everyone knows that there is a limit to the decline.
Its own strength is there, so even if it declines, it can't decrease much.
However, this is enough for them to exchange injuries with the spirit pattern white ape. Behind a rock about 500 meters away, Dashin was watching the battle scene wearing a black and gold vortex mask. The fog was thick at a distance of 500 meters, but he could see clearly through the mask. These guys are almost dying. It's our turn soon.
As long as we get the Holy Spring condensed crystal, we can make a qualitative leap and soar to the sky from now on.
Dashin whispered excitedly.
He really hated the stubborn old man guarding the village, who had to leave the safety of a village to a monster. There are methods that can make people stronger and better protect the village, but they are not used.
He doesn't use it himself and doesn't let others use it. Isn't the Holy Spring crystal left here for people to use? You have to be buried in the coffin with him, right? So, if you don't need it, I'll use it for you. From now on, I will protect the village. Damn the monsters.
Chapter 115, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Everything went according to Xiao Zhan's plan. After fighting for a few minutes, the members of their team were defeated one by one, but the corresponding spiritual pattern white ape was also injured. Finally, everyone gathered their strength to strike, and both sides fell to the ground. Seeing this mutually damaging scene, Dashan, who was hiding behind the rock, became extremely emotional. His plan was already half successful. Next, he just needs to wait for the old man to take action, and then he can seize the Holy Spring crystal. At this time, in the center of the battle, the old man also came to the front of the spiritual pattern white ape. Seeing it covered in wounds and lying on the ground struggling in pain, a look of pity flashed in his eyes.
Don't be afraid, it will be over soon.
The old man stretched out his hand to comfort her. But the spiritual patterned white ape did not appreciate it. Instead, it bared its teeth at him, and its pair of blood-red eyes released infinite ferocity.
Don't recognize it at all.
The old man sighed, then turned to look at Xiao Zhan with a look of worry in his eyes. He was sure that Dashan must be nearby, and he was afraid that Xiao Zhan and the others could not stop Dashan. Although he could see that they were fake injuries did not mean no injury at all, but the injuries were just lighter.
He was very skeptical about their current condition.
But Xiao Zhan gave him a reassuring look. Seeing this, the old man could only sigh, because no matter whether Xiao Zhan and the others could stop Dashan or not, he had to do what he should do. Now is the best opportunity. If he doesn't let the spirit pattern white ape recover at this time, he will have no chance later. Then, he took out a scale-like object from his arms. It was only the size of a fingernail, with a texture like jade crystal, and emitted a faint aqua-blue light pattern. The power of control was activated, and the light was shining brightly, covering the spirit pattern white ape. At the moment of contact, you can see that the violent spirit pattern white ape suddenly calmed down. The fierce expression gradually softened, and the blood in his eyes gradually cleared. Seeing this scene, the old man felt relieved. He had never used the Holy Spring crystal before, but the records left by the previous village guard said that the Holy Spring crystal had a restraining effect on the ghost blood eye. Now that it was successful, he was very happy. And Dashan, who saw the scene from a distance, couldn't help but hold his breath with excitement. It really works. The record is not false. He clenched his fists involuntarily, for he was afraid that the record was false, and then everything he had done would be in vain.
But fortunately, it's not fake.
He could now confidently embed the ghost blood eye into his spirit weapon. His weapon spirit, the black gold mask, is an A-level weapon spirit. With the powerful effect of the ghost blood eye, it can be easily upgraded to S-level. Even if you practice properly in the future and find some suitable refining materials, it is not impossible to become SS-level. His strength will also increase accordingly. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait any longer and immediately approached the old man quietly. His movements were light and his speed was not slow, but in this foggy environment, only Xiao Zhan could clearly sense his presence.
Others can only sense it when they get closer.
Here, the old man devoted himself to restoring the spiritual pattern white ape.
The Holy Spring crystal was very powerful and the effect was immediate. In just a short while, the spiritual pattern white ape completely recovered its clarity.
But the wounds on its body still exist.
But when it saw the old man beside it, it looked very happy. The old man was equally happy.
This spiritual white ape had existed since the year of the mutation and had been guarding the village ever since. It had watched the old man grow up since he was a child. The relationship between the two of them can be said to be thicker than blood. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, launched a fierce attack, and slapped the old man on the back. The old man was already on guard against Dashan's appearance, but he had been seriously injured before and had just focused all his attention on the spirit pattern white ape, so he had no way of avoiding this palm. The powerful force knocked him away instantly, and the Holy Spring crystal in his hand was thrown high into the air and then snatched by the figure.
It is the mountain wearing a mask.
After grabbing the Holy Spring crystal, Dashan ran away without any hesitation. He was very fast and with the thick fog as cover, he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye.
Su Wen wanted to chase after him immediately.
But at this time, Xiao Zhan hurriedly stopped him. "Let me go, Captain, you are the main force."
"If you stay here, what if the monster goes crazy again? Can you do it?"
Su Wen was a little worried because the other party was a third-grade cultivator.
"A man can't say no." Xiao Zhan didn't give him a chance to speak.
He just pulled his foot and rushed out, disappearing into the fog in an instant.
"If it doesn't work, just come back.
There's no need to pursue it further." Su Wen groaned helplessly and could only give instructions in the direction Xiao Zhan left.
In heavy fog.
Dashan and Xiao Zhan were chasing each other, one in front and one behind, less than 100 meters apart. Dashan quickly noticed Xiao Zhan's presence behind him.
But he didn't care. He knew that Xiao Zhan had the same ability to see through the fog as him, but so what?
Xiao Zhan was just a second-grade spirit master with limited strength and could not catch up with him at all. He was in no mood to care about Xiao Zhan now. He just wanted to find a safe place as soon as possible to remove the ghost blood eye, so that even if he was caught, no one would be able to do anything to him. So, he used all his strength to run forward madly. He believed that Xiao Zhan would soon be left behind by him. But after a while, Dashan suddenly felt a little nervous. Because he found that not only did he not get rid of Xiao Zhan, but he was getting closer and closer to him.
This surprised him a little.
After hesitating for a moment, he spared no effort and used all his strength to activate the power of control, and his speed immediately increased to a higher level. He thought he could get rid of Xiao Zhan now, but when he turned around, he found that Xiao Zhan was actually closer.
It's less than 20 meters away. He was shocked. This guy was so fast? "Boy, I'm not a monster, why are you chasing me like this?"
Deshan Jiao's ability to escape was not good enough, so he thought of trying to escape with his mouth.
"Hand over the holy spring crystal, and I will spare your life."
Xiao Zhan's voice was heard, and it turned out that he was targeting the holy spring crystal.
"Boy, I'll pay you double whatever amount that old man gave you."
In Dashan's opinion, the Secret Service Bureau was unaware of the holy spring crystal's function. Therefore, the only possibility for Xiao Zhan to have caught up with him was that his superiors had asked them for help.
"Stop talking nonsense and hand it over."
Xiao Zhan didn't care and chased after him with all his might. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and they were less than 10 meters apart.
Feeling the chilling aura of the death demon scythe and Xiao Zhan's uncompromising tone, Dashan's eyes under the mask suddenly became fierce. Chapter 116. I didn't see it.
"Boy, your mission is to find monsters, not holy spring crystals.
I advise you not to chase me anymore. Since you're from the federal government, I don't want to take action against you. If you catch up again, I won't be polite to you."
The words were polite, but Xiao Zhan would not pay attention to his threats. Not to mention that the holy spring crystal is a great opportunity. Even if he and Yi Yulong are both SSS level, they still need this thing. The fact that he used the spiritual white ape to massacre villagers was enough for the Federation to sentence him to death,
disregarding human lives for personal gain.
So all Xiao Zhan responded to him with was the cold death energy released by the death demon scythe.
Dashan also knew that this battle was inevitable.
There was a hint of bloodiness in the depths of his eyes, and then he turned around suddenly and punched Xiao Zhan.
"Boy, you're only making a few hundred yuan a month, why would you risk your life?" Xiao Zhan scoffed coldly. "The moment you look back, you'll be the one risking your life."
As soon as the words fell, a cloud of deathly aura gushed out, directly enveloping the mountain. Less than 10 meters away, it was impossible to avoid.
But Dashan was not panicked at all.
Under the mask, he could still see Xiao Zhan's movements clearly in the aura of death.
"Left."
Dashan smiled coldly, and when Xiao Zhan approached, he suddenly turned around and punched him. Seeing his decisive movements, Xiao Zhan immediately knew that the aura of death would have little effect on him. However, he did not choose to dodge, but instead confronted him head-on.
At the third level, Xiao Zhan is not afraid of anyone.
The collision between the sickle and the fist immediately unleashed a powerful force, which dispersed the deathly aura around the two of them. After the attack, Dashan retreated several steps and looked at Xiao Zhan in surprise.
"This kid is so powerful?"
Xiao Zhan simply swung his magic sickle to dissipate the remaining force, looked at the mountain with a sneer, and did not move his feet.
"Vegetable. Not on the same level."
Xiao Zhan then took a step forward, not giving him time to react, and suddenly rushed out. He swung the magic sickle in his hand and slashed at him mercilessly.
Dashan didn't dare to be careless at this time.
Although Xiao Zhan was only of the second rank, he already knew how powerful Xiao Zhan was after their first fight.
As expected, no one who can join the Secret Service is easy to mess with.
But if that's the case, he'll have to fight quickly and decisively. There was a fierce look in his eyes, and he activated his power of control. Then he saw the mask on his face emitting a strange light. The light is mainly black, mixed with a hint of gold. The light did not radiate in all directions, but formed a vortex in front of him, which was 3 or 4 meters wide, blocking his entire body behind him. When Xiao Zhan saw this vortex, he suddenly felt as if his head lost balance and began to spin as well.
Spiritual skills?
Xiao Zhan closed his eyes and his mind immediately became clear. Generally, mental skills act on the brain through the eyes, and very few act directly on the brain. Xiao Zhan's death gaze also needs to act through the enemy's eyes to cause damage. Therefore, as soon as he closed his eyes, the skill instantly lost its effect. Dashan stood behind the whirlpool and was a little surprised to see that Xiao Zhan found a way to deal with it so quickly. When he used this trick before, it was always effective. It could make people dizzy and vomit, and they would shout to straighten the road. When it was used on Xiao Zhan, something unexpected happened. However, despite his surprise, his movements were not at all slow. The moment Xiao Zhan closed his eyes, he rushed out immediately. This was the hard-to-defend aspect of his defensive technique. If you opened your eyes, you would be dizzy. If you closed your eyes, you would lose your vision and be vulnerable to his sneak attacks. When he used this trick before, it was always effective. If he couldn't faint and vomit, then he would beat him until he vomited. So with this punch, he aimed directly at Xiao Zhan's vital points. Little did he know that all his actions were clearly presented in Xiao Zhan's mind. He is not a sword master, so he needs more eyes to see clearly.
He is Li Xin. Can see through all of this.
So, facing Dashan's punch aimed directly at the vitals, Xiao Zhan pretended to be unaware and lured him closer. Sure enough, Dashan would never have thought that Xiao Zhan would have such ability. He focused almost all his attention on this punch, without any defense at all. It was getting closer, and the punch was about to hit Xiao Zhan. At this time, Xiao Zhan finally moved. He just twisted his body slightly and dodged the powerful punch with minimal torque. Dashan's attacking fist suddenly missed, and a look of doubt suddenly widened in his pupils.
Xiao Zhan actually dodged it? Is it an accident? Or what?
He had no time to think, because the next second he felt a chill approaching him. It was Xiao Zhan's magic sickle. The magic sickle turned over, whistling sharply, and chopped directly towards his head. The movements are smooth and flowing, and are completed in one go. It looks like a carefully prepared guillotine.
He fell into the trap.
Dashan was sweating profusely and his soul was chilled, but he was unable to react. The old strength has not gone away, and the new strength has not yet been born. He is now a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for the baptism of death.
Phew!
The sickle swept across, and without any surprise, Dashan's head moved, and along with the attacking arm, they were chopped off and fell to the ground.
This is a fight between masters. It is rare for there to be a back-and-forth fight.
It is just a fleeting opportunity, and it will lead to an instant kill. What's more, Xiao Zhan was using a magic sickle.
The mountains are just fists. The two are not even on the same level. Plop!
Dashan's body fell to the ground with a thud, and blood flowed from his neck, instantly staining the area. Xiao Zhan kicked him over and then searched his body. After a while, a blood-red stone and a blue scale appeared in his hand. It is the ghost blood eye and the holy spring crystal. But after touching these two things, Xiao Zhan suddenly closed his eyes and refused to look at them.
Wife, come and see if these are the two things. Xiao Zhan asked Yi Yulong to confirm. Although he was sure of it. Yi Yulong was a little confused. Why don't you open your eyes yourself? I must have my reasons. Let's see if I am right. Yes. That'll do. Xiao Zhan threw these two things into the dimensional space. Only then did he open his eyes. Yi Yulong was bewildered and couldn't help asking, why don't you open your eyes and look at the ghost blood eye and the holy spring crystal? Ghost blood eyes and holy spring crystals? What are you talking about, wife? Where are the ghost blood eyes and holy spring crystals? Xiao Zhan suddenly looked innocently confused.
His eyes were pure, even with a hint of curiosity.
Yi Yulong was a little confused, just now when you... I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anything.
I didn't see any ghost blood eyes, let alone any holy spring crystals.
Xiao Zhan blinked his confused eyes, innocent and clear. Wife, have you seen the holy spring crystal? Yi Yulong, I didn't see it. Chapter 117 Lu Yuan and Su Qing.
The two then returned to the center of the battle. At this time, the physical condition of the Special Forces team gradually recovered, and the spiritual white ape and the injured old man also received treatment.
How is it? Suwon asked hurriedly when he saw Xiaozhan coming back. It's been resolved. That's good. Suwon patted Xiaozhan's shoulder and then said, this spiritual pattern white ape should be fine.
Dashin has solved this matter and it has come to an end.
Let's rest and return immediately. Yes. After a while, the old man also came to Xiaozhan and asked, is Dashin dead?
Well, dead. The old man looked a little lonely. Dashin is guilty of a grave sin, causing the spiritual white ape to run rampant and kill the villagers. He truly deserves to die.
However, no matter what, Dashin was still his disciple.
They had been together for so many years, and it was indeed a bit sad to see him die.
That holy spring crystal. The old man asked the key point. No. Xiaozhan had already prepared for a very neat lie. Oh no, he wasn't lying, he really didn't see it. Didn't see it?
The old man's expression froze for a moment. The two eyes looking at Xiaozhan were filled with deep suspicion.
You say you didn't see it, so you didn't see it. Do you believe it?
But Xiaozhan faced his scrutinizing gaze head on, not feeling at all timid.
I didn't see it in the first place. It would be great if I could trick your whole family into death.
Xiaozhan's natural and open temperament made the old man doubt his own suspicions. He has been an old man for so many years that he can tell at a glance whether someone is lying.
But now, he saw honesty in Xiaozhan. Did he really not see it? But how is this possible? Killing people without picking up equipment, who would believe it? And the equipment is the kind that glitters golden.
Xiaozhan refused to admit it, and it was no use having the old man staring at him. He wanted to report him to the captain, but he was worried that the matter would spread. If outsiders knew that the holy spring crystal could suppress the evil nature of the ghost blood eye, then the village he was protecting would probably be in complete chaos.
After thinking about it, he finally chose to remain silent. Xiaozhan seems to be a bad guy.
If I fall out with him, I'm afraid he will set his sights on the holy spring crystal and the ghost blood eye later. Rather than causing endless troubles and making Shengquan village a turmoil, it would be better to give this thing to him directly in exchange for peace.
He really doesn't want to go through something like Dashin again.
His duty is to protect the village. Although the holy spring crystal was precious, it was not a necessity for him. Moreover, as long as the village's holy spring was still there would still be holy spring crystal. He gave Xiaozhan one last deep look, said nothing, and turned away.
Xiaozhan got the result he wanted.
But he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. After all, this method was a bit shady. But since the old man didn't force it, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take it out on his own initiative. Thus, in this silence, Xiaozhan obtained the ghost blood eye and the holy spring crystal.
So, sometimes people need to be thick-skinned. Opportunities are snatched away. Don't just stand there stupidly and think that opportunities will come to you. Before you have this thought, ask yourself who you are.
The group retreated from the mountains. Xiaozhan and his team completed the mission and boarded the plane to leave. The old man expressed his gratitude to them. The people in the village also knew the ins and outs of the matter and cursed Dashin for being a bad guy. From beginning to end, the old man never mentioned the matter of the holy spring crystal.
Back to the Secret Service.
Although they failed to kill the monster, they completed the task brilliantly and everyone received the rewards they deserved.
Xiaozhan took the points he had just obtained and immediately went to the training room. Lu Yuan went with them.
Half a year has passed and the assessment of team members is about to begin. After seeing Xiaozhan's strength, he is now very panicked and afraid that he will be eliminated. So apart from completing tasks every day, they are also practicing madly, and so are the other members. Seeing Xiaozhan and the others being able to enter the privileged training room at will, I was so envious that drool was flowing from the corners of my eyes. At the same time, I am even more worried. He turned around and looked at Su Qing beside him. A trace of lonely expectation flashed in his eyes. Su Qing, what do you think about us signing a life and death contract? Lu Yuan and Su Qing have never been very compatible, which was obvious when they were in Carp City. At that time, they slept in separate rooms and rarely had any intimate interactions. It is actually quite rare for the two of them to be in this state at such a critical level as the third level. Because the key point for the third grade to break through to the fourth grade is the battle spirit form, there must be a degree of compatibility.
In simple terms, there must be emotion.
Without an emotional foundation, it is difficult to break through unless one has extraordinary talent and opportunities. Lu Yuan and Su Qing are both a level. Their talents can only be described as good, and their opportunities are average. It is nothing but a pipe dream for the two of them to reach the 4th level with such a state. Su Qing is very pretty, with a well-proportioned figure and a gentle and pretty face. Lu Yuan is average-looking, with a fat face, a simple personality and low emotional intelligence. Su Qing has average feelings towards him. She wanted to use her appearance to see if she could find an S-level spirit master to make a contract with. This is not impossible. After all, although talent is important, among people with equal talents, beauty becomes an advantage. It's a pity that her luck doesn't seem to be very good.
Let's wait a little longer. This is good enough now. Su Qing replied.
Typical thinking of looking for a better job while still having to work.
Lu Yuan knew this would be the answer, and he felt a little sad and helpless. But we don't have much time left. The assessment only happens once a year, and we already wasted an opportunity last time. Let's not talk about whether we can pass the test this time. If we do we really want to waste this opportunity?
If you pass the assessment, you will have a chance to comprehend the form of a war spirit from Instructor Mincy.
Last time, Lu Yuan and Su Qing didn't have enough compatibility, so they didn't even grasp the basics and wasted the opportunity.
The other team members all had some significant insights.
As a result, Lu Yuan's strength distanced himself from theirs.
The pressure that Xiao Zhan brought to him now, as well as considerations for his own future, forced Lu Yuan to consider putting pressure on Su Qing. He didn't really have to sign a life and death contract with Su Qing, he just wanted Su Qing to make the decision. But he really liked Su Qing, and he was afraid that he was pushing her too hard, so he proposed signing a life and death contract, using this subtle way to indirectly let Su Qing make the decision. But he didn't expect that his words not only had no effect, but instead angered Su Qing.
Are you blaming me? Is it because I didn't cooperate with you that I failed to comprehend? Chapter 118, The Skill of Control, Blooming on the Other Side. That's not what I meant. I just think we should work harder on the fit. Lu Yuan suddenly became anxious.
As expected, those who are favored are fearless.
Okay, stop talking. I know what you mean. I will seriously consider it.
Su Qing didn't want to talk any more about this topic, so she turned around and walked directly into the practice room.
Looking at her back, Lu Yuan could only sigh helplessly. It was like this every time.
Every time he had a serious conversation with Su Qing, she always chose to avoid it.
If this continues, Lu Yuan really doesn't know what to do. Doesn't she know the seriousness of the situation? Of course she knows.
But when she looked at the silly fat face in front of her, she really didn't want a compromise like this. While she still had the chance to choose, she wanted to give it another try.
The other side. Xiao Zhan in Yi Yulong's training room.
He first habitually started the traceless cultivation mode, and then he took out the Ghost Blood Eye and Holy Spring Crystal. Including his own Ghost Blood Eye, he has 2 in total.
Detect 2 energy properties.
Xiao Zhan said to the artificial intelligence that although he had already seen the effect of the Holy Spring Crystal, it would be more reassuring to let the artificial intelligence test it. First, it can determine the degree of restraint between the 2 energies, and second, it can provide artificial intelligence with certain data so that it can provide better assistance in the absorption later.
Energy detection in progress.
Ghost Blood Eye, a powerful refining material. Its use can constantly stimulate the potential of the bloodline, allowing it to unleash exceptional bloodline power.
It also possesses a trace of indelible evil. Use with caution. A new substance has been detected, no name yet. Analysis has revealed an extremely pure energy, an evil aura capable of sealing the Ghost Blood Eye. Why is it a seal? Shouldn't it be cleared? Xiao Zhan discovered the key point.
Retest, test completed, confirmed to be a seal.
Xiao Zhan was speechless.
He originally thought that the effect of the Holy Spring Crystal was to clear away the evil spirits, but he didn't expect it was just a seal. The seal means that the evil spirit still exists and has not disappeared. If you continue to choose to embed it, then this evil spirit will merge with the spirit of the weapon and produce uncontrollable effects.
Who would dare to inlay this? Why can it only be sealed? Xiao Zhan asked. Artificial intelligence should be able to explain why.
According to energy analysis and case data analysis, the Ghost Blood Eye has 2 kinds of power, the blood energy that stimulates the bloodline, and the evil power. These two energies coexist, are intertwined, and have long since merged. They cannot be eliminated individually, only together.
As for the seal, how long can it last? Will it ever be broken? Xiaozhan asked again. The sealing time cannot be determined. It depends on the user.
Hearing this answer, Xiaozhan felt a little powerless.
He now finally understood why all the records described the ghost blood eye as an inevitable evil spirit.
The reason was precisely here. The evil qi and blood qi merge and cannot be separated, and they work together. Xiaozhan sighed helplessly. The world's top grade refining materials were indeed not so easy to use.
What should we do now? Do we still need to carry out the inlay process? Xiaozhan looked at Yi Yulong. He now does not agree to continue with the inlay.
Although this thing is good, it will be a dead end after inlaying it.
Yi Yulong also fell silent.
Although she wanted this thing very much, she didn't want to take the risk if the evil spirit was just sealed.
Forget it, let's keep it for now. That's all Yi Yulong could say.
Although strong wine is good, you should not drink too much. The ghost blood eyes are good, but you can't gamble your life with them.
Xiaozhan then threw the ghost blood eye and holy spring crystal into the dimensional space. It's a pity about his gains this time.
It was a rare opportunity for him to be rude, but he lost so completely.
Fortunately, I got quite a lot of points this time.
He immediately exchanged it for a black-red spider lily. If nothing goes wrong, after using this plant, the two of them will be able to successfully practice their original control skills. Without hesitation, he quickly entered the state of cultivation.
A week later. It's still a mimicry training room.
Xiaozhan held the death demon scythe in his hand, his eyes sharp. In front of him, Long Jiang held a green broadsword and confronted him.
That's right, this person is Long Jiang.
However, this is Long Jiang created by artificial intelligence. Now Xiaozhan is going to have a real showdown with Long Jiang, who is burning his origin. Long Jiang roared, and a green light burst out from the big knife, forming a sharp blade that could break through the air, and came towards Xiaozhan to kill him. Just like before, he used his strongest control skill.
Breaking through the air.
Xiaozhan had not been able to block this blow before. But now, he was extremely calm. With the power of control activated, the death scythe in his hand emitted a layer of black light. If you look carefully, you will find that the death scythe is a little different from before. The handle of the sickle was originally smooth and without any lines, but now, there are strange lines on it. With a little observation, you can find that these lines form a flower.
Black spider lily.
This means that Xiaozhan and Yi Yulong have successfully cultivated the art of control. Long Jiang rushed forward as usual.
Xiaozhan's death demon scythe stood in front of him.
He loosened his hands and activated the power of control. The death demon scythe actually floated in the air without any contact with his hands. If someone was present at this moment and saw this scene, they would be shocked. Because this is actually controlling the spirit from a distance, a sign that only the 4th rank can possess.
Xiaozhan is only of the 2nd rank, yet he can do this.
However, only Xiaozhan knew that this was not the true ability to control spirits from a distance, but a temporary performance under the stimulation of powerful control skills. But with such an exaggerated opening, one can imagine how powerful this control skill is. The power of control continued to be output, and the death scythe rotated in front of him. From its original upright position, it rotated 90 degrees and aimed horizontally at Long Jiang. Then, Xiaozhan pushed with both hands. The death scythe suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow. The speed was so fast that it left a black afterimage. Long Jiang slashed down with his broadsword, and with his essence burning, he now possessed the strength of the 4th rank. The blade shone with a green light, and with the release of powerful energy, it slashed down on the death scythe. I thought there would be a stalemate, but I didn't expect that the moment the death scythe was touched, it suddenly exploded with a bang as if a powder keg was ignited, releasing an extremely powerful energy. This energy was so powerful and unstoppable that it crushed Long Jiang's attack like a landslide. At the same time, at the moment of the explosion, a black flower bloomed in the center of the explosion. The flower looks like a red spider lily, but its slender petals are made up of sharp sickles, which is extremely terrifying.
The flowers bloom brilliantly, but only for a moment, then disappear without a trace.
As it disappeared, Long Jiang's shrill scream was heard, but it only lasted less than half a second before it was swallowed up by the surging force again. Xiaozhan waved his hand, and the death scythe returned to his hand. Staring at the disappearing nothingness, he uttered a few words coldly.
The skill of control, blooming on the other side. Chapter 119, Trick the dog in and kill it. Come out of the practice room.
After practicing for a week, both of them were exhausted physically and mentally.
As soon as I got back to the dormitory, I washed up and prepared to have a good sleep.
As a result, just as he put his arms around Yi Yolong's slender waist, there was a knock on the door.
Xiao Zhan was a little impatient.
Through the house's intelligent recognition, he saw that it was Lu Yuan at the door.
What's up? Xiao Zhan opened the door.
Lu Yuan had a hint of awkward laughter on his face.
Is it okay to disturb you? What do you think?
Xiao Zhan spoke in a bad tone. He was just preparing to have a warm bed with his wife. If you came over, it would be strange if he didn't disturb her.
I've been waiting for you for several days. It's really, forget it.
You guys rest first.
I'll come to see you tomorrow. I'm sorry to bother you. Just say what you want to say. Lu Yuan suddenly became shy, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare. You decide whether to tell me or not. If not, I'll close the door.
Xiao Zhan made a gesture to close the door.
Lu Yuan immediately became anxious and quickly stopped him. I mean, it's like this, isn't the assessment going to take place in a week?
As you know, Su Qing and I don't get along very well. I saw that you and Yi Yulong have a good relationship, so I thought of coming here to learn from you and see if I can change Su Qing's attitude towards me. Xiao Zhan understood that the fat man was worried that he would not pass the test. He mentioned this matter when he first came here, and he was very happy at that time because someone was at the bottom. Later I found out that I was stronger than him, so I felt the pressure.
How long have you signed the contract with her? Xiao Zhan asked.
2 years.
You haven't been able to get her in 2 years, and now you want to get her in a week? Xiao Zhan was surprised.
2 years.
If someone really liked you, they would have agreed long ago. What's more, there is an equal contract.
The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and there is a contract bonus. He didn't get it yet, and now he wants to get it in a week.
It's a pipe dream. Lu Yuan was also helpless.
He knew that this matter was a bit far-fetched, but there was nothing he could do.
Who makes him like others and not want to let them go? So I'm here to gain experience from you. The captain also has a life and death contract, why don't you go find them? They are different.
They signed the equality contract several years ago, and the life and death contract was signed not long ago.
Lu Yuan explained.
Then he continued, you're different. I heard that you signed a life and death contract before you even started school. You recognized each other so quickly.
There must be some method or trick. So it must be right to find you. Forehead. Xiao Zhan didn't expect that this guy's angle of analyzing the problem would be so tricky. Just because I'm fast doesn't mean you can be fast too. Hasn't spoken yet.
Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Can you tell me how you signed the life and death contract? This is just an example, not a reference. It's okay, this is also an experience.
Xiao Zhan was a little reluctant to say it, because the situation was indeed special and there was no point in saying it out. But looking at Lu Yuan's humble, dog-licking eyes, he felt a little bit reluctant. Actually, she was the one who took the initiative to find me to sign the contract.
There was a small accident at that time.
If she hadn't shown up, I might not have been able to sign the contract.
You can't make a contract? You're SSS rank. Contracting is like eating and drinking water, right?
I was injured at the time, and my talent was damaged, so the test results showed I was F-level. After I made a contract with her and recovered from my injuries, I became SSS-level.
Oh, no wonder your information says it's F-level. Lu Yuan finally understood the confusion.
But after learning about Xiao Zhan's contract process, he felt lost and the light in his eyes dimmed. Then yours is indeed not of reference value. Seeing him like this, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but pat his shoulder. In fact, the thing that can't be forced in this world is love. Even though Yulong and I signed a life and death contract when we first met, there is still a risk that we won't get along.
I can only say that she and I are lucky. I don't think we are lucky.
At this time, Yi Yolong's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Xiao Zhan looked at her doubtfully.
Yi Yulong came over with a blanket and draped it over Xiao Zhan. It's windy outside. Come in and talk if you have anything to say. This is not good, right? Lu Yuan said.
Yi Yulong gave him a cold look and said, I've already disturbed you for so long, there's nothing wrong with that.
Forehead. Lu Yuan suddenly frowned. Well, Yi Yulong is really so indifferent to everyone except Xiaozhan.
He still went into the house. Xiaozhan poured him a cup of coffee and poured a glass of water for Yi Yulong and himself.
I don't quite understand what you meant by what you just said. Xiaozhan looked at Yi Yulong and continued the previous topic. Lu Yuan also looked at her curiously.
Yi Yulong picked up the glass of water in front of him and said, "Just like this glass of water, the reason you poured me water instead of coffee means that we are both getting closer to each other." 3 views, personalities, and so-called incompatibility, in my opinion, are just a lack of love. You love me, I love you.
This is not luck. This is the result of our running for each other.
A passage that touches the soul. Xiaozhan sat in his seat in surprise for a moment, looking at Yi Yulong as if he was getting to know someone all over again. He never thought that Yi Yulong would say such profound words. She is usually silent and seldom speaks. Although she expresses her love passionately, it is all shown through actions. Compared with sweet talk, she prefers to say conclusive words directly.
Xiaozhan never thought that such touching and thought-provoking words would come out of her mouth. A warm current flows in my heart. Soul warmth blends.
Noticing the blanket draped over him, at that moment, he understood his love for Yi Yulong.
Yes, there are no 2 lucky people in the world. All lucky results are the result of 2 people trying to get closer. This time, he was superficial.
Their eyes met, exuding strong love at this moment.
Lu Yuan felt jealous. He covered his forehead and didn't look at them.
He knew that he would be fed dog food when he came here today, so he just planned to ask at the door.
But I was a little excited at the moment and couldn't help but come in. But I didn't expect. What a beast. They actually tricked the dog into coming in and killed it. If I'm not happy, you won't be happy either. Lu Yuan immediately interrupted the lively atmosphere between the two and asked, "So, what are your suggestions for me?" "Force yourself." Yi Yulong turned around and said decisively. "Forced?" Lu Yuan was extremely shocked, his eyes widened. "Isn't this a bad idea? Do you like her?" Yi Yulong asked. "I like it." "So do you want to be with her forever?" "Yes." "Then force it." Lu Yuan. Chapter 120, Foster Father, Foster Mother.
I think we are both men and should look at things from the same perspective. Lu Yuan ignored Yi Yulong's advice and turned to Xiaozhan for help.
Let us not talk about whether Yi Yulong's force will work or not. Even if it does, he wouldn't dare to force it. He is not Yi Yulong.
She is talented, beautiful, and has a background in one of the 8 major families.
She can be used against anyone.
After all, only a fool would refuse such a beautiful wife who was given to him for free.
He can't do it, he's just an ordinary A-level. Xiaozhan didn't have any good solution. He himself didn't understand matters of the heart, so how could he be a teacher to others? But he actually felt that what Yi Yulong said made some sense.
When both parties have feelings for each other, women are often passive and weak, and men try to act as strong as possible, which often has unexpected results.
But considering Lu Yuan's personality, he probably wouldn't dare to force it.
Besides, whether they have feelings for each other or not is another matter.
He thought about it and asked clearly, "Do you think you and Su Qing have feelings for each other after being together for 2 years?"
There should be, otherwise we wouldn't have been together for 2 years.
Lu Yuan replied, not very confidently. "What do you mean by should? If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist." Lu Yuan was silent. A moment later.
"Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I don't know if she has any feelings for me."
"Maybe she just doesn't hate me."
"She's been hesitant to make a decision, and I guess she wants to find a better spirit master."
"If that's the case, I think it's better for you to give up."
Upon hearing this, Xiaozhan directly sentenced him to death.
Looking for a good job while riding a donkey. There is no emotion at all, isn't this just a bootlicker?
He has always believed that those who lick the dog will die a bad death, so he does not support Lu Yuan's behavior.
"I don't want to give up. I like her. If I wanted to give up, I wouldn't come to you."
When Lu Yuan heard that he was asked to give up, he suddenly became a little excited.
Xiaozhan sighed helplessly, seeing the shadow of Fei Yangyang in him. Love isn't something you chase after, it's something you attract. If you act like a bootlicker, you won't get a response. I'm not a bootlicker, I just gave my heart and soul. I hate it when people call me a bootlicker. Okay, you don't have to explain to me. Xiao Zhan quickly interrupted him. He also didn't want to say that he was a bootlicker.
After all, Xiao Zhan himself also highly respected sincere love.
The term suck up is an insult to deep affection. However, he prefers to make efforts within a certain limit and receive expected responses in return.
If you really don't want to give up, then the only thing you can do now is to improve your own value.
You also said that she didn't firmly choose you because she wanted to contract a better spirit master.
So, regardless of whether you have feelings for each other or not, it's definitely a good idea to make yourself better.
How easy is it to become excellent?
Lu Yuan certainly knew this truth, and he also wanted to become excellent, but this thing cannot be changed easily.
Time and opportunity are both indispensable. He lacks everything now. Xiao Zhan had been an ordinary person and knew the helplessness of ordinary people.
I also know how difficult it is for Lu Yuan to become excellent. He thought for a moment and then said, if the hardware doesn't work, then try the software.
You still have one last solution. What method? Xiao Zhan asked, do you know why those scumbag men of the ancient Yuanyan era, who had absolutely no skills, could still make women follow them wholeheartedly? That's because they can provide women with strong enough emotional value. Most women are emotional creatures.
As long as you can lead their emotions, even if your conditions are slightly inferior, they will willingly choose you.
These words made Lu Yuan's eyes light up. I suddenly became interested. Then how can we guide their emotions?
Play hard to get, be distant yet close, be strong inside, don't take them seriously, and naturally they will take you seriously. These words were not said by Xiao Zhan, but by the ancestor of Gu Yuanyan.
This is difficult, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't not take Su Qing seriously, he simply couldn't do it.
He would be so happy when Su Qing said a word.
A bootlicker has no dignity. Xiao Zhan's expression was serious.
He patted his shoulder and said seriously, if you want to succeed, you have to do this. If she really has feelings for you, then this is the fastest way to guide her emotions.
If she has no feelings for you, then to put it bluntly, you can really give up.
As he spoke, Xiao Zhan took out a spiritual fruit.
This is a powerful spiritual fruit. After taking it, you can improve your talent.
However, you are a level, so it will be very difficult to improve further.
But that's not important. What's important is that you take this and go to Su Qing.
It will definitely guide her emotional value.
Then you should use the method I just told you to keep your distance and be somewhat distant from her.
I can guarantee that within a week, she will definitely have a qualitative change in your feelings. Then, if you're bolder, you can win her over in one fell swoop, and this ill-fated relationship will be complete.
This powerful spiritual fruit was given to him by his brother-in-law Yi Ajian. But he obviously didn't need it.
It didn't have much effect on Lu Yuan, but it was definitely useful in guiding Su Qing's emotions. She wanted to find an excellent spirit master, and essentially she wanted to become excellent herself. Although it is very difficult to upgrade a level to S level with this powerful spiritual fruit, it is not hopeless.
There is a slim chance of 1%.
As long as Lu Yuan waves this thing in front of her, with this 1% chance, Su Qing may not fall completely in love with Lu Yuan, but her attitude towards him will definitely change a lot. As for how much can be changed, that depends on Lu Yuan's ability. In short, the food has been fed to Lu Yuan's mouth, and how much he can eat depends on his luck.
Lu Yuan looked at the powerful spiritual fruit and was surprised that Xiao Zhan had it, but then he quickly declined. I can't accept such a valuable thing.
I don't want it, take it back quickly.
Take it if I tell you to. I have no use for it. Yu Long and I are both SSS rank. Will eating it make us SSS rank?
Take this and work hard to make Su Qing fall in love with you completely.
Xiao Zhan forced it on him. Lu Yuan held the Changling fruit in his hands and felt it was very unreal.
If he were to exchange this spiritual fruit for points, all the points he had accumulated since joining the team would not be enough. He was really grateful to Xiao Zhan for helping him.
Brother Xiao, no. Godfather. My dear foster father. Dear foster father Xiao. Oh, and foster mother Yi, from now on, you are my great benefactors. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Okay, stop it. Xiao Zhan interrupted quickly. He couldn't bear this title. Alright, hurry back. Remember this, a man's money is for women to see, not to spend.
The same goes for this strong spirit fruit.
Yes, I understand. Don't worry, brother. Godfather, I will definitely succeed. Chapter 121-72 Transformations, I Transform. Lu Yuan was sent away. Xiao Zhan pulled Yi Yulong up and prepared to rest. But at this moment, Yi Yulong looked at Xiao Zhan with a strange expression. Is this how you lied to Jiang Xianer? Ah? Xiao Zhan was stunned. He was a little slow to react to such a sudden remark. Then he understood, I didn't lie to her. She was the one who pursued me the whole time. What stage of development are you at? Xiao Zhan was stunned again. His tone sounded jealous. I'd better not say it. You won't like this answer. I want to hear it. That's just. I don't want to hear it anymore. Yi Yulong waved his hand, as cold as an air conditioner with too much fluorine. I will kill her. Not really. We didn't do anything, just held hands. Really? Xiao Zhan was ashamed. Fortunately, his wife was born in this era. If she was born in the first year of ancient times, he would not be able to control her with her violent temper. Then I'll kill her hand. Xiao Zhan. Then my hands are dirty too, will you kill me? Are you speaking for her? Yi Yulong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an extremely cold aura pressed towards Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan felt a chill down his spine and his heart was pounding. Shit, I said the wrong thing. No need to explain. Don't touch me tonight. That's too much. Xiao Zhan refused to accept the charge. You can accuse me of something, but you can't stop me from touching him. I am not Lu Yuan, the boiling sheep. I want to be Sigma's man. He immediately bent down and grabbed Yi Yulong in his arms, then strode towards the bed. That was me before, not me now. Now I am only attracted to you and you are the only one I am touching. Besides, this is clearly your fault. What right do you have to punish me? If you hadn't shown up so late, I wouldn't have been taken advantage of by Jiang Xianer. I foolishly believed that she was my true love. So, you should reflect on yourself instead of punishing me. Xiao Zhan threw her onto the bed. The soft Simmons mattress accompanies her delicate body, and the vibrations are at the same frequency, which is extremely tempting. Xiao Zhan's eyes were burning. Sigma man. Never be a slave. Then he pounced on it. Yi Yulong smiled coldly. I'm just in love, don't treat me like a fool. She let Xiao Zhan pounce on her without resisting. After all, she couldn't fight with Xiao Zhan, right? Of course, it's not impossible to fight, but not in this way. If you want to ask about the specific style of play, I can't tell you clearly. I can only say that we'll talk about it later. However, Yi Yulong will not tolerate Xiao Zhan's hooliganism too much, and he still has to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he might really be seduced away by someone one day. After all, she didn't really want to die. Her rosy lips moved softly beside Xiao Zhan's ear. Have you heard of Sun Wukon's 72 transformations? Xiao Zhan was just about to show off Sigma's dominance when he suddenly heard this question. He was stunned and said, I've heard of it, so what? Yi Yulong smiled evilly, I will change. Change? Only a sound of shame was heard. The soft person in Xiao Zhan's arms suddenly turned into a cold sickle of death, slender, hard and uncomfortable. Fuck. Xiao killed the muggle. No matter how hard you try, you can't defend against this move. When a woman turns over, even gods can't handle it. Now that we are in the new year, we have to add one more thing, the 72 transformations. Xiao Zhan was completely convinced. No conversation in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, Yi Yulong was considerate enough to transform into a human form and throw herself into Xiao Zhan's arms. After all, one of them is soft and the other is hard, one is cold and the other is hot, so it is uncomfortable for both of them to sleep. The next day. After getting up and packing up, the two prepared to continue practicing and prepare for the upcoming assessment. Although Xiao Zhan didn't care about this assessment. However, if I agreed to Qin Wanfeng, it would be embarrassing to fail the assessment. As soon as I opened the door, Lu Yuan's happy face came up to me. Brother Xiao. No, Godfather, good news. Su Qing agreed to it. So soon? Xiao Zhan was surprised. Lu Yuan didn't realize that he was so smart and he won Su Qing over in one night. The child is teachable. Lu Yuan nodded excitedly. Yes, I gave her the Changling fruit last night. She was so happy that she agreed to go on a date with me. What? You gave her the strong spirit fruit? Yes, she is very happy. Lu Yuan smiled. Xiao cut ma might be. She insisted? You can't say that, I gave it to you myself. Shit, she didn't even ask for it, and you gave it to her? Yeah, does it matter? Lu Yuan obviously didn't understand the core of the problem.
There aren't many fools who are so innocent and foolish.
Xiao Zhan can only give him a thumbs up. You're so awesome.
The other guy just moved a bit, didn't even use a basic attack, and you used your ultimate.
You're just awesome enough to open the door to awesomeness. You're so awesome. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. You're right if you don't understand.
Xiao Zhan was really speechless. Seeing how excited he was just now, I thought he had gotten Su Qing. I thought to myself that this fat guy might look silly, but he was actually quite capable and even faster than me.
The result, haha.
As expected, the goddess's rejections are all the same, while the clown's appearances are all weird.
Lu Yuan didn't understand what Xiao Zhan said. He was still immersed in the joy that Su Qing agreed to go on a date with him. By the way, do you want to go on a date together? The Secret Service Bureau has a romance street that's dedicated to fostering relationships between spirit masters and weapon spirits. You haven't taken your stepmother there for so long, it's a bit of a dereliction of duty.
A love street?
Xiao Zhan was surprised and subconsciously glanced at Yi Yulong.
He turned his head away again.
Why is the name so wild? You're upset, aren't you? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. A street of fun and entertainment, abbreviated as Fun Street. Is there any difference? Is there no difference? Xiao Zhan. Lu Yuan continued, are you going? I think you should go and take your stepmother out to have some fun. The Secret Service is not just about training and missions, it should also be about having fun.
Xiao Zhan glanced at Yi Yulong and thought that they had known each other for more than half a year, and he had indeed never had a decent date with her.
Compatibility needs to be cultivated. Okay, you can go.
But, from now on, you can only call me foster father, not foster mother or godmother.
Is there any difference? It makes no difference, but it just doesn't make me happy.
If you dare to yell again, I promise to let you know why the flowers are so red. Xiao Zhan rubbed his hands together, twisted his neck, and looked fierce. The word foster mother made him feel like he had a hat on his head. Lu Yuan felt that Xiao Zhan was not joking and nodded quickly. Okay, whatever you say is what I will do. Lu Yuan would only shout like this when Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong were present.
If other people were around, he wouldn't have shouted even if he had been asked to. It would have been too embarrassing. Chapter 122 Riddles.
So, the four of them came to the Secret Service Bureau's Fun Street together. It is called a love street, and in fact it is just a love street.
The entire street was specially built by the Secret Service Bureau.
They hired experts in the field of emotions and combined various game methods to create a street tailored for the relationship between spirit masters and weapon spirits. The main theme is the warming of the relationship, from gentle to passionate, step by step, so that the two people eventually become an inseparable part of each other. According to the Secret Service, even if two dogs walked in here, they would become hot dogs when they came out.
Of course, this is how bragging is done.
You have to find out for yourself whether it is true or not. However, since Su Qing is willing to follow Lu Yuan here, it means that Su Qing is still willing to develop a relationship with Lu Yuan, and there is still affection between them. As I walked into the street, the pink and ambiguous lights that were out of tune with the outside suddenly changed the atmosphere. The streets and alleys are filled with beautiful women and handsome men, making people feel like they have walked into a red light district. There is everything to eat and play on the street, and it is even more bold and rich, and most of them are things that are on the edge of life, which makes people blush and their hearts beat fast.
And the deeper you go, the more ambiguous things you see become.
Xiao Zhan was a little skeptical whether Lu Yuan had really moved Su Qing, otherwise why would she agree to let him come to such a place? But seeing Lu Yuan timidly walking side by side with Su Qing, not even daring to hold her hand, Xiao Zhan knew that Lu Yuan had not won her over.
Alas, I really feel so disappointed in you. Well, how about we go shopping separately? You two are at different speeds than us. Let's go inside and take a look. Xiao Zhan said to Lu Yuan.
The area in front of the street is full of activities such as drinking coffee, watching movies, playing card games, and petting cats.
Suitable for couples who are just dating.
Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong had skipped this step long ago. They needed to experience something more interesting. When Lu Yuan heard this, he suddenly felt a little nervous. The purpose of calling Xiao Zhan here was actually to make Xiao Zhan his military advisor.
Now he wants to leave, what should he do? Just let it go? It's boring to separate. Let's go together. You go inside and we will go inside too. Lu Yuan said a little anxiously. Xiao Zhan was amused. What's the matter? You just bought the iron sword and you want to fight the overlord? What do you mean?
Xiao Zhan patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, how bold a person is, how productive the land is.
Your ambition is as high as the sky. Even if you were given the opportunity, it would be useless.
You'd better first understand the situation of this small piece of land. No, could you please not speak so profoundly, as if you were very cultured?
Xiao Zhan shook his head. That's all I can say. Come on, Ali Gay. After saying that, Xiao Zhan took Yi Yulong away. He knew that the Changling fruit was probably wasted. With Lu Yuan's courage, unless Su Qing takes the initiative. Otherwise, even if you bring him in, he will slip out. Wife, what do you want to play?
Xiao Zhan walked into the street and was dazzled by the sight, which was dozens of times richer than outside.
Yi Yulong also blushed for a rare moment. Anything is fine, as long as I play with you. What? You want to play a trick on me?
Xiao Zhan pretended to be speechless, then looked around guiltily. Finding no one was paying attention, he nervously said to Lima Yi Yulong, Wife, you can't say this out loud.
But if you really want to play, let's go home. Xiao Zhan is so mean. You'd better die. Yi Yulong glared at him unhappily.
With a move of searching for flowers in the clouds, he accurately grabbed the soft flesh on Xiao Zhan's waist.
Ah. Xiao Zhan felt pain. What? Are you still going to kill me?
Yi Yulong's face flushed red, and the strange looks from the people around her made her feel her face so hot for the first time. He immediately used all his strength in his hands, twisting the flesh on Xiao Zhan's waist into a knot like a wound-up spring.
Xiao Zhan was in pain.
But he laughed even though it hurt, and the corners of his mouth were so wide that they stretched all the way to his ears.
It feels really good to tease my wife in public. Little brother, I see you two have a pretty good relationship. Do you want to play a little game to strengthen your relationship?
Just then, a stall owner next to him said.
They are all Secret Service staff, responsible for guiding fun and emotional games.
Xiao Zhan took a look at his stall and found that it was just an ordinary riddle-guessing stall.
A little curious. What kind of relationship can be enhanced by guessing riddles?
The stall owner smiled mysteriously. Our riddle game is not just any ordinary riddle.
It's very instructive and educational. Would you like to give it a try? Let's try it.
Xiao Zhan also knew that the stalls that appeared here were not ordinary stalls. He also wanted to see what was so magical about this riddle.
The stall owner smiled and invited the two into the house at the back. Please play a guessing game in the private room.
When Xiao Zhan saw this private room, he immediately became more interested. This private room is not an ordinary one, but one specially set up by the Secret Service Bureau for some spirit masters and weapon spirits who play games here and become so addicted that they cannot extricate themselves. The purpose is to strike while the iron is hot, to strengthen the bond between the spirit master and the spirit of the weapon.
It can be said that it is quite attentive. Please take your seats.
This riddle game is an immersive experience, and you two will complete it independently.
Riddles can be asked to each other or by the AI. There are no rules for the answers. You can discuss them or directly ask the AI for the answers. But my advice is that the process of mutual discussion and discovery is far more important than the answer. Then I wish you two a happy time.
After saying that, the stall owner closed the door.
Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong became more and more curious. How could a riddle game be played so mysteriously? Can it really increase feelings? Xiao Zhan glanced at Yi Yulong and asked, Are you asking or should I? How about the artificial intelligence ask the question? Can. So Xiao Zhan asked the artificial intelligence to ask questions.
Please listen to the question. My boyfriend and I often play Duo-Q.
He likes to play Lucian, but he is always hesitant to play it.
Because he thinks Lucian's range is very short, only 500, while other ADCs have 550 or even 600.
Actually, I don't mind it that much.
I often reassure him that high burst damage is enough, and range doesn't matter.
But he always feels bad about himself, saying that supports prefer Caitlyn over Lucian. What can I do to help my boyfriend get over this bad feeling? Then, a series of game information about League of Legends was displayed. After reading this information, Yi Yulong suddenly had a king-level understanding of the League of Legends. But she was a little baffled. Can such an ancient question be called a riddle?
Chapter 123 Hair against hair, flesh against flesh, it's uncomfortable if I don't get it for one night.
What do you think? Yi Yulong looked at Xiao Zhan.
She felt that this could not be considered a riddle, but more like a question.
There's nothing else you can do except look with your eyes, right? I'm asking what you think about this question. Why does Yi Yulong feel that Xiao Zhan's thoughts are so unconventional? You can only see with your eyes. You have to be naughty, don't you? Yi Yulong used the cloud-searching hand. Hee, just kidding.
Xiao Zhan dodged and then said seriously, this doesn't look like a riddle, but in fact, it should be a riddle.
This is a fun game after all, so they don't ask direct questions like this. They even provide some information.
So, I think the answer to this riddle will be unexpected.
Yi Yulong agreed with his analysis. Well said, don't say it next time. Then you come? Yi Yulong, I'll come if I want to.
The core reason for my boyfriend's low self-esteem is that he thinks Lucian's range isn't long enough, so I think it could be improved with external equipment, like a cannon.
How can such a straightforward answer be correct?
Xiao Zhan spread his hands.
That's correct. The voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Xiao Zhan. It's not that your answer is weird, but is it correct? Then what's the point of your riddle? You might as well ask me what 1 + 1 equals. Xiao Zhan complained to the artificial intelligence.
Please savor it carefully.
What the hell, if you taste it again, can you taste anything?
Xiao Zhan looked bored.
What was so good about a solved puzzle?
But just as he finished saying this, a flash of lightning suddenly struck his mind.
Taste. Range. Artillery. Self-abasement. Etc. Shit. You're not going to the riddle car that's headed to kindergarten.
Xiao Zhan suddenly cried out in surprise and reacted suddenly.
Sure enough, this riddle is not a serious riddle.
It turns out that this is the essence of the riddle, he should have thought of it long ago. The artificial intelligence remained silent, only the screen flickered, but Xiao Zhan seemed to see a smile with the corners of its mouth raised 15 degrees.
Crooked mouth dragon machine.
If you don't guess the answer, please accept the punishment. The artificial intelligence suddenly said.
There is a penalty for losing?
Xiao Zhan looked at the rules of the game. The loser would be punished with a small project by the winner. He couldn't help but look at Yi Yulong and found that Yi Yulong had a rare and expectant smile on her face. She seemed to really like seeing Xiao Zhan make a fool of himself. Especially since he made a fool of himself at his own hands.
Punishment revolving lantern, start drawing punishment items? Wait, I have an answer too.
Looking at the densely packed punishment items on the revolving lantern, Xiao Zhan felt a little angry. He is not afraid of punishment, but he cannot be punished by his own wife. If anyone is to be punished, he should be the one to punish her.
Is there any other answer?
Yi Yulong was already puzzled by Xiao Zhan's sudden startled reaction, and now he actually said that he also knew the answer.
Can a riddle have 2 answers? Well, it seems so.
Then she wanted to see what answer Xiao Zhan could come up with.
Although she thought guessing riddles was boring. The artificial intelligence also waited for Xiao Zhan's answer.
Xiao Zhan also said, you can let Lucian play in the top lane. After all, even if he's in kindergarten, he's still a king.
That's correct. Artificial intelligence judgment.
After hearing this answer, Yi Yulong thought about it for a moment and agreed. Indeed, the range is short, but in the confrontation, the shortcoming becomes an advantage.
This is also an answer.
Seeing her serious analysis, Xiao Zhan smiled wickedly. You were just doing it by accident, I'm an expert at driving.
What do you mean? Yi Yulong was puzzled.
Taste it, savor it carefully. It's hard to say this directly, it's only interesting when you taste it yourself.
Next riddle, which animal is the quietest when angry? Gorilla.
Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong answered at the same time this time. The two looked at each other, both unwilling to admit defeat.
That's correct. After hearing the verdict, Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Yulong with some dissatisfaction. Then do you know why gorillas are quietest when they are angry?
When gorillas are angry or threatened, they may adopt silent ways to express their displeasure, including standing still, glaring, and patting their chests. This behavior may be to prevent unnecessary escalation of conflict and to remind other animals of their powerful strength.
As a result, gorillas are among the quietest animals when angry. Yi Yulong gave her analysis. Wrong.
Xiao Zhan rejected it with just one word.
Why? Because gorillas knock their titties when they're angry. Knock on the nipples? Yi Yulong doesn't understand what it means?
Xiao Zhan immediately stood up and demonstrated to her, pounding his pectoral muscles with his little fists.
Not quiet me. Do you understand? I don't understand. Yi Yulong shook his head. Referee, this is unfair. I want the next question to be less scientific.
Xiao Zhan protested directly to the artificial intelligence.
Yi Yulong is very serious. If one can guess the riddle based on theoretical science, then what is the point of playing with such riddles?
He must make Yi Yulong understand the essence of the riddle so that the two of them can have fun playing it. Otherwise, it would be pointless for him to be alone.
Do you want to change the question bank? The artificial intelligence asked Yi Yulong for his opinion.
Replace.
Yi Yulong didn't hesitate at all.
She knew that Xiao Zhan must have seen something, and she was also curious about what the next question bank would be like.
Please listen to the question.
Hair against hair, flesh against flesh. If you don't do it for a night, you'll feel uncomfortable.
What is it? As soon as this question came out, Yi Yulong frowned.
If it has fur and flesh, it is alive. If you don't have sex for one night, you'll feel uncomfortable.
That's related to sleeping. And we have to do it every night. What is that?
This question stumped her a bit. She subconsciously looked at Xiao Zhan and found that he was looking at her with a strange and complacent smile. She couldn't help but shudder, because she was too familiar with Xiao Zhan's smile. Every time Xiao Zhan wants to take advantage of me, he will show this expression.
Could it be that he wants to take advantage of me again now? No, that's not right.
In this situation, he wouldn't suddenly think of taking advantage of me.
He must have other reasons. Thinking about what had just happened, Yi Yulong immediately understood. There must be an answer to this riddle, something to do with that sort of thing. Have you thought of the answer? Yi Yulong decided to test Xiao Zhan first. Have no idea.
Xiao Zhan immediately shook his head like a rattle. But the smile in the corner of his eyes betrayed him.
But it doesn't matter, as long as I don't admit it.
He looked at Yi Yulong with a slightly frown and flickering eyes, and he knew that Yi Yulong must have thought of the key point.
Things are getting better. Have you figured out the answer? Xiao Zhan is no longer interested in guessing the answer to the riddle. What's more interesting is flirting with his wife.
Yi Yulong has already figured out the answer to the riddle, but she doesn't know how to say it.
This is too embarrassing. Chapter 124. No, I want to play.
Yi Yulong blushed a little, and some strange images emerged in her mind. These scenes are all with Xiao Zhan. Especially on some nights, when that bad guy was being aggressive. She just has a cold personality, which doesn't mean she knows nothing.
On the contrary, she knew it very well. I don't know.
Yi Yulong turned her head away, feeling extremely shy. She was not thick-skinned enough to say such things in front of Xiao Zhan. Fortunately, only Xiao Zhan was here. If there were other people here, she would definitely have a different attitude and would have smashed the damn artificial intelligence on the spot. Xiao Zhan looked at her shy appearance and smiled smugly in his heart.
He knew that Yi Yulong couldn't say it. But this is not the ultimate effect he wants. He wants to see Yi Yulong's more shy side. Judging from your expression, do you know the answer to the riddle? Xiao Zhan asked. Have no idea. You are not suited to lying. Yi Yulong. I don't want to play anymore. Yi Yulong stood up and was about to leave.
She's not that shameless.
Xiao Zhan was getting a little anxious.
It would be boring if his wife left.
Wife, what are you doing? If you can't figure out a riddle, why don't we just try another one? Why are you leaving? Afraid that Yi Yulong was really gone, Xiao Zhan immediately asked the artificial intelligence to reveal the answer. The answer is eyes.
Yi Yulong's hand that was about to open the door suddenly stopped. Xiao Zhan clearly saw her eyebrows twitch.
I almost couldn't stop laughing. She really got it wrong.
Pretending to know nothing, he said, damn, the answer to this riddle is eyes.
Why didn't I think of that? Extremely upset.
But Yi Yulong stared at him straight with a scrutinizing look, which made Xiao Zhan feel a little guilty. Xiao Zhan hurriedly pulled Yi Yulong back to her seat and teased her a little more while Yi Yulong hadn't reacted yet.
Next question. Please listen to the question. This is a rubber product that fits around the middle of the human body.
It comes in different sizes and is crucial to survival.
What is it?
The words fell. Xiao Zhan already had the answer in his heart, but he secretly looked at Yi Yulong, waiting for her reaction.
Yi Yulong is not a fool.
She got the answer to the first riddle wrong, so she definitely won't get the answer to this question wrong.
Swimming ring. That's correct. A clean and concise answer that hit the mark.
Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment, and could hardly believe that Yi Yulong's brain worked so quickly.
Just now she was so ashamed and angry that she didn't want to play, but now she has calmed down so quickly? Is my wife so smart? This is fucking against the rules.
You should act shy, be coquettish, blush, and then act coquettishly or something.
That would be more interesting. How can you act so smart? Xiao Zhan felt something was wrong. Next question, please listen to the question. There is a small stick that is not too long. One end is hairy and the other end is smooth.
It is born to be very hygienic. It passes through the mouth several times a day.
What is it? After hearing this question, Xiao Zhan thought for half a second before coming up with the answer. This riddle is a little more explicit than the previous one. It shouldn't be that easy for her to guess it right? Yi Yulong, toothbrush. That's correct. Xiao Zhan's face darkened. Wife, it's boring if you play like this. It's okay for you to act cool in front of others, but now that it's just the two of us, why don't you show some shyness and satisfy my desire as a Sigma man?
Then there is no need to continue this riddle.
Next question, please listen to the question.
Lift up the warm blanket and touch your legs. Spread your legs and place them on your eyes.
What is it?
Hiss. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard this riddle.
Blood boiling.
Simple, crude, popular, and explicit, the riddle was so interesting that even Xiao Zhan himself was confused. He couldn't help but look at Yi Yulong, his eyes fixed on her lips. If she could guess correctly, then the game would be really unplayable.
It's better not to have this daughter-in-law. Yi Yulong, glasses. Brush. Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up from his seat. Where are you going? Yi Yulong asked in confusion. I don't want to play anymore. Xiao Zhan strode towards the door. Not fun at all. What the hell is this? My wife doesn't cooperate at all. How can I play this? Hubby, what are you doing? If you can't figure out the riddle, why don't we just try another one? Why are you leaving?
Xiao Zhan's hand froze as he opened the door.
He turned around suddenly and looked at Yi Yulong. The light was like a knife, as if it could see through everything. Damn, why does this sentence sound so familiar?
Yi Yulong's eyes were as calm as water. He understood Xiao Zhan's sword light thoroughly and was not affected at all.
Xiao Zhan understood and walked a few steps to Yi Yulong.
Then he hugged Yi Yulong in his arms and looked her straight in the eye.
I can see that you are not ignorant of romance, you are just teasing me on purpose. That little bit of shyness just now was just an act, right?
A hint of a successful smile flashed across Yi Yulong's eyes. I don't know what you are talking about.
Have no idea?
Xiao Zhan smiled evilly and climbed the peak with his bare hands.
You don't know, right? Then don't blame me for torturing you. Yi Yulong was not afraid at all, and was confident, if I use my 72 transformations, I wonder how my husband will cope with it? Xiao Zhan's face froze, and his previous domineering aura suddenly died down. Wife, you're going too far. Yi Yulong didn't care. Do you want to continue playing? I don't want to play anymore. Xiao Zhan felt bored. What was originally intended to be a matter of teasing his wife ended up being his wife teasing him. What was the fun in that? What's the point? What is a Sigma man?
That is, when you find that someone can affect your emotions, don't hesitate, delete her immediately. Yi Yulong is a little special, so Xiao Zhan will definitely not delete her, but it is still possible to end this passive game.
Men must take the initiative. But I think it's quite interesting and I want to continue playing. Yi Yulong said. I don't want to play. I want to play. No. A man must be tough. Whether it's attitude or something else, there has to be a hard part, right? No, I want to play.
Yi Yulong acted coquettishly, holding Xiao Zhan's arm in his arms, blinking his eyes sparkling. The little mouth was pouting and the flames were red, which made Xiao Zhan's heart beat fast.
Bore.
Yi Yulong took advantage of the situation and gave her another light kiss. Completely controlled Xiao Zhan.
Xiao Zhan gave in. As a man, sometimes it's not good to be hard all the time. It's healthier to be soft. Wife, you are really good at it. Is my lipstick sweet? I kiss you and you become so sweet. Xiao Zhan smiled. That's not what I'm talking about. What Xiao Zhan wanted to say was that Yi Yulong really understood him.
Knowing that he wanted to see her act coquettishly, she took the initiative to act coquettishly.
In fact, it was completely unnecessary, but she did it anyway.
Although she failed in the riddle guessing game, she still satisfied her little wish as a winner. The way she controlled men was really enough to make Xiao Zhan sigh. Fortunately, he had made a contract with her. Otherwise, seeing her sign a contract with someone else would definitely make him feel very uncomfortable.
Yi Yulong didn't deny his praise, nor did she confirm it. She just tilted her little milk bag and asked coquettishly, "Do you still want to play?" Play. Chapter 125 Strange Woman, Lu Xin. After coming out of the riddle room, Xiao Zhan felt extremely satisfied physically and mentally. The riddles that follow are still very confusing, and Yi Yulong can see the answers at a glance.
But she did not choose to answer directly, but cooperated very well to satisfy Xiao Zhan's perverted thoughts, wanting to refuse but also feeling shy.
It's just that the acting is a bit poor. But even so, Xiao Zhan was already very satisfied.
After all, just imagine an ice goddess, with a blushing face, telling you dirty jokes and punching you in the chest from time to time.
Just look at this strong contrast, doesn't it make you feel unsatisfied? It's so cool that I'm about to be blown to the sky.
If Xiao Zhan didn't want to do other projects, he would have to stay in there for at least 2.5 hours. After coming out, Xiao Zhan couldn't wait to experience other projects. But at this moment, two people appeared in his sight.
These two people, one is a woman and the other is also a woman. Moreover, both women are very beautiful, have noble temperaments, walk gracefully, and have an extraordinary aura.
But precisely because of this temperament, it seems somewhat out of place in this street. After all, this is the sour and smelly street of love.
Is it Lily?
Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, in this world only men can become spirit masters, women are all weapon spirits. Almost all those who can come to the street are men and women.
There are some people who come here alone, but they are rare.
After all, there are all kinds of people in this world. But it was a bit surprising when two women came together.
This makes people doubt their sexual orientation.
While he was thinking, one of the two women also noticed Xiao Zhan. She was slightly stunned, and then she came directly in front of Xiao Zhan.
Are you looking at me? Hello, my name is Lu Xin.
The woman smiled and stretched out her hand, very gracefully and politely, wanting to shake hands with Xiao Zhan. She wore a pair of half-gold rimmed glasses, had big wavy hair, a backless red sweater on her upper body, and loose high-waisted jeans on her lower body, giving her a Hong Kong style. Judging from his age, he should be around 25 or 26 years old. The sudden greeting surprised Xiao Zhan a little. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, but just when he stretched it halfway, he thought of something and put it down.
My name is Xiao Zhan. My daughter-in-law is a germaphobe and can't have contact with other women. Lu Xin was a little surprised that he didn't get to hold the hand.
It seemed that he had never expected that there would be a man who would reject him.
But she didn't seem to mind. Were you looking at me just now? Lu Xian's question was very straightforward.
This made Xiao Zhan's face turn red. He had indeed looked at her just now, but that was out of a man's instinct for beauty, for only 1/10 of a second. The rest of the time, I was curious about why the two of them appeared here.
Xiao Zhan was a little embarrassed to answer Lu Xian's straightforward question. I'm sorry, I did take a second look just now. If I offended you, I apologize.
Xiao Zhan said after thinking for a while.
But I felt a little nervous, wondering if this woman was a fairy.
Will you be sued for just one look?
Oh, I just took one more look.
I thought I'd take 2 more looks.
Lu Xian, on the other hand, looked a little lost.
Xiao Zhan frowned slightly.
Why does this sound a bit strange? Paranoia? Which department of the Secret Service are you from? Lu Xian asked again. Xiao Zhan was silent for a moment. Excuse me, do we know each other? Yes. Know him? Why don't I have any impression of him? We just met. I know you. Your name is Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan.
He felt that this woman was a little familiar.
Such a familiar woman is not a good thing. Small things can cost you a kidney, big things can cost you your life.
Although you have lost your kidney in this world, you still have to be careful and cautious.
You haven't answered my question yet. Lu Xian asked again when he saw Xiao Zhan didn't say anything.
Her eyes sparkled beneath the gold-rimmed glasses, and she seemed to be full of interest in Xiao Zhan. Yi Yulong is a sensitive person, and Lu Xian's appearance immediately made her show strong hostility. Xiao Zhan knew his wife was unhappy, so he immediately said coldly, "I'm sorry, I can't answer your question." After saying that, he walked past holding Yi Yulong's hand.
Lu Xian didn't mind.
There was a smile on her lips from beginning to end. Even after Xiao Zhan left, her smile did not fade away.
What's wrong with you? I've never seen you talk to a man before. The woman next to Lu Xian couldn't help but ask her.
She is also very beautiful, with a good figure and a nice figure. She has long black hair, a gentle face, and speaks softly, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Judging from his age, he is a few years older than Lu Xian. But this did not make her lose her luster. Instead, it made her gentle temperament even more enhanced, showing the gentleness of the big sister next door more vividly.
Isn't it okay that spring is here? Lu Xian replied. You actually have this awareness? It's really rare. Why can't I have this awareness? I am also a woman, okay? I have been in bud for so many years, it's time for me to bloom. Lu Xian couldn't help but turn her head and stare at Xiao Zhan's back.
Seeing this, the woman thought she was serious.
But he is under a life and death contract. Lu Xian suddenly smiled again. No, I just said it casually and you really believed it? Do you think it's possible for people like us? It's possible for me, but it's definitely impossible for you. The woman couldn't help but tease. What's the meaning? Arrogant and proud. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong left the two strange women.
As they walked away from each other, the cold aura on Yi Yulong gradually dissipated.
Wife, I feel like I'm becoming more and more like you now.
How do you say that?
Look, before I met you, I was very polite and easygoing. But after meeting you, I became as cold and aloof as you are. I don't even like talking to others. You mean I just stopped you from getting picked up by a girl?
Yi Yulong stopped and his tone suddenly became unfriendly.
No, that's not what I meant.
Xiao Zhan didn't expect her to think that way, and quickly explained, what I meant is that I'm not similar enough to you to let other women dare to hit on me.
I should be a little colder. Hearing this, Yi Yulong's expression softened. You'll be even colder in the future if you stay with me. But I want to speed up a bit. How do I add it?
Xiao Zhan smiled slyly, his eyes revealing a successful plot. According to a study, if two people kiss for more than 10 seconds a day, they'll become more and more alike because they exchange their bacterial flora.
Do you think this is true? What do you think? I don't know, but I want to try.
Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Yulong with a sly smile.
Chapter 126. The assessment begins.
Yi Yulong clearly understood his intentions at this point. If you want to take advantage of me, just say so.
It's not like I won't give it to you. Is there any need for such roundabout tricks? This is just a romance. If I just wanted to take advantage of you, why would we come here? Wouldn't it be nice to hold you in bed and chew on you? So, do you want to take advantage of this? No.
This time Xiao Zhan was tough, and the romance he expressed was no longer romance, it was boring. This cheapness is no longer cheap. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yulong came over.
Xiao Zhan was stunned.
He could only endure this damn humiliation.
11 seconds later.
Yi Yulong stepped back, staring into Xiao Zhan's eyes with a smile. This extra second is given to you.
I hope you can become as indifferent as me soon.
Xiao Zhan wiped the tears of humiliation from the corner of his mouth, but his heart was filled with satisfaction.
Flirting failed and ended up being flirted with.
Xiao Zhan really felt like he was being held at his weakest point, but he wasn't even at his weakest point. He was 1 inch shy of 7 inches.
Woman, you are playing with fire.
If you're brave enough, let's have a big fight and fight for 300 rounds.
Chicken General method? Yi Yulong raised his eyebrows. That's right, the method of provoking someone. That's boring. I won't play. You are.
Xiao Zhan collapsed.
This daughter-in-law is not cooperative at all. It's not fun at all. 2 hours later. Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong walked out of the street of love. As a man, you must learn to be thick-skinned. A good woman is afraid of a clinging man. So even if Yi Yulong didn't play, Xiao Zhan still took advantage of Yi Yulong's thick skin and took advantage of her. Remember, his name is not Fiangyang. Fiangyang was very sincere and didn't gain any advantage. Xiao Zhan is different. He gets all the advantages just by talking. After coming out, the two prepared to go back.
But when he suddenly glanced, he found Lu Yuan sitting alone.
Why are you here? Where's Su Qing?
When Lu Yuan saw Xiao Zhan, he immediately smiled happily and said, "You guys are out.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. You guys are really good at having fun. I'm so envious."
Seeing that he didn't answer the question, Xiao Zhan knew that Su Qing was probably gone.
When did you come out?
She left you guys about 10 minutes ago and left after saying she felt a little unwell.
I'm fine by myself. So soon? Is it fast? I think it's okay. Although not as long as yours, it's not bad. I'm very happy. Lu Yuan laughed, completely unaware of the core of the problem.
Xiao Zhan looked at his honest smile and shook his head. Unable to resist, she patted his shoulder and said, "Lu Yuan, if you still consider me your godfather, then listen to my advice. A level toads are hard to find, but a level women are plentiful.
Don't hang yourself on one tree. Are you asking me to give up Su Qing? Why?
She has changed her attitude towards me.
I won't hang myself. It's useless for her to change your attitude. The key problem is you."
Xiao Zhan really wanted to open his head and see what kind of tofu dregs were inside.
Do you know what hanging means? Hang, hang, loser, loser, hang, hang, loser.
If you're a loser, even if she changes her attitude towards you, it will only be temporary.
Sooner or later, you'll still be hanged. But I'm not a loser. Lu Yuan said seriously and simply. A loser's mentality is also a loser. I don't believe it. Lu Yuan didn't believe that he would be hanged.
He believed that Su Qing had really changed towards him this time.
Forget it.
I can't explain it to you clearly, even if I have the power of boiling sheep.
Xiao Zhan was too lazy to talk to him. Fiangyang doesn't know that he is Fiangyang. After waving their hands, Xiao Zhan and Yi Yulong returned to the dormitory. Lu Yuan went back with them, and then they went home separately.
A few more days passed like this.
The assessment has begun.
The person in charge of this assessment was Qin Wanfeng. Originally, he didn't need to show up for such a thing, but he probably wanted to see how Xiao Zhan had grown, so he came out to preside over it personally.
The assessment method is very simple. It all comes down to strength.
The people from the combat department will challenge the special forces team, and the people from the second special forces team will challenge the first team. The winner can replace the loser and join the special forces team.
Everyone gathered in the martial arts training square. There are about 100 men and women in total. With Qin Wanfeng's order, the challenge officially began. The number of people in Special Operations Team 2 is the same as that in Team 1. The people in the combat department are still the same familiar people. Xiao Zhan has seen many of them before, but there are also some new acquaintances joining.
Hey, Zhang San, look at Special Operations Team 1.
Isn't that the kid Xiao Zhan? Your chance has come.
Someone in the crowd of the combat unit said to the bald Zhang San. Zhang San was the one who provoked Xiao Zhan last time and was beaten to a pulp by Yang Jian. Zhang San is a third-grade spirit master. He is stronger now than he was half a year ago, but he has also heard that Xiao Zhan has become a second-grade spirit master. When he was at the first rank before, he suffered a little loss at the hands of Xiao Zhan. Now that Xiao Zhan has become a second rank, to be honest, he is a little unconfident. Those who have never fought with Xiao Zhan don't know how terrifying he is. He had fought, he knew it. So he shook his head and said, "It's pointless to bully the weak, and even if you win, it's not glorious.
If you want to challenge someone, challenge the strong. I've reserved that fat guy. As for Xiao Zhan, whoever wants to go can go." When these words were spoken, everyone around them couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the entire combat unit knows that you, Zhang San, love to bully the weak. Now is such a good opportunity, you can go up and get back at them. But he didn't dare to go, which obviously showed that he was a coward. However, although they laughed, few people dared to challenge Xiao Zhan. After all, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes.
Although they were not as deeply impressed as Zhang San, they also knew that an ordinary third-grade warrior would probably have no way to deal with Xiao Zhan.
Some people are born to challenge those above their level.
However, there were still newcomers and some people who were confident in themselves and challenged Xiao Zhan.
After all, if you take a risk, you can turn it into a motorcycle.
Third-rank Spirit Control Master Su Quan, with his weapon Spirit Miao Dao, challenges Special Forces Team 1 Xiao Zhan. A man with a crew cut jumped onto the arena, holding a black Miao Dao, looking very majestic.
See him. The people below couldn't help but sigh.
Su Quan, the new king of the combat department this year, is the first one to go up.
Why is he so impatient?
I thought he would play it safe and choose to join the second team first, but I didn't expect him to be so ambitious and want to reach the top in one go.
But come to think of it, there's a second-rank Xiao Zhan up there. If I had his strength, I would make the same choice.
Humph, this brat relies on his strength to be arrogant and domineering.
If he comes, I hope he loses. You can't think like that.
After all, he is the face of our combat department.
If he loses, it will be a disgrace to the combat department.
Xiao Zhan's perception was released, and he heard news about Su Quan. Less than 6 months after joining the combat unit, he defeated a group of newcomers and veterans, becoming the fastest newcomer king in history. With S-level talent, a level weapon spirit, and a Miao Dao, he created a powerful defensive technique that belonged to him.
He is identified as a good seedling who can definitely join the first team.
A lot of resources have been invested. So his challenge at this moment made many people pay close attention. And Xiao Zhan just smiled. Because no matter who the other party is, what he has to do is to knock them all down.
Chapter 127 via Su Quan, Talent Fixed Point Defense. Yang Jian, who do you think will win between the two of them? Qin Wanfeng asked from the side. Sitting next to him were Yang Jian and Wu Ya. Yang Jian thought deeply for a moment. It's hard to say.
When Xiao Zhan was at the first level, he could fight against Zhang San at the third level. Now that he has broken through to the second level, his strength is even stronger.
His advantage in fighting against opponents of higher levels is quite obvious. But Su Quan is not weak either. He is older and has more combat experience.
His control skills are also very sharp.
It's hard to say who will win or lose between the two, but I generally favor Su Quan.
Qin Wanfeng nodded and looked at Wu Ya again. What do you think?
Who will win?
I don't care, it doesn't matter who wins.
That's true. Qin Wanfeng is asking for trouble.
Wu Yakai doesn't care about these things. She only cares about whether there are weak people in her team. If there is, kick them out. In the field, Su Quan and Xiao Zhan confronted each other. The Miao Dao in his hand was silver all over, with only the handle being black.
The entire Miao Dao was slender and shaped like a seedling.
Under the sunlight, it emitted a sharp cold light.
I've heard of you a long time ago.
Fighting for the Federation is commendable, but that's no reason to stay in Special Forces Team 1.
Today, let me take you down.
Su Quan brandished his sword with one hand, pointing it directly at Xiao Zhan.
Xiao Zhan carried the Death Demon scythe on his shoulder.
He found that the 3-meter-long weapon was indeed not easy to hold. It was most comfortable to carry it on his shoulder.
It is also the most domineering, giving people a sense of oppression from a superior position.
No need to talk nonsense, just come if you have the ability. Xiao Zhan smiled coldly. With a quick perception, the energy fluctuations on Su Quan's body appeared clearly in Xiao Zhan's mind. S-level talent, a level spirit weapon. If there is nothing special about it, then he can only kneel down and worship.
Su Quan did not hesitate. Following the instructor's order, he rushed towards Xiao Zhan.
He changed from holding the knife with one hand to holding it with both hands, and the knife moved with him, with a fierce momentum and unstoppable force. As soon as they met, he used a move to split Mount Hua. Although the power of the force to split Huashan is great, its weakness is also obvious and it is easy for others to seize the opportunity. He didn't take any defensive action in the face of such a powerful move, and he didn't take Xiao Zhan seriously at all. Seeing this scene, Yang Jian frowned a little. To despise the enemy is to despise himself. Su Quan has committed a big taboo. Off the court, Zhang San also sneered and shook his head. Su Quan has become the new king of the combat department. He really doesn't take anyone seriously. Do you mean he will lose? Asked the man next to him. Zhang San said, I don't know whether he will lose or not, but I know he will definitely feel bad. Zhang San recalled the first time he met Xiao Zhan. He was also so arrogant at that time.
But what is the result? Ha, he is just waiting to be slapped in the face. In the field, facing Su Quan's move, Xiao Zhan remained very calm. Leaving the middle door wide open is simply courting death. Miao Dao attacked, and based on his perception and analysis, Xiao Zhan retreated to the side one step ahead, while gathering strength in his legs. While dodging the attack, he struck Su Quan's side hard. Bang! This kick was powerful and heavy, and contained Xiao Zhan's great physical strength. But Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, because this kick felt a bit like kicking a steel plate. He couldn't help but look at Su Quan. But he found that Su Quan gave him a disdainful sneer. Do you think the weakness I gave you is a weakness? Su Quan turned around and used both hands to strike upwards. Xiao Zhan blocked with the Death Demon Scythe, and the two weapon spirits immediately made a metallic collision sound. Su Quan's first attack failed, so he immediately launched another attack, pushing his sword forward with his body, and the sword turned with his waist, attacking continuously. Miao Dao's moves are based on the principle of following up every attack and advancing every time the opponent follows, with a series of advances and retreats. The movements are fierce and powerful, and the momentum is unstoppable. In terms of offense and defense, it is good at continuous attacks. Su Quan's innate skill is fixed point defense, which allows him to expand his desire to attack in battle without being affected in the slightest. Therefore, his series of fierce and powerful attacks immediately caught Xiao Zhan off guard, and he could only defend passively. It seems that Xiao Zhan is not doing well. He has lost all his original style. He is being beaten by Su Quan. The man next to Zhang San said disdainfully. He was very pessimistic about Xiao Zhan. Zhang San couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene. Xiao Zhan's performance was completely different from when he fought him. Being timid and passively defensive is not his style at all. Could it be that in half a year, he had cultivated into a dog's stomach? He doesn't believe it. The words have been spoken. If Xiao Zhan loses, he will lose face. Why panic? Xiao Zhenyu's skills haven't been used yet. It's normal to try out some moves in the early stages. Zhang San retorted. Xiao Zhan can lose, but he cannot lose with his mouth. On the field. Although Xiao Zhan was retreating step by step, everything was under his control. Although Su Quan's attack was fierce, Xiao Zhan was no pushover either. With the help of his perception, he could easily block any attack from Su Quan. Relying on his strong physical fitness, Xiao Zhan was able to deal with Su Quan with ease. He has been acting passively in order to figure out what Su Quan's iron-like defense was. After all, it seemed like an automatic defense thing. If Xiao Zhan didn't understand the principle, it would be difficult for him to take him down. The two men fought, their bodies moving and dodging on the arena, fighting back and forth. A moment later, Xiao Zhan released the aura of death, interfering with Su Quan's vision, and then suddenly moved away. He swung the death scythe and carried it on his shoulder. He now understands Su Quan's ability. It is a kind of protective shield formed on the surface of the body through the power of control. Can block all physical attacks. And the strength is very high. Even when Xiao Zhan used the Death Demon Scythe with all his strength, he could only cause some minor damage to Su Quan. This is the reason why Su Quan dared to give up defense and launch an all-out attack. However, with the help of perception, Xiao Zhan also discovered the shortcomings of this skill, that is, although the protective shield formed by the power of defense is strong, it is not a comprehensive defense. The power of defense is concentrated to form a small area. The energy fluctuations in this area are strong and can block all attacks. There are no energy fluctuations in other parts of the body, which means that other places have no defense at all. Know this. Xiao Zhan has many ways to deal with him. Immediately, he used his control skills and used the fish lantern to attract the soul. A strong aura of death was released, instantly enveloping Su Quan. Then, Xiao Zhan attacked him without hesitation. The aura of death can block his vision. Without vision, Su Quan will have no way of knowing the location of his attack, and he will not be able to make accurate defense. Chapter 128 Victory Through Violence. When Zhang San saw the scene, his eyebrows jumped. This was the trick. He was too familiar with it. He had suffered a loss from this trick in the past. The darkness enveloped Su Quan, who lost all sight and could not see anything. However, in the pitch-black night, the Miao Dao in his hand emitted a silvery glow. Su Quan shook hands and stood in front of him. The power of control was activated, and a bright silver light shone, dispelling the darkness around him and illuminating Su Quan's calm face. He looked calm, but one could see the fierce fighting spirit deep in his eyes. His eyes locked onto a certain spot ahead. It was pitch black, and he couldn't make out anything.
But he knew Xiao Zhan was there. At the same time, in the darkness, Xiao Zhan's figure was slightly stunned. Then he chuckled, "Were you discovered?
That's really interesting."
Without stopping, he continued to rush towards Su Quan, and the death scythe in his hand was urged even more vigorously. Su Quan also sneered, swung the Miao Dao in his hand, and drew a circle in front of him. The speed of swinging was very slow, but wherever it passed, it left behind the shadow of a Miao Dao. After one circle, there were a total of 99 and 81 Miao Daos, standing in front of him like a sunwheel. The skill of control, Miaoli 100 slashes. He took a step forward and slowly lowered his body, still holding the Miao Dao upright in front of his chest. When Xiao Zhan's figure approached, he suddenly swung the Miao Dao in his hand and chopped it down.
The sun disk formed by the afterimage of the Miao knife also rushed out while spinning like a windmill. The speed is very fast, like a madly spinning turbine. It brought with it the howling sound of the tearing wind, and wherever it passed, the aura of death was stirred into smoke, leaving behind a flood of light. Xiao Zhan only felt a strong tearing sensation enveloping his entire body, tearing his body in all directions in 360 degrees, as if to crush him to pieces. Directly in front of him was a dazzling light that was so blinding that he could only see white and had to close his eyes. Fortunately, he has the gift of perception, so closing his eyes and opening them have the same effect. The all-round lock, coupled with his deliberate approach, made it impossible for him to dodge, and he could only take the attack head-on. However, he had no intention of dodging. His goal was to take this attack head-on.
The power of control in the body was activated frantically, and a faint light flashed from the black flower on the death scythe.
The control skill is displayed. Blooming on the other side. Xiao Zhan gripped the death scythe tightly and stabbed forward.
The scythe was only 3 meters long, but at this moment, it became huge, more than doubled in length, and was now 6 or 7 meters long. At the tip of the death scythe, the blade transformed into a black flower. The flower blossomed, extremely terrifying, sharp and powerful, capable of seizing souls and taking lives. From a distance, it looked like a giant flower, held in Xiao Zhan's hand as a weapon.
Elegant and eerie.
One white and one black, like two different gorgeous flowers, collided with each other in an instant. A strong energy wave was released.
The black-red spider lily held by Xiao Zhan was more powerful.
Just one contact caused the silver roulette wheel to twist. It took less than half a second before the silver roulette wheel was completely smashed to pieces. The energy was chaotic, and the strong fluctuations stirred up wave after wave, tearing the surrounding death energy into pieces. Completely clear-headed. At the same time, Su Quan also suffered the backlash of the control technique. He felt a tearing pain in his arm, and his chest felt like it was being hit by a heavy hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as snow. But this is not the end yet.
Xiao Zhan's control skill shattered the roulette wheel, and the remaining energy rushed towards him.
The heavy and majestic aura was like a mountain pressing down on him, leaving him no time to breathe and forcing him to take action to resist. He endured the pain of ruptured meridians in his body and immediately released his innate skills for point defense. An invisible shield appeared in front of him. This shield was larger than the previous one, and it directly protected the front of his entire body. Seeing such a large shield, Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned, but then he was relieved. Perception scan shows that although the area of this defensive shield has become larger, its energy thickness has become thinner. The energy is evenly distributed, so its defensive power is not as strong as before. Su Quan naturally knew this, but he could do nothing about it.
Xiao Zhan's blossom of the other shore is extremely powerful.
If he only gathers it into a small area to resist, the other infiltrating energy will probably be enough to seriously injure him. Therefore, he could only fight to the death and use this largest area to take a gamble. Xiao Zhan naturally didn't take this protective shield seriously at this moment. Not to mention that it has become so weak now, even if it was as strong as before. Xiao Zhan was confident that it would be shattered under his control skills. From the very beginning, he was prepared to violently break through his defense. Energy was released in front of Su Quan. Without any surprise, his defense was easily shattered, and then the surging energy bombarded him all over.
Su Quan's face was twisted with fear, and his body was involuntarily thrown out like a ball.
With a loud bang, it crashed straight down outside the arena, startling everyone and causing them to sigh. When everyone looked over, they saw that he was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and he was lying on the ground dying. The doctor nearby immediately stepped forward and used his imperial skills to treat him. But he frowned.
First, emergency rescue was performed, and after the condition was stabilized, the patient was immediately taken to a special emergency room. Obviously, Xiao Zhan's move was too powerful. When Xiao Zhan saw this scene, he felt a little embarrassed. He had already stopped, but this move was his most powerful one at the moment, and it was a little difficult to control when performing it. I hope nothing happens. Special Combat Team 1, Xiao Zhan, Yi Yilongshang. The instructor's voice rang out, and he looked at Xiao Zhan with a bit of horror. He was the closest to the previous move, and he clearly felt the terrifying pressure from An Yi's defensive skill. He imagined that if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. Too strong. When the other people in the audience saw the scene, they also held their breath. The strongest newcomer in the combat department was defeated miserably by Xiao Zhan. Still a clean defeat. Such a result is really sad. At this moment, the atmosphere was solemn and no one dared to look down on Xiao Zhan anymore. Before this, some of them might have viewed Xiao Zhan as someone who used backdoors, was a soft persimmon, a stepping stone, and so on. But after this battle, they completely gave up this idea. Sure enough, SSS-level talent, even if it is obtained through backdoors, is powerful enough to penetrate all obstacles. Chapter 129. The assessment is over. Xiao Zhan glanced at the people below, and no one dared to look him in the eye. He nodded with satisfaction. He actually had many ways to defeat Su Quan, but he chose the most direct and violent method. His purpose was to prevent those people with unrealistic ideas from challenging him again. This is such a waste of his time. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys will let them see your own strength, and you will have more free time later. Xiao Zhan walked off the stage and returned to his seat. This assessment cannot be repeated in a round-robin manner. You will get a rest after each battle. Of course, you can also choose not to rest. Xiao Zhan used his most powerful defense skill, which consumed a lot of his defense power, so he had to rest. However, even if he didn't rest at this time, probably no one would dare to challenge him on stage. Not everyone wants to understand the charm of that move. After returning to his seat, he still looked at him with a surprised look. Qin Wanfeng also nodded secretly, very satisfied with Xiao Zhan's performance. Yang Jian, who was standing next to him, had a serious expression on his face. Xiao Zhan's control skill just now made him feel threatened. He is a 4th-grade spirit master. It was a bit shocking that Xiao Zhan had grown to this point in just half a year. Is this the shock brought by top talent? Wu Ya had the same idea as him. She always knew that Xiao Zhan was very strong and could play a backbone role in the entire team. But she never expected that Xiao Zhan's true combat power was so strong. Especially the control skill just now, which made her feel a little nervous. Oh my god, you're so strong. After coming down, Lu Yuan couldn't help but admire him. I always thought he was very strong, but I didn't expect he was really strong. The praise is real praise, but the worry is also real worry. Lu Yuan looked back at the past 6 months and found that he had not made much progress. He was nothing like Xiao Zhan, the pervert, who would make new progress every once in a while. Fight well, you can do it too. Xiao Zhan smiled slightly. Lu Yuan pouted, you're the only one who believes that. As he spoke, a bald man stepped onto the arena. I'm Zhang San, challenging Lu Yuan from Special Forces Team 1. Hearing this voice, Lu Yuan immediately revealed a bitter smile. Pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. The softest one is Xiao Zhan, but actually he is very tough, but no one knows it. Now that everyone knows he is very hard, we can only pick the second softest one. The second soft one is Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan subconsciously glanced at Su Qing. He wanted to advance their relationship during this week, but although Su Qing's attitude towards him changed after she received the Changling fruit, the actual progress was similar to before. He is now a little unconfident in his own abilities. Xiao Zhan also noticed his worry and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much, just do your best. Lu Yuan glanced at him, a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Yes, I will. Then he walked onto the stage. Seeing him like this, Xiao Zhan knew that he was most likely to lose. He hasn't lost in terms of morale yet. Then, the fighting began on the arena. Compared to half a year ago, Zhang San's strength has indeed improved a lot, and he dances with his tiger head sword with great power. The tiger roaring in the mountain's defensive skill he created brought the characteristics of the tiger head broadsword to the extreme. Lu Yuan was holding a guandao, and his momentum was not inferior to Zhang San. He had also trained in the special forces for a year or two, so he was not at a disadvantage in the battle with Zhang San. But it is not so easy to get rid of Zhang San quickly.
Finally, after a few minutes of fierce fighting, the two ended the game with a collision of defensive techniques.
It's a pity that Lu Yuan actually lost the fight. Xiao Zhan could see that in the final move of the competition. Although Lu Yuan's control skills were good, they were not powerful enough. There was a sense of obstruction as if it was forced, and it was not that smooth. Is the key to losing. This is obviously caused by insufficient fit. Lu Yuan walked off the stage somewhat disappointed.
Su Qing followed behind him, and she was also a little disappointed about the loss. But she obviously also knew that she was the main reason.
However, after coming down, she didn't say much.
She just stood there silently, not knowing what she was thinking. Losing the game means failing the assessment, and they will be directly demoted to the second team.
Of course, if they can't even beat Team 2, they will return to the combat unit.
The overall strength of the second team is relatively low, with a mixture of second and third grade players.
Lu Yuan's strength will definitely allow him to be successful in the second team.
Next, more and more people challenged the Special Forces team, but they all failed and no one won. After all, Special Operations Team 1 is Special Operations Team 1.
They are not vegetarians. They are the elites squeezed out from these people.
If several people are squeezed out in every assessment, then this Special Forces Team 1 is too weak. On the other hand, the second team lost a lot of the challenged people, and almost half of them were replaced. Xiao Zhan was free anyway, and no one dared to challenge him.
The Rookie King had been defeated, so what could others say?
There were one or two people in the Special Operations Team 2 who were eager to take action against Xiao Zhan, but after hesitating for a while, they gave up.
They don't think they are much better than Su Quan. The assessment lasted 2 days in total. The next day is a chance for those injured to try again.
After all, the Special Forces want elites and real combat capabilities, not some people who get promoted by luck. The next day, still no one challenged Xiao Zhan.
Su Quan recovered and challenged again, pushing Zhang San down.
Zhang San had no choice but to challenge the other members of Team 1, but he was defeated this time and had to retreat to Team 2. At this point, the assessment is over.
There were more changes in the second team. Only Lu Yuan left the first team and was replaced by Su Quan. After it was over, Xiao Zhan wanted to comfort Lu Yuan. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up. Trying to comfort him as a winner probably wouldn't have any effect, and Lu Yuan wasn't in the mood to listen. Moreover, to put it bluntly, this matter is a private matter between him and Su Qing.
As an outsider, it is likely that saying too much will be of no use and may even have a counterproductive effect. He has to do this kind of thing himself.
The next day,
the Special Forces team was called together and came to the hall of the simulated training room. Just when Xiao Zhan thought there would be some new training tasks today, a woman appeared in front of everyone. The woman had long black hair and a slender figure, and her uniform showed off her perfect curves to the fullest. She has a delicate nose, a small mouth, bright black eyes, and is as gentle as spring water. There are 2 small dimples on her slightly red cheeks. His eyes swept across the crowd, making people feel the gentleness of the spring breeze and drizzle.
But see her. Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly became a little surprised. Chapter 130 Mulan Guild, Instructor Mincy. Because he had seen this woman before. It was the same woman I met on the Love Street a week ago, except that they were 2 people at the time. Now that she appears here, what is her identity? There are some new team members who I don't know yet. Let me introduce you. This is Instructor Mincy from the Mulan Guild. Welcome everyone. Wu Ye introduced to everyone. There was an immediate and enthusiastic welcome.
The atmosphere was even more enthusiastic than previous welcomes, and Xiao Zhan could see that their welcome came from the heart. It turns out that she is Instructor Mincy.
Xiao Zhan remembered that Lu Yuan had said that after the assessment, Instructor Mincy would lead them to comprehend the form of war spirits. This is a rare opportunity, no wonder everyone is so enthusiastic about her.
Wu Ye then continued, after each assessment, there will be a week of battle spirit comprehension time, designed to help you enter the 4th level realm faster.
Instructor Mincy will be here to guide you during this week.
Also, although Instructor Mincy is not from our Secret Service, she was specially invited by the Secret Service, so you must show her enough respect. If any of you speak rudely, disrespectfully, or talk back to her, don't blame the Bureau for the consequences.
Wu Ye greeted everyone in advance.
But what he said was actually useless, and everyone sneered in their hearts.
What a joke! Instructor Mincy's guidance is a real benefit. Only a fool would choose to contradict her? Don't you want the battle spirit form anymore? Don't you want to break through to the 4th level?
You know, they tried their best to join the Special Operations Team 1, and their goal was to get her. Because in the entire Secret Service, no, or in the entire Longsha Federation, only Instructor Mincy has this ability.
Okay, the rest of the time will be handed over to Instructor Mincy. After Wu Ye finished speaking, she glanced at Xiaozhan again and said, Xiaozhan, you two are only 2nd grade. My suggestion is that you don't participate in this comprehension, so as not to waste it. I can help you apply for an equal amount of points for this opportunity and distribute them to you.
Why?
Xiaozhan was confused. A little angry. What era is this? Do you still look down on yourself?
Your 2nd grade realm is too low, and your physical strength and defensive energy are insufficient.
For you, comprehending the battle spirit form is just a waste of opportunity.
Wu Ye met his gaze without fear. She didn't look down on Xiaozhan, she just felt that there was no need for him to waste this opportunity. To comprehend the form of a war spirit, one needs to reach a certain level in mental strength, control power, degree of compatibility, etc. before there is a chance of successful comprehension.
Xiaozhan is only of the 2nd rank.
Maybe his combat power exceeds that of the 3rd rank, but in some attributes, he is still not as good as the 3rd rank. So Wu Ye thought that it would be better to waste such an opportunity and get nothing. It would be better to change it into points, so the benefits are more tangible.
I reject your suggestion,
Xiaozhan said in a tough tone. It is his right to refuse.
What Wu Ye said is right, but not entirely right.
His reserve of control power in his realm is not as good as those of the 3rd grade, but all aspects of his physical condition are definitely overwhelming those of the 3rd grade. Moreover, the quality of his defensive power was very high, and he was confident that it could make up for the lack of quantity. Therefore, he must participate in this practice of comprehension. Even if it is really as Wu Ye said, that there is no effect at all, he will still participate.
Seeing Xiaozhan's attitude, Wu Ye's expression became cold.
Whatever. She was just giving a kind reminder. Whether Xiaozhan agreed or not was his business and had nothing to do with her. But in his heart, he had already labeled Xiaozhan as stubborn and eager for quick success. Afterwards, Wu Ye left. Instructor Mincy still looked gentle. She glanced at everyone and lingered on Xiaozhan for a second longer. He couldn't help but feel a little interested in this person who was actively approached by Lu Xian and who was able to join the Special Forces team with the strength of the 2nd rank. But it was just one more look. This enlightenment will last for a week, just like usual. Everyone's battle spirit is different, so don't ask others, and don't ask me either. I can't give you any answers. Remember one thing, follow your heart. If everything is ready, then we can start now. After saying that, he looked at everyone.
Everyone nodded, we're ready. Then let's begin. You can practice as usual. Keep calm and seize the fleeting opportunity.
Instructor Mincy glanced at Xiaozhan again, and then led everyone into a special training room. This practice room can amplify a certain type of energy and is often used for experiments.
After everyone entered, they sat cross-legged. Start entering the state of cultivation.
Xiaozhan was not in a hurry to start, because he had never experienced this before, so he wanted to see what Instructor Mincy was doing.
Su Quan next to him was the same as him.
Instructor Mincy noticed the abnormality between the two of them, but didn't say anything and started doing her own thing. Her body began to become illusory, shrinking from large to small, and turned into a bead emitting golden light. The beads were the size of marbles, made of transparent, bright gold, and engraved with strange patterns. The light they emitted was gentle, bathing everyone in it and instantly bringing a sense of peace of mind.
This is Instructor Mincy's weapon spirit form, the light of the fighting spirit.
At the same time, enveloped by the golden light, Xiaozhan couldn't help but look at Yi Yulong next to him. He felt that the bond between him and Yi Yulong had deepened a lot. The feeling of being in perfect harmony was as if they had become one piece of each other's flesh, inseparable.
It's really amazing.
Under this feeling, Xiaozhan had the illusion that his strength had been greatly improved. But he knew that this was not an illusion, but the reality.
Xiaozhan was a little surprised. Is this the ability of Instructor Mincy?
However, looking at the weapon spirit that Instructor Mincy turned into, Xiaozhan couldn't help but feel a little confused. When he saw Instructor Mincy for the first time, he was actually a little confused.
Spirit masters and weapon spirits always appear in pairs, so why did she appear alone? Moreover, she appeared with a woman at that time. Still in that kind of place.
But he didn't think much about it, because he was just an instructor and didn't need to do anything special, he just had to teach on the blackboard.
There are also instructors who are theoretical instructors.
But now, seeing her using this spirit weapon skill method to guide everyone to comprehend, Xiao Zhan suddenly became confused. If a single weapon spirit is used to release skills, the effect will be halved.
Isn't it redundant to reduce the effect by half and then come to this training room to amplify the effect? Didn't she sign a contract as a spirit master? She's from the Mulan Guild, and she doesn't have any spirit masters.